I can't ignore this. Melissa is my student now, even if it is for a couple of weeks. I need to know what I'm dealing with. A sudden knock at the door jolted her out of her thoughts. Enter, she called, straightening up and schooling her features into a neutral expression. A courier stepped inside, bowing low before approaching the desk. Lady Vertel, he said, his voice urgent. Aye. He stopped, his eyes falling to Zephyrah's body. Her robes had parted, and Zephyrah had no intention of bringing them together. The man blushed. Yes, Zephyrah asked, smirking back at him, crossing one elegant leg over the other. He shook his head. News from the city. There's a report of a strange illness in the lower quarters. The healers are at a loss, and they've requested your aid. And I take it they sent for me immediately? Yes. Good, Zephyr nodded. She already had an idea of what this could be about. Just from hearing the healers couldn't handle it. This is likely no ordinary illness, she thought, her mind already racing through the possibilities. No, it's probably... She stood abruptly, startling the courier. Prepare a carriage, she ordered, her voice sharp, and send word to the academy. Tell them I require the assistance of my apprentice, Melissa Blackflame. The courier bowed again, hurrying out of the room to carry out her commands. Zephyrah turned to the window, staring out at the city below. This could be the perfect opportunity to test Melissa's abilities, she mused, a small, grim smile tugging at her lips, and to see just how much Javert has been keeping from me. Melissa fidgeted in her seat, tried to ignore the way Zephyrah's eyes seemed to bore into the side of her head, and tried to ignore the way she could literally see one of Zephyrah's nipples as her robe gave way to it. Holy fuck. They'd been riding in silence for the better part of an hour, the only sound the creaking of the carriage wheels and the distant clamor of the city streets. So what does she want from me? Melissa wondered, chewing on her lower lip. Why did she ask me to come with her? She'd been surprised when the messenger had arrived at the academy, informing her that the court sorceress required her presence. She'd barely had time to grab her cloak and her satchel before being whisked away, Armia and Isabella shooting her concerned looks as she left. Now, sitting across from Zephyrah in the cramped carriage, Melissa couldn't shake the feeling that some kind of test was on the way. Well, whatever it is, I'm not going to let her down, Melissa thought, squaring her shoulders. All right, we're here, Zephyrah said suddenly, her voice cutting through the silence like a knife. Melissa looked out the window, her eyes widening at the sight of the rundown buildings and narrow, twisting streets. She'd never been to this part of the city before, and the poverty and desperation were palpable in the air. Stay close, Zephyrah warned as they stepped out of the carriage. And keep your wits about you. We don't know what we're dealing with yet. Melissa nodded, falling into step beside the sorceress as they made their way down the street. People stared as they passed, their eyes hollow and their faces gaunt. Many of them were coughing, their bodies racked with shudders and chills. Mun, I didn't know they had it this bad. They arrived at a small, dingy clinic, the smell of sickness and despair hanging heavy in the air. A haggard-looking healer greeted them at the door, his eyes widening in recognition when he saw Zephyrah. Lady Vertel, he said, bowing low, thank you for coming. As protocol dictates, as soon as we saw that we couldn't deal with this ourselves, we sent for you. Zephyrah waved him off, striding past him into the clinic. Melissa followed, her heart pounding in her chest as she took in the beds in front of them, each one occupied by a suffering patient. 3 in total. Zephyrah was already moving among the beds, looking for something, her hands glowing with a soft, pulsing light as she examined each patient in turn. Melissa watched, transfixed, as the sorceress worked, her brow furrowed in concentration. Well, I believe I have an idea of what is going on here. But Melissa, she turned toward her. What do you think is going on? Melissa gulped. Well, I'll give you the answer. Please do. Zephyrah began pacing side to side. Firstly, they're all Nim. Melissa scolded herself. Right? I should have been able to point that out. But second, Zephyrah continued, and Melissa looked up at her. This is no ordinary illness. This is what S called a curse. Melissa blinked, her mind reeling. She researched these magical, potent illnesses designed to slowly deteriorate a person. Historically, assassins are the ones known for using these. She stepped closer to one of the beds, reaching out to touch the forehead of a young Nim girl. The child was burning up with fever, her purple skin slick with sweat, and her eyes glassy and unfocused. But why the fuck would someone curse a kid? What? She had no idea. Zephyra turned to Melissa, her eyes narrowing as she studied the young Nim's face. "You were able to save the king when no other healer could," she said, her voice low and intense. "Can you do the same for these Nim?" Melissa swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew what Zephyr was asking, and she knew the risk involved. This is blood magic, she thought, her mind racing. But it looks like life magic, which is why no one questioned me when I used it on the king. She inhaled deeply, steadying herself. "I can try," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Zephyr nodded, stepping back to give Melissa space. Melissa approached the first bed, her hands trembling slightly as she reached out to touch the Nim's forehead. "Lumi sanguine, vita crescera," she murmured, drawing the spell sign in the air above the Nim's body. The words felt strange on her tongue, the syllables heavy with power and meaning. She could feel the magic flowing through her, a warm, tingling sensation that started in her fingertips and spread throughout her entire body. The Nim's eyes fluttered open, the glassy, fevered look fading from their gaze. They blinked up at Melissa, confusion and wonder etched onto their face. What happened?" They croaked, their voice hoarse and weak. Melissa smiled, relief flooding through her. At the same time, again, using this magic took a lot out of her. "I'm still not used to it." "You're going to be okay," she said softly, brushing a strand of hair from their forehead. She moved on to the next bed, and the next, repeating the process with each Nim in turn. Zephyra watched on, her expression inscrutable as she studied Melissa's every move. The healers stood back, their eyes wide with shock and amazement as they watched Melissa work. They'd never seen anything like it before, and they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing. When Melissa finished with the last Nim, she straightened up, her breathing heavy and her brow slick with sweat. She felt drained, both physically and emotionally, but there was a sense of accomplishment thrumming through her veins. "I did it," she thought, a small, tired smile tugging at her lips. "I actually did it." Zephyra approached her, laying a hand on her shoulder. "Well done," she said, her voice soft but firm. "You've done a great service here today." Melissa nodded, too exhausted to speak. Zephyra turned to the healers, her expression shifting to one of cool professionalism. "Keep an eye out for any more sick individuals," she said, her tone brooking no argument. "And send word to me immediately if you find any." The healers nodded, bowing low as Zephyra swept out of the clinic, Melissa trailing behind her. Zephyra sat in the carriage, her mind racing as she watched the city streets pass by outside the window. Melissa used blood magic, she thought, her fingers tapping against her thigh. "I could tell, but it seems like no one else did." Yeah, probably no one outside an expert mage could. It was a disturbing realization, one that raised more questions than it answered. Blood magic was dangerous, forbidden even, and yet Melissa had wielded it with a skill and precision that, quite frankly, didn't make sense to Zephyra. What did she learn it? Zephyra wondered, her brow furrowing. Probably from those tomes Miss Folden got for her. But why would she allow Melissa to study such a form of magic in the first place? She glanced over at Melissa, who was slumped in her seat, her eyes closed and her breathing even. The girl looked exhausted, but there was a peaceful expression on her face, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She did help those Nim, Zephyr mused, her thoughts turning inward. And she didn't hesitate to do so, even though it must have taken a great deal out of her. It was a point in Melissa's favor, one that Zephyr couldn't ignore. The girl seemed to have a good heart, but she wouldn't be the first person to commit evil acts while having a good heart. Blood magic was a dangerous tool, and Zephyra needed to make sure Melissa could be trusted with it. I want to confront her about the blood magic, Zephyra decided, her jaw clenching. At least, not yet. I need to know more before I make any accusations or judgments. Chapter 124. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 10. Melissa. A little later, Melissa's mind was racing faster than Rabbit on steroids as she and Zephyra moved through the streets. The sight of that Nim, all pale and sickly, with veins that looked like they were about to burst out of their skin, it was enough to make even Melissa's stomach do a little flip. This is seriously weird, she thought, chewing our lower lip. I mean, I knew things were bad for Nim here, but this is next level. Zephyra turned to her, one perfectly sculpted eyebrow raised. So what do you make of it? She asked, her voice as smooth as silk. Melissa shrugged, trying to play it cool even though her brain was doing the Macarena. Honestly, I'm not too sure, she admitted. But if I had to guess, I'd say blood magic is at the heart of it. Zephyra's other eyebrow shot up to join its twin, but she didn't say anything. Melissa could practically see the gears turning behind those amethyst eyes, though. Shit, did I say too much somehow? She wondered, mentally kicking herself. I mean, it's not like blood magic is supposed to be some big secret, right? It's just frowned upon. No sense in pretending like it doesn't exist. Zephyra looked like she wanted to ask more, her lips parting slightly as if she was about to unleash a barrage of questions. But then, she seemed to think better of it, shaking her head slightly. Maybe. Anyway, perhaps we should get some actual tutoring done, she said instead, a hint of a smile on the corners of her mouth. Would T want you to fall behind on your studies, now would we? Melissa perked up at that. Finally, she thought with a grin. I was starting to think she only accepted this whole tutoring thing was just an excuse to drag me around the city and show off how mysterious and cool she is. Yes, please, Melissa said, bouncing on the balls of her feet. I've been dying to learn some new spells. Very well. But first, some basics. And Melissa's excitement just about deflated. Zephyra chuckled, the sound low and throaty. Patience, young one, she said, reaching over and tapping Melissa on the nose with one perfectly manicured finger. I'll show you a few tricks. But first, we need to make sure you have a solid foundation. No use trying to build a tower if the base is made of sand. After all, Melissa pouted, but she knew Zephyra was right. As much as she loved the thrill of learning new, explosive spells, she also knew that mastering the basics was just as important. Okay, fine, she thought, straightening her shoulders. Bring on the boring stuff. I can take it. A few hours later, Melissa trudged through the front door of Javer's Manor, her body heavy with exhaustion and her mind swirling with questions. Zephyra had shown her a lot, most of which she'd already figured out, but hadn't mastered yet, which Melissa begrudgingly practiced with her. She recalled what Isabella had said. After all, one mastered spell is better than 1,000 spells that you don't understand properly. Still, as she made her way indoors now, all she could think about was that Nim she'd seen. That curse, she thought, kicking off her shoes. It was just wrong. She couldn't shake the image out of her mind, his body racked with that magical sickness. If her admittedly limited knowledge of curses was accurate, this was no ordinary illness. Someone had deliberately targeted that poor bastard, hitting him with enough magic to kill him, to just end his life outright. But who would do such a thing? Melissa wondered. And more importantly, why? The questions chased each other around her skull, but no answers came. She wanted to keep researching it, though, and, as if her day wasn't already weird enough, Melissa could feel the all-too-familiar stirrings of arousal beginning to cloud her thoughts. Ugh, not again, she groaned internally, feeling heat bubble up inside her. Stupid blood magic, making me all hot and bothered at the most inconvenient times. She briefly entertained the idea of popping over to Isabella's place for a quick visit, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Ugh, it's a little late for that. I mean, not that she would mind, but still. She might be busy with Kimiko right now, and I don't want to walk in on that. Again, not that she'd mind. Melissa was just about to walk straight to her room and take a moment for herself when she noticed her Margaret sitting in an armchair with a rather peculiar expression on her face. Melissa nearly laughed. She looked like she was a couple of minutes away from passing out, her eyes struggling to remain open as she read her book. "Hey, Mom," Melissa called out with a smile, heaving herself up and plopping down next to her. "What else with the face? They didn't team make chocolate illegal or something, did they?" Margaret startled slightly, as if she'd been lost in thought, before breaking into a warm smile. "Oh, Melissa, welcome home, dear. Well, to be honest, I was a bit bored. But never mind that. How did everything go with the court sorceress?" Melissa sighed, falling onto Margaret's lap like she used to do when she was a kid, using it like a pillow. "It was intense," she admitted, closing her eyes as Margaret began to stroke her hair, almost automatically. "I saw some things that I'm still trying to wrap my head around." Try not to stay out for too long, all right?" Melissa asked. "Something weird is happening." Margaret hummed thoughtfully, her fingers never ceasing their soothing motions. "Oh, you don't need to worry about that, unfortunately." Margaret sighed. "I used to go for tons of walks, but honestly, hearing ugh, look at that dirty Nim for about the 50th time ruined it." Melissa snorted out a laugh, feeling some of the tension drain from her body. "Well, all right then." Just then, a flicker of movement outside the window caught Melissa's eye. She sat up, peering through the glass to see Jalen in the garden, practicing some kind of spell with a look of fierce concentration on her face. And there, sitting cross-legged on the grass a few feet away, was little Hazel, watching the human with rapt attention and a smile that could outshine the sun. "Huh," Melissa said, nodding towards the scene outside. "Looks like Jalen's been busy. How long has she been at it?" Margaret followed her gaze, a small frown tugging at her lips. "Oh, hours now. Poor thing. She has been working so hard. I tried to offer her some tea and biscuits earlier, but she wasn't having it. I do wish she'd take a break every now and then." Melissa watched as Jalen finally lowered her hands, the spell fizzling out. She'd run out of essence just now. Damn, not often do the other races run out of essence. She really must have been at it for ages. The older girl turned towards the house, and for a brief moment, her eyes locked with Melissa's. Yikes. If looks could kill. Jalen's face twisted into a scowl, and she spun on her heel, marching back into the house without a word. Damn, Melissa thought, sinking her head back onto Margaret's lap. Professor could not have paired me up with a worse partner, I swear. Melissa lay there for a while, enjoying the feeling of her mother's fingers running through her hair. It was a simple, familiar comfort, one that never failed to soothe her, no matter how chaotic her life became. As she relaxed, she couldn't help but notice the slight change in Margaret's breathing, the way her hands seemed to tremble ever so slightly. Melissa glanced up, a smirk tugging at her lips as she saw the unmistakable blush creeping across her mother's cheeks. "Mom, what is up?" she teased, her voice low and playful. "Is it hot in here or something?" Margaret let out a soft, breathless laugh, her eyes sparkling with a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Maybe," Margaret said quietly. "I think a walk might." Before Margaret could continue, the front door swung open and Melister strode in, his work clothes dusty and sweat-stained. "There's my girls," he all but boomed, a grin splitting his face as he crossed the room in a few long strides. He ruffled Melissa's hair affectionately and gave Margaret a kiss before peeling off his shirt, revealing his toned chest and back, and heading straight for the kitchen. "Hey, Dad," Melissa said, sitting up as Melister gulped down a glass of water. "How was work?" Melister's grin faded slightly, and he sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. Same old, he said, leaning against the kitchen counter. "Got everything unloaded on time. Worked with the usual efficiency I like." But he hesitated, glancing at Margaret before continuing. Something strange did happen. One of the other porters, a Nim, just collapsed out of nowhere. Melissa felt a chill run down her spine, and she sat up straighter, her eyes widening. "Collapsed? What do you mean?" she asked, trying to keep the urgency out of her voice. Melister shrugged, his brow furrowed. "I don't rightly know. One minute, he was carrying a crate, same as always, and the next, he was on the ground, shaking. I have never seen anything like it. Melissa's mind raced as she processed this new information. Another nymph struck down by a sudden illness? So it's not a coincidence, then. Damn. She chewed on her lip, her fingers tapping restlessly against her thigh as she tried to make sense of it all. If this was some kind of curse like she suspected, then it wasn't an isolated incident. Someone or something was targeting Nims specifically. But why? And how? Did the healer say anything? Melissa asked, trying to keep her voice steady. About what might have caused it. Melistaire shook his head, his expression grim. Nah, I heard one of them mutter something about dark magic. Didn't he like the sound of that? Not one bit. Melissa's heart sank, a cold, sickening dread settling in the pit of her stomach. Dark magic. So it is the same thing. I need to look into this, Melissa said, she noted quietly. This is weird. Margaret reached out, grasping Melissa's hand tightly. Just be careful, Margaret said. You have a target on you, Mel. Remember that. Melissa squeezed her mother's hand, trying to convey a confidence she didn't quite feel. I will, Mom. I promise. With a final nod to her parents, Melissa got up and headed for her room, her mind already spinning with the possibilities. She had to talk to Zephyra, gather more information, maybe hit the books, and see if she could find anything about curses that targeted specific races. One way or another, they'll get to the bottom of this. But first, she quickly changed and settled into bed, eager to rest and clear her mind before continuing her research. A lust-struck rookie blood mage Nim had to do what a lust-struck rookie blood mage Nim had to do, after all. Chapter 125, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame, Part 11. Melissa groaned as she rolled out of bed, her body aching. Ugh, I'd hoped I could at least soften it. She had spent the better part of the night trying to ease the tension on her own, but it was like trying to put out a wildfire with a water gun. The effects of using blood magic, combined with her already overactive, evolved libido, had her in a pretty bad state of need right now. Ugh, this is getting ridiculous, she thought, running a hand through her messy hair. If I don't get some real satisfaction soon, I'm going to start humping lampposts in the street. With a sigh, she threw on a robe and made her way downstairs, hoping that maybe some food would take her mind off her throbbing everything. As she entered the kitchen, she was greeted by the sight of Margaret at the stove, humming softly to herself as she flipped pancakes. The scent of warm syrup and cooking oil mixed with the unmistakable scent of Margaret's natural pheromones made Melissa's mouth water in more ways than one. Right? It's been a while since I've been home this much. I haven't had to deal with other Nims' pheromones much. Morning, Mom, she said, sidling up behind Margaret and wrapping her arms around the older Nim's waist, resting her chin on Margaret's shoulder. Margaret startled slightly before relaxing into the embrace. Leaning back against Melissa, "Good morning, dear," she said, her voice like honey. "Sleep well?" Melissa let out a humorless chuckle. "Nah, not particularly." "Oh, why ask that?" "I don't know," Melissa responded, not wanting to make things weird right now, although she absolutely did know. Margaret clucked her tongue sympathetically, reaching back to pat Melissa's cheek. "My poor baby. Well, hopefully putting something warm in your stomach will help you get a bit of rest before all your work today." "Maybe," she said as she nuzzled into Margaret's neck. "What is up with Jalen?" She nodded towards the glass doors that led out into the garden, where Jalen was once again hard at work, her face a mask of pure, spite-fueled concentration as she practiced the same spell over and over. Margaret glanced over her shoulder, a small frown tugging at her lips. "Oh, this is just how she's been since you two got paired up. Up at the crack of dawn, always pushing herself to the limit. I worry about that girl, I really do." Melissa watched as Jalen's spell fizzled out from a misfire, the human cursing under her breath before starting again. Shaking her head, Melissa turned her attention back to the matter at hand, namely, the insistent restlessness that was getting harder to ignore by the second. At this point, Melissa couldn't think straight enough to stop herself from going. "Hey, Mom," she said, her voice quiet. "Could you help me out?" Margaret turned to Melissa's arms, her eyebrows raised in question. Yes, of course. What did you have in mind? In answer, Melissa leaned in and captured Margaret's lips. Margaret hummed in Melissa's mouth as Melissa pushed her tongue past the older woman's teeth. Soon, Margaret was melting into the kiss, her arms coming up to wrap around Melissa's neck. They stayed like that for a long moment, lost in the heat and the hunger, until Melissa finally broke away, panting slightly. I need you, she whispered, her voice ragged with desire. Please, Mom. I'm going crazy here. Margaret's eyes were bright with emotion as she nodded. Of course, baby, she breathed, her hands moving gently. Anything for you. Melissa hummed in approval, her own hands resting softly against Margaret, tracing the familiar shape of her mother's body. They fell into a well-practiced rhythm, their mouths and hands seeking out all the spots they knew would drive each other wild. Margaret reached between Melissa's legs, her fingers exploring as Melissa bit down on her shoulder to muffle her moans. That's it, Margaret purred. Margaret gently held Melissa close, speaking softly. Let me take care of you. Let me make you feel good. Melissa leaned into her, letting out a slow, relieved sigh. Yes, she whispered, resting her hand on Margaret's back. Thank you, thank you. They stayed like that, holding each other warmly, their bodies slotting into place like puzzle pieces, all heat and sweat and frantic need. Melissa could feel her emotions swelling, her breath catching as Margaret held her close. Let go for me, Margaret murmured, her voice a low, gentle hum. Let go. Let me feel you. With a final, shuddering sigh, Melissa obeyed, her body relaxing in Margaret's arms as a wave of relief washed over her. In an instant, there it was. Clarity. Oh, Melissa sank into Margaret's arms. I needed that. All better? Margaret asked. Yeah. Melissa tilted her head up and pecked a kiss on her lips. Better. And, just a ways behind the glass door, was Jalen, who Dean noticed what they were doing and currently had her jaw resting on the grass. Oops. Melissa stepped out of Javer's manner, a satisfied smile on her face and a spring in her step. Sure, the time with Margaret hadn't completely quelled the raging inferno of her blood magic-induced libido, but it had taken the edge off just enough for her to focus on the task at hand. All right, Mel, she thought, squaring her shoulders as she set off down the street. Time to get some work done. Her first stop was the clinic. She needed to know if anyone else had fallen victim to this mysterious illness, and if so, what the healers had learned about it. As she walked, she could feel the eyes of passers-by on her, their gazes ranging from curious to basically undressing Melissa with their eyes. There was less open hostility in people's gazes these days, open being the key word there. When she arrived at the clinic, she was surprised to find it almost empty. The bustle she expected of healers and patients was conspicuously absent, replaced by an eerie stillness that set her teeth on edge. She approached the front desk, where a lone healer sat, his nose buried in a thick tome. Excuse me, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. I'm here to inquire about the recent illnesses among the NIM population. Have there been any new cases? The healer looked up, his eyes widening slightly as he took in Melissa's appearance. His face flushed. Melissa rolled her eyes lightheartedly. Here we go again. Ah, yes, he said, clearing his throat and setting his book aside. Follow me, please. He led her down a vacant hallway, their footsteps echoing off the bare walls. Melissa's heart hammered in her chest as they walked, a sense of foreboding washing over her like a cold wave. Finally, they reached a small, dimly lit room, and the healer ushered her inside before closing the door behind them. I'm afraid I have some bad news, he said, his voice low and somber. Yesterday, every single NIM who came in with that strange illness, they all died. Melissa felt like she'd been punched in the gut, the air leaving her lungs in a rush. What? Seriously? Melissa blinked. I mean, I know blood magic is generally beyond these people, but there's no, I don't know, specialist or something who could come in and help. Melissa took a moment. How'd they die? The healer shook his head, his expression grim. It was unlike anything I've ever seen, he said. Their bodies just shut down, like something was draining the life out of them, bit by bit. We tried everything, every healing spell and potion we could think of, but nothing worked. Melissa's mind raced as she tried to process this new information, draining the life out of them. But who would do something like that? And why target random NIMS specifically? I mean, were these people all important? It doesn't feel like it. Maybe you need to look into it. She paced from side to side. I think someone is trying to make it look like there's some kind of contagious disease spreading among the NIM population. But in reality, it's not a natural illness at all. It's targeted blood magic designed to kill. Her mind whirled with possibilities. Whoever's behind this, it's probably a shadow mage of some sort. But what are they trying to do? What is their goal? Of course. Please, Miss Blackflame, if you find out anything, let us know. I and the other healers, are doing everything we can to help the NIM community, but we're out of our depth here. Melissa gave him a tight smile. She turned and headed for the door, knowing she needed to do more research. I will. And thank you for everything you've done. I know it can't be easy, watching your patients die and feeling powerless to stop it. With a final nod, she slipped out of a room and hurried out of the clinic, her mind already racing ahead to her next move. Though, something to come to her mind. I never introduced myself. Melissa noted. My name is really getting out there. I'm not sure I like that too much, but oh well. That comes with the territory of being an important person, I guess. Chapter 126. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 12. Armia wiped the sweat from her brow, panting slightly as she lowered her hand. She and Isabella had been practicing their spell parries for the better part of an hour, and while she was grateful for the chance to hone her skills, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. To her own surprise, it wasn't Isabella making this training unbearable. No, as much as she would absolutely never admit this aloud, Isabella's quirks were starting to grow on the Darien. No, what bothered Armia the most right now was the constant interruptions, the way other students seemed to gravitate towards them like moths to a flame. Case in point, the tall, raven-haired girl from another classroom currently sauntering across the arena floor, a smug smile on her face and a glint of challenge in her eye. With everything going on in Armia's life, everything she had to train and study for, she and T made any effort to research the other classes. This moment only validated that decision. Wonderful. Another one coming to gawk at the freak show. Well, if at ISNT, the dynamic duo, the fox and her pet, the girl drawled, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Practicing hard, are we? I suppose non-humans do need to make up for their lack of talent somehow. Armia just rolled her eyes. For all her ignorance of the other courses, she knew of this girl, one of the top students in another class. What was her name again? Sera. Before she could even think of saying anything, Isabella stepped forward, her fluffy tail sticking up behind her, as if to appear bigger. Ah, Serena, you wound me, the kitsune purred, placing a hand over her heart in mock offense. But I don't know. I can't help but feel that your words are a little empty given how you've ranked beneath me consistently in the student rankings for the last several months. Armia raised a brow. What? She's just got that info memorized? Huh. Armia couldn't care less about anyone else's position but her own. Serena's smile turned sharp, her eyes narrowing. I've been busy. She quickly formed an excuse, but that ends soon. So, enjoy your lead while it lasts. Armia nearly groaned right then and there. She couldn't stand it. This kind of petty bickering and posturing made her scales itch. With a huff of annoyance, she stepped back, crossing her arms over her chest. While you two settle your little dominance display, I'm going to practice, she muttered, turning away. It was like neither of the girls had even heard her. Isabella wasn't done. With a mischievous grin, she cocked her hip, looking Serena up and down like a cat, eyeing a particularly juicy mouse. Tell you what, she said, her voice low and silky. Let us make this interesting. If you get a higher grade than me on the upcoming presentation, I'll lick your shoes. In front of your entire class and my own. Serena's eyes widened. a flush creeping up her neck. But she recovered quickly, a smirk tugging at her lips. "And if you win?" she asked, arching a brow. Isabella's grin turned positively wicked. "If I win, you'll be the one doing whatever I say," Isabella winked. Arnya, who raised the wand she'd been gifted and had been about to get back to work, nearly choked on her own tongue, her eyes bulging out of her head. Is she serious? She can't be serious. But Serena just laughed, a low, throaty sound that made Armia's stomach twist in knots. "Deal," the human said, sticking out her hand. "Prepare to get on your knees, Fox." Isabella clasped Serena's hand, her tail lashing behind her in anticipation. "Oh, honey, it's not my knees you should be worried about." With a final, confident smirk, Serena turned on her heel and sauntered away, leaving Armia gaping in her wake. What the hell was that? Arnya blinked. What just happened? Isabella just shrugged, a lazy smile on her face. What? It's just a little friendly wager. And when I win, you'll be celebrating in style. I can't wait. Armia shook her head, exasperated. She scanned Isabella's face, and indeed, she looked like this was just a daily thing she did. I have to say, the way you two were going at each other, all that posturing and insulting, it's exhausting. I can never put myself up to that. Isabella cocked her head, studying Armia with a curious expression. Better get used to it, Scales. Especially if you're serious about making it to the top of society. Bickering and one-upping each other is half the fun. It's how you establish the pecking order, you know? Armia frowned, a sinking feeling in her gut. Was that really true? Was that what it meant to be a noblewoman? Constantly jockeying for position, tearing others down to build yourself up? Maybe I don't know as much about this lifestyle as I thought. She shook her head, pushing the thought aside. Let us just get back to practicing, she said, turning back to the arena floor. We've got a lot of work to do if we're going to ace this presentation. Raven, the knock on Javer's door echoed in the quiet hallway, and Raven took a deep breath before entering. To be honest, the summons had come as a welcome distraction from the endless hours of staring at the ceiling in her empty dorm room. She could only run laps around the academy. So much before that, too, had become boring. She pushed the thought aside, focusing on the task at hand. If Javer was calling her in, it could only mean one thing. The shadow mages were up to something. Come in, Javer's voice called from within, and Raven stepped inside, closing the door behind her with a soft click. The professor's office was cozy, with bookshelves lining the walls and a crackling fireplace, casting a warm glow over the room. Javer sat behind her desk, her expression grave as she gestured for Raven to take a seat. Thank you for coming on such short notice, Javer said, her fingers steepled beneath her chin. I'm afraid we have a situation on our hands. Raven nodded, her face expressionless. I assumed as much. What's going on? Javer sighed, leaning back in her chair. There has been an outbreak of sorts. A mysterious illness targeting the Nim population. It's already claimed several lives, and the healers are at a loss. Raven's brow furrowed, her mind racing. An illness targeting Nims, specifically? That reeked of foul play. You think the shadow mages are behind it, she said. It was a TA question. Javer inclined her head. It's the most likely explanation, as far as I can tell. Raven considered this, her thoughts turning to her former colleagues. It's possible, she said slowly. Demoralizing tactics are a common tool in their arsenal. Make the enemy feel like the world itself is against them, and you've already won half the battle, they used to say. Javer's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharp and assessing. Do you have any specific knowledge of this plot? Any information that might help us track down the perpetrator? Raven shook her head, a twinge of frustration in her gut. No, if this is their doing, it's not something I knew about. But I can tell you that they're not above using curses and dark magic to spread fear and chaos. It could be as simple as that, a way to sow discord and unrest among the Nim population. Javer nodded, her expression thoughtful. Regardless of their motives, we need to put a stop to this. She fixed Raven with a piercing stare, her lips curving into a small, knowing smile. Which is where you come in, my dear. Your unique set of skills could prove invaluable to me in this investigation. Raven raised a brow. Why me? She asked, her voice carefully neutral. Surely you have other resources at your disposal. Other agents who could handle this just as well, if not better. Javer's smile widened, a mischievous glint in her eye. Oh, I have my reasons, she purred, leaning forward conspiratorially. Let us just say I enjoy working with you, Raven. Raven blinked, caught off guard by the professor's playful tone. She cleared her throat, looking away. All right, she said, straightening in her seat. Where do we start? Javer's expression turned serious once more, and she slid a folder across the desk. These are the reports we have so far. Victim profiles, locations. Any clues the healers have managed to gather. I want you to go through them with a fine-toothed comb. See if anything jumps out at you. Raven took the folder, flipping through the pages with a practiced eye. Got it. And if I find something? Javer's smile was razor-sharp. Then we do what we usually do. Raven nodded. Understood. I'll get to work right away. Chapter 127. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 13. Melissa Aqua. Virtut Surge. Melissa chanted, her wand moving through the air as she focused on the spell. A jet of water burst forth from her fingertips, shooting across the training ground with incredible force. It slammed into the target dummy, sending it flying backward and breaking it into 4 big pieces. Holy shit, that was awesome, Melissa thought, a grin spreading across her face. The spells Zephyra had been teaching her were genuinely on a whole other level. Sure, the spell signs were a little hard to learn, but after a few minutes of looking at them, Melissa basically had them burned into her memory. Maybe that was why Zephyra's eyes were slightly narrowed, her posture inclined as she leaned in just a little. Excellent work, Melissa, Zephyra said, her voice warm with approval. Your ability to memorize new spells is borderline frightening if I'm being honest. By the way, what is that thing you're using? This? Melissa raised her stick. It's a wand. A wand? Yep. Basically, it's a stick you can use to cast spells with. A friend of mine invented it. Zephyr nodded twice. What is the point? While Melissa began to twirl it in her hand, increased stability, mostly. I haven't had a misfire yet using this thing. And this part is just a theory, but if we could make this out of some sort of magical material, my friend thinks it might end up boosting the potency of spells too. Zephyr's brows shot up. That does sound impressive. Perhaps your friend could procure one for me? I have half a mind to try one of these out myself. I'll ask her about it. With that being said, Melissa kept practicing and Zephyra kept showering her in compliments. Melissa turned to face her mentor, basking in the praise. But then she noticed the faraway look in Zephyra's eyes, the hint of nostalgia tugging at the corners of her mouth. What is up? Melissa asked, cocking her head to the side. You, look like you're taking a little trip down memory lane there. Zephyra chuckled, shaking her head ruefully. You caught me, she admitted, her gaze still distant. Watching you practice just now, it reminded me of my own training back when I was your age. Melissa perked up at that. Oh yeah? I bet you were a total badass, even back then. Who was your teacher? Some ancient, wise master who lived on a mountaintop and spoke in riddles? Zephyra laughed, the sound rich and throaty. No, nothing quite so dramatic, she said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. I was self-taught, actually. I had to be. Melissa's eyes widened, her mouth dropping open in shock. Wait, seriously? You learned all this? She gestured around at the training ground, the scorch marks and shattered dummies. On your own? Zephyr nodded, a hint of pride in her voice. I did. It wasn't easy, let me tell you. I had to scrounge for every scrap of knowledge I could find. But I was determined to master my craft, to become the best sorceress I could be. She paused, her expression turning wistful. I grew up in a small village, you see. My parents were farmers, simple folk who didn't understand my love of magic. They thought it was a waste of time, that I should focus on more practical things like tending the crops or finding a husband. Melissa made a face at that, and Zephyr chuckled. I know. Not exactly the most enlightened of worldviews. but I refused to let their narrow-mindedness hold me back. I knew I was meant for something more, something greater than a life of drudgery and conformity. Or at least that was what I wanted to believe. Melissa nodded, her heart swelling with some sudden admiration for the older woman. She couldn't imagine having the kind of drive and determination it must have taken to strike out on one's own like that, to defy everyone's expectations and carve your own path. Well, in a way, I guess I'm figuring it out right now. Huh? Zephyra was about to say something else when a sharp knock at the door interrupted her. Enter, she called, her voice crisp and authoritative. A palace guard stepped into the room, bowing low before the two women. Forgive the intrusion, Lady Vortel, he said, his voice gruff. But His Majesty has requested Miss Blackflame's presence in the throne room. Melissa's stomach did a little flip-flop at that. The king wanted to see her? Now. Zephyra just nodded, her expression calm and unruffled. Of course, she said, turning to Melissa with a reassuring smile. You'd better not keep His Majesty waiting, my dear. I'll be here when you're finished. Melissa swallowed hard, trying to quell the butterflies in her stomach. Right? Yeah. Okay. I'll just go see what he wants, I guess. She squared her shoulders, taking a deep breath to steady herself. All right, Mel. You got this. You got this. Melissa walked into the throne room, trying not to let her nerves show. She'd faced down a lot of scary things in her life, but there was something about being summoned by the king that made her feel like a kid called to the principal's office. Come on, Mel, keep it together. To her surprise, the king was alone, no guards or courtiers in sight. He smiled as she approached, his expression warm and welcoming. Ah, Mudiza, thank you for coming on such short notice. Melissa bowed, remembering at the last second not to go too low. The last thing she needed was to flash the monarch. Of course, Your Majesty, how can I be of service? The king chuckled, rising from his throne and descending the steps to meet her. Actually, I wanted to thank you. I know I sent a letter and arranged for your tutoring with Zephyra, but I never got a chance to express my gratitude in person without a whole crowd around us. Melissa blinked, taken aback. Oh, it was nothing really. I mean, I didn't do that much. The king held up a hand, cutting her off. Nonsense. If it weren't for your quick thinking and incredible skill, I would be dead. You saved my life, Miss Blackflame. That is no small thing. Melissa felt her cheeks heat at the praise, a warm glow of pride spreading through her chest. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm just glad I could help. The king nodded, gesturing for her to walk with him. Melissa fell into step beside him, trying not to gawk at the opulent surroundings. I must admit, the king said, his voice turning serious, I'm still troubled by the events of that night. The fact that someone was able to get close enough to poison me, and that they were able to escape. He trailed off, his brow furrowing. The queen is still free, you know, still able to move about the palace, to interact with the court. I have no proof of her involvement, but... He gestured vaguely. Melissa's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. She swallowed hard, tried to keep her voice steady. So, you understand then? The king sighed, running a hand through his hair. Of course I do. And that's the problem. I have no concrete evidence. Whatever her co-conspirators had, they made sure not to implicate her. But I know this much. She does not care about my life. Not one bit. Melissa nodded. What do you want me to do? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The king stopped walking, turning to face her with a grave expression. I want you to be careful, Miss Blackflame. As you gain more recognition for your abilities, lying low will become less and less of an option. You need to start thinking about your long-term goals, about what you want to achieve in this vast world of ours. Melissa's mind raced, 1,000 possibilities flashing through her thoughts. I don't know, she admitted, her voice small. I'm still, trying to establish myself first. The king smiled, placing a hand on her shoulder. That's all right. You're young, and you have time. But I want you to know that you have an ally in me. I want you to forget what you did. Whatever you decide to do, whatever path you choose, I will do my best to support you within reason. Melissa felt elation bubbling up. Thank you, Your Majesty, she managed to choke out, blinking rapidly to clear her vision. I don't know what to say. The king chuckled, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. You don't need to say anything. Just promise me you'll think about what I've said and that you'll be careful. I have a feeling that things are going to get a lot more interesting around here and want you to be prepared for whatever comes next. Melissa nodded, a newfound sense of purpose settling over her like a cloak. I will, Your Majesty. I promise. The king smiled, stepping back and inclining his head in a small bow. Good. Now, I believe you have a lesson to get back to. Don't let me keep you any longer. Melissa bowed in return, a grin tugging at the corners of her mouth. Of course. Thank you again, Your Majesty, for everything. With that, she turned and strode out of the throne room, her head held high and her heart pounding with excitement. Of course, that excitement was tempered by one fact. The queen, Melissa thought. She is obviously anti-Nim. What is she going to do next? I don't know. Chapter 128. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 14. Zephyra. Sure enough, many more bodies popped up overnight. Now, the throne room was a cacophony of raised voices and heated arguments. The normally dignified courtiers had transformed into a mob of frightened, angry citizens. Zephyra stood at the edge of it all, her eyes narrowed as she watched the proceedings with a growing sense of unease. Your Majesty, please, one of the lords was saying, his voice trembling with barely contained panic. We must act now, before this plague spreads any further. The Nim are a danger to us all. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, and Zephyra held back a scowl. So that's it, huh? Zephyra realized what was going on. The true purpose behind this all was to simulate an illness. But why? Just so we de-quarantine the Nim of the city? She narrowed her eyes at nothing in particular. Why? To what end? She had no answer. But, knowing these people were taking all of this entirely incorrectly, she stepped forward, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade through silk. So, let me get this straight, she asked, her tone dripping with scorn. You truly believe that this illness is some kind of Nim-born contagion, set loose upon the city to destroy us all? Obviously, the answer to that was yes, that is what they think. But she said it anyway in hopes of making them realize how dumb that sounded. Though, saying that shadow mages went around the city cursing people one at a time, just so we all have this exact reaction, likely sounds foolish to these people as well. I do believe that is what is happening, but I need proof. The Lord sputtered, his face turning an unflattering shade of red. Well, that is to say, Zephyra silenced him with a look, her amethyst eyes flashing with barely contained power. As court sorceress, let me make one thing perfectly clear, she said, her voice low and dangerous. There is no evidence, none whatsoever, to suggest that this illness is contagious. I went and looked at some afflicted individuals yesterday, and as far as I can tell, these do seem to be isolated cases. She turned to face the king, her gaze locking with his. Your Majesty, I implore you, do not let fear and ignorance guide you to act prematurely. Have patience. The king nodded slowly, his brow furrowed with indecision. But then the queen leaned in. The same queen everyone in this room suspected of having tried to kill the man just around a week ago. My love, she purred. The people are afraid. Regular Nim workers, Nim slaves, random Nim across the city are going down left and right. They look to you for guidance, for protection. Surely you would not risk their safety, their very lives, on the word of one woman? Court sorceress or not? Zephyra gritted her teeth, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. Even after having very likely tried to kill the man, she is acting like this toward him, and she looked at the king. He is being receptive to this. She could see the way the king's resolve was crumbling. The man shifted uncomfortably, unable to just decline to listen to her. As Zephyra opened her mouth to protest, to argue, to do something, the king held up his hand, his expression grim. Enough, he said, his voice heavy with resignation. As much as I hate to say it, the queen is right. We cannot take any chances, not with the lives of our people at stake. It's unfair to us, and it's unfair to the Nim. If there's even a chance this is contagious, we'll want to get it under control as soon as possible. He turned to his advisors, his jaw set with determination. Draft the order. As of this moment, all Nim are to be quarantined, confined to their homes until further notice. A literal cheer went up from the crowd. It made Zephyr's stomach churn. Shit. Zephyr took a deep breath, swallowing her frustration. The king's decree was a blow, no doubt, but she had one more card to play. Very well, Your Majesty, she said, her voice smooth as silk. If you feel that quarantine is the only way to ensure the safety of our citizens, then so be it. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle over the room. However, she continued, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. I believe I may have a solution to this predicament. The king leaned forward. His interest piqued. Go on, he said, waving his hand for her to continue. Zephyr smiled. Melissa Blackflame, she said, the name falling from her tongue like a drop of honey. The Nim girl who saved your life, Your Majesty. She has a gift for healing, a power that far surpasses any I have seen before. Out of the corner of her eye, Zephyr saw the queen stiffen, her face going pale. Interesting, she thought, filing the reaction away for later. I propose, she continued, that while the Nim are confined to their homes, we allow Melissa to move freely among them. Let her tend to the sick, heal the afflicted. With her magic, we could put an end to this illness before it has a chance to spread further. The king considered her words, his brow furrowed in thought. You truly believe she is capable of such a feat? He asked, his voice laced with doubt. Zephyr laughed, the sound rich and throaty. Your Majesty, she purred, you of all people should know the extent of Melissa's abilities. After all, it was her magic that brought you back from the brink of death. The king's eyes widened, understanding dawning on his face. Yes, he murmured. Yes, I suppose you're right. He turned to his advisors, his expression resolute. Make it so, he commanded. Melissa Blackflame is to be given free rein to move about the city, to heal the Nim as she sees fit. No one is to impede her progress. The advisors bowed, scurrying off to carry out their king's orders. The queen looked like she was about to straight up hiss at Zephyr as the room began to clear. Zephyr caught the eye of a passing servant. You there, she called, her voice sharp with authority. Have a carriage prepared for me at once. I have business to attend to in the city. The servant bowed, hastening to obey. Zephyr turned on her heel, her mind already racing toward the next steps. Melissa was hunched over her desk, nose buried in one of the dusty old tomes Javert had managed to procure for her a while back. As fascinating as the information on blood magic and curses was, Melissa was finding it increasingly difficult to focus. Her body was thrumming with a constant, low-level buzz of arousal, like someone had set her nerves on a gentle vibrate setting and then lost the remote. Ugh, this is really starting to get out of hand, she grumbled internally, shifting in her seat to try and alleviate some of the pressure. I really need to find a better way to keep this under control. Just as she was contemplating the logistics of getting frisky with her desk. Hey, don't judge, it had some very sexy curves. There was a knock at the door. Melissa, dear? Margaret's voice called out. You have a visitor. She could almost see Margaret wriggling her brows the way she said that word. Melissa perked up, her tail twitching with interest. A visitor? For her? Maybe it was Isabella, come to help her scratch that ever-present itch like a guardian angel. She practically skipped to the door, flinging it open with a grin. Whoever it was, provided it was a friend, they were about to get Fu Armia. Melissa blinked. Standing before her was the Darien, looking like she'd just done a photo shoot for a fashion magazine. A form-fitting skirt that hugged her curves and made her muscles stand out. A pair of heels that made her already impressive height downright Amazonian. Armia looked fantastic. Hey, Melissa, Armia said, her voice uncharacteristically soft. Can we talk? In private? I wanted to discuss something with you. Melissa nodded mutely, stepping aside to let Armia into the room, developing a plan in her mind. A plan aptly named Get Armia into my room and make the most of this alone time. That was the temporary title, but it fit her idea well enough. I need her. I need her. So, as they reached Melissa's bedroom, the plan began. Melissa, I MMPH. Whatever Armia was about to say was cut off as Melissa surged forward. A makeout session began, and, after blinking twice, Armia melted into it. Melissa walked Armia backwards until her knees hit the edge of the bed, sending them both tumbling onto the mattress in a tangle of limbs. Melissa, what? Armia gasped. Sorry, Melissa panted, her hands resting on Armia's shoulders, seeking out the warmth and softness hidden beneath her clothes. I can't help myself. I really want to be close to you, Armia. Can you? Melissa moved closer. Armia swallowed. MHM. Armia replied with a nod. But, after, I do actually want to talk to you. After, though definitely after. Yeah, definitely, Melissa nodded. Now come on, Melissa grinned. Make love to me. Chapter 129. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 15. With a contented sigh, Melissa flopped back onto the bed, her body still thrumming with the afterglow. As Armia finished wiping her mouth, she was doing her best to compose herself, a task made more difficult by the fact that she seemed to be taking a long time to settle down. Can't say I blame her, Melissa thought with a smirk. I wouldn't want to go back into hiding either after an experience like that. But as the afterglow began to lift, Melissa remembered that Armia had come here for a reason beyond just the time they'd spent together. Right, so, she said, propping herself up on one elbow to look at the Darien. What did you want to talk about? Armia paused in her efforts to wrangle her wayward appendage, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for what she was about to say. It's about General Neil, she began, her voice hesitant. He proposed to me. Melissa blinked. I'm sorry, what? That random general from the gala? He proposed. Armia nodded, a rueful smile tugging at her lips. I know it's crazy, right? But he was quite serious about it. He said that he admired me, and that he could offer me a life of nobility and luxury as his wife. Really, though, he said it's 'cause he's getting up there in age, and Armia blushed. Wants me to help produce some heirs for him. Melissa sat up fully, her brow furrowed in thought. For a moment, it was like she'd forgotten what kind of world she was in. Random, strategic marriage offers and all that. This was unexpected, to say the least. She knew Armia had always dreamed of becoming a noblewoman, of being accepted into high society. But marriage? To a man she barely knew? And what do you think about all this? Melissa asked carefully, not wanting to unduly influence her friend's decision. Armia sighed, running a hand through her golden hair. Honestly, Torn. On the one hand, Neil is right. Marrying him would be the simplest, most direct path to achieving my goals. I would be a lady of the court, with all the status and privilege that entails. She paused, chewing on her bottom lip. But on the other hand, it feels like a shortcut, you know? Like I'm not truly earning my place, just being handed it because of who I marry. And then there's the fact that I don't love him. Not like that. It would be a marriage of convenience, nothing more. Melissa nodded, understanding Armia's dilemma all too well. In her old world, she'd read all sorts of novels about people getting married for reasons other than love, money, power, family pressure. These stories rarely ended well. Well, she said slowly, choosing her words with care, I think you need to ask yourself what's more important to you, achieving your dream by any means necessary, or doing it on your own terms, in a way that feels true to who you are. Armia was quiet for a long moment, clearly turning Melissa's words over in her mind. Melissa continued, I mean, this isn't a one-to-one comparison, I know, but if I could choose to be given the title of Best Sorceress in Eldora without working for it, without studying any magic, without putting in the work to really be that, I don't know that it would still be as satisfying, you know? Armia pondered the matter. For a while, Melissa felt like she could see Armia's own dreams flickering through her eyes. You might be right. Melissa smiled, putting a hand on Armia's shoulder. Soon, they lay side by side on the bed. It's just so weird, Armia said, her voice soft and contemplative. All my life, I've dreamed of being a noblewoman, of being accepted, respected, admired. And now here it is, everything I ever wanted, handed to me on a silver platter. But she trailed off, her brow furrowing. But it doesn't feel right, Melissa finished for her, understanding dawning. Because it's not really you achieving your dreams, is it? It's you piggybacking off someone else's achievements, someone else's status. Armia nodded, her eyes distant. Exactly. And I can't help but feel like if I take this offer, I'll always wonder. Always have that little voice in the back of my head asking if I could have made it on my own, if I was truly worthy of the title I'd been given. Melissa rolled on her side, propping her head up on her hand to look at Armia directly. You know what I think? She said, her voice gentle but firm. I think you need to take a long, hard look at what it is you really want. Not just the end goal, but the journey to get there. Because from where I'm standing, it seems like the process, the struggle, the hard work, that is just as important to you as the destination. Armia was quiet for a long moment, her eyes searching Melissa's face as if looking for answers. Then, slowly, a smile began to tug at the corners of her mouth. Maybe, she said, Gods, you're really a wonder to talk to. You always, I don't know, you always just know what to say. It's something. Melissa grinned, a mischievous glint in her eye. What can I say? I'm a woman of many talents. Speaking of which, she let her hand trail down Armia's side, her fingers dancing over the curve of her hip. How about I take care of you again? Melissa asked with a grin. Armia's smile widened. She swallowed. Then she said, Okay, Armia replied, slowly revealing the part of herself that it took so much effort to hide in the first place. And, yes, one quick moment of shuffling later, Melissa was nodding along, breathless and flushed as Armia held her close. The intensity of the moment was enough to make Melissa's heart race. God, I love this, Melissa thought. The sensation, having such an intense, overwhelming experience was exhilarating. It felt amazing. Her reward for her efforts came, no pun intended, quickly. Armia released her energy directly into Melissa, almost overwhelming her from how much she poured out. And then they went for round 3. Like a certain Italian boxer, Melissa intended to go the distance. When they finally surfaced, panting and sated, the sun was hanging low in the sky, painting the room in shades of orange and gold. I should probably get going, Armia said reluctantly, pressing one last lingering kiss to Melissa's lips before standing and straightening her clothes. As much as I'd love to stay here forever, I do have a life to get back to. Melissa pouted, stretching languorously on the bed like a cat in a sunbeam. Fine, but don't be a stranger, okay? My door is always open, and my bed is always warm. She punctuated the last bit with a salacious wink, making Armia laugh. I'll keep that in mind, the Darien said, shaking her head fondly. Thanks again, Mel, for everything. With a final smile and a wave, Armia turned to leave. But as she opened the door, she nearly collided with someone standing on the other side. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see. Zephyra? Melissa sat bolt upright, her eyes wide. Zephyra? What the fuck is she doing here? The court's sorceress stood in the doorway, her amethyst eyes taking in the scene before her. Armia's disheveled appearance, Melissa's state of undress, the unmistakable scent of sex hanging heavy in the air. For a moment, no one spoke, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Then Zephyra smiled, a slow, wicked curve of her lips that made Melissa's blood run hot and cold all at once. Well, the sorceress purred, her voice like silk and sin. It seems I've interrupted something. My apologies. Her gaze locked with Melissa's, a knowing glint in those mesmerizing eyes. But I'm afraid I have some rather urgent business to discuss with you, Melissa. Business that can't wait. Melissa swallowed hard, her heart hammering against her ribs. Shit, this can't be good. But she forced a smile, nodding towards Armia. Duty calls, I guess. I'll catch you later, okay? Armia nodded, still looking a bit shell-shocked as she edged past Zephyra and out into the hall. And then it was just the two of them, the air crackling with a tension that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the way Zephyra was looking at her, like a predator eyeing its prey. Welp, Melissa thought, steeling herself for whatever fresh hell was about to be unleashed. Never a dull moment in the life of Melissa fucking Blackflame, is there? She just hoped that whatever Zephyra had to say, it wouldn't involve any more near-death experiences. Her quota for those was already way overdrawn, but knowing her luck, she was holding her breath. Chapter 130, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame, Part 16 soon. The sun was setting over the garden, casting a warm, golden glow over everything. It was a peaceful scene, the kind that made you want to just sit back and forget about all the bullshit in the world for a while. Too bad that wasn't an option at this time. Melissa sat on a bench next to Zephyra, watching as Margaret chased a giggling Hazel around the flower beds. It was a cute sight, but Melissa couldn't quite muster up the usual awe factor. Not after what Zephyra had just told her. So, let me get this straight, Melissa said, rubbing her temples. The court, in all their infinite wisdom, have decided to quarantine the entire Nim population? Like literally all of us, no exceptions. Because of this supposed plague that's been going around? Zephyra sighed, leaning back against the bench. I'm afraid so. The king was hesitant at first, but the queen and the other nobles were quite persuasive. They figured he should get ahead of this disease that's been spreading, and he agreed. Melissa snorted. Yeah, you bet. Nothing like a little fear-mongering to get people on board with a terrible idea. She shook her head, her mind racing. But we know this isn't a real plague, right? It's targeted blood magic. Someone is deliberately attacking them. Try and make it look like we're the source of some contagious disease. Zephyra nodded, eyes half-lidded as she sat with her legs crossed, looking at nothing in particular. That's the conclusion I've come to as well. But the question is why? Clearly, there is some form of intention to this. But I can't tell what they gain from a quarantine. Melissa chewed on her lip, her brow furrowed in thought. Well, if you wanted to do something shady, something you didn't want anyone to see, wouldn't it be convenient to have a whole group of people locked away, unable to interfere? Zephyra's eyes widened, a flicker of realization crossing her face. You think this is a distraction, a way to keep the Nim off the streets while they carry out some other plan? Zephyra looked genuinely impressed with that assessment. Melissa shrugged. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. But what that plan might be, I have no idea. I mean, sure, they got him off the streets, but everyone else will still be out to see whatever happens. They sat in silence for a moment, both lost in their own thoughts. Melissa watched as Hazel tackled Margaret to the ground, both of them dissolving into a fit of laughter. Well, I should add, there is one bright spot in all of this, Zephyra said suddenly, breaking Melissa out of her thoughts. The court sorceress had the smile of someone who had just done something recently they were proud of. I managed to convince the king to grant you special permission to move freely through the streets. Melissa's brows shot up. What? You did? She nodded. Indeed. Specifically, to heal the afflicted, one by one, until this crisis is resolved. Melissa blinked, surprise and gratitude welling up in her chest. Zephyra's proud smile turned into a proud grin, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Of course, I couldn't very well let my new star pupil be locked away now, could I? Besides, if anyone can help me get to the bottom of this, it's you, seeing as you're likely these people's main target and all. Right? Besides that, Zephyra continued, whatever these people's plan is, they will now be forced to act. You going around healing people means their little quarantine now has a termination date. Melissa felt a grin spreading across her face. Wow, thank you. Zephyra waved a hand dismissively. Think nothing of it. The way I see it, we're in this together, you and I. With your help, I'm thinking I'll unravel this mystery, expose the true culprits, teach you a few more spells, and, once our 2 weeks are done, head back out on the road. Huh. Melissa was very surprised to hear that. You already want to leave? You just got here. What can I say? Zephyra smiled, going from one village to another, fighting Darien skirmishers. and spending my nights with a warm kitsune spoon is just far too enjoyable a lifestyle to pass up. Fair enough. Melissa stood up, stretching her arms above her head. Well, all right. But first, I need to start making the rounds, healing as many Nim as I can. That's what you want to focus on? Zephyra asked. We could do a little reconnaissance beforehand. Well, Melissa began to explain, judging by the rate at which Nim are getting sick, they must not have too many people in on the plan. If I can heal Nim faster than they can get them sick, I might be able to prove this ISNTA plague at all. I feel like that would be a win in itself. Plus, as much as I want to take the people responsible for this down, I'd like it if I could save as many people as possible at the same time, you know? The court's sorceress nodded slowly. Her amethyst eyes had remained locked on Melissa, hanging on every word. Melissa wasn't too sure what to think of this feeling. The way it felt like Zephyra was always studying her, analyzing her. But it seemed like she didn't mind what she heard. Zephyr stood as well. That is not a bad plan at all. As Melissa and Zephyra wrapped up their discussion, Margaret made her way over. Ever the gracious host. Can I offer you something to eat or drink, Lady Vertel? She asked, her smile warm and inviting. Some tea, some refreshments? Instantly, Zephyra's attitude shifted slightly. Zephyra's eyes sparkled with mischief as she ran them over Margaret's form. Her gaze lingering just a bit too long to be entirely proper. Why, Lady Blackflame, your lovely smile is nourishment enough. Thank you, Melissa nearly choked on her own spit, her eyes bugging out of her head. Did she just hit on my mom, right in front of me? I mean, I know Margaret's a total knockout, but damn. But Margaret just laughed, a pretty blush staining her cheeks. Oh, you flatterer. I suppose a powerful sorceress like you has more options than anything I have here, but if you'd like anything, please let me know. Zephyr grinned, leaning in close. She gently pulled Margaret closer and whispered something in Margaret's ear. Melissa didn't hear it, but whatever she said made Margaret's blush deep into a shade of purple Melissa had never seen before. Melissa cleared her throat loudly, trying to break up the weird sexual tension that had suddenly permeated the garden. So, Zephyra, what is your plan while I'm out there playing magical doctor? Zephyra straightened up, her expression turning serious once more, though she still had a smirk on her face. I'll be conducting my own research, trying to dig up any leads on who might be behind this plot. I have a few contacts in the city who might be able to shed some light on the situation. And, she added, I'll compile a list of sick Nim and where they live for you. Please do. Zephyra turned to Margaret, giving her a final, seductive smile. Could I come over again one of these days? I would like to taste your tea one of these days. Margaret giggled like a schoolgirl, nodding enthusiastically. Yes. I look forward to it, Lady Vertel. With a final wink, Zephyra turned to leave, her hips swaying in a way that was definitely deliberate. Melissa shook her head. Wow. Pushing her legs forward, Melissa followed Zephyra out of the garden, trying not to think too hard about what Zephyra tasting Margaret's tea might look like. As they approached the front door, Jalen came barreling through, nearly crashing into Zephyra in her haste. She'd been heading to her side of the manor. Oh, Lady Vertel, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. Jalen stammered, dropping into a hasty bow. But Zephyra barely spared her glance, sweeping past the flustered girl without so much as a nod of acknowledgement. Melissa winced, seeing the hurt and anger that flashed across Jalen's face. Ouch, that S got a sting. I know Zephyra S got a lot on her mind, but would it kill her to show a little common courtesy? But on the other hand, massive bitch and all that, so, yeah. Jalen straightened up, her jaw clenched tight. Right? Well, I'll just be going then, she gritted out before storming off in the opposite direction. Melissa sighed. Mun, I really would like to smooth things over with her. I don't like living with someone who just hates me like that. She pushed the matter out of her mind, however. For now, though, I should probably just do some more research. If I'm going to be dealing with blood magic so often, I'll want my own blood magic skills to be on point. Chapter 131. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 17 Armia, the following day. Armia groaned as the first rays of sunlight peeked through her curtains, dragging her reluctantly from the warm embrace of sleep. She buried her face in her pillow, trying to block out the persistent chirping of the birds outside her window. Ugh, why do they have to be so cheerful in the morning? It's unnatural. But as much as she wanted to stay cocooned in her blankets, Armia knew she couldn't afford a lazeabout. She had training to do, skills to hone, a future to secure. With a sigh, she heaved herself out of bed, wincing as her bare feet hit the cold floor. She padded over to her door, intending to grab a robe from a hook when something caught her eye. A letter, lying innocently on the floor, as if it had been slipped under her door in the night. Armia frowned, bending down to pick it up. The paper was thick and heavy, the kind used by those with money to burn. Her name was written on the front in an elegant, flowing script that practically screamed nobility. What in the world? Curiosity piqued. She tore open the envelope, her eyes scanning the contents quickly. Lady Armia, the letter began, and she could practically hear the oily smarm dripping from the page. I hope this missive finds you well. I write to extend an invitation to a gathering of esteemed individuals. A chance for you to mingle with the cream of Sayak society. Armia's eyebrows climbed higher with each word, her lips twisting into a grimace. Neil, of course. The rest of the letter went on to extol the virtues of the party, the important people who would be attending, the opportunities for networking and advancement. But Armia could read between the lines. This was Neil's way of showing her what she could have, if she accepted his proposal. The glittering world of the nobility, the chance to rub elbows with the rich and powerful. All she had to do was say yes. It could all be hers. Armia sighed, running a hand through her sleep-tousled, white hair. Damn him. Damn him and his stupid, tempting offers. Part of her wanted to say no. In the event that she ended up declining his offer, this would basically just amount to leading him on, and that wasn't fair to the man. It was fair to give him false hope when she was still so unsure about what she wanted. But at the same time, the lure of that life, the one she dreamed of for so long, was hard to resist. To be accepted, respected, seen as something more than just a brutish Darien. To finally have a place in this city, where she felt like an outsider all her life despite having never even set foot outside of Sayaks. That mentality had her going, maybe it wouldn't hurt to go just this once, to see what it's like. It doesn't mean I then have to marry the guy, right? It's just a party, she reasoned, chewing on her lower lip. It doesn't have to mean anything. And it would be a good opportunity to make some connections, to keep building a network among the nobility. She wavered, indecision warring in her chest. But in the end, the lure of a chance to live out her fantasies, even just for a night, was too strong to resist. With a sigh, Armia reached for a quill and parchment, beginning to draft a response. To General Neil, she wrote, her hand only shaking slightly. I would be honored to attend the soiree as your guest. Thank you for thinking of me and for extending such a generous invitation. She paused, tapping the quill against her chin. Should I say something about the proposal? Make it clear that this doesn't change my answer? But the words wouldn't come. Somehow, putting in writing felt too final, too absolute. Like she was closing a door she wasn't quite ready to shut. I'll talk to him at the party, she decided, skipping ahead to the next line. Make sure he understands that this is just a social engagement, nothing more. As she was about to sign her name, a final line caught her eye, making her heart skip a beat. P.S. You are welcome to bring a guest of your own, if you so desire. Armia blinked, her mind immediately racing with possibilities. A guest? Who would I even bring? It's not like I have a wide circle of noble friends to choose from. But even as the thought crossed her mind, a flash of someone came to mind. Right. Even if she's not a noble, they for sure wouldn't mind seeing her next to me. Especially with her role in the gala. Mind made up, Armia added a final line to her letter. I will be bringing a guest, a dear friend of mine. I hope that one be an inconvenience. With a flourish of her quill, she signed her name, sealing the letter with a blob of golden wax. There. Done. No turning back now. She leaned back in her chair, a mix of excitement and trepidation swirling in her gut. A real noble party. Another one, like the gala, with real noble guests. And me, army at dusk scale, right in the middle of it all. It was everything she'd ever wanted, the culmination of all her dreams and aspirations. So why did it feel like she was about to step into a den of hungry wolves, armed with nothing but a smile and a pretty dress? Stop it, she chided herself, shaking off the unease. This is a chance, a moment to shine. Don't let your nerves ruin it before it even begins. With a determined nod, Armia rose from her desk, the invitation clutched tight in her hand. Jalen's sweat dripped down Jalen's brow as she pushed herself through another grueling set of drills. Her muscles burned, her breath coming in sharp gasps, but she refused to stop. Just one more repetition, she told herself, gritting her teeth against the fatigue. One more, and then I'll be better than her. Her, Melissa, the golden child, the prodigy, the one who always seemed to effortlessly outshine Jalen at every turn. Not this time, Jalen vowed, her movements growing sharper, more forceful. This time, I'll be the one leaving her in the dust. She was so focused on her training, so lost in the rhythm of her own body, that she didn't even notice Margaret approaching until it was too late. One misplaced step, one errant burst of magic, and suddenly the older Nim was tumbling to the ground. The tray of refreshments she'd been carrying scattering across the grass. Oh shit, Jalen yelped, her exhaustion forgotten as she rushed to Margaret's side. Shit, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. Margaret blinked up at her, a dazed expression on her face. There was a smear of dirt on her cheek. A leaf tangled in her hair, and Jalen felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to reach out and brush it away. What the hell? She thought, instantly catching herself, her heart doing a weird little flip in her chest. But even as she did, Jalen found herself kneeling down, her hands gentle as she helped Margaret sit up. Are you okay? She asked, her voice uncharacteristically soft. Did you hit your head, or anything? Margaret shook her head, a rueful smile tugging at her lips. No, I'm fine. Just a little bruised, both in body and ego, I suppose. I should have known better than to sneak up on you during training. Jalen felt a flush of guilt, though she quickly shoved it away. Still, she said, no, it's my fault. I should have been paying more attention. I got a little carried away. Margaret's smile turned understanding, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Ah, the passion of youth. I remember those days well. Pushing yourself to the brink, always striving to be better, faster, stronger. Though in my case it was learning how to cook. Not all that She reached out, patting Jalen's hand in a gesture that was distinctly maternal. But you know, dear, there's more to life than just being the best. Sometimes it's okay to take a break, to enjoy the moment, to let yourself be, well, yourself. Jalen stared at her, something unfamiliar stirring in her chest. It wasn't quite affection, but it wasn't the usual disdain she felt for the Black Flame matriarch either. Huh, maybe the old broad isn't as empty-headed as I thought. At least she's got that going for her. Realizing she was still clutching Margaret's hand, Jalen hastily let go, clearing her throat and scrambling to her feet. Yeah, well, I'll keep that in mind. But for now, I should probably get back to it. Those spell parries practice themselves. She offered Margaret a hand, surprised by the tingle that ran up her arm when the Nim grasped it, allowing Jalen to pull her upright. For a moment, they stood there, hands clasped, eyes locked. Jalen felt her heart skip a beat, her breath catching in her throat. Panicked, Jalen dropped Margaret's hand like it was on fire, taking a hasty step back. Right? So, I'm gonna go do that. The practicing thing. Yeah. She spun on her heel, marching stiffly back to her training spot. But even as she tried to lose herself in the familiar motions, she couldn't quite shake the feeling of Margaret's eyes on her back. Damn it, Jalen, get it together. But even as she doubled her efforts, pushing herself harder than ever, Jalen couldn't quite banish the image of Margaret's smile from her mind. Chapter 132. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 18. Armia watched as Isabella raised a perfectly sculpted brow, her emerald eyes sparkling with curiosity. A party? She leaned back in her chair and crossing those long, slender legs. Smirking up at Armia, she put her head on her hand. And here I thought you only liked having me around when you could throw fireballs at me. Armia huffed. Don't flatter yourself. It's not like I'm asking you out on a date or anything. Aren't you? Isabella teased, a mischievous grin tugging on those plump, glossy lips. Inviting me to a fancy party? One Melissa, one T, even be around for. People might start to talk, you know? Rolling her golden eyes, Armia sighed. Look, it's not like that, okay? General Neil proposed to me, and he invited me to this party to give me a taste of the high life or whatever. I need someone to go with, and I thought you were the woman for the job. Wait, hold on. Isabella's eyes widened, her interest peaked. Multiple questions. Question 1. Someone proposed to you? Yes, and to be honest, I really don't want to dive into that matter with you, so are you coming? Isabella tapped a perfectly manicured finger against her chin. Armia could tell her mind was whirring with the possibilities. Sure, she probably didn't particularly care about Armia's love life or her potential future as a noblewoman, but a fancy party? With all those rich, influential people in attendance? Armia knew it was the perfect opportunity to promote her new wand and maybe even secure some investors. All right, question 2. Why are you inviting me to this? Isabella tilted her head. Isn't there a better, purple, red-eyed, incredibly sexy option that you're forgetting? Or even Ms. Woman of Mystery herself, right over there? Isabella nodded at Raven, the living statue over at the front of the class. Why not them? Why me? Well, first off, no, I did not forget Melissa, Armia's side. I figure it would be better to have you come along, though. Given that part of the point is to network. As much as I like her, having a Nim come with me feels like it would hurt more than a D help. So, Armia shrugged. Yes, it was between you and Raven. And, I mean, come on. This isn't exactly the sort of thing Raven likes, so Armia shrugged. I see. Isabella nodded slowly. So, Armia continued. Are you coming or not? Isabella uncrossed her legs and leaned forward. As Isabella stared Armia down, Armia looked away. She didn't have the biggest tits in the world or anything like that, but somehow, just looking into her eyes made Armia feel her heart race. Armia blushed under her skirt. Finally, Isabella said, Of course, I'm coming. I'd be stupid not to take you up on this. I just want to know why me is all. Armia's eyes involuntarily drifted down to Isabella's thighs, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson before she quickly looked away. Armia clenched her hands into fists. She couldn't deny that certain thoughts about Isabella had flickered through Armia's mind more than once recently. Whatever, Armia muttered, trying to ignore the way her heart was suddenly racing in her chest and trying desperately not to blush right here in the middle of the classroom. Just don't embarrass me, okay? Me? Embarrass you? Isabella gasped, placing a hand over her heart in mock offense. Never. What you should really be worried about is that I'll make sure everyone at that party is so focused on me, they won't even remember you're there. Armia scowled, but she couldn't deny the tiny thrill that ran through her at the thought of walking into the party with a girl like Isabella on her arm. The kitsune was infuriating, yes, but she was also undeniably hot, with her lush curves and that wicked gleam in her eye that promised all sorts of delicious trouble. What would it feel like to be that close to her? No, focus. Focus, Armia, focus. Fine, Armia said, her voice a little rougher than she intended. But you better behave yourself, Isabella. I mean it. Oh, I always behave myself. Darling, Isabella purred, her lips curving into a sinful smirk. Just make sure your Darien blood doesn't get the better of you. I fear you might push me down and spread my legs right in front of everyone the moment you see me in a dress. Just be ready by 8, Armia muttered, turning on her heel and heading back to her seat before Isabella could see the way her legs were shaking. Melissa sat at the desk in her room. her eyes scanning the weathered pages of the blood magic tome before her. The musty scent of the ancient leather binding filled her nostrils as she pored over the intricate diagrams and cryptic incantations, continuing to unravel the secrets of this forbidden art. She glanced at the notes scattered across her desk, a frown creasing her brow. Blood magic and life magic were, of course, two sides of the same coin, both manipulating the very essence of vitality. But where life magic sought to nurture and heal, blood magic seemed to draw its power from sacrifice and pain. And yet, Melissa had twisted both forms. She made them work together to form a spell that had already saved multiple lives. Sighing, Melissa let her head drop. Why does it feel so natural to me? Melissa wondered, her fingers tracing the faded crimson ink on the page. I mean, is it really just a coincidence that it seems like I have a blood magic affinity? A sudden voice broke through her concentration. Hard at work, I see. Melissa startled, her heart leaping in her throat as she spun around to see Javver leaning against the doorframe, a smirk playing on her lips. Javver, I didn't hear you come in. You were rather engrossed in your studies, Javver chuckled, pushing off the doorframe and sauntering into the room. She perched on the edge of Melissa's bed, her long, toned legs crossing at the ankles. Find anything interesting? Melissa swallowed hard, trying to ignore the way her pulse quickened at the sight of her mentor lounging on her bed. Ever since the gala, when they almost kissed, the air between them had been charged. Just trying to understand the differences between blood magic and life magic, Melissa said, turning back to her notes to hide the flush creeping up her neck. I'm trying to find out why it is that blood magic gets its power from darker sources. Javver hummed thoughtfully, her fingers idly toying with the silken bedspread. Some do say that magic in its entirety is never light nor dark, in their opinion, Javver said, rising from the bed and moving to stand behind Melissa. Her breath was warm against Melissa's ear as she leaned over her shoulder, her fingers brushing against the pages of the tome. It's how people choose to wield it that attaches those stigmas. Melissa shivered, acutely aware of the heat of Javver's south body so close to her own. She could smell the faint, spicy scent of her perfume, could feel the whisper of her hair against her cheek. This passage here, Javver said, reaching over Melissa's shoulder to point at a particular section of text. It talks about using blood magic to make bodies more vulnerable to disease. You managed to twist a spell like this into a healing spell. Can't you do something with this? Maybe, she said, her voice slightly breathless. Though, I've been focusing on more general healing spells so far. Javver hummed thoughtfully, her breath tickling the back of Melissa's neck. What about the Nim quarantine? Any news? Javver sighed, running a hand through her sunlight-colored hair. Well, the curse has stopped spreading. So, clearly, if your theory's right, whoever's doing this got what they wanted. Nim are off the streets. To what end, though? I don't know. She felt a flush of pride at Javver's words, quickly followed by a twinge of guilt. Here she was obsessing over blood magic while her people suffered. I'm heading out to heal more of the afflicted this afternoon, she said, half to herself and half to Javver. Just don't push yourself too hard. Javver cautioned. We need you at your best. Suddenly, Javver was behind her, peering over her shoulder at the open tome. Melissa froze, acutely aware of the heat radiating from Javver's body, so close to hers. The air between them felt charged, thick with unspoken tension. Melissa's mind flashed back to the gala, to that moment when they almost kissed. Her body thrummed with a familiar heat, her Nim nature responding to Javver's closeness. Javver, a knock at the door interrupted her. Margaret's voice drifted through the wood. Melissa, dear? Javver? Do you want to lunch now or later? The spell was broken. Javver stepped back, clearing her throat. I should go. You have your studies, and I have my own research to attend to. Melissa nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She watched as Javver strode to the door, pausing for a moment with her hand on the knob. Be careful with blood magic, Melissa, she said softly, her back to her. It has a way of changing people. Why, yeah, I get it. With that, She was gone, leaving Melissa alone with her racing thoughts and the persistent ache between her thighs. She slumped in her chair, her tail curling around her leg as she tried to regain her composure. She was flushed and trembling, just from having Javert standing there. Chapter 133. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 19. Melissa shifted from foot to foot as she waited for someone to answer the door. Zephyrus stood beside her, arms crossed, a slight smirk on her lips. As Melissa had agreed to do previously, she and Zephyr were now here to get the latter a wand. She said she did want to get one to try herself, and Melissa thought that was a great idea. Firstly, it was probably a great idea to get the court sorceress's educated take on a magical piece of equipment like Isabella's wands. And second, it would probably do wonders for promoting the thing to have Zephyr own one. Don't ever say I'm not thinking about you, Izzy, Melissa thought with a smirk. Anyway, I hope she is home. And decent. Please, for the love of all that is holy, be decent. The door swung open. Kimiko stood there, resplendent in a silk robe that clung to her curves. Her fluffy tail swayed behind her as she looked Melissa up and down, before turning her eye over to Zephyr. Melissa's jaw dropped. Not because of Kimiko. She was used to the kitsune's effortless sensuality by now. No, what shocked her was Zephyr's reaction. As she went to introduce them, the court sorceress's eyes widened. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. For once, the cool, composed woman seemed at a loss for words. Kimiko was faring much better. Her emerald eyes raked over Zephyr's form, lingering on the curve of her hips, the swell of her breasts. Melissa was fairly certain she registered a twitch under Kimiko's robe, but maybe it was just her imagination. Oh my God, Melissa thought. I can practically see the hearts floating in the air. I thought this was my harem ice guy. She had to stifle a giggle. Ahem, Melissa cleared her throat. Ms. Summer, this is Zephyr Vortel, the court sorceress. Zephyr, this is Kimiko Summer, my friend Isabella's mother. Charmed, Zephyr purred, extending a hand. Kimiko took it, but instead of shaking, she raised it to her lips, pressed a soft kiss to Zephyr's knuckles. The pleasure is all mine, Kimiko murmured. Zephyr's brows shot to the sky. Jesus Christ, it's like I'm watching two sex goddesses sizing each other up. They're legit having a milf-off. We're here to see Isabella about the wands, Melissa stated, arms crossed. Right? She asked Zephyr. Kimiko and Melissa both waited for Zephyr to speak up. Zephyr didn't say anything, still smiling like an idiot. Kimiko didn't say anything either. Melissa cleared her throat. We're here to see Isabella. Melissa finally said, louder this time. About the wands? Right? Zephyr snapped out of it. Yes, the wands. I'd love to see them. Oh, Kimiko blinked, as if suddenly remembering herself. Of course, darling. Come in. She ushered them inside, her hand lingering on the small of Zephyr's back as she guided them to the living room. Isabella was sprawled on the couch, nose buried in a book. She was wearing an outfit that reminded Melissa of her school uniform, with a collared shirt and a skirt. She looked up as they entered, her emerald eyes widening at the sight of Zephyr. Mel, you didn't tell me you were bringing company, she said, scrambling to her feet. Her shirt rode up, exposing a tempting slice of her midriff. Melissa's mouth went dry. She wanted to lick her. Focus, damn it. Sorry for the surprise, Melissa said. Zephyr wanted to meet the brilliant minds behind the wands. And, well, I did promise to ask about getting her one. Did you now? Isabella's grin was positively feral. Well, I'm sure we can work something out. Melissa plopped down on the couch, her purple skin a stark contrast against the cream-colored fabric. Zephyr settled beside her, crossing her legs primly. Isabella, being Isabella, wasted no time. She sauntered over, a mischievous glint in her eye, and promptly deposited herself in Melissa's lap. Oh God, Melissa thought, her hands automatically settling on Isabella's hips. Don't lose composure. Do not lose composure. This is a normal, routine visit. The time for that will come later. Well, that is hardly fair, Zephyr pouted, her lower lip jutting out in an exaggerated fashion. When do I get a cute fox to sit on my lap? Kimiko's laugh was like bells. Patience, dear. Good things come to those who wait. She bustled about, pouring tea into delicate cups. As she handed one to Zephyra, their fingers brushed, lingered against each other. Jesus. The sexual tension in here is thicker than Armia's thighs. Melissa mused, trying not to squirm, as Isabella shifted in her lap. So, Isabella purred, her tail brushing against Melissa's arm. What do you think of our little invention, Zephyra? I have yet to see too much, but what I've seen was intriguing. Zephyr replied, her eyes never leaving Kimiko. I'd love to see in action. The way she said action made Melissa's cheeks flush. Isabella glanced between Zephyra and her mother, then back at Melissa. A slow grin spread across her face. Hey, Mel, she said suddenly. Want to go for a walk? I've got some stuff to tell you. Thank the gods, Melissa thought. Any longer in here, and I might spontaneously combust. Sure, she squeaked, praying her voice didn't betray her relief. As they stepped outside, the cool air was a blessing on Melissa's heated skin. Isabella linked their arms, her warmth a constant reminder of their closeness. So, Isabella began, her tone casual. Too casual. Our Darien friend invited me to a party. Melissa nearly tripped over her own feet. Wait, what? Arnya? Our Armia? Isabella laughed. The very same. Apparently, some general proposed to her, and now she's invited to this fancy shindig. She asked me to come along. Huh, didn't see that coming. That's unexpected, Melissa said slowly. But hey, great opportunity to show off your wand, right? Exactly. Isabella beamed. Then, her expression sobered slightly. Hey, is it okay for you to be out like this? With the quarantine and all? Melissa waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. Zephyra pulled some strings, made me an exception. Besides, she leaned in conspiratorially. I think I'm already close to cracking this whole thing wide open. Indeed, she'd been thinking of several possibilities and was now narrowing them down. She could only hope she'd succeed before the shadow mages responsible for this did whatever they had in mind. Isabella's eyes lit up. Really? That's impressive. She pressed closer, her lips brushing Melissa's ear. When you do, I'll be there to celebrate with you. The way she said celebrate sent shivers down Melissa's spine. They chatted a bit more as they circled back to the house. Isabella told her about some of her latest experiments with the wand, and Melissa shared some of her theories about the Nim illness. As they approached the front door, however, they both froze. The sound coming from inside were unmistakable. A sudden crash, something heavy toppling over. A startled yelp that was definitely Zephyra's. Melissa's jaw dropped. Isabella's ears twitched as a grin tugged at her lips. Holy shit, Melissa thought. Already? They just met. Well, Isabella said, her voice husky. Seems like they're having fun. She turned to Melissa, her emerald eyes dark with desire. What do you say we go up to my room? I can show you some of my newer inventions. Melissa swallowed hard. Her mouth was suddenly very dry, and, as Isabella's hand slid into hers, as her tail brushed teasingly against Melissa's thigh, that rational part of her brain grew very, very quiet. Yeah, Melissa heard herself say. Yeah, let us do that. They raced up the stairs, giggling like schoolgirls. The moment Isabella's bedroom door closed behind them, Melissa found herself pinned against it. Isabella's lips crashed into hers, hungry and demanding. Melissa moaned, opening her mouth to deepen the kiss. Oh fuck, she thought as Isabella's hands roamed her body. So much fucking blood magic these past few days. I need this. Isabella broke the kiss, panting. Her emerald eyes were intense. I've been looking forward to this all day, she said firmly. She guided Melissa toward the bed. Melissa went willingly, her heart pounding in her chest. As she sat back onto the mattress, Isabella leaned close over her. The kitsune's outfit shifted slightly. revealing her arousal straining against her panties. Melissa's body tensed in anticipation. Isabella's hands found the hem of Melissa's shirt, pushing it up to expose her skin. She leaned down, pressing hot, open-mouthed kisses along Melissa's collarbone. "God, you're beautiful," Isabella murmured against her skin. Melissa arched into her touch, desperate for more. Her tail wrapped around Isabella's thigh, pulling her closer. The thin layers of fabric between them were the only thing keeping them apart. Melissa moved her hips up, pressing closer. "Please," she whimpered. "Izzy, please." Isabella grinned, wicked and wild. "As you wish." She reached between them, pushing Melissa's skirt up around her waist. Her fingers found the fabric of Melissa's underwear, moving it aside. Then in one smooth motion, Isabella moved closer. Melissa cried out, overwhelmed by the sensation of the sudden closeness. Isabella paused, giving her a moment. "You okay?" she asked, concern flickering in her eyes, though she still had her usual smirk. Melissa nodded, unable to form words. Isabella took the hint and leaned in closer, setting a steady rhythm that had Melissa seeing stars. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," Melissa thought, her mind a haze of pleasure. Why did we wait so long to do this? Their bodies moved together, finding a perfect sync. Isabella moved in a way that sent waves of ecstasy through Melissa's body. "Fuck, Mel." Isabella breathed heavily. "You feel so good." Melissa wrapped her arms around Isabella's waist, pulling her closer. "Don't stop," she said softly. "Please don't stop." Isabella held her tightly. "Let yourself go, Mel," she whispered. "I want to feel you with me." That was all it took. A wave of pleasure washed over Melissa, consuming her entire being. She cried out Isabella's name, her body shaking with the intensity of it. Isabella followed moments later, holding her close as the moment peaked. Melissa could feel her trembling, filling her with warmth. They collapsed together, a tangle of limbs and sweat-slicked skin. Isabella pressed soft kisses to Melissa's face, murmuring words of affection. As they lay there, catching their breath, Melissa couldn't help but grin. Isabella did the same. "I don't think Mommy is done yet," Isabella said, eyes still half-lidded with lingering excitement. "Ready for another round?" Melissa nodded. Chapter 134. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 20. Raven stood before the mirror, adjusting her dark cloak one final time. Her gray eyes, sharp and alert, scanned her reflection critically. Perfect. Not a hair out of place. Her gaze drifted to Melissa's empty bed on its own. The sheets were still rumpled, and there was a single forgotten book lying open on the pillow. One more week, Raven thought. Her chest tightened unexpectedly. You do not miss her. You are fine. You can do this. One more week before Melissa's South training with the court sorceress was complete. One more week before she'd be back, and things wouldn't be so damn quiet around here. Raven's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. She shook her head, banishing the thoughts. No time for that now. With one last glance at her reflection, Raven stepped out into the hallway. Javver was there, leaning against the wall. Her sunlight-colored hair gleamed in the dim light. "Ready?" Javver asked, straightening up. Raven nodded. "Let's go." They made their way through the academy's winding corridors, their footsteps echoing in the silence until they emerged at the gates. The night air was crisp against Raven's skin as they stepped outside. Sayok streets were eerily quiet. Spirit crystal lampposts cast pools of soft blue light, barely barrado the thick darkness between them. A pair of guards passed by, nodding respectfully to Javver. She returned the gesture with a tight smile. "Beautiful night," Javver commented, her voice low. "MHM." Raven grunted in response. Javver chuckled. "Still not much for conversation, I see." They walked in silence for a while. Raven's eyes constantly scanned their surroundings. Old habits dying hard. "So," Javver said, breaking the quiet, looking forward to having Melissa back. Raven's step faltered for a microsecond. If Javver noticed, she didn't comment. Quickly, Raven regained her composure, though, if it was even evident that she'd lost it. "It's been quiet," Raven admitted, Javer's knowing smile made Raven's skin prickle. I'm sure it has. Huh. Hard to get that girl to stop talking when she's spotted something she's interested in. But once she leaves the room, I feel you tend to realize you didn't team-mine it actually, you know? Yeah. They rounded a corner, approaching a dilapidated building. Paint peeled from its walls, windows boarded up haphazardly. Raven looked around. As usual, no guards in this part of town. Some have no doubt been paid to mind their own business. Some just don't patrol this area as much. This is it? Javer asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Raven nodded. According to my intel, yes. Javer's eyes darted around, ensuring no guards were nearby. Let us move. They slipped inside, the door creaking ominously behind them. Raven's hand went to the dagger at her hip, muscles coiled and ready for action. Her eyes adjusted quickly to the gloom. Empty. No furniture. No signs of life. Just bare walls and dust-covered floors. What the hell? Javer muttered, moving further into the room. Raven's brow furrowed. This doesn't make sense. In an instant, Raven recalled the maps she'd been given, highlighting various shadow mage hideouts throughout the city. This place was among them. I was certain. She trailed off, moving to examine the far wall. Her fingers traced the rough surface, searching for any hidden mechanisms. Nothing. Could your information have been wrong? Javer asked, her tone carefully neutral. Raven's jaw clenched. It's possible. They could have fed me false info on purpose. But it's unlikely. She turned, meeting Javer's gaze. I don't know. Something's not right here. Javer nodded, her expression grim. I agree. This feels like a sound, like a magical hissing. Made them both stop. Both women tensed, eyes snapping to the ceiling. Trap, Raven finished, her voice barely audible. Javer's hands were already moving, tracing complex patterns in the air. Ventus spirare defendera, she whispered. A shimmering barrier of wind sprang up around them, just as the ceiling exploded inward. Dark-robed figures dropped into the room, their faces hidden behind featureless masks. There you are. Raven's dagger was in her hand in an instant. She lunged forward, the blade finding a gap in one mage's robes. The figure crumpled with a strangled cry. Javer's magic crackled through the air, bolts of lightning arcing between the attackers. But there were too many. For everyone they took down, two more seemed to appear. We need to get out of here, Javer shouted, her back pressed against Raven's. Raven nodded, her breath coming in short gasps. The window. On 3. 1. A fireball whizzed past Raven's ear, singeing her hair. 2. Javer's barrier flickered, weakening under the constant assault. 3. They dove for the boarded-up window, Javer's magic blasting it open just before they hit. They tumbled into the street, glass and splinters raining down around them. Raven was on her feet in an instant, pulling Javer up. Run, she hissed. They sprinted through the dark streets. Both Raven and Javer were quick, agile individuals. The shadow mages behind them were not. It didn't take much to lose them. Soon, the sounds of pursuit faded behind them. Perhaps subconsciously, they ended up back at the academy. Only when they reached the academy gates did they slow, both panting heavily. Javer leaned against the wall, her face pale in the moonlight. Well, she gasped. That could have gone better. Raven's lips twitched in what might have been a smirk. Understatement. It's likely they figured out the pattern we were following. They must have guessed we'd be coming to this place next and set up a trap. Ugh, Javer sighed. Wish they'd make it easy for us. They were going to figure it out at some point. Raven shrugged. But it's fine. I can think of a few other ways to fight these people. Margaret's eyes fluttered open, Dawn's first light peeking through the curtains like a nosy neighbor. She stretched. Her massive tits threatened to burst free from her nightshirt, the fabric straining heroically against the onslaught. Her body pleasantly sore from the night's activities. Well, if there is one good thing to come from this quarantine, it's that my dear husband has more time to make sure his needy wife is taking care of small victories, I suppose. Beside her, Melistaire snored. His purple skin glistened, the sheets barely preserving his modesty. Margaret smirked, lingering for a moment on the warm comfort of the bed. "Focus, Margaret," she scolded herself. "Coffee first, then you can take care of him later." She slipped out of bed, donning a little nightgown. For some reason, Javert, Melister, even Melissa tended to keep their eyes fixed on her when she wore this. She liked it. Oh, Margaret thought, as a chill passed her by, carried by the frosty morning air. "Cold day, huh?" Her nipples perked up. Now, downstairs, Margaret hummed to herself. In the kitchen, she played the role of a barista, as Melissa would sometimes call her throughout the years. Strong and black coffee for Melister. Sweet and creamy for Javert. For herself, a perfect balance. Sigh, what would these two horny beasts do without me? She thought, smiling to herself. A noise outside caught her attention. Margaret frowned, peeking out the window like a curious cat. There was Jalen, bathed in dawn-esque glow, practicing spell parries with an admirable amount of dedication. Margaret's brow furrowed. How long had the poor dear been out there? Concern mom mode activated. Margaret whipped up another coffee, adding cream and sugar. Just how Jalen liked it, though she'd rather eat dirt than admit it. Javert had ratted her out. Margaret stepped outside, dewy grass tickling her toes. "Jalen?" she called, voice soft. The girl stiffened like she'd been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. She turned, eyes narrowing. "What do you want?" Jalen snapped, but her gaze betrayed her, dropping to Margaret's cleavage before darting away, cheeks aflame. Margaret, bless her oblivious heart, held out the mug. "Thought you could use this. Been out here a while." "HM?" Jalen's jaw clenched. For a moment, Margaret thought she might hiss and scurry away. But then, sighing like Margaret had asked her to give up her firstborn, Jalen took the coffee. "Thanks," she mumbled, suddenly fascinated by the grass. Margaret beamed. "You're welcome, sweetie. Don't work too hard, okay?" Jalen grunted, already turning back to her practice. As Margaret sashayed away, she felt Jalen's eyes on her. Hopefully, she appreciated that. Such a diligent student, Margaret thought, smiling. Always so focused. She paused at the door, glancing back. "There's more inside if you want." "You're always welcome, Jalen. Our home is your home." Literally. The girl's face turned redder than a ripe tomato. But she nodded, a tiny dip of her head. It was progress. Slow as molasses, but progress nonetheless. Margaret re-entered the house, warmth hugging her like an old friend. Upstairs, someone stirred. Melister or Javert. No doubt summoned by coffee's siren call. As she poured 2 more mugs, Margaret's mind wandered. To Melister's strong hands. Javert's clever tongue. The way Jalen's eyes had lingered, probably admiring her motherly charm. Obviously. Chapter 135. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 21. Zephyra twirled the wand between her fingers, marveling at its sleek design. The soft glow of the spirit crystal at its tip pulsed gently, almost in sync with her heartbeat. Clever little thing, she thought, a smirk tugging at her lips. Her eyes drifted to the desk, landing on a small, folded note. Kimiko's elegant handwriting peeked out from a corner. "Come back soon. I have more to demonstrate." Zephyra's cheeks flushed, her body tingling at the memory of Kimiko's hands, her mouth, her impressive anatomy. "Focus, damn it," she scolded herself. "You're the court's sorceress, not some lovesick schoolgirl." But even as she thought it, Zephyra knew she'd be back. That woman was exactly Zephyr's type, and by the gods, her stroke was just right. With a sigh, she set the wand down and turned her attention to the stack of reports on her desk. The NIM quarantine. Right. Her brow furrowed as she scanned the latest figures. 0. The number of newly cursed NIM had dropped to 0. On the surface, it seemed like good news. But Zephyr knew better. Well, the shadow mages got what they wanted, she realized, a chill running down her spine. The NIM are off the streets. But to what end? What was their endgame? Zephyra paced the room, her mind whirling with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. "Think, damn it," she muttered, running a hand through her raven hair. The Shadow Mages had effectively segregated an entire race, isolated them from the rest of Sayuk's population. But why? What do they possibly gain from that? Little did she know, the Shadow Mage's plans were far simpler than she believed. Melissa's eyes fluttered open, the soft morning light filtering through her curtains. She stretched languidly, her purple skin glistening in the golden rays. Another day, she thought, her tail curling lazily around her thigh. Another chance to make a difference. She rolled over, reaching for the newspaper that had been slipped under her door. It was a habit Shadi picked up from Javver. Stay informed, stay ahead. The headline made her blood run cold. Entire Nim family found dead in quarantined house. Melissa shot up, suddenly wide awake. Her red eyes scanned the article, devouring every word. A family of 5. All dead. No signs of violence. No explanation. What? Melissa's mind raced. How do they all die at the same time? She paced the room, her tail lashing behind her in agitation. It didn't make sense. The quarantine was supposed to protect them, to contain the curse. Unless Melissa froze, the realization hitting her like a punch to the gut. Oh gods, she thought, her hands shaking. Is that it? The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. This had been one of her theories, but one she hoped wouldn't be true under any circumstances. Fuck, Melissa hissed, her fists clenching at her sides. The quarantine wasn't a safety measure. It was a trap. Step 1. Section off the Nim population. Isolate them. Make them vulnerable. Step 2. Murder them. Literally, that was it Melissa guessed. Kill them all quietly. Efficiently. And, of course, given that there was a mysterious, contagious disease that only affected Nim, no one would think much of it. Hell, some would probably just assume it was the gods' work, finally getting rid of Sayuk's genetic defects known as the Nim. They're going to wipe us out, Melissa realized, horror twisting in her gut. And no one will even know until it's too late. She had to do something. Had to tell someone. Javver paced the length of her office, her brow furrowed in concentration. Melissa's words echoed in her mind, each one more chilling than the last. So that was it then? An actual extermination plot, she thought, her hands clenching at her sides. Right under our noses, Raven stood by the window, her face an impassive mask. But Javver didn't miss the tension in her shoulders, the way her hand kept drifting to the dagger at her hip like she was going to start swinging it in the air. It makes sense, Javver said finally, breaking the heavy silence. Twisted but efficient. Melissa, who was also there, nodded, her purple skin ashen in the dim light. But what do? We can't just sit back and let them. We won tea. Javver cut her off, her voice sharp. But we need to be smart about this. She turned to face them both, her sunlight-colored hair catching the light. There are a few logistical problems we've got on our hands. As far as dealing with this goes, Raven raised a brow as she turned to look at Javver. Such as? Javver sighed, running a hand through her hair. How do we know which Nim households they target next? We can't be everywhere at once. The realization clearly hit Melissa like a punch to the gut. Her tail drooped, curling around her leg. Oh gods, she whispered. You're right. We can't be everywhere at once. We can't save them all, can we? Javver's heart clenched a little at the despair in her voice. Not really, no, Javver said, her voice soft but firm. We don't have enough information. Not enough attacks have happened to establish a pattern. We can alert the guards, have them patrol Nim households. But, firstly, the Shadow Mages will likely just kill them too on their way to eliminating whichever Nim they've got in mind. And some guards will probably not listen. Some would probably be happy to hear about this plot. Raven nodded, her expression grim. She's right. We can try it anyway, but we should assume we'll be on our own for this. Melissa's fists clenched at her sides, her red eyes flashing with frustration. So what, we just wait? While more of my people die? No, Javver said, moving to stand in front of Melissa. She placed her hands on the Nim girl's shoulders, feeling the tension there. For now, I suggest we watch. We gather information. We prepare. But Javver cut her off. What good will it do to rush in half-cocked? For all we know, we could end up walking into a trap if we're not careful. Like last night, Raven muttered. Indeed, Javer nodded. At Melissa's confusion, she added, we went to fight a shadow mage household. They were expecting us. What? Damn. Melissa looked away, shocked. We can't afford to slip up. Javer nodded. And then who would be left to help your people? Melissa deflated, the fight leaving her in a rush. I know, she whispered. I know you're right. It's just hard, Javer finished for her. Believe me, I understand. And she did. The weight of inaction, of watching innocent people suffer while you scrambled for a solution. It was a burden Javer did not like holding on her shoulders. So what is our next move? Raven asked. Javer stepped back, her mind racing. We keep our eyes and ears open. Any whisper, any rumor about the shadow mages or strange occurrences in the quarantined areas, we investigate. I could talk to my contacts, Raven offered. See if any of them have heard anything. Javer nodded. Good. Melissa, you keep up your healing rounds. Think about it this way, Javer said, an idea slipping into her mind mid-sentence. Remember what you told me? If you can heal everyone before long, this plot of theirs falls apart. Melissa's eyes widened. Shit. Thinking about it more, Javer realized just how much responsibility she'd put on Melissa just now. In a way, whether the Shadow Mage's plan worked or not was entirely in her hands. The instant she finished it, the instant she finished healing people, the Shadow Mages would have to stop this plot. Sure, they'd then just start cursing people again. But the intermission would give Javer and the others time to figure out an effective way to fight back. And Melissa clearly understood this, if her sudden determined face was anything to go by. Look for anything suspicious, any patterns in who's getting sick or dying. Melissa swallowed hard but nodded. What about you guys? What will you do while I'm out there? I'll work on getting us more access, Javer said. Pull some strings with my friends, see if I can get us more eyes on the ground. Raven trailed off. Go with her, Javer suggested. Back Melissa up. Together. You two can probably take down most shadow mages. If you see any particularly tough opponents, though, just run, okay? Both girls nodded. For a moment, they stood in silence, the weight of their task hanging heavy in the air. We're going to do everything in our power to stop them, Javer said. For now, we just need to stay calm and proceed as planned. Melissa took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Okay, she said. Okay, let us do this. As they left Javer's office, each heading off to their assigned tasks, Javer couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the precipice of something enormous. Something that would change Syux and their lives forever. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the academy grounds. Javer stood at her window, watching as the spirit crystal lamps flickered to life. Right now, Nim families were huddling together, praying for safety, for salvation. And Melissa would have to give it to them, somehow. Chapter 136, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame, Part 22. Melissa's tail swished nervously as she and Raven made their way down the busy street. Eyes followed her, some curious, others hostile. One man walked up, dressed in a collared shirt, like he was on his way to an office on Earth. He was even a guard or anything, just a regular guy. I'm not sure you're allowed to. Raven pulled out a scrap of paper. Melissa Blackflame is exempt from the quarantine rules, Raven said, interrupting the man who was so helpfully trying to let Melissa know she accidentally walked out of her house. Take it up with the king. They kept going. Melissa sighed, annoyed. Focus, Mel, she thought, squaring her shoulders. You are here to save lives, not win a popularity contest. Faki, the house should be nearby, Melissa murmured, leaning close to Raven. On Thornberry Lane. Raven nodded, her gray eyes scanning their surroundings. Good. The sooner we're off the streets, the better. I don't like how exposed we are. Melissa couldn't help but shiver at Raven's proximity. Her body heat, her subtle scent, it was intoxicating. Get it together, you horny disaster. People are dying. Your people. You okay? Raven asked, her voice low. You seem tense. Melissa swallowed hard. Yeah, He just, nervous, I guess. A lot riding on this. Mainly, she was just trying to stay focused. Raven's hand brushed against hers, a fleeting touch that sent sparks dancing across Melissa's skin. We got this. Together. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, Melissa's mind raced. No, focus. Healing. Shadow mages. Murder plot. Focus. You can process all that later. They turned onto Thornberry Lane, a narrow street lined with modest houses. Melissa's ears perked up at the sound of coughing coming from one of them. There, she said, pointing to a small, two-story home with peeling paint. That's the one. As they approached, Raven suddenly stiffened. We're being watched, she whispered, her hand drifting to the dagger at her hip. Melissa's heart raced. Shadow mages? Not sure, but someone else definitely got eyes on us. Great, because this wasn't too stressful enough already. Melissa took a deep breath, steeling herself as they reached the front door. She knocked, the sound echoing ominously in the quiet street. For a moment, nothing. Then, shuffling footsteps. The door creaked open, revealing a weary-looking Nim woman. Her eyes widened as she took in Melissa. You're her. The healer. From the papers. Melissa smiled, hoping it looked more confident than she felt. That's right. I'm here to help. May we come in? The woman hesitated for a heartbeat, then stepped aside. Please. My husband. He is not well. The interior of the house was dim, the air thick with the scent of decay. Melissa's nose wrinkled, but she pressed on, following the sound of labored breathing to a small bedroom. A Nim man lay on the bed, his purple skin ashen and slick with sweat. His chest rose and fell in shallow, ragged gasps. Fuck, Melissa thought. He is worse off than I expected. At least the curse isn't acting that quickly. She turned to the wife, who hovered anxiously in the doorway. How long has he been like this? 2 days, she whispered. It came on so suddenly. One moment he was fine, the next. Melissa nodded, her mind racing. She knew what she had to do. The blood magic spell she created, it was their best shot. Here goes nothing, she thought, rolling up her sleeves. Raven, she said quietly. Watch the door. If anyone tries to come in. Raven nodded, her expression grim. They want to get past me. Melissa took a deep breath, centering herself. She could feel the magic thrumming beneath her skin, begging to be released. Lumi sanguine, vita crescere. She whispered, tracing the complex spell sign in the air. The room seemed to darken, the shadows deepening as Melissa's power flowed outward. She gasped as she felt it latch onto the sick man, probing, seeking out the curse that ravaged his body. There, a twisted knot of malevolent energy, coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Melissa gritted her teeth, pouring more of herself into the spell. Sweat beaded on her brow as she grappled with the curse, slowly but surely unraveling its hold. The man on the bed thrashed, a hoarse cry escaping his lips. His wife made to rush forward, but Raven held her back. Wait, the former assassin said. Let her work. Melissa barely heard them. Her world had narrowed to this singular task: heal, purge, restore. She could feel her own life force mingling with the spell, bolstering its power. With a final, wrenching effort, Melissa tore the last tendrils of the curse free. It dissipated like smoke, leaving behind only the faintest whisper of its presence. The man's eyes flew open. He drew in a deep, shuddering breath, clear and strong. Melissa swayed on her feet, darkness creeping at the edges of her vision. Strong arms caught her before she could fall. I've got you, Raven murmured, her breath warm against Melissa's ear. The wife rushed to her husband's side, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him. Thank you, she sobbed, looking at Melissa with awe and gratitude. Thank you so much. Melissa managed a weak smile. You're welcome. Just rest now, both of you. As Raven helped her out of the house, Melissa's mind whirled. She'd done it. She'd healed him. But what cost? Her body felt drained, her magical reserves dangerously low. And there were so many more Nim who needed her help. I can't keep this up, she realized. Not without An idea formed. Wild and reckless, but, well, an idea nonetheless. She turned to Raven as they stepped into a narrow alley between houses. "I need your help," Melissa said, her voice husky with exhaustion and sudden desire. Raven's brow furrowed. "Of course. What do you need?" Melissa swallowed hard, gathering her courage. "Essence. To keep healing. I need essence." Understanding dawned in Raven's eyes, followed swiftly by a heat that made Melissa's knees weak. "Here?" Raven asked, glancing around the deserted alley. "Now?" Melissa nodded, her tail curling around Raven's leg of its own accord. "Please." That was all it took. Raven surged forward, pressing Melissa against the rough brick wall. Their lips met in a searing kiss, hungry and desperate. Melissa moaned into Raven's mouth, her hands fisting in her roommate's dark hair. She felt Raven's tongue sweep across her lower lip, demanding entrance. She granted it eagerly, shivering as Raven deepened the kiss. Their tongues danced, tasting, exploring. Melissa could feel the essence flowing between them, replenishing her depleted reserves. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, Melissa thought, her mind hazy with pleasure. Yes, yes. Raven's hands roamed Melissa's body, leaving trails of fire in their wake. She squeezed Melissa's ass firmly, pulling her close. Melissa broke the kiss with a gasp, her head falling back against the wall. "Raven," she whispered. "Please." Raven's lips trailed along Melissa's jaw, nipping and sucking at the sensitive skin of her neck. "What do you need?" Raven murmured, her voice low and husky. "More," Melissa panted. "Everything." Raven chuckled, a rare sound for her, the sound sending shivers down Melissa's spine. "As you wish." Her hand slipped beneath Melissa's skirt, fingers brushing along the inside of her thigh. Melissa took a slow breath and held Raven's gaze, her pulse quickening. "Easy," Raven whispered, her breath warm against Melissa's ear. "We don't want to attract attention, do we?" Melissa shook her head, not trusting herself to speak. She rocked her hips, desperate for more friction. Raven obliged, pushing Melissa's panties aside and sliding 2 fingers inside her. Melissa's eyes rolled back, pleasure coursing through her body. "Oh," she whispered urgently. "Raven, please. Don't stop." Raven held Melissa close, pressing their bodies together as the moment between them intensified. Melissa clung to her, nails digging into Raven's shoulders as the tension between them reached its peak. It built quickly, an overwhelming wave of emotion crashing over her. Melissa could feel her magic surging, intertwining with an overwhelming wave of emotion until she couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. "Stay with me," Raven urged, pressing closer. "Let go, Mel. I've got you." That was all it took. Melissa surrendered with a muffled cry, her body shuddering as waves of ecstasy crashed over her. She felt her magic flare, drinking in the essence that flowed between them. As she came down from her high, Melissa sagged against Raven, her legs trembling. The former assassin held her close, pressing soft kisses to her temple. "Better?" Raven asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Melissa nodded, still catching her breath. "Much. Thank you." She could feel her magical reserves replenishing, the fatigue from earlier fading away. But more than that, she felt connected. To Raven, to the magic that flowed through her veins. As they straightened their clothes and prepared to continue their mission, Melissa couldn't help but wonder. How many times was Raven going to have to take her in the alleys before the day was over? Probably, hopefully a lot. Chapter 137. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 23. Zephyrah's brow furrowed as she flipped through yet another dusty tome. Her desk was a battlefield of open books, scattered notes, and half-empty cups of cold tea. This can't be right, she thought, frustration building. How is there so little information on the NEM? She'd been at this for hours, diving deep into Sayuk's historical records. But every time she thought she'd found a promising lead, it fizzled out. It wasn't subtle either. Entire chapters missing. Pages torn out. It was like someone had gone through and systematically erased the Nim from history. By the gods, Zephyra muttered, rubbing her temples. This whole situation is getting weirder and weirder. Frustratedly shaking her head, she conceded, sighing with defeat as she turned her attention to the other stack of books, those on blood magic. Her mind drifted to Melissa, that enigmatic purple girl who captured her attention through her magic, and not just because she was cute as hell. Melissa's proficiency with blood magic was unprecedented. Based on what little she knew on it, what little anyone knew on it, Zephyra had always thought it required sacrifice, pain. A pound of flesh for every spell, figuratively speaking. But Melissa? She cast that shit like she was ordering coffee. How the fuck does she do it? Zephyra wondered, absently twirling a lock of black hair around her finger. And why isn't she, I don't know, evil? Because that was the kicker. Blood magic users were supposed to be twisted, corrupted by the power they wielded. But Melissa? She was an absolute cinnamon roll. A cinnamon roll with horns, a tail, and delicious curves. Zephyra shook her head, trying to focus. There had to be a connection here, something she was missing. Mama, burning the midnight oil, are we? Zephyra's head snapped up, her hand instinctively reaching for the wand she'd been given, resting at her hip. Queen Melara stood in the doorway, a picture of regal grace in her flowing gown. Shit, Zephyra thought, her mind racing. How long has she been there? Your Majesty, Zephyra said, rising to her feet and offering a small bow and a smile. I didn't hear you come in. Melara's lips curved in a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Clearly, you seemed quite engrossed in your research. There was something in her tone that set Zephyra's teeth on edge. She kept her face neutral as Melara glided into the room, her gaze sweeping over the scattered books and papers. Interesting reading material, Melara mused, picking up one of the tomes on Nim history. I wasn't aware the court sorceress had such an academic interest in our purple-skinned friends. Zephyra shrugged, aiming for nonchalance. Just trying to get a fuller picture of Sayux's history. Know your kingdom, know yourself. All that. Indeed. Melara's eyes narrowed slightly. And the blood magic texts? Part of this historical survey? Well, Zephyra held back a smirk. This bitch is fishing for something, clearly. Professional curiosity, Zephyra said smoothly. Always good to stay informed on all aspects of magic, even the less savory ones. Melara hummed noncommittally, setting the book down. She turned to face Zephyra fully, her posture relaxed but her eyes sharp. You've been spending quite a bit of time with that Nim girl. Melissa, was it? And there it was. The real reason for this little visit. Of course, the King-S made me her tutor. Naturally, I'd be spending time with her. Zephyra raised an eyebrow. Is that a problem, Your Majesty? I was under the impression you approved of her training. As if. Oh, I do, Melara said, waving a hand dismissively. She has quite the curiosity. Plus, she helped save my dear husband, and that act needed a reward. I simply wonder if perhaps you're getting a bit too invested in her well-being. Oh, please, Zephyra thought. Like I can't see right through you. This was part of why she was so eager to get back out on the road. The magical part of being court sorceress was fun, studying, practicing, and investigating magical occurrences. This part? Not so much. Out loud, she said, I assure you, Your Majesty, my interest in Melissa is purely professional. She is a talented mage and a good student. Nothing more. Of course, Melara nodded, her tone dripping with false sincerity. I just wouldn't want you to lose sight of your broader responsibilities. To the crown. To Sayux. The threat was clear, even if it wasn't spoken outright. Zephyra stepped closer, her voice low but firm. I'm quite clear on my responsibilities, Your Majesty. To the crown. To Sayux. And to the truth. Their eyes locked. The tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. For a moment, Zephyra thought Melara might drop the facade, show her true colors. But then the Queen's mask slipped back into place, her smile saccharine sweet. Of course you are, dear. I never doubted it for a moment. She turned to leave, pausing at the doorway. You try to get some rest? One TU? We can't have our court sorceress burning out. And with that, she was gone, leaving behind only the faintest scent of roses and bullshit. Zephyra let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Well, that was fun, she thought sarcastically. Nothing like a good old-fashioned royal intimidation session to spice up the evening. She slumped back into her chair, her mind whirling. The Queen's visit had only confirmed her suspicions. Something big was going down, and the Nim were at the center of it. I need a drink, Zephyr decided. Or maybe just a good, hard. Her thoughts drifted to Kimiko, that glorious kitsune with her wicked smile and even more wicked assets. Zephyra grinned, heat pooling in her belly as she remembered their last encounter. The way Kimiko had pinned her to the bed, dominating her in all the right ways. Focus. You thirsty bitch, she scolded herself. You'll go back to her house soon enough. Jalen's muscles screamed as she finally lowered her arms. The twin moons hung in the sky, silent witnesses to her grueling practice. Fuck, she thought, stretching her aching shoulders. I'm gonna feel this tomorrow. But it'd be worth it. She'd show Melissa who the real prodigy was during their presentation. Teamwork be damned. Wow, that was amazing. Jalen turned to see Hazel, Melissa's little sister, staring at her with wide-eyed wonder. The kid had been watching her train for hours, an annoying bundle of purple enthusiasm. How does your magic work? Can you teach me? Please? Jalen sighed. Kid, magic-s like a fart. If you have to force it, it's probably shit. Just, I don't know, keep watching, and if you end up casting these spells, then great. She left Hazel to ponder that sage wisdom and headed inside, desperately craving water and a hot bath. The moment Jalen stepped through the door, she was assaulted by noises, distinctly sexual noises. Oh, for fuck's sake, she groaned internally. Again? Margaret's breathy moans and her husband's guttural grunts filtered through the walls. Jalen tried to block it out, focusing on getting to the kitchen without picturing Margaret's voluptuous body. She failed miserably. Stop it, you useless lesbian, Jalen scolded herself, filling a glass with water. She's Melissa's mom, for crying out loud. In a Nim, the front door creaked open. Jalen turned, expecting to see Javer. Instead, there was Melissa, covered in blood. Jalen's glass nearly slipped from her fingers. Melissa looked up, her red eyes gleaming in the dim light as she smiled. Oh, hey Jalen, Melissa said lowly, quietly, like a predator. How is it going? Jalen's mind was racing. Fine. Jalen managed to squeak out. Just, getting some water. Melissa nodded, stepping closer. Jalen pressed herself against the counter, heart pounding. Cool. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. Shivers went down Jalen's spine. Y? Melissa grinned, and Jalen swore she saw fangs. So, I've been working on this new spell. It's pretty intense. Maybe you could help me out? I'd like to test it. And it's way more effective with a partner. Oh gods, Jalen thought. She is going to murder me. I don't know if I'm really cut out for that kind of thing, Jalen stammered. Melissa's face fell. Oh, I get it. It's pretty advanced stuff. No worries, though. I'm sure I can find someone else to lend a hand. Or a kidney. Or whatever. She laughed at her own joke. Jalen felt faint. Just like that, Melissa walked away. As soon as Melissa was out of sight, Jalen bolted. She didn't stop running until she was safely in her room, door locked and chair wedged under the handle for good measure. Jalen huddled under her blankets, wide awake and trembling. Sleep was not an option. Not when a bloodthirsty Nim could burst in at any moment, demanding her spleen or something. I knew it. She thought miserably. I knew there was something off about her. Fuck my life. As the night wore on, Jalen made a silent vow. She'd train harder, get stronger, and when the time came, she'd be ready. That woman was dangerous. But first, she really needed to pee. Fuck. Chapter 138, Junior Sorceress. Melissa Blackflame. Part 24. Melissa's eyes fluttered open, sunlight streaming through her curtains like an unwelcome house guest. She groaned, stretching languidly as her tail curled around her thigh. Fuck, she thought, glancing at the clock. Noon already? Her body ached in all the right places. A delicious reminder of yesterday's activities. Between healing Nim and Raven's steady help, Melissa had been through more rounds of rest than she could count. All in a day's work. Fun as it was, though, focus, Mel. People are still dying. Get yourself out of bed. Melissa dragged herself up, throwing on a shirt that barely reached her ass. She grabbed proper clothes after Mom's usual delicious coffee. Probably. As she padded downstairs, a familiar scent hit her nose. Melissa froze, her tail standing straight up in surprise. Javver sat on the couch, legs crossed, wearing nothing but a collared shirt and some very skimpy panties, kind of just like Melissa. Her sunlight-colored hair fell in messy waves around her shoulders as she read the day's paper. Holy shit, Melissa thought, her mouth suddenly dry. Is this a dream? Am I still asleep? Morning, sleepyhead, Javver said, a smirk tugging on her lips. Or should I say afternoon? Bit late, eh? Melissa swallowed hard, trying to remember how words worked. Schmoot, Mel. Real smooth. Javver chuckled, the sound sending shivers down Melissa's spine. Coffee in the kitchen. Figured you'd need it after yesterday's marathon healing session. Made it myself. Margaret and Melistaire had a bit of a longer night than usual, it seems. Melissa nodded dumbly, her eyes glued to Javver's long, toned legs. Thanks. I'll just go get some. She stumbled to the kitchen, her heart racing. As she poured herself a cup, her mind whirled. Why is she still here? Why is she dressed like that? Is this a test? Am I supposed to resist? Because I really, really don't want to. Taking a deep breath, Melissa returned to the living room. She perched on the edge of an armchair, hyper-aware of how little she was wearing. So, she said, aiming for casual and missing by a mile. What brings you here? Javver stretched, her shirt riding up to reveal a tantalizing strip of skin. Oh, a bit distracted, Miss Blackflame. Melissa's brows shot up. And no, just... Sorry, Javver said, giggling. Just felt like being comfortable before I head on out. Hope you don't mind. I'll change in a bit. Mind? My thoughts are wandering somewhere. I shouldn't let them go. And no, of course not, Melissa stammered. It's your house, too. An awkward silence fell. Melissa sipped her coffee, trying desperately not to stare at Javver's cleavage. You did good work yesterday, Javver said suddenly. I heard you healed a lot of people. Melissa nodded, latching onto the change of subject. Yeah, it was intense, but worth it. I bet, Javver murmured, her eyes roaming over Melissa's body. Every now and then, during the short talk, her eyes would flicker down and then slowly pull themselves back up. You must have been exhausted. It was too bad, Melissa said, her voice huskier than she intended. Raven helped. Javver's eyebrow quirked up. Oh, what kind of help are we talking? Melissa's own brows shot up. Wouldn't you like to know? Melissa smiled. Memories of Raven's fingers, her lips, her tongue flashed through Melissa's mind. She felt her cheeks heat up. Professional curiosity, Javver replied casually. That's all. Well, just, support. Friendly. I see, Javver said, a knowing glint in her eye. Well, if you ever need any additional support, you know where to find me. Holy shit, my heart's beating so fast. Melissa's mind raced back to the gala. To that moment when they nearly kissed, the air between them electric with possibility. Now, in the quiet of the living room, that same energy crackled between them. Melissa found herself leaning forward, drawn in by Javver's magnetic presence. Javver, a door slammed upstairs from Jalen's side of the manor, breaking the spell. Melissa jerked back, nearly spilling her coffee. Well, Javver said, standing up smoothly, I should get dressed. Lots to do today. Melissa nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She watched as Javver sauntered towards the stairs, her hips swaying hypnotically. At the bottom step, Javver paused, glancing back over her shoulder. By the way, Melissa, that shirt looks good on you. Thanks. With a wink and a laugh, she disappeared upstairs, leaving Melissa slack-jawed. Fuck me, Melissa thought, slumping back in her chair. Really? This shirt looks good on me? I didn't think my... Melissa looked down at herself. Oh. Melissa's face reddened. Oh. The moment she saw what Javert was wearing, Melissa completely forgot what she herself was wearing. Right? Armia smoothed down her dress, eyeing herself critically in the mirror. The silky fabric clung to her curves, accentuating her muscular figure in a way that was almost feminine. Petite, she thought, giggling to herself, a small smile tugging at her lips. That's what the Kitsune trainer called me. Sure, she still towered over most humans like some sort of golden-scaled Amazon. But for a Darien, she was practically dainty, apparently. Armia snorted. Dainty, right? Like anyone would use that word to describe her. Armia. Isabella's whine filtered through the window. Armia went and looked. If you don't hurry up, I'm going to start the party without you. Sighing, with a final adjustment to her hair, Armia stepped out. Isabella lounged in the back of the ornate carriage Kimiko had arranged, looking like sex incarnate in a dress of her own that left a lot less to the imagination than Armia's did. Finally, Isabella grinned, her emerald eyes raking over Armia's form. Damn scales. At least you know how to clean up nicely. Armia felt her cheeks heat. Thanks, she mumbled, settling into her seat. You look hot. Isabella supplied helpfully. I was going to say presentable. That's less fun. The carriage lurched into motion, the clip-clop of hooves filling the air. Armia watched the scenery roll by, her stomach a knot of nerves. Hey, she said suddenly, turning to Isabella. Try not to draw too much attention tonight, okay? We're going to be associated with each other at this thing. She knew this was like asking rain not to fall, but she still wanted to try. Isabella outright laughed. Oh, come on. As far as I know, the only reason Kitsune are ever invited anywhere is to be as slutty as possible. It's practically my job description for the day. Armia blinked. She had a hard time countering that notion, though. Fair enough. As they rode in companionable silence, Armia couldn't help but marvel at Isabella's confidence. It radiated off her in waves, impossible to ignore. Where does she get it from? Armia wondered. Is it just because humans love Kitsune? But no, that wasn't it. Even for a Kitsune, Isabella was, well, a real handful. And yet, Isabella carried herself like royalty. Like the world was her playground and everyone else just happened to be living in it. As she lost herself in her train of thought, Armia didn't realize she was staring, and Isabella didn't tell her to stop. Armia felt a pang of jealousy. What would it be like, she wondered, to feel that comfortable in your own skin? To not constantly second-guess every word, every action? You're thinking too loud, Isabella finally said, breaking into Armia's reverie. What has got your panties in twist? Besides my incredible presence, of course. Armia snorted. You wish. I was just, thinking. Isabella leaned forward, her expression softening slightly. Scales, you're heading into a party composed entirely of Sayuk's elite. Another one. That is, Isabella added, visibly recalling the gala. If you can't keep from looking like you're about to piss yourself, then perhaps we should have just not come. Mi fine. Just a bit nervous, I guess. About the party? Isabella raised an eyebrow. Or about being seen with the sexiest Kitsune this side of Yelmer. Definitely the party, Armia corrected. Your ego's big enough without me feeding it. Isabella clutched her chest in mock offense. You wound me. And here, I thought we were Barato friends. What friends? Barato friends. Isabella reiterated casually. 'Cause we're always after the same G. Armia waved her hands. Okay, I get it. Haha. The carriage came to a stop. Armia's heart leapt in her throat as she realized they'd arrived. Shoot, she thought, suddenly paralyzed. I can't do this. I can tee. A warm hand covered hers. Armia looked up to find Isabella watching her, with a smirk. Not too late to turn around, if you're too scared. Armia bit down on the insides of her cheeks. No, fuck this fox. I'm not giving her the satisfaction of seeing me like this. And with that, Armia got out of the carriage. Oh well, Isabella conceded the victory. Come on, Let us see what they VE got to offer. Chapter 139. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 25. Armia. His stomach did a somersault as she stepped into the Grand Manor. The chatter died down, all eyes swiveling to take in the new arrivals. Fuck, she thought, fighting the urge to bolt. Why is everyone staring? She glanced at Isabella, hoping for, well, she wasn't sure what. Moral support? A distraction? Fat chance of that. The kitsune was basking in the attention. Her emerald eyes sparkled as she surveyed the crowd, no doubt mentally cataloging potential conquests. Of course, Armia thought bitterly. I'd be shocked if she's not loving every second of all the stares. Isabella caught her looking and smirked. See something you like, Scales? Armia scowled. In your dreams, Fox. Oh yeah? Isabella purred, eyes narrowed with a challenge. In my dreams, you be doing a lot more than looking. Before Armia could formulate a response, she spotted Neil across the room. The general was engaged in conversation with a group of nobles, but his eyes kept darting their way. Great, Armia thought. Might as well get this over with. I should go thank Neil for the invitation, she muttered to Isabella. The kitsune's grin widened. Wanting to come with? Who knows? A second in my presence, and maybe he'll forget that proposal altogether. Yeah, right? As if your charms could ever work that easily. Armia's imagination helpfully supplied an image of Isabella on her knees with Neil in a compromising position. She shook her head violently, trying to banish the mental picture. I think I can handle a simple conversation. Thanks, Armia gritted out. Isabella shrugged. Suit yourself. With a wink and a swish of her tails, Isabella sauntered off, leaving a trail of slack-jawed nobles in her wake. Insufferable little, Armia thought, not for the first time. But she couldn't deny the pang of envy as she watched Isabella effortlessly command the room's attention. Taking a deep breath, Armia steeled herself and made her way to Neil. The general's face lit up as she approached, excusing himself from his current conversation. Lady Armia, he said, bowing slightly. I'm so glad you could make it. Armia dipped into a curtsy. Not that she'd been practicing hundreds of times a day for this very moment or anything. Thank you for the invitation. General, it's a lovely party. Neil's eyes raked over her form, lingering on the swell of her breasts barely contained by her dress. To be honest, Armia couldn't say she disliked that. Having anyone look at that, and not her bulging arms, was just flattering, no matter who it was. The pleasure is all mine. I assure you. I do hope this evening gives you a taste of what life as a noblewoman could be like. That was subtle as a brick to the face, Armia thought. Out loud, she said, I think it'll certainly be eye-opening. Neil stepped closer, lowering his voice. Have you given any more thought to my offer? I assure you, the benefits of such an arrangement would be mutually satisfying. Armia fought the urge to step back. Instead, she forced a polite smile. I'm still considering it, General. It's a big decision, after all. Of course, Neil nodded. Take all the time you need. Though I must say, seeing you tonight, well, it only reinforces my belief that you'd make an excellent addition to noble society. Yeah, I bet it does. Melissa's tail swished nervously as she approached the next house on her list. Raven walked silently beside her, gray eyes scanning their surroundings. The streets were eerily quiet at this point. Another day, another round of please don't die on me, Melissa thought, forcing a smile as she knocked on the door. A haggard-looking Nim man answered, his eyes widening as he recognized her. Miss Blackflame? Again, another one that knows of me. Good evening, sir. I heard you've got someone sick. I'm here to help. His gaze flickered to Raven, suspicion evident. Melissa quickly added, This is my friend, Raven. She's just here to assist me. He seemed skeptical, but stepped aside. Please, come in. It's my daughter. Melissa followed him inside, Raven close behind. In a small bedroom, a young girl lay curled up on a thin mattress, her purple skin ashen and dull. There was no physical sign of illness, but Melissa could actually sense the energy of the curse surrounding the child. How long has she been like this? Melissa asked, kneeling beside the bed. Raven positioned herself near the door, keeping watch. The father's voice cracked. 3 days. We didn't know who to turn to. Almost the same as all the others, just a bit earlier. Melissa nodded, her hands already tracing the complex spell sign for her blood magic healing. I'm here now. I'll do everything I can, she said, and then the incantation slipped out from her lips. As the magic flowed from her fingertips, seeping into the girl's fragile form, the father spoke again. Miss Blackflame, I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but ever since you appeared, things have gotten worse for us. What? Melissa's concentration wavered. What do you mean? The man sighed, running a hand through his lank hair. I don't know. The humans I work for? They're lashing out a lot more than they used to. I'm just saying. She wasn't too sure she understood that. How could that be connected to her? How? Fuck, Melissa thought, her stomach churning. Do people feel threatened or something? Am I attracting too much attention? She had no idea. She pushed the thought aside, focusing on the task at hand. The girl's breathing eased, color returning to her cheeks as the curse unraveled beneath Melissa's touch. There, Melissa said softly. She should be okay now. Just let her rest. The father's eyes widened. Clearly, he hadn't expected Melissa to actually help. Of course. I'm sure there's a part of him that probably thought all that stuff about me and the king was fabricated. Just some wild rumor. Thank you, he finally said, though, quietly. You're welcome. As they left the house, Raven placed a hand on Melissa's shoulder. You okay? You seem distracted. Melissa sighed, her tail drooping. Just thinking about what he said. Am I really making things worse, Raven? Raven's eyes softened slightly. All I see is you helping people. I think that's all that matters. They walked in silence for a moment before reaching a crossroads. I should head back to the academy, Raven said, her usual stoic mask slipping back into place. You heading home? Melissa nodded, suddenly exhausted. Yeah, I need to rest lots if I'm going to do this all again tomorrow. All right, take care of yourself, Raven said, a hint of concern in her voice. With a final nod, Raven melted into the shadows, leaving Melissa alone with her thoughts. Another day down, Melissa mused as she trudged home. How many more until this nightmare is over? As she left the house, Melissa's mind whirled. She'd been so focused on healing, on fighting the immediate threat, that she hadn't considered the broader implications of her actions. Am I really helping? She wondered, her steps heavy as she made her way home. Or am I somehow just making everything worse in the long run? Lost in thought, she almost walked right past her own house. As she walked into the manor, she saw, through the glass doors at the back, that Melistaire and Hazel were in the yard, tossing a ball back and forth. Margaret sat on the couch, a warm smile on her face. Welcome home, dear. Rough day. Melissa nodded, suddenly exhausted. You could say that. As she stepped inside, something shifted. Melissa blinked, her vision swimming for a moment. When it cleared, she found herself staring at Margaret. Really staring. Fuck, Melissa thought, heat pooling in her belly. It's happening again. It wasn't a new thought exactly. They'd done this dance before. But today, after all the blood magic shed been slinging around, the urge was almost overwhelming. Melissa? Margaret's voice cut through her haze. You okay? You look a little intense. Melissa swallowed hard. Yeah, I'm good. Just, She trailed off, her eyes locked on the swell of Margaret's breasts beneath her shirt. Margaret's lips curled into a little smile. I see. I shall. Without another word, Margaret took Melissa's hand and led her upstairs. As soon as the bedroom door closed behind them, Margaret pressed Melissa against it. Melissa's mind was blank. Margaret appeared to be so as well, as she moved in slowly and gently. Melissa's heart was pounding, and she couldn't think of anything else. Her tail curling around Margaret's thigh as they sat close together. Rough day? Margaret asked softly, her face near Melissa's. Melissa nodded, taking Margaret's hand. I just need you. I've got you, Mel. I've got you. They settled in together, finding comfort in each other's presence. Melissa hugged Margaret tightly, holding her close. Mom, Melissa said softly. You mean so much to me. Margaret smiled gently, the warmth of the moment filling her with comfort. That's so kind of you to say. Melissa guided her gently toward the couch so they could sit together. She moved closer with predatory grace. Melissa leaned in and saw Margaret already wet with anticipation. Someone's eager, Margaret teased, reaching back to put a pillow behind her head. Melissa did not respond. Margaret was about to say something, but her words cut off in a gasp. Margaret's hands curled into fists in the sheets, her back arching off the bed. Oh! Melissa leaned in closer, smiling warmly at Margaret. Melissa lavished attention on Margaret, who gasped and pressed closer. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods, Margaret chanted, overcome with emotion. Melissa could tell she was moved. It was curious, Melissa thought for a moment. It didn't seem to actually matter much whether she was experiencing pleasure or she brought pleasure to someone else. As long as someone was enjoying themselves, Melissa's mind was already gaining some clarity, the stress of the day slowly slipping off her body. 2 fingers slid inside Margaret. Melissa tried a new technique, pressing and adjusting carefully as she worked. Margaret reacted strongly, overwhelmed by the intense sensation, and cried out as her body trembled. Melissa kept going, holding Margaret gently as tremors rippled through her. Holy! Margaret panted, finally pushing Melissa away gently when she needed a moment. That was... Melissa smiled softly. She moved up the bed to sit beside Margaret. With a kiss, she said, "But I want more." Margaret blinked and then nodded. "Okay," she smiled. "Come on, then." Chapter 140. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame, Part 26. Armia sipped her champagne, desperately wishing it was something stronger. The nobles around her chatted and laughed. Their voices a cacophony of fake politeness and thinly veiled judgment. "Just smile and nod," she told herself. "Pretend you belong here." A portly man with a walrus mustache approached, eyeing her scales with barely concealed distaste. "Lady Armia, I assent it? Quite unusual to see a Darien at these gatherings." Armia forced a smile. "General Neil was kind enough to invite me. I'm honored to be here, even if I'd rather be literally anywhere else." The man harumphed. "Yes, well, I suppose we must make allowances in these trying times." A younger noble, clearly several drinks in, piped up. "Speaking of trying times, what's your take on the war, Lady Armia? Bit of a conflict of interest for you." Armia's tail twitched in irritation, but she kept her face neutral. "Not at all. While I may be Darien by blood, my loyalty lies firmly with Syux and humanity." The portly noble's eyebrows shot up. "Really? Even against your own kind?" "Syux is my home," Armia said firmly, shrugging. "The Darians threatening our borders are no more my kind than any other enemy of the realm." A murmur of approval rippled through the small crowd. Armia felt a twinge of satisfaction. As the conversation shifted to more mundane topics, Armia's gaze wandered. She spotted Isabella across the room and nearly choked on her champagne. The kitsune was with a pair of human girls, her emerald eyes sparkling with mischief. But it wasn't Isabella's flirtatious banter that caught Armia's attention. It was the very obvious tail straining against the fabric of Isabella's dress. Holy shit, Armia thought, her own body responding in sympathy. How is she just standing there like that? If it was Armia, she'd be sprinting out of sight. Isabella showed no signs of embarrassment. No blush stained her cheeks. No awkward shifting to hide her desire. She was very much still confident, laughing and touching the girl's arms as if her obvious attraction in the middle of a noble party was the most natural thing in the world. And the girls didn't seem to mind. Armia felt a pang of jealousy so intense it made her dizzy. What I wouldn't give for even a fraction of that confidence, she thought, watching as one of the human girls accidentally brushed against Isabella. Isabella's grin widened, and she leaned in to whisper something in the girl's ear. Whatever it was made the human flush and laugh. Armia tore her gaze away, suddenly feeling hot under her collar. She tuned back into the noble's conversation just in time to hear the portly man ask her opinion on trade relations. Armia stammered, her mind still full of Isabella's confident smirk and the heat of her gaze. I think increased cooperation would be beneficial for both parties. The man nodded sagely, as if she said something profound instead of spouting the first diplomatic-sounding bullshit that came to mind. As the day wore on, the sun slowly falling beyond the horizon, Armia found herself constantly distracted by Isabella's antics. The kit soon went from group to group, leaving a trail of flustered nobles in her wake. And through it all, Isabella never lost that air of easy confidence, that unshakable belief that she belonged exactly where she was, doing exactly what she was doing. Must be nice, Armia thought, downing another glass of champagne, to just not give a fuck what anyone thinks. She imagined, for a moment, what it would be like to stride across the room, her own arousal on full display. To flirt shamelessly with anyone who caught her eye, consequences be damned. The thought was equal parts thrilling and terrifying. As if sensing Armia's gaze, Isabella looked up and caught her eye. The kid soon just winked at her. Armia felt her face heat up. She looked away quickly, focusing intently on whatever the hell the nobles were discussing now. Get it together, she scolded herself. You're not her. It is what it is. Melissa trudged through the front door of Javer's manor, her tail dragging behind her like a sad, purple noodle. The moons were just beginning to come out, outside, and Melissa could already feel the desire to go to sleep, suppressing a yawn. Her eyes landed on her dad. Melistaire sprawled out on the couch in full nap mode. His snores in this moment could probably wake the dead, but hey, at least it wasn't tea that late. Screw it, Melissa decided. Daddy's lap looks comfy. She flopped down, resting her head on Melistaire's thigh. He didn't even stir. Typical. Must be nice to sleep through the nymphocalypse, Melissa mused, her eyes drifting to the glass doors leading to the backyard. Outside, Jalen was going through her spell motions, looking like she was trying to swat invisible flies. Margaret and Hazel sat on a nearby bench, playing some kind of clapping game and giggling. Ah, cute. Wait a sec. Melissa's brow furrowed as she watched Jalen. The girl's form was off. That stance cannot be right, can it? Now, Melissa was exactly the perfect major self. Isabella had specifically told Melissa her problem was that she was all quantity, no quality when it came to magic. But between all the blood magic shenanigans, she managed to squeeze in some spell parry practice. Mostly so she wouldn't embarrass herself in class, of course. Maybe I'm wrong, she thought. I want to find out. With a groan, Melissa hauled herself off the couch and shuffled outside. The moment Jalen spotted her, the girl's face scrunched up like she'd just bitten into a lemon. She turned on her heel, clearly intent on making a hasty retreat. Oh, no you don't, Melissa thought, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Aqua Virtut Surge. A weak jet of water shot from Melissa's fingertips, barely more than a pathetic dribble. But it was enough to make Jalen yelp and whirl around, eyes wide with indignation. What the actual fuck? Jalen sputtered, water dripping from her nose. Margaret and Hazel stopped. Melissa smirked. Oh, what is wrong? Can't handle a little moisture? Jalen's face turned an impressive shade of red. I'll show you moisture, you purple menace. She tossed out a spell of her own, and Melissa parried it. Jalen's brows shot up. Okay, would have been embarrassing if I'd been any slower, but hey, I did it. Now, Aqua Virtut Surge. This time, Jalen parried the magical blow. Melissa smirked. There you go. Come on, let's do this. What followed was less of a training session and more of a magical slapstick routine. They traded spells back and forth. Both of them managed to parry each one, but sadly, Melissa noticed she was slowly being overwhelmed. And my essence is just about to run out after all that healing. Shit. But she couldn't stop this. It was too fun. Come on, Jay. Put your shoulder into it. She called out. Don't call me that. Jalen growled, her next spell going wide and singeing a nearby bush. Margaret, watching from the sidelines, just sighed. Girls, please don't burn down the yard. Javer just had it landscaped. Hazel, on the other hand, was having the time of her life, watching sparks fly. As their impromptu duel raged on, Melissa couldn't help but notice Jalen was getting faster mid-fight. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably closer to 20 minutes, Jalen managed to land a hit. A weak fire spell grazed Melissa's arm, singeing her sleeve. Huh. Jalen grinned. Take that. You overgrown grape. Melissa raised an eyebrow. Overgrown grape? Really? That's the best you've got? Still, she had to admit. She lost. Unequivocally. After all this is done, I need to train more. I can't keep letting my skills stagnate. Suddenly, Jalen stomped forward. Javer's niece got right up in Melissa's face, practically vibrating with triumph. Admit it, I totally kicked her ass. Melissa pulled back, blinking. Wow, she thought. She is cute when she is all fired up. Wait, what? Melissa shook off that weird thought and plastered on an amused smile. All right, you got me. Good job, Jalen. For a moment, Jalen looked thrown by the praise. Then she quickly schooled her features back into a scowl and stomped back inside, muttering something about stupid Nim. Melissa watched her go and then sighed. Oh, my essence literally just ran out. Up ahead, Margaret had stepped away from Hazel, who was now imitating Jalen's motions from earlier. Melissa's mother walked up with a concerned look. Are you all right? Does that hurt? Melissa smirked. Nah, not really, but you could kiss it to make it better. Margaret, smiling, giggled and walked forward. She actually did it, bending down to plant a kiss on Melissa's arm. There. All better? Yes, Melissa nodded. Better. Chapter 141, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 27. Isabella stumbled slightly, the world finally starting to spin a bit. Fucking finally, she thought, steadying herself against a nearby column. Took long enough for the booze to kick in. She glanced at the ornate clock on the wall, her eyes widening. Night had fallen, the party still in full swing despite starting at damn noon. Time flies when you're not having any fun, apparently. Her body ached with a dull, restless pulse, reminding her of its neglected state. Isabella winced. She had been feeling restless and frustrated for hours now, and not a single noble had been brave enough to engage with her. Bunch of prudes, she thought bitterly. What happened to the wild crowd from the gala? It wasn't like she hadn't tried. Oh, she'd tried all right. She'd flirted, she'd teased, she'd accidentally brushed up against more asses than she could count. But these stuck-up nobles were about as responsive as a dead fish. Maybe I should have just gone fishing, Isabella mused, giggling at her own drunken joke. As she scanned the room, her eyes landed on Armia. Again, the Darien had been stealing glances at her all night, always looking away when Isabella caught her. Well, look who can't keep her eyes off the goods. Isabella smirked, giving Armia an exaggerated wink and an inviting, beckoning gesture. As expected, Armia's face turned red, and she quickly looked away. Like clockwork, Isabella thought, oddly satisfied. At least someone appreciating the view. But this time, something was different. Instead of pretending to be engrossed in conversation, Armia excused herself from her little noble clique and made her way over. Isabella's eyebrows shot up. Well, this is new. Walk with me, Armia said, her voice low and intense. Isabella's drunken brain immediately jumped to the gutter. Ooh, looking for a quiet place to get up to no good? And here I thought you'd never ask. Armia's scowl deepened. Just come on. Shrugging, Isabella followed Armia out onto a secluded balcony. The cool night air felt good on her flushed skin, and the view of the city below was actually pretty spectacular. Not as spectacular as my view, though, Isabella thought, eyeing Armia's ass as she leaned against the railing. Good gods, this Darien is stiff as a building, but I wouldn't mind. How do you do it? Armia suddenly asked. Isabella blinked. You're going to have to be more specific. Scales. I do a lot of things, most of them involving my mouth or my no. Armia cut her off. Frustration cleared her voice. How do you walk around like you own the place? Like the whole world belongs to you? Oh, I don't know. Isabella shrugged, eyes half-lidded from the alcohol. I just do, babe. No, seriously. Armia looked away. There's no secret, no spell, or whatever. Isabella sighed, memories of a different conversation bubbling up. You really want to know? Armia nodded, her expression a mix of curiosity and envy. Yes. All right, story time it is, Isabella said, clapping her hands and leaning back against the railing. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, Isabella. Fine. Isabella rolled her eyes. Lots of years back, Mom and I were taking this walk. Isabella smiled. She said something to me that day. Something I'd never forget. Armia instantly looked intrigued. Isabella continued. She said, Bella, what separates Kitsune from all the other races is that whatever a Kitsune wants to do, they put their whole heart into it. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks. It doesn't matter what obstacles lie in your path. Whatever you choose to do, don't let anything stop you. And, well, I took that to heart. That's it? Armia asked, clearly unimpressed. Isabella grinned. Oh, and she also said Kitsune are surprisingly flexible. But that's a different lesson. Armia groaned. Can you be serious for 1 second? I'm being serious. Isabella, rolling her eyes. Look, it's simple. I decided I wanted to be confident to not give a fuck what anyone thinks. So I put my whole heart into it. And here I am, the sexiest, most self-assured Kitsune you'll ever meet. It's just that easy. She was completely oversimplifying it, of course. But, in truth, that was the gist of it. Isabella simply couldn't comprehend insecurity. It didn't fit with her brain. Oil and water. It just didn't mix with who she was. Armia was quiet for a moment, digesting this. I never realized how much I cared about what people thought until I met you, she admitted grudgingly. Isabella, one brow raised, softened a bit. Look, I get it. You're trying to fit in, to be accepted. But here is some free advice. All the posturing in the world, going to get you what you really want. And what is that? Armia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Respect, Isabella said simply. Not just from them, but from you. Trust me, I'd rather be myself as much as possible than pretend to be something I'm not. It's exhausting, and in the end, people see right through it anyway. Armia's eyes flashed with anger. Suddenly, Isabella found herself pinned against the railing, Armia's strong hands gripping her arms. Whoa, you don't get it. Armia growled. It's easy for you. Who you are is something humans don't have a problem with. Me? I'm a fucking Darien. One of the only Darians in the whole city. There are more Nim here than there are people of my kind. Do you know what that is like? Isabella smirked. No, I don't, she conceded. Armia didn't let go. Though, strong hands still wrapped around Isabella's biceps. She stared Isabella down. Tell me something, Isabella said, then. She got an idea. What? Armia's grip softened. Isabella grinned. Tell me how many times you ponder what people think about you while I do this. Before Armia could react, Isabella dropped to her knees in front of Armia. What are you doing? Armia sputtered, her anger giving way to shock. Isabella looked up, her emerald eyes glinting with mischief. Trying to win a debate. The old-fashioned way, you know? Without another word, she leaned in and kissed Armia deeply, surprising her completely. Armia gasped. It looked like she tried to breathe the words holy and fuck, but failed at vocalizing both. Told you. Mommy was right on both accounts that day. 12 inches, no problem. Armia gasped as Isabella pressed closer, the Kitsune whispering soft words as she leaned in. Fuck, Armia groaned, her hands tangling in Isabella's hair. How are you, MH? Isabella pulled back slowly. To torture her, just enough to speak. Less talking, more action. Come on. Isabella revealed what she had to offer. She didn't have to tell Armia twice. The Darian's enthusiasm grew, and Isabella's eyes widened. She hadn't experienced a Darien before. Hadn't taken a Darien before. Kimiko was no slouch in bed, but this level of raw strength. She had never felt anything quite like it. Isabella lost herself in the sensation, the taste of Armia on her tongue, the overwhelming intensity of the moment. She let out a soft, breathless sound, the vibrations making Armia shudder. This is more like it, Isabella thought. Finally, some real action. As Armia's movements became more erratic, Isabella knew she was close. She doubled her efforts. With a strangled cry, Armia finished, breathing hard and flushed. Isabella accepted everything, not missing a bit. When Armia finally stepped back, catching her breath, Isabella smiled up at her. So, Isabella's voice came out hoarse. Did you care at all what humans think about you while you had me at your mercy? Makes it kind of hard to, doesn't it? Armia's response was to haul Isabella to her feet and spin her around, pulling her against the railing. A pleased, surprised gasp escaped Isabella's lips. Armia's heart was racing again. Isabella's eyes widened as she felt Armia pressing against her. In one swift motion, Armia moved closer. Isabella bit her lip, her whole body trembling. Your touch feels so good, Isabella said, her voice full of emotion. Armia started to move. Isabella pushed back to meet each movement. Armia squeezed the base of Isabella's fluffy tail. Harder, she begged. Don't stop, Skal. The balcony railing creaked ominously as Armia held onto her with abandon. Neither of them cared if they broke it. If they tumbled into the gardens below, nothing mattered except the point where their bodies pressed together. So, tight, Armia grunted, her fingers digging into Isabella's hips. Isabella's thigh scraped against the cool stone of the railing, sending sharp jolts through her body. Armia leaned close to Isabella, who was lost in a haze of pure bliss. Yes, 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 Isabella chanted, no longer caring if anyone heard. Don't stop, don't stop. Armia leaned forward, her breast pressing against Isabella's back as she nipped at the kitsune's ear. Their moans mingled in the night air, a symphony of lust and need. Sweat glistened on their skin, the cool breeze doing nothing to quell the fire burning between them. Isabella's world narrowed to the feeling of Armia moving against her, intense waves of sensation rolling through her body. She was close, so close with a particularly deep movement, Armia hit just the right spot. Isabella cried out with overwhelming emotion, trembling as she clung to the balcony railing through the final wave. The intensity of the moment between Isabella and Armia was overwhelming. They held each other close, hearts pounding, minds slowly clearing as the rush of passion began to fade. After a moment, they gently separated and caught their breath. Isabella winced slightly as she straightened up, already feeling deliciously sore. She turned to face Armia, a lazy, satisfied grin spreading across her face. Without warning, Isabella threw her arms around Armia, pulling her into a tight hug. Before Armia could react, Isabella's tongue darted out, licking a stripe up the Darian's cheek. Wah, Isabella! Armia sputtered, but she didn't pull away. Isabella chuckled, her breath hot against Armia's ear. Come on, we're not done here, are we? Isabella purred, her hand trailing down Armia's body. Armia swallowed. It seemed the answer was no, they were not. Chapter 142, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 28. Armia's eyes fluttered open, her head pounding like someone was using it for drum practice. Sunlight streamed through unfamiliar curtains, making her wince. Oh, what the fuck happened last night? As consciousness slowly returned, she became aware of two things. One, she was naked as the day she was born, and two, there was an equally naked Isabella sprawled across her chest, drooling slightly on her chest. Oh, right, that happened. Armia glanced around, her brow furrowing. This definitely wasn't the party venue. The room was cozy, with lush red and gold colors that screamed Isabella's bedroom. Fluffy pillows and silken sheets surrounded them. Armia looked around and saw some certificates hanging proudly from the walls. Great. Just fucking great. How do we even get here? She tried to move, wincing as her muscles protested. Memories of the night before flooded back, pinning Isabella against the balcony railing, losing herself completely in the moment with every ounce of strength she possessed. If it had been Melissa beneath her, Armia would have worried about breaking the nim. But Isabella? The insatiable kitsune had matched her energy beat for beat, demanding more. Harder, faster. Incredible stamina, Armia thought. I feel like I've been run over by a carriage. Repeatedly. And in the one that did all the work. Gods. She carefully extricated herself from the bed, scanning the room for her dress. Nothing. Not even a scrap of fabric to cover herself. Piles of Isabella's clothes littered the floor, but Armia didn't even consider squeezing into the Kitsune's clothing. Fan-fucking-tastic. Guess I'll just parade around naked. That LL go over well. Good morning, sunshine. Armia yelped, spinning around to find Kimiko leaning against the doorframe, a knowing smirk on her face. The older Kitsune was dressed in a silky robe with a collar that hung very low. I had a feeling one of you would be up soon, Kimiko said, her eyes roaming appreciatively over Armia's nude form. You two made quite the entrance last night. Armia's face burned. She moved her thick tail up to cover herself as much as she could, which wasn't much, unfortunately. What happened last night? How do we even get here? Kimiko's grin widened. Oh, you don't remember? You two came stumbling in around 3 a.m. You two were still tangled up together when you got here, by the way, while she was in your arms. You were carrying Isabella in front of you like some kind of very lewd luggage, all while she peppered your face with drunken kisses. It was quite the spectacle. Wow, my dress? Armia managed to squeak out, desperately hoping for some scrap of dignity to cling to. Kimiko shrugged, the movement causing her robe to slip tantalizingly off one shoulder. Your guess is as good as mine, darling. 10 mortifying minutes later, Armia sat at the kitchen table, a sheet wrapped around her body and a mug of coffee clutched in her hands like a lifeline. Kimiko had graciously provided water as well, which Armia gulped down gratefully. So, Kimiko said, far too cheerfully for Armia's liking. How was the party? I hope you two kids behaved yourselves. Armia mumbled something that might have been nice in her coffee, avoiding eye contact. Oh, I bet it was. Kimiko winked, causing Armia to choke on her drink. From what little I saw, you two certainly seem to be enjoying yourselves. Is this what hell feels like? Because I'm pretty sure this is what the hells feel like. Complete with overly perky demon hostess. As Armia tried to regain her composure, a memory surfaced. Isabella, talking about a conversation with Kimiko, right? That was what kicked it all off. To be honest, it had been an enlightening talk. Armia wanted to hear more about it. Kimiko? Armia ventured, desperate to change the subject. Isabella mentioned something last night. About a walk you two took? You told her to put her heart into whatever she does? Kimiko's expression softened, a nostalgic look crossing her face. Ah, yes. I remember that day. Isabella was so shy then, still figuring out her place in the world. Though I can't take credit for the advice. I learned that from Isabella's other mother. May she rest well. Other mother? Armia asked, curiosity temporarily overriding her embarrassment. Kimiko nodded. Yes, my late wife. She was quite the force of nature. Let us say, a fond smile fell on Kimiko's face. Much like our Isabella is now. Driven and unbound. Before Armia could process that or ask any more questions, a sleep-rumpled Isabella stumbled into the kitchen. Her hair was a mess, and she wore nothing but an oversized shirt that barely covered her ass. Morning Isabella yawned, stretching in a way that made her shirt ride up dangerously high. Good morning, darling, Kimiko purred back. Without so much as another word, she made a beeline for Kimiko, pulling her into a kiss that was all tongue and obscene lip-smacking. Armia watched, wide-eyed, as Isabella's hands roamed over Kimiko's body with practiced familiarity. It's too early for this shit. Way too early. Armia rolled her eyes so hard she was worried they might get stuck. Do you two mind? Some of us are trying to eat here. Isabella broke the kiss, turning to Armia with a wicked grin. Ah, feeling left out, Scales? Don't worry, there is plenty of me to go around. I'd rather kiss a toad. Armia shot back. But her traitorous body remembered exactly how Isabella's lips had felt the night before. When they finally came up for air, Kimiko grinned at Isabella. Did you tell Armia about the other piece of advice I gave you that day, sweetheart? Isabella's answering smirk was downright feral. Oh yeah, demonstrated it too. Multiple times, if I remember correctly. That S my girl, Kimiko beamed, like a proud parent discussing her child as straight A report card. Armia's brain short-circuited. Don't look so scandalized, Scales, Isabella teased, plopping down next to Armia and stealing a piece of toast from her plate. You weren't complaining last night when I was spending time with you. In fact, I seem to remember you wanting more. I hate you, Armia grumbled, but there was no real venom behind it. Just residual embarrassment and a grudging acknowledgement that yes, Isabella's oral skills were indeed impressive and well-honed. Isabella just laughed, stealing a sip of Armia's coffee. Hate you too, Dragon Breath. Now, can I please get some breakfast? I'm starving after last night's workout. Certainly, Kimiko replied. Remember, Dante, don't let fun get in the way of one's responsibilities, be it to one's own health or to their duties. Yes, mother, I remember. Good. An hour and several awkward attempts at small talk later. Armia finally managed to escape the summer household, atop a carriage Kimiko procured for her. Just get home, take a shower, and pretend last night never happened, she told herself. Easy peasy. Just don't think about Isabella's ass, or her mouth, or the way she moaned when you know. Stop it. A while later she made it. Finally, it was all done, and she could leave that intense, drunken one-night stand with Isabella in the past, where it belonged. Her ass really did feel amazing, though. As frustrating a person as Isabella was, Armia couldn't deny that much. Whatever. She wanted to do it again anyway. Just forget about it. But as she pushed open her bedroom door, her plans for selective amnesia came to a screeching halt. There, on her obnoxiously pink bed, sat a letter. Please don't be what I think it is, Armia thought, her stomach sinking as she recognized General Neil's seal. With trembling hands, she opened the letter and began to read. Dear Lady Armia, I hope this letter finds you well. I regret to inform you that, in light of recent events, I must withdraw my proposal of marriage. While I hold you in the highest regard, I cannot align myself with someone who would engage in such unseemly behavior as was displayed at last night's gathering. The reputation of my house and my position within the military require me to maintain a certain image. Your actions, while perhaps born of youthful exuberance, are not befitting of a future general's wife. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and hope that you will find happiness on your chosen path, wherever it may lead you. Sincerely, General Neil Armia stared at the letter, waiting for the crushing disappointment to set in. This was it, wasn't it? Her one shot at everything she'd ever wanted, respect, status, acceptance, gone in a puff of smoke. But as she stood there, letter clutched in her hand, Armia realized something strange. She didn't feel bad. Oh, sure, there was a twinge of regret, a nagging voice in the back of her mind telling her she'd messed up royally. But overwhelmingly, all she could think about was how good Isabella had felt, despite how strongly she tried to shove the thought out of her mind. What the fuck is wrong with me? Armia wondered, a hysterical laugh bubbling up at her throat. I just lost everything I've been working towards, and I'm thinking about that. But as she collapsed on her bed, letter fluttering to the floor, Armia couldn't deny the strange sense of relief washing over her. No, this is probably for the best. I'll become a noblewoman one day. I'm sure of it. But I want to do it like that. She'd learned something today. There was, in fact, a right and wrong way to go about this. In her mind, at least. Chapter 143. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 29. Melissa's eyes fluttered open, the soft morning light filtering through her curtains. She stretched, arching as she shook off the last vestiges of sleep. Her tail moved lazily against the sheets, a contented purr rumbling in her throat. All right, back to work, I guess. As she padded downstairs after getting dressed, the aroma of freshly cooked breakfast wafted through the air. Melissa's stomach growled in anticipation. She rounded the corner to find Margaret at the stove, humming softly as she flipped pancakes. This was, of course, one of the better parts of staying at Javers Manor and not at the academy. Melissa had been unaware of just how much she missed this view. God, Margaret looked good. Her tits, so full of milk and so plump, bounced gently even from the slightest motion. Her hips, literally childbearing, having birthed 2 children thus far, were so grabbable. Without hesitation, Melissa walked over and wrapped her arms around her mother from behind, pressing her body close. "Morning, Mom," she purred with her lips just an inch from Margaret's ear, her voice low and sultry. "Smells delicious. Almost as good as you." Margaret chuckled, leaning back into Melissa's embrace. "Behave yourself, young lady," she admonished, but there was no real bite to her words. In fact, she even placed her hands gently over Melissa's wrists, like she meant to keep her there. "You haven't even had your coffee yet." Melissa grinned, planting a slow, wet kiss on Margaret's cheek and giving one of those milk bags of hers a playful squeeze before releasing her. "Love you. Love you too, sweetheart." As she moved to set the table, her gaze drifted to the window. Outside, Jalen was already up and at it, her hand moving through the air as she practiced her spell parries for the presentation. Damn, Melissa thought, a twinge of guilt gnawing at her. I really should be out there too. Can't let the competition get ahead. I mean, we're on the same team, but it's still clearly a competition. But the allure of otherworldly pancakes proved too strong, and Melissa pushed the thought aside. There'd be time for training later. Some time passed, and Melissa found herself striding through the opulent halls of the palace, her footsteps echoing off the marble floors. She'd barely finished digesting breakfast. Just another day in the life, she mused, shaking her head. I have lots more Nim to heal, but unfortunately, I also only have a limited amount of time with Zephyra. I can't just ignore my lessons. As she approached Zephyra's office, Melissa took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever new crisis awaited. She knocked once, then pushed the door open without waiting for a response. Zephyra looked up from her desk, a small smile playing on her lips as Melissa entered. "Ah, right on time," the court sorceress said, her voice smooth as silk. "Close the door, would you? We have much to discuss." Melissa complied, then settled into the chair across from Zephyra. She tried and completely failed at keeping her eyes from roaming the mage's body. "God, it's like she's trying to make me jump her." So Melissa said, leaning forward, "What's the latest?" Zephyra's expression turned grim. "I'm afraid I don't have much in the form of good news," she said, shuffling through some papers on her desk. "We've had more attacks on cursed Nim families. The pattern is concerning." Melissa's brow furrowed. "Wait, so we have a pattern now?" Zephyra met her gaze, her amethyst eyes intense. "Two things stand out," she explained. "First, all the attacks are happening at night. And second," she hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Second what?" Melissa prompted, a knot forming in her stomach. "They seem to be deliberately avoiding you," Zephyra finished. "Every attack has been as far from your last known locations as possible." Melissa leaned back in her chair, her mind racing. "Huh, I guess that makes sense." "Indeed," Zephyra agreed. "Given that you're the only Nim walking around out in the open, they're probably well informed about your movements, and that they're afraid of confronting you directly." Melissa wasn't too sure what to think about that. Really? They're afraid of confronting me? Melissa thought about it, leaning back and looking up at the ceiling. I mean, I've taken out more random assassins than I can count, but it feels weird that they go out of their way not to fight me. Melissa's fingers drummed on the armrest of her chair. "I feel like they could just be doing that to get my guard down," Melissa muttered. "How do you figure?" "So far, I've been allowed to walk freely," Melissa shrugged. "Chances are, at least in my opinion, that one remain that way for long." Zephyra nodded slowly. "They're setting up a trap, maybe? Lulling you into a false sense of security, waiting until you have no essence left, and then striking at that moment?" The more Melissa's mind went down this train of thought, the more sense it made. Yeah, I think so. HM, in that case, you'll have to make sure you have some help with you at all times. Can you ensure that remains the case?" "I can," Melissa replied. I think. Good. Soon, having learned a couple more spells from Zephyra, Melissa and Isabella strolled through the bustling streets of Syux, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the cobblestones. Melissa couldn't help but notice that her kitsune friend seemed off. Isabella's usual bounce was missing. Her emerald eyes distant and unfocused. Something's definitely up with her, Melissa thought, her brow furrowing. Tom be nosy. All right, spill it, Melissa said, nudging Isabella with her elbow. What has got your fluffy tail in twist? Isabella blinked, coming back to reality. Huh? Oh, it's nothing, she said, waving a hand dismissively. Just some stuff that happened at the party. Melissa's ears perked up at that. Oh yeah, the party. I totally forgot about that, she exclaimed. How do you go? Did you manage to schmooze any stuffy nobles into buying your wand? A slow, wicked grin spread across Isabella's face, her eyes lighting up with that familiar, mischievous glint. Oh, it was lots of fun, she purred, her voice dripping with suggestion. I made some mutually beneficial connections. Melissa rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress a grin of her own. Uh-huh, I bet you did, she teased. Any of these connections involve you sneaking off somewhere? Isabella gasped in mock offense. I'll have you know, I have standards, she protested. Then with a wink, she added, it was the balcony actually. They both burst into laughter, drawing curious glances from passers-by. But reality came crashing back as they rounded a corner, and Melissa looked down at her map. All right, here we are. Melissa sighed. Duty calls, she muttered, approaching the door with Isabella close behind. They knocked, and an exhausted-looking human woman answered. One look at her red-rimmed eyes told Melissa everything she needed to know. I'm sorry, the woman said, her voice barely above a whisper. You're too late. She passed yesterday. Melissa's heart sank. Oh, shit. I understand, she said softly. I'm so sorry for your loss. Is there anything we can do? The woman shook her head, already closing the door. Thank you, but no. We just need time. As they walked away, Melissa felt the weight of failure pressing down on her. It was really her fault, of course. But maybe I could have come here sooner or something. Isabella watched her friend's shoulders slump, concern etched across her face. She made an expression like she was thinking of something. Then, without warning, with a look of I got it, Isabella grabbed Melissa's wrist and pulled her into a nearby alley. Before Melissa could protest, Isabella pressed her against the wall, their bodies flush against each other. Wah! Melissa started, but her words were cut off as Isabella's lips crashed into hers. Isabella's tongue darted out, teasing at the seam of Melissa's lips. With a soft moan, Melissa opened her mouth, letting Isabella in. Their tongues danced, exploring each other's mouths with a desperate hunger. Melissa's hands found Isabella's hips, pulling her closer. She could feel the heat radiating off the kitsune's body, smell the intoxicating scent of her arousal. Isabella's tail swished excitedly, brushing against Melissa's legs. Isabella sucked on Melissa's tongue, drawing a deep, guttural moan from the nymph. Their saliva mingled, and Melissa found herself swallowing, savoring the taste of her lover. Isabella's hands tangled in Melissa's hair, tugging gently as she deepened the kiss even further. Gods, I needed this, Melissa thought, losing herself in the sensation. They broke apart for air, both panting heavily. Isabella's eyes were dark with lust, her lips swollen and glistening. Feel better? She asked, her voice husky. Melissa nodded, still a bit dazed. Yeah, wow. What brought that on? Isabella shrugged, a playful smile dancing on her lips. You look like you needed a distraction, she said. And, well, I'm always happy to provide. Melissa chuckled, shaking her head. Heh, much appreciated, I guess. She sighed. Hate that this sort of thing is even happening, you know? Indeed. But hey, at least you're trying. Come on. Isabella tugged on her hand. What's south the next place on the list? Let us see. As they stepped back out onto the street, straightening their clothes and trying to look innocent, Melissa couldn't help but smile. Maybe I can't save everyone, she mused, watching Isabella's tail sway as they walked. But like she said, all I can do is keep trying. Chapter 144. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 30. Raven. The afternoon sun filtered through the ornate roof of one of the many academy gazebos, casting intricate shadows across Raven's face. She'd been sitting there in silence for what felt like hours, lost in her thoughts. Next to Armia, who, for some reason, sat down next to her. Raven's eyes darted to Armia for the umpteenth time. The daring girl's presence was unexpected. Screw it, Raven thought, her curiosity finally getting the better of her. Might as well ask. So, Raven cleared her throat. What brings you here? Armia blinked, as if suddenly remembering Raven was there. She let out a long-suffering sigh, her shoulders slumping. With Melissa and Isabella out doing their thing, there's jack shit to do around here, Armia grumbled. And I'm not exactly eager to head back home yet. Raven nodded, about to let the conversation lapse back into silence when something caught her attention. Isabella? She asked, one eyebrow quirking up. Armia's brow furrowed. What about her? You included her, Raven elaborated, her voice carefully neutral. Couldn't he help but notice? Didn't he know you two were that close nowadays? A faint blush crept across Armia's face, barely noticeable. We're not, Armia said quickly. Too quickly. I just meant, if she was here, we could practice our spell parries for the presentation. That's all. But Raven's mind was already racing, fixating on that telltale blush. There was more to this story. She was sure of it. Uh-huh. Raven nodded slowly. Did something happen? Armia groaned, burying her face in her hands. Gods, you're too fucking perceptive for your own good. You know that? She muttered. Raven just waited, her silence more effective than any prodding. Finally, Armia looked up, her eyes darting around as if checking for eavesdroppers. Fine, she hissed. If you must know, Isabella and we might have slept together. At the party. Raven's eyebrows shot up so fast she was surprised they didn't fly off her face. Really? She breathed. You and Isabella? Armia nodded, her blush deepening. It just happened, she said, her voice a mix of embarrassment and something else. Pride, maybe? One minute we were arguing about dumb stuff, and the next, I did something really unexpected. Yeah. A beat of silence passed. Raven couldn't deny it. She was surprised. I did not see that coming, she stated. Armia sighed, leaning back and staring up the way she had been since she got here. Neither did I. I was drunk, though, and gods, that bitch is so fucking cocky. This, too, was surprising. It was rare to see Armia devolve into such language. So yeah, it just happened. Raven sat there for a moment, processing this new information. Her curiosity, despite her best efforts, got the better of her. How did it happen exactly? She asked, her voice low and careful. Armia sighed, running a hand through her golden hair. She stared off into the distance, almost as if she'd forgotten Raven was there. Well, like I said, we were arguing about whatever, and then she trailed off, lost in the memory. Raven waited, silent and still. Isabella, she just looked at me, with those fucking green eyes of hers. And she dropped down on her knees and pulled she trailed off, leaving the rest unspoken. Oh my. Raven felt her body temperature rise slightly, unbidden. She shifted in her seat, uncomfortable with her own reaction. She took care of me. Hard. And then, Armia continued, seemingly unaware of Raven's discomfort. I repositioned her and pulled her close against that railing. Gods, the way Raven's breath caught in her throat. She could picture it vividly. Isabella's flushed face, her tail swishing with excitement. Armia's strong hands holding her close. What the hell is wrong with me? Raven thought, trying to shake the image from her mind. I told her right there, Armia said, her voice low with the memory. Fast and bold. Anyone could have seen us, but I did not care. The way she reacted, the way she leaned back toward me. Raven felt a familiar warmth stirring inside her. She crossed her legs, trying to ignore the growing tension. Wow, Arnya Brit. I've never felt anything like it. Not since my first time with Melissa. The way she held on to me in that moment. I thought I was going to lose my mind. Raven swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. She could feel her heartbeat quickening, her body responding to Armia's vivid description despite her best efforts to remain detached. That's quite something, Raven managed to say, her voice slightly strained. Armia blinked, seeming to come back to reality. She looked at Raven, a faint blush creeping across her scales as she realized how much Shed revealed. Armia mumbled, looking away. Sorry, I didn't mean to overshare. Raven shook her head, trying to regain her composure. It's fine, she said softly, even as her heart pounded with a sudden, unexpected intensity. We all have our moments of weakness. Armia nodded, still not meeting Raven's eyes. An awkward silence fell between them. Quite the night, I guess. Hey. Armia took a deep breath. You wanna go get a bite to eat or something? Raven thought about it. She didn't have anything better to do. Sure. Melissa, and Isabella strolled down the street, their earlier playful mood still lingering. Occasionally, Isabella's tail brushed against Melissa's leg in a way that was definitely not accidental. Remember, Isabella purred, her emerald eyes glinting mischievously. Don't forget to let me know if you start running low on essence again. I'd be more than happy to top you up. Melissa rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress a grin. I'm sure you would, she teased. But I'm good for now. Try to contain your disappointment. They approached the next house on their list. Another potential cursed Nim, hopefully still alive inside. Melissa stepped up to the door, her hand raised to knock. The door suddenly swung open. Time seemed to slow down. Melissa's eyes widened as she registered the hooded figure on the other side. The glint of a blade appeared in her view. Shit! Pain exploded in her abdomen as the Shadow Mage's dagger found its mark. Melissa gasped. She fell back, her mind struggling to process what was happening. Melissa! Isabella screamed. Melissa felt herself being yanked backward, her legs giving out as she collapsed onto the street. She pressed a hand to her wound, feeling warm blood seeping between her fingers. This can't be happening. Through blurring vision, she saw Isabella spring into action. The Kitsune's hand were already moving, tracing complex patterns in the air as she unleashed a barrage of spells. Ventus, Spyrare Defendera, Isabella shouted. A whirlwind emerging from the wand she brought with her to deflect oncoming magical attacks, as the Shadow Mage stepped back to fight. Then, shifting his momentum, the Shadow Mage who had stabbed Melissa leapt forward. Isabella ducked under the first swing, countering with a swift kick to the Mage's midsection. It didn't seem to do much more than push the man back, but it gave Isabella enough room to cast. Ignis Cor Protev Main. A shield of flame sprung up around Isabella, forcing the Shadow Mage to retreat. This was one of the spells Melissa had invented, which she'd shown to her Kitsune friend. But as Isabella pressed her advantage, more hooded figures emerged from behind them. They had been waiting hidden for this moment. In truth, Melissa felt she should have seen it coming. The sudden vacancy of the street, how things got quieter and quieter, but she admittedly lowered her guard. A trap. Melissa realized, her thoughts hazy with pain and shock. They set a fucking trap for us. Isabella's eyes darted between the encroaching enemies, her tail bristling with tension. Ugnis, Momero Arjan, she cried, sending a volley of flame projectiles at the approaching mages. Two went down, their robes smoldering. But there were more. Too many. This was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment thing. One Shadow Mage slipped past Isabella's defenses, his fist connecting with her jaw. Isabella stumbled. Melissa swore she'd been knocked out, but it looked like she regained consciousness just before she would have hit the ground. Flipping back, blood trickling from her split lip. Melissa watched in horror as her friend was slowly overwhelmed. She needed to do something. Anything. Get a grip, she told herself, gritting her teeth against the pain. Help her. Melissa closed her eyes, reaching up and drawing a spell sign. Vita mermul, karim siv. She whispered, her voice weak but determined. A basic healing spell. Nothing as powerful as the one she invented, but she didn't want to risk using up too much essence. The point of healing herself now was to get into a fight, after all. A warm glow suffused her body. The pain began to recede, replaced by an itching sensation as her accelerated healing took effect. Melissa opened her eyes, her vision clearing. The wound wasn't fully healed. It was still regenerating, but it would do for now. She struggled to her feet. "Hey, assholes!" Melissa shouted, her voice hoarse but strong. The shadow mages turned, surprise evident in their body language. Clearly, they hadn't expected her to recover so quickly. Melissa's hands are already moving. "Ilumi, Neka, Barfal," she cried out. A sphere of blue flame flew through the air, cutting past Isabella and crashing into one of the shadow mages. "Ah!" he cried out. Once again, Melissa had no clue why this spell hurt so much, but she was glad it did. Isabella, seizing the opportunity, unleashed another barrage of spells. Glacies Tempestas Fulmina. A storm of ice shards suddenly filled the air. The shadow mages were frozen in place, not knowing who to go after first. Melissa and Isabella moved in tandem. Spheres of blue flame and shards of sharp ice pushed the shadow mages back. The battle raged on, spells flying in all directions. The shadow mages couldn't get near them, and anyone who tried to respond through magic was repelled through parries and had their force returned to them tenfold. Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, silence fell. Melissa breathed heavily. The street was littered with unconscious or groaning shadow mages. Most had either been burned to death by Melissa's strange spell or impaled by Isabella's ice. All except one. Melissa advanced on the last standing mage, her eyes blazing with barely contained fury. "You," she growled, grabbing the front of the mage's robes. "You're coming with us." Chapter 145. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 31. The tension in Javer's office was thick enough to cut with a knife. Melissa stood with her arms crossed, her tail curled around her own left leg. Beside her, Isabella leaned against the wall, her usual playful demeanor replaced by a simmering anger. Armia sat rigidly in a chair, and Raven lurked in the corner, silent as always. Javer paced behind her desk, her face etched with worry and fatigue. She'd spent the last couple of hours interrogating the captured shadow mage. By now, though the sun hadn't fully disappeared behind the horizon, the twin moons had already made their appearance. "All right," Javer said, finally breaking the heavy silence. "I've got some information." Melissa's stomach clenched. "What did that guy say?" Javer pulled out a map of Syx. She spread it across her desk, pointing to several marked locations. Naturally, both were on the exact opposite side of the city from Javer's manor. "These are their next targets," she explained. "At least, according to our guest. They're planning to hit these Nim households next, following the same pattern." Isabella pushed off the wall, leaning over the map with a frown. "Hold up. You really think they're going to stick to this plan? After we just kicked their asses and captured one of their own?" "She just got a point," Armia chimed in. "They'd be idiots to not change their strategy now." Melissa nodded slowly, her mind racing. "There has to be more to it. A backup plan or something." She turned to Javer. "Did he say anything else? Anything at all that seemed off?" Javer shook her head. "Nothing concrete. But," she hesitated, glancing at each of them in turn, "I get the feeling he was holding back. There's more he's not telling us." "I mean," she sighed, "I literally had to put a gag in his mouth to keep him from biting off his own tongue. It looks like there's things he doesn't even trust himself to keep quiet on." Raven spoke up for the first time, her voice soft. "Of course there is. Large-scale plans like these don't get made without contingencies. And right now, Melissa is their biggest enemy in the city." Melissa's tail swished as she thought, her eyes narrowing. "Javer," she said suddenly. "Where is he now?" "The shadow mage we caught." Javer raised an eyebrow. "In a secure room at a friend's house. I want to talk to him." Javer paused. "Melissa," Javer said carefully, "I don't think that's a good idea. He dangerous. And so, am I? Melissa cut her off, her voice flat. Besides, if he could have slipped away, he would have by now, right? I'll be fine. And I think it's worth a shot. ISNT it? We need more information, and we need it fast, before they can hurt any more innocent families. But how will you get it? I need a few hours to figure that out, Melissa replied. So, where's this friend's house? The weight of her words hung in the air. Javert closed her eyes, pinching the bridge of her nose. Fine, she said after a long moment. Give me that map of yours. I'll mark it down. Now, all Melissa had to do was figure this out. She had something in mind. She just wasn't too sure it would work. Melissa flopped onto her bed, her mind racing with the events of the day. The shadow mage attack, the interrogation, it all swirled in her head, moving in circles in her mind. But one thought stood out above the rest. How the hell was she going to get that extra bit of information out of their captive? She had an answer, though. Her pheromones. The very thing that made her a nym, that set her apart from humans and other races. They were the key to unlocking the Shadow Mage's secrets. She was sure of it. Melissa sat up, running a hand through her hair. She'd been practicing, learning to control her pheromones to some extent. She could aim them at a specific person now, or attract them to affect a smaller area. But this would require something different. She needed to empower them. On purpose. Fuck, Melissa muttered, her tail twitching nervously. How the hell am I supposed to do that? She closed her eyes, thinking back to the times when her pheromones had been at their strongest. Two instances stood out clearly in her mind. First, during sex. That much was clear. The more she had it, the stronger her pheromones seemed to become, though the buff wasn't permanent. The second way to increase the potency of her pheromones was through the use of blood magic. That said, lately, it feels as though it's gotten weaker. Though, maybe that's just on account of the work I've been doing reeling it in. What if I just let them loose? Suppressing her pheromones had basically become as natural as breathing. She was going to have to work to actively let them out in full force again. But that wasn't all she wanted to do. What if? She blinked, eyes still fixed on the ceiling. What if I can focus them into a more direct form? Charm magic. The words spilled out of her tongue aloud slowly, like she was tasting the notion. It's a thing in most fantasy worlds that I knew about back on Earth. Theoretically, it should have a way to happen here, right? She knew it had to be possible. Her nym pheromones could already be considered a passive form of charm magic already. All she wanted was to focus it into an actual spell. This is different from the other spells I've been making, though. With those, I took pre-existing incantations and mixed and matched them. If I'm going to do this, I'll need to come up with a new incantation myself. And the spell sign, obviously, it sounded like something she could do. She just needed to figure out how. The following day, Melissa stood beside Zephyra at the gardens. They'd just gotten started with the day's lessons, and Melissa had been looking for the right time to bring her question up. She figured now was that time. Here goes nothing, Melissa thought, taking a deep breath. So, she began, trying to keep her voice casual. I've been thinking about something. Zephyra raised an eyebrow, a small smile playing on her lips. Oh, do tell. Melissa's tail swished nervously behind her. I want to create a new spell, but not like the ones I've made before. I mean, completely new. No pre-existing incantations or spell signs. Zephyra's eyes widened, genuine surprise flashing across her face. It wasn't an expression Melissa saw often on the composed sorceress. That's quite ambitious, Zephyr said slowly. Creating a spell from scratch is no small feat. Lots of mages go their entire lives without attempting such a thing. Melissa nodded, her determination growing. I think it's necessary. For what I want to do, I can't just mix and match existing spells. Zephyra studied her for a moment, her amethyst eyes seeming to pierce right through Melissa. All right, she said finally. Let's talk about how you might accomplish this. First, you need to understand that magic, at its core, is about intent and will. The incantations and spell signs we use are just tools to focus that intent, ways to manifest it in reality, using our essence. Melissa listened intently, her mind racing with possibilities. To create a new spell, Zephyra continued, you need to have a clear, precise idea of what you want to accomplish. Then, you need to find a way to channel your will and essence into manifesting that idea. Well, yeah, I know that much, Melissa said, nodding. I mean, I made my own spells. But how do I come up with new incantations and spell signs? Zephyra smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Patience. I was getting to that. Sorry. She continued. What texts in your classes likely never told you is where incantations and spell signs come from. That's where it gets interesting. The words and spell signs themselves are derived from the Old Tongue. You could theoretically use any words or movements as long as they resonate with your intent and you have the capacity to use them. Melissa's eyes widened. The Old Tongue? Yes, Zephyr chuckled. To give you an idea of this, here, look. Zephyra put her wand up, she liked a lot, apparently, and spoke, drawing a spell sign. Aqua, Nilnismar. From the tip of her wand, a ball of water manifested. Zephyra began to move it around in the air, explaining, this spell I just used creates a projectile of water that I can manipulate before throwing. The word aqua is related to the word water in the Old Tongue. The word nel is associated with hold, and the word nismar means something like crash. Put them all together, and you get this. She then threw the spell at a dummy. The sphere of water exploded on impact, though not with enough force to destroy the dummy. See? Why, yeah, Melissa nodded, eyes wide. I get it. But, she paused, what is the Old Tongue? Zephyr smiled. Surprising, isn't it? That a mage like yourself can come this far without even knowing the background of the magic you wield? That's by design, my dear. Allow me to explain. She kept going. It is said that during the age of creation, the gods used words to create the world around us. They would presumably think of something, vocalize it, and boom, it would come to be. Really? Indeed. What we now call the Old Tongue is the language of the gods. Melissa, the language that was used to shape the world. It is from the gods that life and essence come from. It is by using their words that we can manifest our will into being. Spell signs, as well, are just a different way of viewing that language. It's like the difference between writing the word tree and drawing a tree on a piece of paper. They use these words to create the world around us, and it's through borrowing them that we create spells. Wow, I think I understand. I'm actually kind of surprised by how much sense this makes. I feel like I understand what she is saying perfectly. Of course, just because you know the words doesn't mean you can do anything, Melissa. You need to have the essence to cast the ability. Think of essence as a price for purchasing something. You can put an item on a counter at a store, but that doesn't mean you have the money to buy it, right? Right? And if you don't, Zephyr smirked, you explode. What? She cackled. Okay, no, she said between fits of laughter, but seriously, it can kill you. After all, you be trying to create an effect in the world with more essence than you have. This is why people don't just spend all day making overpowered spells, Melissa. This is why this knowledge I'm giving to you is something we mages keep secret. No need to have the common rabble going around literally killing themselves because they don't understand what they're doing. Get it? Yeah. Now, Zephyr said, her tone growing more serious. What kind of spell are you looking to create? The approach might vary depending on the effect you're aiming for. Melissa hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully. I want to create a spell that helps me take advantage of my own strengths. Something uniquely suited to my abilities as a nim. Zephyra's eyebrows shot up. I see. So, Zephyra continued to create this spell. You need to borrow words from the Old Tongue, see if any spell signs exist that can be associated with what you want to do, and put it all together. Melissa nodded, her mind already racing with possibilities. Is there an old world dictionary or something I could use? Dictionaries? I believe so. Only the most respected of mages are allowed to view them. However, for obvious reasons. She considered it. I suppose I could procure one for you. Wow. Thank you, Zephyra, she said aloud. This helps a lot. The court's sorceress nodded. Just be careful. Creating new magic is unpredictable. Start small, And don't push yourself too hard. And Zephyra narrowed her eyes. Do not make me regret the trust I'm placing in you. Melissa shook her head firmly. Never. Trust me. You won't regret it at all. Okay, maybe you will, but whatever. There's too much at stake. Chapter 146. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 32. Melissa sat cross-legged on her bed. The Old World Dictionary Zephyra had given her spread out before her like some ancient, mystical tome. Which, to be fair, it kind of was. All right, let us do this, she thought, cracking her knuckles. Time to make some magic happen. Literally. She handled the book with the reverence of a priest touching a holy relic, terrified of so much as creasing a page. The last thing she needed was a pissed-off Zephyra on her case for damaging a priceless artifact. Okay, Melissa muttered, flipping through the pages. Mind, influence, persuasion. Come on, give me something good. Her tail swung back and forth behind her as she scanned the pages, occasionally pausing to jot down a promising word or phrase. She loved this. This part of practicing magic was more addictive than any drug to her. After what felt like 20 minutes, but was probably closer to an hour, Melissa had a list of 3 words and 3 spell lines that seemed promising. She stood up, stretching her arms above her head with a groan. Time to test this bad boy out. She grinned, grabbing Isabella's wand from her nightstand. Melissa took a deep breath, focusing on the words she'd chosen. She traced the first spell line in the air, her movements precise and deliberate. Mentis Influentia Pursera. She waited, holding her breath. Nothing happened. Well, shit, Melissa sighed, flopping back onto the bed. Back to the drawing board, I guess. She paced around her room, muttering to herself, and occasionally gesticulating wildly, as if conducting an invisible orchestra of failure. There has to be something I'm missing. Some key component that LL make this work. Melissa's eyes fell on the dictionary again. On a whim, she flipped it open to a random page. And there it was, staring her right in the face. Pheromones, Melissa read aloud, her eyes widening. Wait, there's an old tongue word for pheromones? Excited now, she flipped through the pages, searching for another word that had been niggling at the back of her mind. And there it was, desire. Okay, now we're getting somewhere, she thought, a grin spreading across her face. But we need one more, The word project jumped out at her, completing the trifecta. Melissa grabbed Isabella's wand again, an idea forming. What if? She closed her eyes, concentrating hard on channeling her pheromones into the tip of the wand. It was like trying to pour water through a straw using only the power of her mind. But slowly, she felt something happening. Here goes nothing, she thought, taking a deep breath. She drew the spell line in the air, focusing all her will and intent into the movement. As she completed the gesture, she spoke the word she'd chosen, Pheromono Desiderium Proicera. For a moment, nothing happened. Melissa's heart sank. Then, suddenly, a stream of shimmering pink mist poured from the tip of the wand, filling the air with a sweet, intoxicating scent. Holy shit, Melissa breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. I did it. I actually fucking did it. She waved the wand around, watching the pink mist swirl and dance in the air. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and more than a little terrifying. Then, she threw it forward. A small, pink sphere flew forward, dissipating as it hit the wall. Okay, so it looks cool, Melissa thought, her initial excitement giving way to practical concerns. But does it actually work? She bit her lip, considering her options. She needed a test subject, someone to try the spell on. But who? Maybe Isabella? No, she is already too horny for her own good. I want to be able to spot the difference. Nah, I don't want to freak her out more than she already is. Maybe? She grinned. Yeah, that should work. Melissa stood before Raven in their shared dorm room, her tail swishing nervously behind her. She'd just finished explaining her idea, watching Raven's impassive face for any sign of reaction. So, what do you think? Melissa asked, unable to keep the excitement from her voice. Will you help me test it out? Raven sat silently for a moment, her gray eyes unreadable. Melissa resisted the urge to fidget under that steady gaze. Finally, Raven spoke, her voice soft but clear. It's for research? Melissa nodded eagerly. Exactly. I need to know if it actually works, you know? And well, since we're already... She trailed off, a faint blush coloring her purple cheeks. Raven considered this, then gave a slight nod. All right, I'll help. Really? Melissa beamed. Thanks. Raven, you're the best. Raven's lips quirked in what might have been the ghost of a smile. What do you need me to do? Just sit there on your bed, Melissa instructed, moving to perch on her own bed across the room. And, let me know if you feel anything different, okay? Another nod from Raven. Melissa took a deep breath, her fingers tightening around Isabella's wand. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, a mix of excitement and nerves making her palms sweaty. Okay, Mel, you've got this, she thought. Just like you practiced. She raised the wand, focusing intently on channeling her pheromones into its tip. It was easier this time, like her body remembered what to do. She drew the spell line in the air, movements precise and deliberate. Pheromono Desiderium Proicera, a small, shimmering pink sphere shot from the wand's tip, zipping across the room to hit Raven square in the chest. It dissipated on impact, leaving behind a faint, sweet scent. Raven inhaled sharply, her eyes widening just a fraction. Well? Melissa leaned forward eagerly. Anything? Raven blinked, her brow furrowing slightly. I'm not sure. Melissa tried not to let her disappointment show. Nothing at all. It's... Raven paused, seeming to search for words. Warm. Warm? Melissa perked up. Where? Raven placed a hand over her chest, where the sphere had hit. Here. And, spreading. Melissa's tail swished excitedly. That has something. What else? Raven's normally pale cheeks were starting to flush. My heart. It's beating faster. Melissa blinked. She's not going to have a heart attack or something. Is she? Really? Melissa hopped off her bed, moving closer to Raven. Can I? She gestured towards Raven's chest. After a moment's hesitation, Raven nodded. Melissa placed her hand over Raven's heart, feeling the rapid thumping beneath her palm. Wow, it really is fast, she murmured. Then she noticed something else. Raven, you're really warm. I know, Raven said, her voice slightly strained. It's intense. Melissa bit her lip, suddenly very aware of how close they were. She could see the slight dilation of Raven's pupils, hear the quickening of her breath. Holy shit, Melissa thought. It's actually working. How do you feel? She asked softly, her hand still resting on Raven's chest. Raven swallowed hard. Huh, tingly. Like I want. Want what? Melissa prompted, her own heart racing now. Instead of answering, Raven surged forward, pressing her lips against Melissa's in a hungry kiss. Melissa's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly melted into the kiss. This was their first time, not by a long shot, but there was an urgency to Raven's actions that was particularly thrilling. Raven's hands came up to tangle in Melissa's hair, pulling her closer. Melissa responded in kind, her tail wrapping around Raven's waist. When they finally broke apart, both were panting. Raven's usually stoic expression was gone, replaced by one of open longing. Oh, Raven breathed. Melissa, I need... What? Melissa asked, her own voice soft. What do you need, Raven? You, Raven said, reaching for Melissa and drawing her close. Now. Melissa laughed in surprise as she found herself in Raven's arms, Raven holding her gently. Note to self. Melissa thought dazedly as Raven's hands rested on her shoulders. Raven's lips brushed near Melissa's neck, gentle and warm. Her hands moved to Melissa's arms, fingers tracing patterns that made Melissa shiver. Raven, Melissa whispered. She leaned into the touch, smiling. Raven made a warm sound, her hands moving higher to rest on Melissa's shoulders, thumbs tracing gentle circles. Melissa's tail brushed around Raven's leg, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She tugged playfully at Raven's shirt. Suddenly desperate to feel close, Raven got the message, sitting up to pull Melissa closer. Melissa followed her lead, both of them laughing softly as they moved together on the bed. Raven leaned in again, and Melissa sank back against the pillows, the two of them settling into each other as if they had always belonged there. Curves meeting in all the right places. Melissa ran her hands down Raven's back, marveling at the smooth skin and toned muscles. She had always found Raven attractive, but right now, she was breathtaking. They pulled each other close, savoring the moment. "Raven," she breathed. "Please." Raven's hand slid down Melissa's body, fingers trailing along her inner thigh. Melissa shifted closer. Raven leaned in, and the moment deepened between them, building the pressure in a way that had Melissa trembling beneath her. "More," Melissa whispered. "Please, I want more." Raven obliged, pulling Melissa closer. She set a steady rhythm, her body pressed against Melissa's as they moved together. Melissa clung to Raven, her nails digging into her back. She was lost in sensation, every nerve ending alive with feeling. "Raven," she gasped. "I'm close." "I can't." Raven cut her off with a deep, lingering kiss, catching Melissa's soft sounds as the moment overwhelmed her. Melissa's body shuddered, waves of emotion washing over her as Raven held her close through it all. As Melissa caught her breath, she became aware of Raven still moving against her, wanting more. Without hesitation, Melissa flipped their positions, gently pinning Raven to the bed. "My turn," she grinned before leaning down close to Raven. Raven gasped, her hands flying to Melissa's hair. Melissa leaned in close, their lips meeting in a long, deep kiss. "Oh, gods," Raven muttered, as they lay there afterwards, sweaty and satisfied. Melissa couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Her spell had worked, and spectacularly at that. "So," she said, propping herself up on an elbow to look at Raven. "I dare say that was a successful experiment, wouldn't you?" Raven, her usual stoic expression returning, simply nodded. But Melissa didn't miss the slight curl of her lips, or the way her hand found Melissa's under the covers. "Yep," Melissa thought, snuggling closer to Raven. "Definitely a success." Now, she looked up at the ceiling. "I have to try this on a different target." Chapter 147, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 33, there were a few takeaways from the experiment. For one, the spell's duration appeared to be around 5 minutes, as Raven said that after 5 minutes passed, she had simply been naturally horny as opposed to magically horny. Another thing Melissa gleaned with regard to her spell was that, as she had somewhat expected, it wasn't genuine mind control. It was more like an enhanced version of her natural pheromones. Effectively, it just made her horny. Very horny, incredibly horny even, but still that was all it did. An enhanced version of her pheromones, packed into a magical spell. Still, Melissa thought as she walked around her dorm room, with Raven out jogging, that might be all I need. I mean, if I can make people horny enough to where it's genuinely difficult to even think. She grinned. This spell could end up being more effective than I thought. Now, it was time to put it to the test. Let us go pay that shadow mage a visit, shall we? Melissa thought as she took some parchment and left Raven a note, saying she was leaving. This ought to be informative, at the very least. Taking her map with her, Melissa left the dorm. Out in the streets, she carefully followed Javer's directions until she arrived at a quaint-looking house. It was plain, very plain. If Melissa didn't know this was where the Shadow Mage was at, the only reason she'd even so much as look at it was due to the boarded-up windows. Melissa knocked on the door. No one answered. Checking the knob, she found it was unlocked and walked inside. Her footsteps echoed as she searched the place. She found him when she went upstairs, looking into a room where cobwebs and the smell of dust assaulted Melissa's senses. In the middle was a man tied down to a chair. He was bald, with a scarred face and wearing only that black robe and some boots. Blood trickled from various parts of his body, pooling beneath him. Clearly, Javer had been thorough in her attempts at extracting information. Like Javer had mentioned, they'd ended up having to put a gag in his mouth to keep him from biting his own tongue off. Despite that, he looked calm, his blindfolded gaze fixed on the floor until Melissa took a step forward. HM? He hummed, acknowledging that someone had just come in. There you are, Melissa thought, crossing her arms. I'm sure I'm probably not going to get a whole lot out of him as is. So, let's just get on with it, I guess. Melissa cleared her throat. Hi. She spoke lowly, trying to make her voice deeper. Seductive. I'm here to ask you about some stuff. Is that all right? The guy tried to scoff. Melissa glared at him as she circled his position. Then, she raised a hand and focused on siphoning all her pheromones into the tip of her right index finger. Pheromono desiderium proisra, she muttered as quietly as she could, so as to not clue the shadow mage in on the fact that magic was being used on him. As she drew the spell sign in the air, soon a tiny pink sphere launched out of her fingertip and flew into the man's body. HM. He hummed again. His Bodis reaction was immediate. A sudden wave of arousal flushed through him, and he shifted uncomfortably beneath his robe. He was noticeably breathing a bit faster, and Melissa could almost feel warmth radiating off him. Now, how would they do this in the movies? Trying to figure out the angle to work, she put her hands on his shoulders, leaning in to whisper, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not here to hurt you. Not at all. In fact, as long as you're cooperative, I'm going to ease all that pain going through you right now. Does that sound good? He tried to break out of his restraints, shifting side to side. Yeah, keep trying, Melissa thought, glaring down at him. The only time when you're leaving that chair is when it's time to burn your body. Outwardly, though, Melissa leaned in and, forcing herself not to gag in disgust, stuck her tongue out and licked up the edge of his right ear. Now Melissa straddled him. He squirmed beneath her. Tell me something I don't know. Melissa stumbled out of the dilapidated house, parts of her purple skin coated in a fine layer of ash. She coughed, waving her hand in front of her face to disperse the smoke that clung to her. The remnants of the shadow mage drifted off her body, carried away by the gentle breeze. Well, that was a fucking waste of time, she thought, her red eyes narrowing in frustration. She'd gotten information out of him, sure. The bastard had spilled his guts, thinking he was revealing some earth-shattering secret. But it was nothing Melissa didn't already know, given what happened at the gala. Shit, she muttered, leaning against the weather-worn exterior of the house. Her tail moved side to side agitatedly behind her, the heart-shaped tip leaving small furrows in the dirt. The queen was in on it. That had been the bulk of what the guy ended up talking about. No cheat. The only part about what the man said which she hadn't known was just how deep the Queen's involvement went. She is not just working with them, Melissa thought, her fists clenching at her sides. She is one of them, a fucking shadow mage. The revelation shouldn't have shocked her as much as it did. After all, who better to orchestrate a plot against the Nim than someone in the highest position of power? But knowing it for certain, hearing it from the horse's mouth, or rather, the charred remains of said horse, made it all too real. She groaned. The part that is really annoying is that the guy had no evidence to offer for it. Sure, I could have had him write down a confession, but all the Queen would have had to do to disprove it is go he-s lying and boom, I'm probably getting charged with treason. Shit. Melissa pushed off from the wall, her legs slightly unsteady. The interrogation had taken more out of her than she'd expected. Using her pheromones so intensely, it was just as tiring as using blood magic. Makes sense, I guess. The more I think about it, the more cyclic my abilities feel, she thought. Blood magic, which I seem to have an affinity for, takes a lot out of me, but enhances my pheromones. Then, I fuck, and I'm alright again. The same probably goes for this new spell I came up with, minus the pheromone enhancement. She nodded to herself. I need a shower, she thought, grimacing as she caught a whiff of herself. As she began the long walk back to Javer's Manor, not the academy, her mind raced. The Queen wouldn't stop. She'd keep pushing, keep trying to eradicate the Nim, until someone put an end to her schemes. And that someone Melissa realized would have to be her. But how the fuck am I supposed to take down the Queen? She wondered, running a hand through her ash-streaked black hair. It's not like I can just walk up to the palace and challenge her to a duel. Her shoulders slumped. Actually, if If I could just... Melissa's red eyes widened, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. The spell. Her new charm spell. If she could use it on the queen? Holy shit, she thought, her tail swishing frantically behind her. Maybe I could make her switch sides, turn her into an ally. The possibilities raced through her mind. With the queen under her spell, literally, the shadow mages could lose their biggest political weapon. She could, with the queen's help, dismantle their organization from the inside out. But one TB easy, Melissa reminded herself, her excitement tempered by reality. First of all, the spell isn't actual mind control. Getting the queen attracted to me would have its benefits, for sure, but I can't just tell her you now want to help me, wave my hand, and boom, now she's on my side. Plus, I can't just waltz into the palace and cast a spell on the fucking queen. She'd need to be sneaky about it. Find a way to get close to the queen without arousing suspicion. Otherwise, she'd just cast the feelings aside as momentary weakness. Maybe at another public event? Melissa mused, her mind working furiously. Or, fuck, what if I could get a private audience somehow? The thought of being alone with the queen, knowing what she was, sent a shiver down Melissa's spine. But I'll do whatever it takes, she decided, her jaw set with determination. And hey, at least this time it's a woman. Small mercies, I guess. As Javer's manor came into view, Melissa's mind was made up. Watch out, your majesty, Melissa thought, a grim smile spreading across her face. I'm gonna make you my bitch. Chapter 148. Bonus chapter. Zephyrah's morning with the summer. Zephyrah, the morning sun cast a warm glow over the summer household as Zephyrah approached, her raven hair shimmering in the early light. She smoothed down her deep purple robes, substantially excited. The memory of her last encounter with Kimiko sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. As she raised her hand to knock, the door swung open before she could. Kimiko stood there, her voluptuous figure barely contained by a silk robe that left little to the imagination. As soon as she spotted the court's sorceress, her fluffy fox ears twitched playfully and her tail swayed behind her. Well, Kimiko purred, her eyes raking over Zephyrah's body. I was wondering when I'd see you again. Zephyrah felt her cheeks warm. No. Don't turn into a damn lovesick schoolgirl. You've been with more beautiful ladies than you can count. It doesn't matter that this one is basically your dream woman. It doesn't matter. With that in mind, she tried to get her racing heart under control. Good morning, Kimiko. I hope I'm not intruding. Oh, darling, Kimiko chuckled, leaning in close to hug her. Her hot breath tickled Zephyrah's ear as she whispered, It's quite fine, I assure you. Come inside, please. Ah, yes, thank you. As Kimiko stepped back to let her in, she placed her hand on the small of Zephyrah's back. Another voice rang out from inside the house. Mom, who is it? Zephyrah, the younger Summer, bounded into view. Her own pink ears perked up in excitement. She was dressed in a loose, flowing robe that did little to hide her curvaceous figure. Both these foxes were visibly flustered at the moment. Zephyrah hadn't noticed Kimiko's a moment ago. So, excited to see me, perhaps? Good morning, Isabella, Zephyrah said, trying to keep her voice steady. I hope you don't mind me joining you for breakfast before my lesson with Melissa. Mind? Isabella grinned. We're thrilled. Aren't we, Mom? Absolutely delighted, dear. Now, let us get you fed, shall we? Soon. They sat down with platters of fruits, pastries, and steaming dishes that filled the air with mouth-watering aromas. Zephyrah found herself sandwiched between the two kitsunes, their tails occasionally brushing against her legs under the table. As a servant brought in plates of steaming food, Kimiko turned to Zephyrah, her expression suddenly serious. Zephyrah, dear, there is something I wanted to discuss with you. Zephyrah paused, a forkful of eggs halfway to her mouth. Oh, what is it? Kimiko leaned in, her ample cleavage pressing against Zephyrah's arm. It's about Isabella's wand, the one she gave you. I was hoping, we were hoping you might be willing to have an article written for the papers. An honest review, of course. Isabella, on Zephyrah's other side, grinned briefly before her expression changed, and she stood up, dramatically throwing herself across the sorceress's lap. "Oh, Zephyra, you have no idea how hard it is to break into the business world. It's all connections this and reputation that. A girl can hardly get a foot in the door." Zephyra found herself struggling to focus, caught between Kimiko's pressing warmth and Isabella's weight across her thighs. The younger Kitsune's robe had ridden up, revealing a tantalizing expanse of thigh and a peek at— "Yes, of course," Zephyr managed, her voice slightly strained. "I'd be happy to help. In fact, why don't I write something now? Do you have some parchment?" Both Kitsune's eyes lit up. Kimiko clapped her hands together. "Oh, you wonderful woman. Isabella, fetch some parchment for our guest." Isabella bounced up, her movement causing her robe to shift, giving Zephyra another glimpse. When Isabella returned with a parchment, quill, and ink, Zephyra said about writing. She described the wand's elegant design, its intriguing ability to conduce magic, and a noticeable increase in spell potency she'd experienced while using it. She was lying about that last one, but Melissa had said this was the summer's goal, moving forward with this invention. As she wrote, she could feel the summer's eyes on her, their anticipation palpable. Finally, she set down the quill. "There, I think that should do nicely. I'll make sure it gets to the right people at the paper." Before she could react, both Kitsunes leaned in, planting kisses on her cheeks. Again, Zephyra found herself with a lapful of eager Kitsune, Isabella's soft body pressed against her. She could feel the girl shifting restlessly against her thigh. "Easy there, sweetheart," Kimiko chuckled, though she made no move to pull her daughter away. "Let's not smother our gracious guest." Isabella pulled back slightly, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling. "Sorry, I just got so excited. You have no idea how much this means to me, Ms. Vertel." The court's sorceress smiled back. "It's my pleasure, truly." Kimiko leaned in. "Say," she smiled, "how can we possibly repay you?" Zephyr grinned in turn. She had a couple ideas. In Kimiko and Isabella's shared bedroom, Kimiko purred, her fingers deftly unfastening Zephyr's robes. Isabella's mouth found Zephyr's neck, planting hot, open-mouthed kisses along her pulse. "You're gonna love this," she whispered, her breath hot against Zephyr's skin. Suddenly, Kimiko pulled Zephyr close in a fierce kiss as they broke for air. Isabella stood nearby as both Kitsunes shed their clothing. Zephyr's eyes widened as she took in the scene. "Like what you see." Isabella grinned confidently. She was smaller than Kimiko, substantially so, but not unappealing. In fact, Zephyr was intrigued at the sight. Two gorgeous Kitsunes, mother and daughter, standing together before her. She licked her lips, her gaze darting between them. "I think she does," Kimiko chuckled, her hand joining Isabella's on her daughter's arm. "Why don't you give her a closer look, sweetheart?" Isabella didn't need to be told twice. She stepped forward, standing close to Zephyr's face. The court's sorceress greeted her warmly, smiling at the sight of her. Her tongue swirled around the edge before she began to lean in closer, taking in more of the moment with each movement. "Oh, wow," Isabella exclaimed, her hands tangling in Zephyr's raven hair. "That's it, keep going." Just like that. Kimiko watched for a moment, her own breath quickening with anticipation. Then she moved behind Zephyra, running her hands down the sorcerer's back. "Don't forget about me, darling," she murmured, pressing close against Zephyra. Zephyra reached back, arching into the touch. Kimiko grinned, sliding against Zephyra's slick heat. "So ready for us already?" She cooed, teasing Zephyra's entrance. With a smooth motion, Kimiko pressed close to Zephyra. The sorceress hummed in response to Isabella, the sensations making the younger Kitsune shift her hips. "That's it, darling," Kimiko cooed, setting a steady rhythm. "Take us both." Zephyra lost herself in the moment with her two lovers. The intimacy between the three of them filled the room with a tangle of sensations and sounds. "Mom," Isabella groaned, moving closer to her partner. "Her mouth feels amazing." Kimiko's response was a particularly hard motion that made Zephyr see stars. Just wait till you feel her, sweetheart. The air was thick with tension. Zephyr's muffled sounds filled the room as the two continued. She felt a surge of pleasure building inside her, a tight coil of sensation in her core. Suddenly, Kimiko pulled back. Before Zephyr could protest the shift, she felt the kitsune pressing against her again. Ready for more, darling? Kimiko purred. Zephyr nodded eagerly, leaning into Kimiko. With a soft grunt, the older kitsune moved closer to her, pulling her close. Oh, wow, Zephyr gasped, taking a break for a moment. Yes, don't stop. Isabella pleaded at the pause. Don't stop, she begged, guiding Zephyr back. The sorceress eagerly complied. Isabella leaned in close as Kimiko pressed against her from behind. The twin sensations were overwhelming, a mix of intensity and closeness in the most exquisite way. My turn, Isabella announced, stepping away. She moved behind Zephyr, their bodies pressing together as they both leaned in toward Zephyr. Ready, darling? Kimiko asked, her voice low and eager. Zephyr nodded quickly. Please, she whispered. Be here with me. Both of you. With a shared breath, Isabella and Kimiko reached for Zephyr. The sorceress cried out as the two companions enveloped her in a tight, overwhelming embrace, surrounded by the warmth of the kitsune spirits. Wow, you feel amazing, Isabella murmured, her hips swaying as she pressed close to her mother. Zephyr could only whimper in response, lost in a warm daze. She felt surrounded, supported, sandwiched between the two beautiful kitsunes. As they held her, moving together in a rush of closeness, Zephyr's world narrowed to the points where their bodies connected. The intensity of the moment, the surge of overwhelming emotion, the building tension in her core, it was all too much. With a breathless cry, Zephyr reached her peak, her body trembling. The moment triggered the kitsunes, and the moment overwhelmed her completely. They collapsed in a tangle of limbs, panting and sweaty. Zephyr felt thoroughly spent and utterly satisfied. So, Kimiko purred, pressing a kiss to Zephyr's shoulder. Was that a sufficient thank you? Zephyr laughed breathlessly. If that is how you say thank you, I might have to write reviews more often. Isabella grinned, nuzzling Zephyr's neck. Anytime you want, just let us know. We're always happy to show our appreciation. Chapter 149, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 34. Melissa, the palace gardens were, as usual, fragrant and colorful, with exotic flowers blooming in carefully manicured beds. Melissa stood before Zephyr. She raised an eyebrow, her nose twitching slightly as she caught a familiar scent. Is that Isabella's perfume? Melissa thought, her red eyes narrowing as she studied the court sorceress. Zephyr's raven hair was slightly disheveled, and there was a faint flush to her cheeks that hadn't been there earlier. Melissa shook her head, pushing the thought aside. Well, whatever. Focus. You got bigger fish to fry. So Melissa began, her tail moving behind her. I learned a little bit about it. The Shadow Mage plot, I mean. Zephyr's amethyst eyes widened slightly, her interest piqued. Oh, and what exactly have you uncovered? She asked quietly. Melissa made a mental note to keep the same volume. The walls had ears, after all. Melissa took a deep breath, steeling herself. Well, you already know that the sickness isn't really a sickness at all. It's cursed magic, targeted specifically at Nim. Zephyr nodded, her expression grave. Yes, we've established that much. But I sense there's more to your discovery. Fuck yeah, there's more. Melissa said, her voice low and intense. She glanced around, making sure they were alone before continuing. The queen, Zephyr. She is not just working with the Shadow Mages. She is one. The court sorceress's jaw dropped, her usual composure cracking for a moment. Melissa, that's a serious accusation. Are you certain? Melissa's eyes flashed with determination. Completely. My guess is she was probably planted in the court, ordered to seduce the king or something, and it worked out. At least, That's what would have happened in all my favorite novels growing up. And there's more. The Shadow Mage's plan? It's not just to cause chaos or weaken the Nim population. They want to wipe us out completely. Every single Nim in the city. This illness is just the beginning. Zephyr's hand went to her mouth, her eyes wide. By the gods, she whispered, if what you're saying is true, they're planning pure genocide. Melissa finished grimly. Yeah, I can't let it happen. The two women stood in silence for a moment, the weight of the revelation hanging heavy between them. Finally, Zephyr spoke once more. Our options as to how to tackle this are unfortunately quite limited, though. We can't exactly march up to the king and accuse his wife of being a shadow mage without proof. That's treason. A slow, sly grin spread across Melissa's face. That's where my plan comes in, and I'm going to need your help to pull it off. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite herself. Listening. Melissa leaned in close, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I'm going to seduce the queen. For the second time in as many minutes, Zephyr found herself speechless. She blinked rapidly, trying to process what she just heard. I'm sorry, you're going to what now? Seduce the queen, Melissa repeated, her grin widening. Get close to her, say a few sweet things, and then, well, my hope is that I can cast enough doubt in her mind that she'll just call it off. Melissa shrugged. Zephyr cocked an eyebrow. Melissa, darling, that's incredibly vague. Are you sure you can pull that off? Even? Of course I can. What, you don't think so? Pardon me, I just never took you to be a seductress like that. Zephyr giggled. A tad flirtatious, sure. Charming, certainly. But not. Well, color me intrigued. Let us say, for a moment, I'm on board with this odd plan of yours. How exactly do you intend to get close enough to the queen to do whatever it is you're planning? Melissa's grin turned positively wicked. That's where you come in, oh illustrious court sorceress. I need you to pull his majesty away from her. Then, I'll just walk up to her and handle the rest. Zephyr's eyes widened, a spark of excitement igniting in their amethyst depths. And once you're alone with her, I'll work my magic. Melissa finished with a wink and a gyro piece. Literally, Zephyr mulled it over. Finally, Zephyr nodded, a smirk tugging at her lips. It's weird, she said. Definitely not what I would have thought of. But if you're sure that could help somehow, I guess. Melissa bounced on her toes, barely containing her excitement. So you'll help me? I suppose I should. Zephyr nodded. The plan was in motion. Melissa paced back and forth in the palace's opulent hallway. The marble floors gleamed beneath her feet, reflecting the ornate chandeliers hanging overhead. Portraits of stern-faced monarchs lined the walls, their eyes seeming to follow her every move. Fuck, this place is intimidating. So many knights, she thought, trying to calm her racing heart as she looked around. Zephyr stood nearby, her amethyst eyes tracking Melissa's movements. All right, she said, her voice low and urgent. Let's go over the plan one more time. Melissa nodded, taking a deep breath. It's simple. You grab the king and drag him off to the gardens for some bullshit urgent magical matter discussion. While he's distracted, I corner the queen and, well, do my thing. A wry smile tugged at Zephyr's lips. Eloquently said, Are you sure you're ready for this? Melissa's red eyes flashed with determination. Ready as I'll ever be. It's not exactly 500 IQ stuff, but sometimes the direct approach is best, right? What's an IQ? Never mind. I'm saying that sometimes you don't need something huge and convoluted to succeed. A simple approach gets the job done a lot of the time. I can agree with that, Zephyr nodded. Who knows? The simplicity might just work in our favor. The queen won't be expecting such a brazen move, or she'll see right through it and have me executed on the spot, Melissa thought grimly. But outwardly, she just grinned. All right then, let us do this shit. They made their way towards the throne room, Melissa's heart pounding with each step. The guards at the door eyed her suspiciously, but Zephyr's presence seemed to quell any objections they might have had. As they entered, Melissa found King Aldrich and Queen Melara sitting upon their thrones, engaged in quiet conversation. They looked up as Zephyra and Melissa approached, their expressions a mix of curiosity and poorly concealed disdain. "Your Majesties," Zephyr said, bowing low. "I apologize for the interruption, but there's an urgent magical matter that requires your Majesty's immediate attention, sire." King Aldrich frowned, his bushy eyebrows furrowing. "Cannot wait. Court sorceress? We were in the middle of—" "I'm afraid not, your Majesty," Zephyra interrupted, her voice taking on a note of urgency. "It concerns the stability of some magical barriers protecting an outpost." "Barriers? Outpost?" The king blinked in a way that screamed, "We have those?" "Indeed." Zephyr nodded. "If we don't address it now, the consequences could be severe." The king's eyes widened, and he quickly rose from his throne. "Very well, lead the way." As Zephyra ushered the king out of the throne room, Melissa caught her eye. The court sorceress gave an almost imperceptible nod before disappearing through the ornate doors. "Showtime," Melissa thought, turning her attention to the queen. The instant the king was out of sight, Queen Melara regarded her with thinly veiled disgust, her lips curled into a sneer. "Well, Nim," she said, her voice dripping with contempt. "I take it this," she gestured between them, "was the point of this little diversion? What was it you want?" Melissa took a deep breath, steeling herself. Melissa's eyes darted around the opulent throne room, her gaze lingering on the armored knights standing at attention along the walls. Their hands rested on the pommels of their swords, ready to draw at a moment's notice. "One wrong move, and my head's going to be rolling across the floor," Melissa thought, suppressing a nervous chuckle. "Let's not fuck this up, shall we?" She turned her attention back to Queen Melara, who was eyeing her with undisguised contempt. Melissa took a deep breath, focusing on her pheromones. She concentrated, willing them to flow toward the queen in an invisible, intoxicating stream. It wasn't as powerful as the spell she decreated, but it would get Melissa's foot in the door. "Your Majesty," Melissa began, her voice low and smooth, "I wanted to discuss the unfortunate situation affecting my people." As she spoke, she watched the queen closely, looking for any signs that her pheromones were taking effect. At first, there was nothing. Then, almost imperceptibly, the queen's nostrils flared. Her eyes, previously narrow with suspicion, widened slightly. A faint flush crept up her neck. "Gotcha," Melissa thought, fighting to keep a triumphant grin off her face. "Ah yes, the plague," Queen Melara said, her voice slightly breathier than before. "A most regrettable circumstance." Melissa took a step closer, increasing the intensity of her pheromones. "Indeed, your Majesty. It's been so difficult for my people. We're at a loss as to how to proceed." The queen shifted in her throne, crossing and uncrossing her legs. Her eyes kept darting to Melissa's lips, then away again. "Yes, well, these things happen, I suppose. Nature has its way. Surely, nature will provide the answers as well. But surely there must be something that can be done," Melissa pressed, leaning in slightly. The queen raised a brow, but it was probably because of Melissa's pheromones that Melissa, wasn't being killed right now. She could smell the queen's perfume now, a heady mix of exotic flowers and spices. "Perhaps if we could discuss the matter more privately?" Queen Melara's breath hitched, her pupils dilating visibly. "Privately?" she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. Melissa nodded. "A walk through the halls, perhaps? Away from prying eyes and ears. I have some sensitive information that might be of interest to your Majesty." For a moment, the queen looked torn. Her gaze flicked to the knights, then back to Melissa. Finally, she nodded, rising from her throne with a grace that belied her flustered state. "Very well," she said, trying to inject some authority back into her voice. "We shall walk, but Sir Galahad will accompany us. For propriety's sake." One of the knights stepped forward, his armor clanking softly. Melissa bit back a curse. "Shit, a chaperone. Well, one's better than a whole fucking room of them, I guess." "Of course, your Majesty," Melissa said smoothly, offering a small bow. shall we? Chapter 150, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 35. Melissa walked beside Queen Melara. Sir Galahad clanked along behind them, his armor making enough noise to wake the dead. Jesus, how am I supposed to do this with Tin Man back there watching our every move? Melissa thought, the tip of her tail twitching nervously. The Queen's perfume wafted through the air, a heady mix of exotic flowers that made Melissa's nose twitch. She glanced sideways at the monarch, noting the slight flush still present on her cheeks. Horrible woman. I mean, she literally just tried to commit regicide not too long ago just to frame me. But hey, she does smell great. So, Your Majesty, Melissa began, her voice low and smooth, about this plague affecting my people. Queen Melara's eyes darted to Melissa, then away again. Yes, what about it? I assume you have some insight to share? Melissa nodded, her mind racing. Gotta time this just right. Too soon, and Sir Clank-a-Lot might notice. Too late, and I'll miss my window. Indeed, Your Majesty, but it's rather sensitive information. Perhaps we could find somewhere more private to discuss it? The Queen's breath hitched slightly, her pupils dilating. I'm not sure that would be appropriate, Nim. They rounded a corner, and Melissa's eyes lit up. Ahead was a large, ornate vase, big enough to hide behind. Perfect. Melissa had spent many hours in her previous life watching random videos online, filling her head with useless information. One piece of information stopped being useless at this precise moment. Pickpocketing 101. Use physical contact to pull someone's south attention to one place while you do what you will with your other hand elsewhere. So, as they approached the vase, Melissa pretended to stumble. She caught herself on the Queen's arm, using the moment of contact to whisper, Pheromono Desiderium Proicera. She drew the spell sign as quickly as she possibly could, her spell-casting hand placed at the Queen's abdomen, hidden from view from the Tin Man behind her. A tiny pink sphere shot from her fingertip, disappearing into the Queen's side just as the vase hit the ground. Crack, hey! The Queen yelled, but then she stopped. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Queen Melara gasped, her eyes wide and unfocused. She stumbled, grabbing onto Melissa for support. Your Majesty! Sir Galahad exclaimed, rushing forward. Are you all right? The Queen waved him off, her breathing heavy. Me fine. Just a momentary dizzy spell. Sir Galahad, you may leave us. Melissa blinked, surprised. Well, that was easier than expected. The knight hesitated. But Her Majesty, protocol dictates. I said leave us. The Queen snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. That's an order, Sir Galahad. The knight bowed stiffly, his disapproval evident even through his helmet. As you wish, Your Majesty. He turned and marched away, his armor clanking with each step. As soon as he rounded the corner, Queen Melara grabbed Melissa's wrist. Her grip was like iron, her skin burning hot to the touch. You, she breathed, her eyes dark with something Melissa couldn't quite name. Come with me. Now, before Melissa could respond, the Queen was dragging her down the hall. They stopped in front of an ornate door, which the Queen flung open, pulling Melissa inside. Holy shit, are these her private chambers? Melissa thought, her eyes widening as she took in the luxurious room. Silk curtains, a massive bed, and enough random gold on the counter to make a dragon jealous. The door slammed shut behind them, and Melissa found herself pinned against it, the Queen's face inches from her own. What have you done to me, Nim? Queen Melara hissed, her voice a mix of anger and something else. What magic is this? Melissa swallowed hard, her heart pounding. Shit, right, this ISNT actual mind control. There's nothing stopping her from figuring out that I used magic on her. Okay, time to think fast. I don't know what you mean, Your Majesty. Melissa stammered, trying to look innocent. I merely wanted to discuss the plight of my people in private. The Queen's eyes narrowed. Liar. I can feel it, this heat, this need. What have you done? Melissa took a deep breath, steeling herself. This was it, the moment of truth. Either her plan would work, or she'd end up in the dungeon. Or worse. Your Majesty, she began, her voice soft but firm, I've done nothing but reveal the truth. The truth of your own desires, perhaps, but nothing more. Queen Melara's grip on Melissa's wrist tightened. My desires? What do you know of my desires? Nim? Melissa met the Queen's gaze, her red eyes burning with determination. I know that deep down, you don't truly hate my people. I know that this plague isn't what it seems. And I know that you, your Majesty, are caught in the middle of something far bigger than either of us. For a long moment, the Queen said nothing. Then, slowly, her grip loosened. She stepped back, her face a mask of confusion and conflicting emotions. How do you know these things? She whispered. Because I'm lying and saying whatever vague shit I can in hopes I hit a bullseye. Outwardly, Melissa smiled. Because, your Majesty, I've been paying attention. And now, I think it's time we had an honest conversation about what's really going on in this kingdom. Melissa's mind raced as she faced the flustered queen. The opulent room seemed to close in around them, the air thick with tension and the lingering scent of the queen's exotic perfume. Okay, Melissa, think. What would the detectives in those true crime documentaries do? Melissa thought, desperately reaching for any scrap of useful information. Right? No aggressive stuff. Gotta be all buddy-buddy. Contrary to popular belief. It's when detectives pretend to be friends with the horrible monsters they're talking to that they get the most confessions, not when they're confrontational and combative. She nodded to herself. Time to channel my inner good cop. She took a deep breath, softening her expression. Your Majesty, I can see you're troubled. Please sit down. Let us talk about this calmly. Queen Melara hesitated, her eyes still wild with a mix of confusion and barely suppressed desire. After a moment, she sank into a plush armchair, her regal posture at odds with her flushed cheeks and rapid breathing. Melissa perched on the edge of a nearby chaise lounge, her tail curling around her legs. She leaned forward, her voice low and sympathetic. I know this must be overwhelming for you. The shadow mages, they have a way of manipulating people, don't they? The Queen's head snapped up, her eyes narrowing. I don't know what you're talking about, Nim. These accusations are, please, your Majesty, Melissa interrupted gently. I'm not here to accuse. I'm here to help. She paused, letting her words sink in. Come on, take the bait, you genocidal bitch. Spill your guts out to me. Queen Melara's lips thinned, but she remained silent. Melissa pressed on, her voice dripping with false concern. I've seen how they operate. The way they twist people's fears and desires, using good, honest people as puppets for their dark schemes. It must be terrifying being caught in their web. The Queen's fingers tightened on the armrests of her chair. You know nothing of fear, Nim. Nothing of the pressures of ruling a kingdom. Bingo. Now we're getting somewhere. Melissa leaned closer, her red eyes wide with manufactured innocence. Then tell me, your Majesty, help me understand. What pressures could drive a kind and just ruler to align with such darkness? Queen Melara laughed bitterly. Darkness? Maybe it seems that way from where you're sitting. You know nothing of the sacrifices required to keep a kingdom safe, to keep it pure. Melissa's tail twitched with excitement, but she kept her face carefully neutral. Pure? Is that what the shadow mages promised you? A way to purify the kingdom? The Queen's composure cracked further, her voice rising. No, of course not. They promised order. Holy shit, she is actually falling for it. Melissa thought, struggling to keep the triumph off her face. Instead, she nodded sympathetically. And they told you my people were the source of that chaos, didn't they? Queen Melara stood abruptly, pacing the room. Her silk gown rustled with each agitated step. Queen Melara's pacing suddenly stopped. She turned to Melissa, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh, you poor, ignorant creature. You really have no idea, do you? Melissa blinked. Wait, what? She pulled back a little. What the fuck is she on about now? All we're doing is saving ourselves from you. The Queen continued, her voice dripping with condescension. Melissa's brow furrowed. Saving yourselves? From us? What the hell are you talking about? The Queen's smirk widened into a predatory grin. Oh, this is rich. You don't even know your own history, do you? How could you? We made sure of that. Okay, now I'm actually curious, Melissa thought, her irritation giving way to genuine interest. What history? What are you talking about? Queen Malara sauntered closer, her hips swaying with each step. The air around her seemed to crackle with tension and something else. Something Melissa couldn't quite put her finger on. Let me enlighten you, little Nim. The Queen purred. Chapter 151. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 36. Once upon a time, it was the other way around. The Queen began, pacing toward Melissa with a grin. Your kind kept humans as mere cattle, sources of energy to feed your insatiable appetites. Melissa's eyebrows shot up so fast she thought they might fly off her face. Wait, what? We did what now? The Queen chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down Melissa's spine. Oh yes. You see, as I'm sure you know, without regular intimacy, Nim wither and fade. And humans were your favorite snack. Holy shit. Is she for real? Melissa's mind raced, trying to process this bombshell. So, you know we can all use magic, right? Of course you can use magic. You're practically made of the stuff, she smiled wide. But part of keeping our people from being beneath yours again is making sure you believe you can't. Melissa's jaw dropped. She felt like she'd been hit by a truck. A truck full of mind-blowing revelations and what the actual fuck moments. Queen Malara continued, clearly enjoying Melissa's shock. Hundreds of years ago, humanity rose up. We solved the Nim problem and vowed never to let happen again. We erased all mention of Nim from history and banned Nim from using magic. If any Nim was caught practicing its use, you were rounded up, and, well, the Queen smiled. Something funny ended up happening. A couple of generations later, many among you didn't even know you could use magic. So, we spread that lie about your inability to use magic, all while keeping the prohibition in place. Slowly, but surely a lot less Nim magic. This changes everything, Melissa thought, her head spinning. If this is true, then holy shit. So you see, the Queen said, her voice low and intense, everything we've done, everything we're doing, it's all to protect ourselves. To ensure that history doesn't repeat itself. Melissa swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. But that's insane. You can't punish an entire community for something that happened centuries ago. Something we don't even remember. The Queen's eyes flashed dangerously. Can't we? It's called survival, little Nim. And make no mistake, your kind would do the same to us if given half a chance. Melissa shook her head vehemently. No, you're wrong. We're not like that anymore. We're just trying to live our lives. Same as anyone else. Oh, Queen Malara raised an eyebrow. And what about that little spell you cast on me earlier? Seems like the old Nim tricks are still alive and well. Fuck, Melissa thought, wincing internally. But outwardly, she stood her ground. That was different. I'm just trying to protect my people. From you. The Queen laughed, a sound that was equal parts amused and threatening. And there it is. The truth comes out. So, I ask, can you truly blame me for doing the same? The Queen reached forward and stuck a finger in Melissa's mouth. Melissa's eyes widened. Now, the Queen lifted her dress. Go ahead and start already. Unless you'd rather I call for my knight to come in and take your head off for your little trick. Melissa swallowed. No. She knew which option she preferred. Zephyrah's heels clicked against the stone path as she walked beside King Aldric through the royal gardens. The sweet scent of blooming roses filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly cut grass. Sunlight dappled through the leaves of ancient oak trees, casting shifting patterns on the ground. I hope Melissa's doing all right with the Queen, Zephyr thought. Haven T heard any shouting, so? You seem distracted, Lady Vortel, King Aldric observed, his deep voice cutting through her musings. Is something troubling you? Zephyra forced a smile, pushing her concerns for Melissa to the back of her mind. Not at all, Your Majesty. I was merely admiring the beauty of the gardens. They're particularly resplendent this time of year. The king nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Indeed they are, though I suspect they'll be even lovelier in a few weeks' time, when the princess returns. Zephyra nearly stumbled, her eyes widening in surprise. The princess? She is returning to Syux? King Aldrich raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by her reaction. Why yes, I thought you knew. She is set to arrive in a few weeks' time. Has news not reached the court sorceress? Zephyr's mind raced. Princess Elisa, returning after so long? She knew it would happen someday, but it felt surreal. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I was under the impression that the princess's diplomatic mission to Raya was ongoing. Has she completed her work there? The king's expression darkened slightly, a shadow passing over his face. Completed? Perhaps. Or perhaps she has simply given up. The situation with the Darians remains delicate. Zephyr nodded, her thoughts whirling. She recalled the day Princess Elisa had left for Raya, determined to broker peace between the human kingdom and the Darien tribes. She had actually been there for it. Watching the young lady go, it had been a bold move that had shocked the court and given hope to those who dreamed of ending the long-standing, on-again, off-again conflict. I see, Zephyr said carefully, measuring her words. And how does Her Majesty feel about the princess's return? King Aldrich's lips thinned, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The queen has her own views on the matter, but let us not dwell on such things. Tell me, Lady Vertel, how goes your tutelage of young Melissa? Zephyr recognized the deflection for what it was, but didn't press the issue. Instead, she launched into a detailed account of Melissa's progress, all the while turning over this new information in her mind. The princess returning, and right in the middle of this mess with the Nim, she thought, this could change everything, or make things infinitely more complicated. Melissa had flipped the queen onto her back. Then, Melissa leaned in close and tended to her with attentive care, exactly as the queen requested. Queen Melara gasped, her body writhing under Melissa's touch. Her royal dignity forgotten, she leaned into the moment, inviting more of Melissa's attention. More, she pleaded, her voice low with intensity. Give me more, you tyrant. Melissa raised a brow, though her smirk didn't go away, pressing on with focused determination. She moved faster, feeling the queen's body tense beneath her. Wow, I can't believe this is happening, Melissa thought, her own arousal building, attending to the queen in a most improper way. How the hell did I end up here? The answer to that was, of course, simple. The queen was aware of Melissa's charm, but she wasn't calling for her head just yet. The spell has to be messing with her judgment, Melissa reasoned. As soon as this ends, she might just have me beheaded then and there. So, Melissa wanted to prevent this from ending. At least for now. The queen was clearly exhausted, her back arching off the bed as Melissa tended to her. Sweat glistened on her pale skin, her chest heaving with each ragged breath. Yes, just like that. You terrible wretch, Queen Melara cried out, her fingers clutching the silk sheets. Melissa leaned down, her lips brushing against the queen's ear. You like that, Your Majesty? You enjoy being outwitted by your lowly subject? The queen nodded frantically, beyond words. Melissa grinned, her free hand moving to the queen's neglected body. She stroked gently, feeling the queen tense under her touch. This is insane, Melissa thought, her own heart racing with tension. But I can use this. All I need is to get her to break, and then I'll sprint out of this room at the first chance. Queen Melara's body tensed, her fingers gripping the edge of the chair. With a sharp gasp, she steadied herself, drawing in a deep breath. Melissa stayed close by her side, watching over the queen as she recovered. As the queen's body finally relaxed, Melissa slowly pulled back, leaving the monarch panting and relaxed on the bed. Well, Your Majesty, Melissa said with a satisfied smile, I hope that was satisfactory. Queen Melara laughed breathlessly, her eyes still dreamy. Oh, you have no idea, little Nim Mage. No idea at all. As the queen's breathing steadied, Melissa's mind raced. Naturally, she turned toward the door. The queen's euphoric high would fade soon, and she didn't want to still be here when it did. But the revelations about Nim history still echoed in her head, threatening to shatter everything she thought she knew about herself and her people. She needed to know more. Your Majesty, Melissa began, her voice carefully controlled. About what you said earlier. Queen Melara's eyes flashed, some of her regal authority returning despite her disheveled state. Shit, did I mess up? Careful, Nim. You've had your fun, but don't forget your place. The queen sighed, melting into the bed. I like you, strangely. You're clever, quick-witted, but you're still a Nim. Melissa bit back a retort, her tail twitching with irritation. Well, that's great, she remarked sarcastically. Lots of progress, huh? Even my pheromones couldn't get me that far. Though, she tilted her head. I guess from a certain point of view, the fact that the queen even bothered telling me all that probably means I did win in a way. Even if she is still a massive. But she held her tongue, even in her own thoughts. She knew she had to tread carefully. One wrong move, and she could end up in a dungeon, or worse. Of course, Your Majesty, Melissa said, forcing a submissive tone into her voice. I merely wanted to express my gratitude for your honesty. So, she put her own clothes back on. If you'll excuse me, I'll be going now. The queen put on a face of should I really be allowing her to just go? And Melissa made sure she was gone before the queen answered that. And all the while, that revelation spun in her mind. Chapter 152, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 37. Melissa stumbled out of the palace, her legs wobbly and her mind reeling. The cool night air hit her flushed skin, making her shiver. She glanced back at the imposing structure, half expecting guards to come rushing out, dragging her back to face the queen's wrath. Holy shit, I actually got away with it, she thought, her heart pounding. I outwitted the queen, learned some crazy-ass history, and am still alive. She felt like she was in one of those improbable movies starring John Cruise. Part of her had wanted to reconvene with Zephyra, run back into the palace, and tell her everything she'd learned, but Melissa decided against it on the basis that at literally any second, the queen could change her mind, decide telling Melissa everything she'd said had been a stupid, lust-drunk idea, which it certainly was, and silence her permanently. So, Melissa just left before she could. The streets of Syux were quiet, most citizens tucked away in their homes already. Melissa's footsteps echoed off the cobblestones as she made her way back to Javer's manor. Every shadow felt like it was hiding a potential threat. I feel like a government whistleblower right now. Tomorrow, the news might claim I killed myself mysteriously or something. God, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Her tail twitched nervously, and she picked up her pace. As Melissa approached Javer's manor, she let out a sigh of relief. The familiar sight of the grand house, with its well-manicured gardens and imposing facade, felt like a sanctuary after the insanity of the past few hours. The insanity of not just what she'd done, the unthinkable, degrading things the queen had made her do for the better part of an hour, but also what she'd learned. As she stepped inside, movement caught her eye. Jalen was just then walking in from the gardens, heading towards her room. The human's eyes locked with Melissa's for a moment, narrowing in that all-too-familiar look of disdain. Great, just what I needed, Melissa thought, fighting the urge to roll her eyes. It's like she's got some kind of Melissa-sensing superpower. She's totally going to ignore me. Please do. I don't need this right now. Jalen said nothing, merely brushing past Melissa with a dismissive sniff. Melissa watched her go, a mix of irritation and exhaustion washing over her. Suddenly, part of her felt very annoyed at being ignored, for some reason. Whatever. I don't have the energy to deal with this bullshit right now. Melissa sighed and headed for the bathroom. Her body ached in places she didn't even know could ache, and the scent of sex still clung to her skin. As she passed a mirror, she caught sight of her reflection and nearly laughed out loud. Her black hair was a tangled mess, her red eyes bright with a mix of excitement and fatigue. And was that a hickey on her neck? Fuck, the queen really did a number on me, Melissa thought, a smirk playing on her lips. Who knew she had it in her? All for what was it? A little something or something. Actually, come to think of it, she might just decide the reason I should be assassinated isn't cause ill spread what she said, but just so people never hear about what happened between us. She took off her clothes, wincing as the fabric clung to her sweat-dampened skin. The hot water of the shower was a blessing, washing away the physical evidence of her encounter with the queen. But it couldn't wash away the weight of the knowledge she now carried. As Melissa scrubbed herself clean, her mind raced. The truth about Nim history, the Queen's involvement with the Shadow Mages, the ongoing persecution of her people, it was all connected, and she was right in the middle of it. What do I do? If I start preaching from the rooftops, how many people will even believe me? Or will people be so institutionalized by now that they decline to even try using any magic? And even if they do, and they try to follow me, what can I even teach them? Melissa sighed. This is partly why Haven T made any sort of public announcements or something. I need to figure out how to use magic, real magic, myself before I go around trying to portray myself as some teacher. By the time she crawled into bed, exhaustion had overtaken her. She fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, her body finally succumbing to the day's exertions. Melissa's exhausted slumber didn't last long. Her eyes snapped open, heart racing, as she sensed a presence looming over her. In the dim moonlight filtering through her curtains, she made out Margaret's familiar silhouette. "Mom?" Melissa mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "What's wrong?" Margaret stood there naked, clutching a bedsheet around her body to preserve a small amount of modesty, her purple skin pale with worry. Her hair was disheveled, and there was a faint sheen of sweat on her brow, and Melissa could smell. "Oh, she and Dad just stopped." "Yeah." She shook her head, focusing. "Melissa, sweetheart," Margaret whispered, her voice trembling slightly. We heard something." It was then that Melissa noticed her father, Melistaire, standing just behind Margaret. He was also completely naked, unfortunately, standing there with a grim expression. "We think we heard someone breaking into the house," Melistaire said quietly, his eyes darting towards the bedroom door. Funny enough, that bit of news made Melissa feel relieved. Melissa sighed, pushing herself up into a sitting position. "This again? Well, I guess I shouldn't have expected Shadow Mages to just take a day off after that conversation." It wasn't the first time assassins had come in the night, of course. Over the years, Melissa had grown almost accustomed to these nocturnal intrusions, and tonight they actually had more of a reason to come in like this. And as she swung her legs over the side of the bed, she figured they had reason to come tonight. Possibly more so than ever before. Melissa crept to her bedroom door, pressing her ear against the wood. The faint sounds of movement reached her, along with hushed voices and the telltale clink of metal. "Wait a second. That doesn't sound like just Shadow Mages." She closed her eyes, focusing on the sounds. Mixed in with the stealthy movements she associated with the Shadow Mages were heavier footsteps, the unmistakable sound of armored boots on wooden floors. Knights, maybe? What the fuck are knights doing here, though? Melissa's mind raced. Had the Queen changed her mind, after all? She turned back to her parents, keeping her voice low. "Mom, Dad, this is different. Go wake up Javer. Now." Her parents nodded, turning to leave. They hurried out, leaving Melissa alone with her thoughts. Melissa moved to her dresser, quickly pulling on a pair of shorts and a tank top. She may have to fight for her life, but she'd be damned if she did it naked. Picking up Isabella's wand, Melissa walked out of her room. "Okay, let us do this." Jalen's eyes snapped open, her body clock rousing her from sleep at its usual ungodly hour. She glanced at the ornate clock on her bedside table, its hands pointing accusingly at 2. Perfect, she thought, a determined grin spreading across her face. "While that purple bitch sleeps, I'll be getting stronger." She slipped out of bed, her muscles already twitching in anticipation of the grueling training session ahead. As she changed into her workout clothes, Jalen's mind wandered to the upcoming presentation. "I'll be damned if I let Melissa outshine me. This time, I'll show everyone who the real prodigy is." Jalen made her way quietly down the hallway, her bare feet silent on the plush carpet, as she descended the grand staircase leading to the gardens. A flicker of movement caught her eye. She froze, one foot hovering above the next step. In the spacious area below, illuminated by the pale moonlight streaming through the high windows, stood Melissa. But she wasn't alone. Facing the Nim girl was a group so large it made Jalen's breath catch in her throat. Men and women in black robes. Shadow mages? Jalen wondered, filled the space. But what really made her blood run cold were the figures interspersed among them, their polished armor gleaming in the dim light. Are those royal knights? What the fuck is going on? Jalen crouched low, her heart pounding. She strained her ears, trying to catch what was being said. Melissa's voice, surprisingly steady, carried up to where Jalen hid. Why are you here? The question hung in the air, heavy with tension. Jalen found herself holding her breath, waiting for the answer. But no answer came. Instead, as if Melissa's words had been some sort of signal, the entire group surged forward as one. Jalen's eyes widened in shock. Holy shit, they're attacking her. Chapter 153. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 38. Melissa's heart pounded in her chest as she faced the oncoming horde of shadow mages and royal knights. The scowls and glares aimed right at her were bathed in moonlight coming in from the glass doors behind Melissa, making these guys look almost more demonic than she did. Fuck, this is bad, she thought, her red eyes darting from one opponent to another. Okay, let us be real. I can't beat them all, so I just need to hold out until help arrives. As the first wave of attackers surged forward, Melissa, having grabbed her wand before coming down here, moved it in a blur, tracing complex spell signs in the air. She did need to put all her knowledge to the test. Lumina aegis circumdare, she shouted, her voice ringing throughout the house. A shimmering dome of light materialized around her. Just as the first shadow mage's spell, a sickly green bolt of energy shot out from his palm and slammed into it. The impact sent vibrations through Melissa's body, but the shield of light held. Okay, step 1, don't die immediately. Check. A knight charged forward, his sword raised high. Melissa's tail lashed back and forth behind her as she prepared her next move. Glacies sub pedibus, she cried, her wand weaving another intricate pattern. From her wand, a sheet of blue spilled out. The polished floor beneath the knight's feet suddenly frosted over, turning into a slick carpet of ice. The armored figure lost his footing, crashing to the ground with a resounding clang. Ack! Melissa allowed herself a small smirk, but the victory was short-lived. 3 more shadow mages stepped forward, their hands moving in unison as they began a complex incantation. Oh, fuck. Terra fumus obscurus, Melissa whispered, drawing a circular pattern. Thick, black smoke billowed out from the tip of her wand, quickly filling the space in front of her and obscuring her from view. She heard cursing and coughing from her attackers as they lost sight of their target. Using the cover of the smoke, Melissa darted behind a large armchair, fireballs and bolts of light, lightning, ice, and everything in between flying through the air like gunshots, her mind racing to come up with her next move. I can't keep this up forever. Come on, Mom, Dad. Bring Javer over. A gust of wind suddenly tore through the room, dissipating the smoke screen. Melissa found herself face to face with a grinning shadow mage, his eyes glowing an unnatural purple. There you are, little Nim, he sneered. Melissa's response was another rapid series of spell signs. She was pulling spells out from the depths of her memory, abilities she'd gone over. Some self-taught, some taught to her by Javer, weeks, months, and even years ago that she tucked into the back of her mind. Lux Fulgur Secus, a blinding flash of light erupted from her wand, causing the shadow mage to cry out in pain and stumble backward, clutching at his eyes. She kicked the side of his leg, wincing as her shin slammed into his, and the man fell. Then he took a blue flame sphere to the face. But for every opponent Melissa managed to temporarily disable, 2 more seemed to take their place. The knights had regrouped, forming a tight semicircle around her position, while spells kept coming from the remaining shadow mages. I gotta make a break for it. Melissa ran, but a wall of flames suddenly erupted in front of her, blocking her path. Melissa skidded to a halt, the heat singeing her eyebrows. Ah, she cried out. Enough games, a deep voice rumbled from behind her. Melissa turned to see a tall, imposing shadow mage step forward. Unlike the others, his robes were adorned with intricate silver embroidery, marking him as a leader of some sort. You've caused us quite enough trouble, Black Flame. The mage continued, his voice dripping with disdain. It's time to end this. The hell it is. Terai Motu's Minora, she cried, slamming her wand S-tip against the floor. The ground beneath them both began to shake violently, throwing her attacker off balance. Melissa used the momentary chaos to dash towards a side door, hoping to find a more defensible position. But as she reached for the handle, a searing pain shot through her left arm. Ah! She looked down to see a throwing knife embedded in her bicep, blood already starting to soak through her shirt. A shadow mage walked up and retracted the knife, about to use it again. Ilumi, Nerka, Varfol. Melissa used her blue flame sphere at point-blank range. The man's scream was twice as loud as the one she just gave. Melissa's back pressed against the wall by the kitchen, her options rapidly dwindling. Her arm throbbed, and she could feel her magical reserves starting to run dangerously low. Oh, not gonna lie, feels like I'm just as hope seemed lost, a flicker of movement caught Melissa's eye. A figure appeared in the doorway behind her attackers, cloaked in shadow, on the opposite side of the room for where the glass doors were. Melissa's eyes widened as she recognized the newcomer. No fucking way. The figure shot a spell that struck a shadow mage in the back, sending a sphere of flame straight through his chest. They all turned, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Zephyra Vortel strode deeper into the house, a smirk tugging at her lips. Well, my guess was right, Zephyra drawled, her amethyst eyes gleaming with barely suppressed amusement. Isn't this a lovely little gathering? I do hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Zephyra's eyes swept across the room, silently cataloging the number of enemies present. The shadow mage leader, his face contorted with rage, stepped forward. What are you doing here? Court sorceress? This doesn't concern you. Zephyra sighed dramatically, her amethyst eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, but it does. You see, I overheard a rather interesting conversation our dear queen had not too long ago. She was quite distressed about a certain Nim who had learned things she shouldn't have. Her gaze flickered to Melissa, a silent message passing between them. She practically begged a handful of knights to come here, and how did she put it? Yes, eliminate the problem. The shadow mage leader's eyes narrowed. And you decided to intervene? Why? Before Zephyra could respond, movement from the side caught everyone's attention. Javer Folden strode into the room, her sunlight-colored hair practically glowing in the moonlight. Her eyes blazed with fury as she took in the scene before her. Likely for the same reason I'm here, Javer said, her voice cold as ice. Melissa is under my protection. And, well, personally, I don't take kindly to uninvited guests in my home. As if on cue, another figure appeared from the opposite side of the room. Huh? Jalen, her face a mix of determination and confusion, stepped into view. Her eyes locked with Melissa's for a brief moment. What? Jalen's been here the whole time. She didn't say anything, but it looked like she planned to fight. Melissa couldn't believe it. The shadow mages and royal knights suddenly found themselves surrounded. The tables turned in an instant. Now, then, Zephyr purred, her fingers already tracing complex spell signs in the air. Shall we dance? The room erupted into chaos. Zephyra's wand, the one she'd gotten, moved in a blur, her voice ringing out clearly. Tempestas fulgur catena. A chain of lightning arced from her fingertips, jumping from one shadow mage to another. The air crackled with electricity as several of their opponents convulsed and fell. Javer, not to be outdone, raised her hands high. Terra spina eruptio. The polished floor beneath the feet of three knights suddenly buckled and erupted, sharp spikes of stone shooting upwards. The knights cried out in pain and surprise as they were thrown off balance, their armor offering little protection against the unexpected assault. Melissa, feeling a second wind at the arrival of reinforcements, pushed herself off the wall. Her wand moved in a complex pattern as she shouted, "Aqua Pressura Explosio." A massive sphere of water materialized above a group of shadow mages. Before they could react, it burst, sending a high-pressure torrent crashing down upon them. The force of the water slammed them against the walls, leaving them sputtering and disoriented. Jalen, though clearly reluctant about whether she should even be there, refused to be left out. "Celestia, Vina, Sergia," she called out, drawing a spell sign. From her hand, a burst of lightning struck a shadow mage from behind. The shadow mage leader, realizing the tide had turned against them, raised his hands. Dark energy crackled between his palms as he began to chant, his voice growing in volume and intensity. Zephyrah's eyes widened. "Oh no, you don't. Silentium vocalis." The shadow mage's voice cut off abruptly, his spell dying on his lips. He clutched at his throat, panic evident in his eyes. Melissa's eyes widened. Zephyr noticed and smirked. Was that a silent spell? Those exist. Melissa asked herself. Perhaps she should have assumed they would, but she hadn't encountered one yet. It was a whole new dimension of defensive spell casting she immediately became eager to learn about, right now mid-fight. Javers seized the opportunity, a spell of her own already forming. Vincula Ares Constringera. Bands of shimmering air wrapped around the shadow mage leader, pinning his arms to his sides and lifting him off the ground. He struggled futilely against the invisible bonds, his face turning red with effort and rage. With their leader incapacitated, the remaining shadow mages and knights began to falter. Melissa, seeing an opening, decided to end things here and now. Idemi, Nerka, Barfal. Idemi, Nerka, Barfal. Over and over again, she rapid-fire used all of her remaining essence to burn targets with her blue flame. In a matter of minutes, the battle was over. The once imposing force of shadow mages and royal knights lay scattered across the floor of Javar's foyer, either unconscious or outright dead. Melissa leaned against the wall, exhaustion finally catching up with her. "Holy shit," she breathed, her red eyes wide with disbelief. "We actually did it." Zephyrah approached her, a hint of concern breaking through her usual composed demeanor. "Are you all right, Melissa? That arm looks nasty." Melissa glanced down at her injured bicep, the pain returning now that the adrenaline was wearing off. "I'll live. Thanks to you all." She looked around at Zephyrah, Javer, and, well, even Jalen. "Seriously, thank you. I don't know how much longer I could be held out on my own." Javer stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Melissa's shoulder. "You did well, Melissa. I'm proud of you." Her eyes hardened as she surveyed the unconscious intruders. "Though I think we need to have a serious discussion about what exactly is going on here." Zephyr nodded, her expression grave. "Indeed, it seems our dear queen has some explaining to do." Before anyone could respond, the sound of running footsteps echoed from the staircase. Margaret and Melistaire burst into the room, their faces etched with worry. "Melissa, whoa, you all actually did it." Margaret's voice sounded off. Melissa blushed. Javer arched a brow. Zephyr licked her lips. Jalen turned away. "Huh." Margaret's eyes widened. She and her husband were still very, very naked. For a moment, silence. Then, Melissa couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. "Mom, Dad," she managed between giggles, "I appreciate the concern. But maybe put some clothes on before rushing into battle next time. Imagine if we were still fighting." Melistaire's face turned a deep shade of purple as he attempted to cover himself with his hands, unsuccessfully. Margaret did the same, also unsuccessfully. Javer cleared her throat. "Right, well, I think we all have a lot to discuss. But first, let us get these intruders secured and tend to any injuries." She glanced pointedly at Melissa's arm. and perhaps some clothes for the elder Black Flames wouldn't go amiss. Chapter 154, Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame, Part 39, Melissa Soon. The living room of Javer's Manor was bathed in the warm glow of oil lamps. Melissa sat on the edge of an overstuffed armchair, her previously injured arm now healed by Javer. Zephyra leaned against the fireplace mantel, her amethyst eyes focused intently on Melissa. Javer paced back and forth, her sunlight-colored hair swaying with each turn. Margaret and Melistaire, now fully clothed, thank God, sat close together on a nearby sofa, their hands intertwined. The bodies of the attackers had been dealt with. Again, as per usual with these guys, they made sure not to leave any evidence that could tie them directly to the Queen. Now, Melissa was explaining herself to everyone. Even Jalen had stuck around, perched awkwardly on a wooden chair she'd dragged in from the dining room. Melissa took a deep breath, her tail twitching nervously as she finished recounting her conversation with the Queen. The words still felt surreal, like something out of fever dream. And that S when she said that Nim used to keep humans as cattle, Melissa concluded, her voice barely above a whisper, but it was loud enough in that silence. She, of course, left out everything about her relationship with the woman, that we fed off their essence, that we were the ones enslaving humanity. She looked up, her red eyes wide with disbelief. Can you believe that shit? I mean, it's got to be some kind of sick joke, right? The silence that followed was deafening. Zephyr was the first to break it, her voice calm. If what she is saying is true, and people found out about it, it would change everything. The entire social structure of Syux, the relationship between humans and Nim, it would all be turned on its head in a heartbeat. Javer ran a hand through her hair, her brow furrowed in thought. But how can we be sure? The Queen could have been lying, trying to manipulate Melissa for some reason. Maybe to make her feel guilty. Maybe to avoid feeling guilty on her own end. People tend to rationalize what they do, no matter how evil. Maybe she was making it up. Just to cope, though. Melissa countered, leaning forward in her chair. I mean, she'd try to have me killed tonight. If it was just a lie, why would she go so far to stop me from spreading what she said in the first place? Margaret spoke up, her voice soft but steady. It would explain a lot, actually. The way humans have always treated Nim. The fact that none of us ever thought to try using magic like Melissa can. This mentality has been beaten into our minds, slowly, over many, many generations. Melistaire nodded slowly. It really is like they're afraid of some awful fate repeating itself. Zephyra pushed off from the mantel, beginning to pace herself. The question now is, what do we do with this information? If we go public with it, there's likely to be chaos. Some humans will refuse to believe it, others might panic. And the Nim, well, I can't imagine they'd take kindly to learning they've been put down for generations because they might be too strong. It will be hectic. Incredibly so. Javer nodded grimly. Not to mention the backlash we face from the Queen's allies. Not to mention the noble houses, the different guilds. They all have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. Melissa balled her hands up into fists. So what, we just sit on this? Pretend we never learned the truth? That's bullshit. No one is saying that. Melissa, Zephyr replied quickly. But we need to be smart about how we proceed. A misstep here could have catastrophic consequences. Consequences felt centuries into the future. Margaret leaned forward, her eyes shining with a mix of fear and determination. What if we started small? Find other Nim who might be receptive to the idea, teach them in secret. Build up a network of Nim who know the truth and can use magic. Melistaire nodded enthusiastically. Yes, and maybe we could look for some historical evidence to back up the Queen's claims. There must be records somewhere, even if they've been hidden or destroyed. The Shadow Mages, he pitched. They have to have something they're holding on to. I might be able to research this myself, Javer muttered. Zephyra tapped her chin thoughtfully. I could do some digging in the royal archives as well. As court sorceress, I have access to records that few others do. Melissa listened to the plans forming around her, a spark of hope igniting in her chest. but a nagging doubt still gnawed at her. What about the shadow mages? Now that this happened, they'll probably be twice as eager to kill us all. Javer's expression hardened. We'll need to be prepared for more attacks. Simple as that. I can teach you more advanced defensive spells, Zephyra added, looking at Melissa. You held your own admirably tonight, but there's still much for you to learn. Melissa nodded. Jalen, who'd been quiet all this time, walked off, heading back to her side of the manor, alone. Melissa set that aside and took stock of the whole situation. Well, Mel, you asked to be important, she sighed. Like Zephyra said, what is happening right now could have huge consequences from here to many, many years down the line. You need to be careful. Melissa's eyes fluttered open, squinting against the bright sunlight streaming through her bedroom window. She groaned, feeling like she'd been hit by a runaway carriage. Every muscle ached, a reminder of the previous night's intense battle. Fuck, what time is it? She thought. I'm gonna take a guess and say it's noon. She stretched, wincing as her injured arm protested the movement. The event of the night before came flooding back, the attack, the revelations about Nim history, the plans they made. It all felt like a surreal dream. Melissa dragged herself out of bed, her tail dragging listlessly behind her. She pulled on a loose shirt and shorts, not bothering to make herself presentable. Who was going to care after the night they had? As she made her way downstairs, the rich aroma of coffee filled the air. Melissa's nose twitched appreciatively. Ah, coffee, drink of the heavens, she thought, following the scent to the kitchen. If I'd ended up in a world that didn't have this, I'd probably lose my mind. Margaret stood at the counter, her back to Melissa, a steaming mug clutched in her hands. She was still in her nightgown, her purple hair mussed from sleep. Without a word, Melissa padded over and wrapped her arms around her from behind, burying her face in Margaret's shoulder. Morning, sweetheart, Margaret murmured, her voice rough with exhaustion. Or should I say afternoon? Melissa grunted in response, tightening her hold. Margaret chuckled. She turned in Melissa's arms, setting her coffee mug down on the counter. She cupped Melissa's face in her hands, her red eyes filled with a mix of concern and pride. You were amazing last night, you know that? Javer spent almost a whole hour just a bit ago raving about how well you did. I mean, I basically just ran around in circles. I'd say that given the circumstances, that's impressive on its own. She giggled. My brave, powerful girl. Margaret tilted her head. You deserve a reward. Melissa perked up instantly. Yeah? Any ideas? Margaret raised an eyebrow, a matching smirk on her face. Ah, no. I can't imagine what might be appropriate. Can you? Instead of answering, Melissa leaned in, pressing a slow, lingering kiss to Margaret's cheek. Her tongue darted out, tracing a line along Margaret's jaw. Their tails entwined, a shiver running through Melissa's body. Margaret's breath hitched, her hands sliding down to grip Melissa's waist. For a moment, it seemed Margaret might give in. But then, she produced a smirk of her own and untied herself from Melissa's grasp. She smacked Melissa's ass, earning a surprised yelp from her. Patience, Margaret said, though there was no real reproach in her tone. I need to go get the local papers. With everything that happened last night, who knows what kind of crazy headlines we'll see today. Melissa pouted but stepped back, allowing her mother to move. Fine. But don't think this conversation is over. Margaret laughed, heading for the door. Of course not. As Margaret left, Melissa poured herself a mug of coffee, inhaling the rich aroma deeply. She leaned against the counter, her mind wandering back to the events of the previous night. The fight, the revelations, the plans they made. It all seemed so overwhelming in the harsh light of day. Where do we even start? She wondered, taking a sip of her coffee. How do you begin to unravel centuries of lies? The sound of the front door opening interrupted her thoughts. Margaret's voice called out, an edge of panic in her tone that made Melissa's blood run cold. Melissa, come quick. Melissa set her mug down hard, coffee sloshing over the rim. She rushed to the foyer, her heart pounding. Mom? What's wrong? Margaret stood just inside the door, her face pale, a newspaper clutched in her trembling hands. Wordlessly, she held it out to Melissa. Melissa's eyes fell on the bold headline, and she felt the world tilt beneath her feet. Tragedy strikes, SYUX. Queen Melara found dead in royal chambers. Holy shit. Melissa breathed, her mind reeling. Holy fucking shit. Chapter 155. Junior Sorceress Melissa Blackflame. Part 40. Melissa walked through the streets. All around her, she could hear the city buzzing. Did you hear? The queen, right? In her chambers? Probably a traitor or something. Countless conversations popped off around her as she made her way down the street. Almost like those lights in front of people's homes that turn on when someone outside gets close. Melissa had, naturally, been expecting it. But it was still kind of annoying. Come on, can't you give me some room to think? I can barely hear myself. That said, she wasn't exactly sure the silence would make much of a practical difference. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't think much beyond two-word sentences. Sentences that usually started in some variation of holy and ended in some form of shit. Holy fuck. Like that. I mean, how did they even manage it? How did the king not get caught up in this plot if it happened while the queen slept? It seemed like lots of people around Melissa were thinking the same thing. Everywhere she went, she heard theories and speculations. Some people guessed it was a knight. Others thought it was the king himself. Even the guards patrolling the streets got into it with some thinking it was suicide. Melissa wasn't too sure which theory she agreed with. Obviously, last night's attack was an attempt to keep things from getting out, she reasoned. But did she seriously lack that much trust in her assassins? Or did she hear that they failed and killed herself immediately or something? The idea that the queen was actually murdered made no sense to Melissa. She had to have killed herself. But why? Regardless, Melissa was now heading to the palace to investigate. What she did see upon reaching the palace, however, she did not see coming. Melissa's heart pounded as she approached the palace gates. The buzz of the city had faded into a dull roar behind her, replaced by the clinking of armor and the hushed whispers of palace guards. All right, girl, time to put on your big girl panties and figure out what the fuck is going on, she thought, squaring her shoulders. As she rounded the corner into the main courtyard, Melissa's eyes widened. The scene before her was like something out of fever dream, or a particularly dramatic Greek opera. When the actual fuck, she muttered. Zephyra, the court's sorceress, was on her knees in the center of the courtyard. A circle of knights surrounded her, their spears pointed directly at her throat. The tips glinted in the morning sun, like a deadly halo around the sorceress. Zephyra herself didn't look scared. She mainly just looked offended and confused. There, looming over it all like some pissed-off, kingly thundercloud, was King Aldrich himself. Oh, Melissa thought, this is not good. Not good at all. She inched closer, straining to hear what was being said. The king's voice carried across the courtyard, thick with rage and grief. And you expect me to believe you had nothing to do with this? That my wife just happened to die in her sleep? Zephyra's reply was too low for Melissa to catch. But whatever she said only seemed to infuriate the king further. Enough. I've heard enough of your lies. Shit, Melissa's mind raced. They think Zephyra killed the queen? But that's insane. Without giving herself time to second-guess, Melissa marched forward, pushing her way through the crowd of onlookers. Your Majesty, she called out, her voice ringing across the courtyard. I must speak with you. All eyes turned to her. The king's face scrunched up. Miss Blackflame? He growled. What are you doing here? Melissa swallowed hard, fighting the urge to turn tail and run. Instead, she stood her ground, meeting the king's gaze. Your Majesty, I believe there's been a terrible misunderstanding. Lady Zephyra couldn't possibly have killed the queen. A murmur ran through the crowd. The king's eyes narrowed. She couldn't? He asked. Of course she could. Poor choice of words. My bad. She would Melissa corrected. I mean, what reason does she have to do that? The king opened his mouth. Melissa blinked. She was baffled. Indeed, It looked like all these people had thought about was who could have killed the queen, not who had any real reason to. Didn't T. Zephyra just come back to the city? At your request. What? You think killing the queen was how she planned to spend her time here? Why? The king paused. He looked nervous. And why? Pray tell, should I believe you? Melissa took a deep breath. Because, Your Majesty, I saved your life. Remember? When you were poisoned at the gala, you trusted me then. I'm asking you to trust me now. Again, what possible reason could Lady Zephyra have for wanting the queen dead? She's one of your most trusted advisors, the court's sorceress. Killing the queen would only put her in danger. Exactly the position she's in now. The king frowned, considering her words. Melissa pressed on. And let us be real, Your Majesty. If Lady Zephyra wanted to kill someone, do you really think she'd do it in a way that would immediately implicate her? She's smarter than that. A long moment passed. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife or a particularly sharp piece of cheese. Finally, King Aldrich sighed. Perhaps you have a point, he conceded. He turned to the knights. Stand down. For now. The knights lowered their spears, though they didn't look happy about it. Zephyr slowly got to her feet, brushing dirt from her robes. But make no mistake, the king continued, his voice hard. Lady Zephyra is not fully cleared. This matter will be investigated thoroughly. With that, he turned and strode back into the palace, his cape billowing behind him like an angry cloud. As the crowd began to disperse, Melissa made her way over to Zephyra. That was unexpected, Zephyr said. Thank you. Melissa shrugged. Don't mention it. But we need to talk. Now. Zephyr nodded, and the two of them set off, walking the perimeter of the palace grounds. For a while, neither spoke, both lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Zephyra broke the silence. The queen died in her bedchambers last night, she said softly, right next to the king. Melissa's eyes widened. Holy shit. Fuck. How? She asked. Zephyra shook her head. No one knows. I assume it was either due to poison or magic, but she waved a hand, frustrated. Even I couldn't tell. And because you're the court's sorceress, they assume I must have done it, Zephyr finished. Yes. The theory is that I somehow appeared inside the chambers, killed her, and left without a trace. Melissa snorted. Because that makes total sense. Why use your immense magical powers to, I don't know, take over the kingdom or something, when you could just off the queen for shits and giggles? A small smile played on Zephyra's lips. Indeed, the logic is lacking, though there's one reason they're clinging to this notion. Melissa tilted her head. Why? Zephyra, arms crossed, tapped her index finger against her bicep. Well, think about it. Melissa, she sighed. If it wasn't me, and the queen died in the comfort of her own bed, what is the other option? Well, Melissa paused. Oh, indeed, Zephyr smirked. People want to think I did it. The court and the knights, I mean. Because if I didn't it means the king probably murdered the queen in her sleep. It was not that surprising. After all, the queen herself had tried to do that to him not too long ago, just as a means of messing with Melissa no less, but still. Melissa understood why people didn't want to consider that as an option. So now, with me being momentarily cleared, you can imagine what is going through people's minds. They walked in silence for a moment, the gravity of the situation settling over them like a heavy blanket. It has to be the shadow mages, I think, Melissa said finally. This has their stink all over it. Zephyr nodded. But why? What could they possibly gain from the queen's death? I don't know, she replied. But, clearly, the queen said a little too much yesterday. They probably just wanted to tie loose ends. Kill both me and the queen just to keep this info down. Melissa sighed. Why break out the info? That Nim used to be the ones on top, and that humanity basically gaslit our whole species into thinking we couldn't use magic. What do you think the reaction from the city will be? Chaos. You're more aware of these potential ramifications than I thought you'd be. I'm painfully aware of them, Melissa sighed. But at some point, I will definitely be letting that cat out of that bag. I have to. I just hope I can keep the damage to a minimum. Zephyra studied her face, her piercing gaze making Melissa squirm. They had completed a full circuit of the palace grounds, ending up back where they started. The courtyard was empty now, with everyone having gone back to their own business. Zephyra turned to Melissa, a mischievous glint in her eye. Well, regardless, there's not much we can do at the moment. So, Zephyra clapped her hands. Since we're here, how about a lesson? Melissa blinked, caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. A lesson? Now? Seriously? Zephyra shrugged. Why not? Life goes on, even in the midst of chaos. And you, my dear, still have much to learn. A grin spread across Melissa's face. Well, when in Rome, or Syux, I guess. All right, teach, she said. Hit me with your best shot. As they made their way to Zephyra's study, Melissa couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the calm before the storm. The queen was dead. The shadow mages were plotting. And she was caught in the middle of it all. But hey, she thought, at least I'm getting some kick-ass magic lessons out of it. Silver linings and all that. Chapter 156. The royal perspective. Princess Arya sat in her opulent carriage, the gentle rocking doing little to soothe her troubled mind. Her slim fingers traced the edges of a well-worn letter. The parchment crinkled from countless readings. The words were so blunt, its contained statement was so simple that Arya felt like she was being mocked. Queen Melara is dead. Circumstances unknown. Syux in turmoil. Anim rises to prominence. Exercise caution during your return, Your Highness. Arya's gray eyes scanned the words for what must have been the 100th time. Her white hair, akin to freshly fallen snow, fell in a curtain around her face, hiding her expression from the world. Mother, gone, she thought, her face a mask of calm despite the storm raging in her heart. And now this business with Anim. It doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. When she first read the paper, a single tear had escaped her. During her 10th time reading it, anger boiled inside her. Now, it had simmered down to quiet irritation. Your Highness? The voice of her advisor, Lord Selim, broke through Arya's reverie. She looked up, her gray eyes sharp and alert despite the dark circles that hinted at the many sleepless nights she'd been having lately. Yes, Lord Selim. Lord Selim, a chubby man with a bushy mustache that almost had a life of its own, bowed slightly. We received word from the Rand border. The Darien chieftains are restless. Arya nodded, carefully folding the letter and tucking it into a hidden pocket in her dress. She straightened, her black-painted lips pursing slightly as she considered the situation. Restless how? She asked, her mind already whirring with possibilities. Lord Selim cleared his throat nervously. There have been reports of increased skirmishes along the border. Nothing major, but tensions are high, Your Highness. Arya's brow furrowed slightly. And what of our diplomatic overtures? Have they received no response? I'm afraid not, Your Highness. The Darien chieftains seem reluctant to engage in talks. Damn, Arya thought. We can't let this escalate. Not now. Not when we're so close to a breakthrough. What does my father say about all this? She asked, though she could already guess the answer. Lord Selim's mustache twitched uncomfortably. His Majesty believes a show of force might be necessary to bring the Darians to the negotiating table. Arya felt a flash of frustration. Of course he does. Always reaching for the sword when a kind word might suffice. No, she said firmly. We will not resort to violence. Not when there is still a chance for peace. Lord Selim looked relieved, though a hint of worry still lingered in his eyes. What would you have us do, Your Highness? Arya stood, moving to the small window of her carriage. Outside, the lush forests of Syux's borderlands rushed by, a sea of green punctuated by the occasional flash of a mountain stream. We need to understand them better, she said, her voice thoughtful. I don't believe the Darians are mindless brutes, no matter what some in the court might think. They have their own culture, their own values. If we're to have any hope of peace, we need to speak to them in a way they understand. She turned back to Lord Selim, her gray eyes intense. I want to arrange another meeting. But for this one, tell them to bring their scholars, their storytellers, the keepers of their history and traditions. It will have to happen soon, though. I have a lot to do, after all. Lord Selim's eyebrows shot up. Your Highness, that S. Unorthodox, to say the least. A small smile tugged at the corners of Arya's black lips. Sometimes, Lord Selim, unorthodox is exactly what we need. Arrange it, and make sure to emphasize that this is a gesture of respect and curiosity, not a political maneuver. As Lord Selim hurried off to carry out her orders, Arya turned her attention back to the letter. Her slim fingers traced the words once more, lingering on a name that had suddenly become so important. Melissa Blackflame, she murmured. Who are you? And what role do you play in all of this? Just then, a commotion outside caught her attention. Shouts rang out, followed by the distinctive roar of Darien warriors. Skirmishers, Arya thought, her pulse quickening despite her outward calm. So much for a peaceful ride home. Your Highness, please, stay within the carriage. Lord Selim cried, his face pale. Arya raised a brow. What does, then? She recalled she had her sword next to her. Lord Selim probably thought she, like some eager young, wild princess warrior, would hop out and start swinging. But Arya didn't move. She had no interest in that. Instead, she turned her gaze to the small window, watching as her royal guards engaged the Darien attackers. It was chaos outside. Darien warriors clashed with the silver-armored royal guards. Magic crackled through the air, bolts of elemental energy flying back and forth, mingling with flames. Arya observed it all with a critical eye. Fighting wasn't her strong suit. She much preferred the intellectual challenges of diplomacy and negotiation, but she knew the importance of understanding warfare. They fight with passion, with fire, no pun intended, she thought, watching as a particularly large Darien warrior held off 3 guards at once. But there is coordination there too. This isn't just a random attack. They're testing us, probing our defenses. As the battle raged on, Arya's mind raced. She saw not just the clash of steel and scale, but the underlying currents of culture and history that drove this conflict. Perhaps we've been approaching this all wrong, she realized. These people value strength and action. We need to show them we're strong enough to be worthy allies, not just adversaries. Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, the skirmish died down. The Darians retreated into the forest, leaving behind a handful of wounded, some dead, and one very shaken royal convoy. Throughout all, Arya had barely moved. She sat, poised and regal, as if watching a mildly interesting play rather than a life-or-death struggle. As the last echoes of battle faded away, Arya turned back to her advisor. Lord Selim was huddled, his mustache quivering with each ragged breath. Well, Arya said, her voice dry. That was informative. Lord Selim gaped at her, clearly struggling to reconcile her calm demeanor with the carnage outside. Informative, Your Highness? Arya nodded, already reaching for a fresh piece of parchment and a quill. Indeed. We've been going about this all wrong, Lord Selim. The Darians respect strength, yes, but also honor and directness, I think. We need to change our approach. As she began to write, her quill scratching rapidly across the parchment, Lord Selim watched in bewilderment. What are you doing, Your Highness? Writing a letter, Arya said, not looking up, to the Darien chieftains. I'm challenging them to a contest. Lord Selim's jaw dropped. A contest? But Your Highness, surely after this attack, they may be expecting retaliation, Arya interrupted. Threats, ultimatums, perhaps even military action. Instead, we're going to surprise them. A contest of strength and skill, but also of wit and wisdom. Something to showcase the best of both our cultures. She looked up, a spark of excitement in her gray eyes. Besides, I could use a bit of fun before I make it back home. Something to take my mind off Mother, hopefully. Lord Selim sputtered, clearly struggling to keep up with this rapid change in strategy. But Your Highness, what about security? What about the court? Your father will trust my judgment, as usual, Arya said firmly. This is a good chance for peace, Lord Selim. We can't afford to let fear dictate our actions. As she finished the letter, sealing it with the royal crest, Arya's mind turned once more to the mystery that had been nagging at her. And Lord Selim, she added, I need you to gather all the information you can on this Melissa Blackflame. Everything. Her background, her abilities, her sudden rise to prominence. Leave no stone unturned. Lord Selim blinked, clearly thrown by this sudden shift in focus. The Nim girl, Your Highness? But surely with everything else. Everything is connected. Lord Selim, Arya said, her voice soft but intense. My mother's death, this Nim's rise to power, the tensions with the Darians. There could be a pattern here. If there is, I intend to unravel it. As Lord Selim hurried off to relay her orders, Arya turned her attention back to the window. The forest rushed by, a blur of green and shadow, but in her mind's eye, she saw a future. A future where Syux and the Darien tribes of Raya stood not as enemies, but as allies. It wouldn't be easy, she thought, a determined smile on her face. But nothing worth doing ever is. The caravan lurched back into motion, continuing its journey through the borderlands. But inside, Princess Arya's mind was already racing ahead, plotting and planning. But, of course, there was one more matter that required her attention. Melissa Blackflame, Arya muttered aloud, narrowing her eyes. You, what is your deal? Chapter 157. Presentation. Melissa stood at the front of the classroom. Next to her, Jalen looked like she just stepped out of a shampoo commercial, not a hair out of place. Okay. The rest of the class watched with varying degrees of interest. Some leaned forward, eager to see the fireworks. Others looked like they'd rather be anywhere else, possibly getting a root canal or wrestling a bear. The professor cleared his throat. Miss Blackflame, Miss Folden, you may begin your presentation on magical parries. Jalen stepped forward, her chin held high. Thank you, Professor. We hope our presentation will prove informative. Melissa just nodded, forcing a smile that probably looked more like a grimace. Yes, what she said. Jalen shot her a look that could curdle milk. Melissa responded with her sweetest smile, one that said, I hope you trip and fall face first into a pile of dragon dung. They took their positions, facing each other across the classroom. The air crackled with tension. All right, you stuck-up harpy, Melissa thought. Let us dance. Melissa focused, drawing on her magical reserves. Ilumi, Nerka, Barfal, she shouted, sending a blue fireball hurtling towards Jalen. The class gasped as the fireball streaked across the room. But Jalen just smirked. Ventus, Spyrer, Defendera, she called out. A gust of wind swirled around her, forming a shimmering barrier of air. The fireball hit the barrier and dissipated harmlessly. Show off, Melissa thought. But she had to admit, it was impressive how fast she did it. An excellent demonstration of a basic wind parry. The professor noted, Miss Blackflame, your turn to defend. Melissa nodded, her mind racing. Okay, probably shouldn't use the same exact spell. I imagine that LL lower my grade. Hence why I made this one. She smirked. Jalen shot a fireball. So fast Melissa hadn't even heard the incantation. Melissa responded. Aqua, Solida, Defendera, water coalesced around her, forming a rippling shield. The fireball hit the shield of water and dissipated harmlessly. Jalen's eyes narrowed. She clearly hadn't expected that. Huh, didn't he think I'd get creative? Huh? It's one of my charm points from there. A sort of magical shit-flinging competition began. They continued trading spells and parries, each trying to outdo the other. Jalen's wind parries were crisp and precise, deflecting Melissa's attacks with ease. Melissa's defenses were slower, but more creative. As much as she wanted to focus on perfecting spells instead of just making more, she couldn't help it. She enjoyed the spell creation process. As they fought, Melissa couldn't help but noticed the difference in their styles. Jalen's magic was textbook perfect, each movement precisely as it should be. Melissa's was more intuitive, raw-powered, shaped by instinct rather than rigid training. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only a few minutes, the professor called for them to stop. Excellent work, both of you, he said. You've demonstrated a wide range of parrying techniques. Class, take note of the different approaches. Miss Folden S. Traditional style versus Miss Black Flame S. Unconventional methods. Melissa and Jalen locked eyes across the classroom. For a moment, something passed between them. A grudging respect, perhaps? And then it was gone just as quickly as it came. As Jalen went to sit down at her usual space in the classroom, as far from Melissa as she could, Isabella sauntered out of the classroom, her tail swishing behind her with an air of satisfaction. She'd nailed that presentation, if she did say so herself. And Armia, well, the big lug hadn't completely fucked it up, which was a pleasant surprise. She turned to the Darien, a teasing grin playing on her lips. Not bad, Scales. You almost look like you knew what you were doing up there. Armia's golden eyes narrowed. Naturally, she looked annoyed, but there was something else there too. A flicker of what? Amusement? Desire? Whatever it was, Isabella found it amusing. I held my own, Armia growled, her voice low and rumbling. Unlike some, I didn't win the genetic lottery to have magic gifted to me so cheaply. Isabella's grin widened. Oh, honey, there's nothing cheap about me. For a moment, they just stared at each other, the air between them crackling with unspoken tension. Isabella felt her breath catch in her throat, her body humming with a familiar heat. Fuck, she thought. What is it about this overgrown lizard that gets me so worked up? Come on. I mean, it was just one time. Move on. But before either of them could say anything else, the spell was broken by the arrival of Melissa and Raven. Hey, you two, Melissa chirped. Ready to head out? Isabella blinked, shaking off the lingering effects of whatever that was with Armia. Yeah, sure thing, she said, as Raven silently joined them. The four of them fell into step, making their way through the crowded hallways of the academy. Students milled about, chattering and laughing, the air filled with the buzz of post-class excitement. As they walked, Isabella couldn't help but steal a couple of glances at Armia. Down, girl, Isabella corrected herself. Since when do you get all hot and bothered over some muscle-bound walking tree trunk like her? Pushing those thoughts aside, she turned her attention to Melissa. So, my purple princess, how about we ditch these losers and find ourselves a nice, private bathroom stall? I've got some tension I need to work out, if you catch my drift. Melissa rolled her eyes, but Isabella didn't miss the slight flush that colored her purple cheeks. Sorry, Izzy, no can do. I got training with Zephyra. Boo. Isabella pouted. Picking magical lessons over me? Hurt. They reached the academy's main entrance. The late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the courtyard. Well, this is where we part ways, I suppose, Raven said, her quiet voice barely audible over the general hubbub. They all mumbled their goodbyes, each heading off in different directions. As Isabella watched her friends go, she felt a strange twinge in her chest. Ugh, oh gods, they're my friends. I mean, I'm not complaining about Melissa, of course, but Scales and Miss Murder? Wow. Shaking off the unfamiliar feeling, Isabella set off towards home, her mind already racing with plans for the evening. Let us see, she thought. I could work on my wands, but that's starting to feel like actual work. I don't want to get burnt out. Maybe I'll hit up that cute bartender at the Drunken Dragon. As she walked, the streets of Syux bustled around her. Vendors hawked their wares, the smell of street food filling the air. A group of children ran past, laughing and shouting as they played some game involving a lot of running and even more shrieking. Isabella breathed it all in, feeling the familiar rush of excitement that came with endless possibilities. This was her city, her playground, and she was going to make the most of it. Lost in her fantasies of fame, fortune, and a lot of very satisfied customers, Isabella almost didn't notice when she reached her street. But as she approached her house, something made her pause. The front door was open. That's not right, she thought, her earlier good mood evaporating instantly. Isabella's ears twitched, straining to pick up any sound from inside the house. But all she heard was an eerie silence. Mom? She called out, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet street. You home? No answer. Heart pounding, Isabella crept towards the open door. As she got closer, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. Scratches on the doorframe. Deep gouges in the wood, like something or someone had been desperately trying to get in. Or out. Fuck, 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 Isabella's mind raced. This is bad. This is very, very bad. She stepped inside, her eyes adjusting to the dimness of the entryway. And that S when she saw it. Blood. A dark smear on the floor, leading further into the house. And next to it, a body. A man in a black robe. A shadow mage, no doubt. Here, in her house. Oh shit, Isabella whispered, her voice trembling. Oh fuck. She wanted to run. Every instinct screamed at her to turn tail and get the hell out of there. But she couldn't, not without knowing. Mom? She called again, louder this time. Mom, where are you? Isabella moved deeper into the house, her feet feeling like lead. The living room was a disaster zone. Furniture was overturned. Paintings were ripped from the walls. Ice and burn marks decorated everything. And more bodies. Then more. One over to the left, 3 shadow mages sprawled across the expensive carpet her mother had imported from some far-off village to the right. A few more in the kitchen. There had to be over 10 in total, with the entire house looking like it had been the stage of a massive fight. What is happening? What is happening? What is? The metallic smell of blood, the oppressive silence. It was all too real. And then, as she rounded the corner into the dining room, she saw her. Isabella's jaw hung open. Her legs nearly gave out. For a moment, all she could hear was her heart beating in her ears. There she was, Kimiko, her mother, slumped against the wall, her once vibrant eyes now dull and lifeless. No, Isabella whispered, her voice breaking. No. She rushed to her mother's side, falling to her knees beside her. Kimiko's body was still warm, but there was no pulse, no breath. How long ago was this? Isabella wondered. Did I get here a second too late? Mom, Isabella sobbed, gathering her mother's limp form into her arms. Mommy, please wake up. But Kimiko didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't do anything but grow colder in Isabella's desperate embrace. Isabella saw a pair of knives buried in Kimiko's abdomen, alongside 2 open wounds. The knives probably belonged to the 2 other dead shadow mages lying nearby. Isabella panted. Her eyes remained fixed on Kimiko. Any moment now. Surely, Kimiko would smile, that usual, confident smile of hers. She tilted her head up and recognized Isabella kneeling before her. But, as Isabella realized that wound happened, she screamed. Her eyes remained fixed on Kimiko. What did she do? Chapter 158. The second attack, Isabella 1, 2, 3. The seconds ticked on by, each one stretching out for an eternity. All while Isabella just stared at Kimiko. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I? That question flickered through her mind for what had to be thousands of times. And still, Isabella couldn't figure something out. The only thing keeping her from breaking down completely was that, if Kimiko was dead, she'd only just died. Maybe, just maybe she could do something. Blinking, she shook her head. What the fuck are you doing, Isabella? Heal her. Instantly, Isabella began moving her hands and whispering incantations. Vita estana mariva. She spoke it. Vita estana mariva. She was by no means a life mage, but this was an emergency, so she just pulled out the first healing spell she could think of. The wounds on Kimiko's body closed. But she wasn't opening her eyes. Come on. Isabella stopped. Aya. What? Desperation began to sink in. She looked down at her own hands. What do I? Suddenly, a thought came to her. Isabella stopped. Wait. She remembered. Melissa's spell. Right. Isabella thought, nodding to herself. If anything can do it, that spell can. Melissa used it to save the king when he was poisoned. And all those Nim, too. Yes. Isabella stopped. Fuck. What was the incantation? The spell sign? Isabella had seen it. She'd seen it more than once. But, as talented as she was, could she truly recall a spell, especially one as complex as that one? After having seen it casually cast a handful of times? She'd have to find out. She had no other choice. Lumi-san. Isabella took a deep breath. She needed to calm down. She knew she did. Only then would she be able to do this. She tried to remember Melissa casting it, her sweet, gentle voice speaking the words to those poor Nim from before. Lumi sanguine, vita crescere. There it was, the incantation. Now, the spell sign. Isabella did the same thing. She recalled Melissa's graceful hand moving through the air. Isabella had been paying close attention. Each and every time she cast that spell, and she was glad she did. Slowly, she worked through it. One motion after another, all pulled from the depths of her memory, until Lumi sanguine, vita crescere. Nothing happened. What? Isabella stopped. It was that the spell had no effect on Kimiko. No, it was that the spell hadn't been cast to begin with. But, Isabella looked down at her own hands. If I had misspoke, or drawn a part of the spell sign wrong, I would have misfired. Why? A drop of blood fell from the corner of Kimiko's lips. Isabella's eyes widened. She had no time. She had to figure this out. Okay, think. Something made the spell not activate. Why? Again, it clicked in her mind as she pressed the issue. Hold on, this incantation. Isabella paused. Lumi sanguine, vita crescere. Lumi. Isabella's eyes widened. Sanguine. Is this blood magic? She'd have to assume it was. And, based on what little she knew about blood magic, there was only one way to test it out. She turned toward the countless shadow mage bodies in the room. She drew her hands up, one aimed at them, collectively, the other aimed at Kimiko. Closing her eyes, Isabella reached for the essence lingering in the air. The essence mixed into the scent of death. Sacrifices, she nodded to herself. That is how blood magic works, right? She drew the spell sign. Then, Lumi sanguine, vita crescere. This time magic. A red aura encased her right hand. Isabella could hear the bodies behind her, sizzling. She couldn't tell. She had her eyes fixed entirely on Kimiko. Come on. It worked. So please, come back to me. There was something off about this magic. Isabella's heart felt funny. And soon, as the sizzling sound ceased, Isabella felt the spell beginning to eat away at her own essence like no other spell ever had. But she kept her hand raised. She kept it up until she had no more essence left to offer. And even then, Isabella kept her hand raised, as though she could will Kimiko back to life. Come on. Isabella's lips trembled. Please. Her hand fell. A tear escaped her left eye. Then, one from her right eye joined. She looked away. Fuck F. Bella? Isabella froze. She turned back. Kimiko's eyes slowly opened. Armia trudged down the cobblestone streets. Her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions. The setting sun cast long shadows across the city, painting everything in shades of orange and gold. Damn that Isabella, she thought, her tail twitching in agitation. Who does she think she is with that infuriating smirk and those eyes? She couldn't shake the image of Isabella's teasing grin, the way her green eyes had sparkled with mischief and something else. Something that made Armia's scales tingle in a way she wasn't entirely comfortable with. Get it together, she chided herself. She's just a little troublemaker. Nothing more. Still, Armia couldn't deny it. There was something about Isabella that got under her scales and made her feel a certain type of way. It was infuriating. It was exhilarating. It was a scream cut through the air, yanking Armia out of her thoughts. Her head snapped up, eyes wide. That scream had come from home. She whispered, her blood running cold. Without a second thought, Armia broke into a run. Her powerful legs carried her swiftly through the streets, her heart pounding in her ears. Please, she prayed to any god that might be listening. Please let it be okay. As she rounded the corner onto her street, the sounds of fighting reached her ears. The clash of steel, the crackle of magic, and underneath it all, grunts of pain and exertion. Armia's house loomed before her, a once comforting sight now turned ominous. The front door hung off its hinges, splintered wood scattered across the threshold. She barreled through the doorway, her eyes struggling to adjust to the dim interior. The entryway was a mess of overturned furniture and shattered decorations. And there, in the middle of it all, shadow mages, Armia growled, her voice low and dangerous. Two black-clad figures whirled to face her, their hands already weaving spells. Armia didn't give them time to finish. With a roar that shook the very foundations of the house, she charged. Her fist connected with the first mage's jaw, sending him flying across the room. The second managed to get off a spell, a bolt of dark energy that Armia barely dodged. She felt it sizzle past her ear, leaving a scorch mark on the wall behind her. No time for finesse, she thought, grabbing a nearby chair and hurling it at the mage. It connected with a satisfying crunch, and the mage crumpled to the floor. But Armia couldn't savor the victory. More sounds of fighting echoed from deeper in the house. "Father!" she yelled, racing towards the back of the house. "Darien!" She burst into the kitchen, and her heart nearly stopped. Her father was locked in combat with two more shadow mages. His sword flashed in the fading light, keeping the attackers at bay. But Armia could see the fatigue in his movements, the way his left arm hung limply at his side. "Arnya!" he shouted, parrying a vicious strike. "Get out of here!" Instead of replying, Armia let out another ear-splitting roar and threw herself into the fray. She wasn't even thinking about magic. Feeling way too much adrenaline, she tackled one of the mages from behind, driving them both to the ground. They grappled on the floor, rolling over broken dishes and splinters of wood. Armia felt a sharp pain in her side. A knife, she realized dimly, but the pain only fueled her rage. With a grunt of effort, she pinned the mage beneath her. Her fist came down once, twice, 3 times. The mage's mask cracked, revealing a face twisted in pain and fear. A cry from her father made Armia's head snap up. The other mage had disarmed him and was moving in for the kill. "No!" Arnya bellowed. She snatched up a broken chair leg and hurled it with all her might. It struck the mage in the back of the head, sending him stumbling forward. Her father seized the opportunity, grabbing the mage's wrist and twisting. There was a sickening crack, and the mage's spell fizzled out. In moments, it was over. The two shadow mages lay unconscious on the floor, and a heavy silence fell over the kitchen. Armia stood, her chest heaving. She looked to her father, relief washing over her. "Father," she said, moving towards him. "Are you all right?" He nodded grimly, though Armia could see the pain in his eyes. "I'll live." "But Armia, your brother." Armia's blood ran cold. In the heat of the fight, she'd almost forgotten. "Darien?" she called out, her voice echoing in the sudden quiet. "Darien, where are you?" No answer came. With growing dread, Armia made her way deeper into the house. She checked each room, her heart pounding louder with each empty space she found. Finally, she reached Darien's room. The door was ajar, a dark smear marring its surface. "No," Armia thought, her hand trembling as she pushed the door open. "Please, no." The room was a disaster. Books and papers were strewn everywhere, the desk overturned. And there, in the center of it all, "Darien," Armia whispered, her voice breaking. Her brother lay motionless on the floor, his eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. A pool of dark blood spread out beneath him, soaking into the carpet. Armia fell to her knees beside him, her mind refusing to accept what her eyes were telling her. She reached out, her hand shaking, and touched Darien's cheek. It was cold. "No," she said louder this time. "No, no, no. Darien, wake up. Please, wake up." But Darien didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't do anything but lie there, growing colder by the second. A sound escaped Armia's throat, halfway between a roar and a sob. "What the hell?" Melissa sat at her desk, her brow furrowed in concentration as she traced spell signs in the air. Faint trails of purple energy followed her fingertips, dissipating like smoke in the dim light of her room. Okay, let's try this again, she thought, taking a deep breath. Lumi sanguine, vita crescere. The air shimmered, a small orb of reddish light forming between her palms. Melissa grinned, feeling a surge of pride. She was just doing a bit of casual practicing. Outside, rain pattered against the window, creating a soothing backdrop to her practice. Melissa glanced out at the gloomy Sayuk skyline, her mind wandering. At least the quarantine has been lifted, she mused. Though I'm not sure if that's good news or bad news at this point. Her thoughts drifted to Zephyra. The court sorceress was supposed to have left Sayux by now, but after the whole queen dying mysteriously debacle, she was more or less stuck here. Silver lining, I guess. More magical tutoring for me. Though I could do without the whole kingdom on the brink of chaos thing. Melissa sighed, letting the spell fizzle out. She stretched, her back popping satisfyingly. I wonder where Javer is, she thought idly. Probably still in her office. And Jalen probably training, because of course she is. That girl needs a hobby that doesn't involve trying to kick my ass. A wry smile tugged at Melissa's lips as she thought of her parents. They were busy. Very busy. And loud. At least they're having a good time. Suddenly, a series of hard, frantic knocks echoed through the house. Melissa jumped, her heart racing. What the fuck? The knocking continued, growing more insistent with each passing second. Okay, I'm coming. Jesus. Melissa made her way downstairs, grumbling under her breath. If this is some door-to-door salesman, I swear I'm going to turn them into a toad. She reached the front door, just as another volley of knocks began. Melissa yanked it open, ready to give whoever it was a piece of her mind. The words died in her throat. Isabella stood on the doorstep, soaked to the bone. Rain plastered her pink hair to her face, mixing with what Melissa realized with a jolt were tears. Izzy? Melissa breathed, her irritation evaporating instantly. What's wrong? What happened? Isabella's usual cocky grin was nowhere to be seen. Her green eyes, usually so full of mischief, were equal parts angry and haunted. We need to talk. Chapter 159. Distant Melissa sat on her bed. Next to her, Isabella looked like a drowned kitten. Her usually perky fox ears drooping with the weight of the rain and her emotions. Fuck, she looks awful, Melissa thought, her heart aching for a friend. What the hell happened? Izzy, Melissa said softly, reaching out to touch Isabella's arm. What's going on? Isabella took a shuddering breath, her green eyes meeting Melissa's red ones. The pain Melissa saw there made her stomach clench. It's Mom, Isabella began, her voice barely above a whisper. I came home and she trailed off. Melissa scooted closer, wrapping an arm around Isabella's shoulders. Hey, it's okay, Melissa soothed. Take your time. Isabella nodded, taking another deep breath. There were shadow mages, she continued, her voice stronger now. At least 10 of them. They'd broken in and Mom. Melissa's eyes widened. Oh shit. Oh no. I found her in the dining room, Isabella said, her words coming faster now. Like a dam breaking. She was just lying there, not moving, not breathing. There was so much blood all around her, Melissa. So much. Melissa felt some grief building up within her now, too. Kimiko had been kind to Melissa in the brief moments they interacted, and she knew how close Isabella was with her. The thought of her having died. Izzy, I'm so sorry, Melissa whispered. But Isabella shook her head. No, that's not the end of it, she said. I tried to heal her. I tried everything I could think of, but nothing worked. And then, she turned to Melissa, that curious look intensifying. I remembered your spell. The one you used on the king, and on all those Nim. I used it, Melissa. Melissa blinked, confused. My spell? But that's just a healing spell. It wouldn't. It worked, Isabella interrupted. Melissa, it fucking worked. She's alive. Melissa paused. Her mind reeled, trying to process what Isabella was telling her. What the actual fuck? That's not possible. Is it? But how? Melissa managed to ask. Izzy, that spell, it's not meant to bring back the dead. It's just supposed to heal injuries. Isabella's grip on Melissa's arm tightened. I know, but it did. And I think I know why, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. It's blood magic, isn't it? Melissa felt her blood run cold. She opened her mouth to deny it, to explain, but Isabella shook her head. It's okay, she said quickly. I don't care. I'm just glad it worked. But Melissa, the spell, it used the bodies of those dead shadow mages. Like sacrifices. Melissa's mind was spinning. Anyway, Isabella continued, I am fairly certain that spell of yours brought her back to life. She'd known the spell was powerful, but this was beyond anything she'd imagined. The implications were staggering. I made a resurrection spell. Holy shit, I made a fucking resurrection spell. She stopped herself. Or did I? I mean, why'd it work out like that? And, Melissa? Isabella's voice broke through her thoughts. Are you okay? Melissa realized she'd been silent for too long. She shook her head, trying to gather her thoughts. I don't know, she admitted. Izzy, I swear, I had no idea it could do that. I was just trying to make a healing spell. Not this. Isabella nodded, a small, sad smile on her face. I believe you. And honestly, I don't care what kind of magic it is. It saved my mom. That's all that matters to me. Suddenly, Isabella all but tackled Melissa. Melissa, now on her back, brought her hands up behind her. They sat like that for a while, the only sound in the room their quiet breathing and the steady patter of rain against the window. Melissa's mind was still reeling from the revelations of the night, but she pushed her own confusion aside. Right now, Isabella needed her. I'll figure out the implications of all this later. For now, just be here for her. She must have been terrified. Suddenly, Melissa heard a knock faintly in the distance. I should go see who that is, Melissa said reluctantly, not wanting to leave Isabella alone. Isabella nodded, wiping her eyes. Go ahead. Melissa gave her friend's hand one last squeeze before standing up. She made her way downstairs, her mind still buzzing with everything Isabella had told her. First Isabella. Now this. What else could possibly happen tonight? As she reached for the door handle, Melissa took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever might be on the other side. She pulled the door open, and her jaw dropped. Armia stood on the doorstep, looking like she'd been through hell. Her shirt was covered in blood, but it was the look in Armia's eyes that made Melissa's heart clench. The usually proud, fierce Darien looked broken. Arnya, Melissa breathed, her voice barely audible over the sound of the rain. What happened? Armia's lips trembled, and Melissa saw tears mixing with the raindrops on her face. My brother's dead. Without hesitation, Melissa reached out and pulled Armia into the house, closing the door behind her. Isabella stood in Melissa's garden, the rain having finally let up. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and blooming flowers. Her green eyes fixed on Melissa and Armia. The Nim's purple hand ran up and down Armia's muscular back. Isabella realized how lucky she'd been. She'd nearly lost her mother tonight. Armia hadn't been so lucky. Fuck, Isabella thought, her tail swishing nervously. What a shit show. Poor Armia. I'm so sorry. Armia, Melissa was saying, her voice soft and soothing. I can't even imagine what you're going through. Armia's shoulders slumped, a far cry from her usual perfect posture. It happened so fast, Armia said, her voice barely above a whisper. The shadow mages, apparently, it just appeared out of nowhere. My dad fought them off, but Darien. She trailed off, her voice cracking. Isabella felt a lump form in her throat. It's the same as what happened to Mom. Except, I'm sorry, Isabella found herself saying. I know what it's like. The shadow mages attacked my home too. My mom. Armia's head snapped up, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and something that looked almost like hope. Your mother? Is she? Isabella shook her head quickly. She's alive, but it was close. If it wasn't tea for Melissa's spell, she saw understanding dawn in Armia's eyes. followed quickly by a flash of pain. Isabella winced, realizing too late how her words might sound to someone who just lost a loved one. Smooth move, Isabella. Real fucking sensitive. This wasn't something she was used to having to deal with. I'm sorry, she said again, feeling useless. I didn't mean to. Armia shook her head, cutting off Isabella's fumbling apology. It's okay, she said, though her voice was strained. I'm glad your mother is all right. An awkward silence fell over the garden. Isabella shifted uncomfortably, suddenly very aware of the damp clothes clinging to her skin and the exhaustion seeping into her bones. I should go, she said abruptly. I need to check on Mom. I don't want to leave her alone for too long. If there's another attack. She let the sentence hang, the implication clear. Melissa nodded, understanding in her red eyes. Of course, she said. Go. We'll figure all this out later. Isabella nodded, grateful for Melissa's understanding. She turned to Armia, wishing she had something more to offer than empty platitudes. Hey, Scale, she said, surprising herself with the sincerity in her voice. If you need something, just let me know, okay? Armia nodded, a ghost of a smile flickering across her face. Thank you, Isabella. With one last look at her friends, Isabella turned and headed home, her mind racing with everything that had happened. What a fucking night, she thought as she walked. Shadow mages, resurrections, death. The streets of Syux were eerily quiet, the usual bustle replaced by an oppressive silence. Isabella found herself jumping at every shadow, her hand straying to the wand at her hip more than once. Finally, she reached her house. The door was still broken, hanging awkwardly on its hinges. Isabella stepped inside, her heart pounding. Mom? She called out, hating the tremor in her voice. You okay? For a moment, there was no response. Isabella felt panic rising in her throat. No. Please be okay. Please, in here, sweetie. Kimiko's voice, coming from the back of the house, sent a wave of relief washing over Isabella. She hurried towards the sound, her feet carrying her to the small sitting room at the rear of the house. And there was Kimiko standing by the window, a contemplative look on her face. She turned as Isabella entered, and for a moment, they just stared at each other. Then Isabella was moving, practically throwing herself into her mother's arms. Kimiko caught her, as she always had, her embrace warm and familiar. But as Isabella buried her face in her mother's neck, inhaling the comforting scent of her perfume mixed with something metallic and unfamiliar, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She pulled back slightly, studying her mother's face. Kimiko's eyes, usually so full of warmth and mischief, seemed different, cooler somehow, more distant. It doesn't matter, Isabella told herself fiercely. She's here. She's alive. That's all that counts. Mom, she said, her voice choked with emotion. What? What happened? Can you tell me? Kimiko sighed, running a hand through Isabella's damp hair. Oh, Bella, she said, her voice tinged with a weariness Isabella had never heard before. It was just bad luck, really. I was handling them just fine, you know me. But one of them got lucky, slipped a knife between my ribs when I was distracted. She shook her head, a rueful smile on her face. After that, well, it all went downhill pretty fast. Just goes to show, all it takes is one slip up. Isabella nodded, her throat tight. She wanted to apologize, to beg forgiveness for not being there, for not protecting her mother. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, she asked, Do you feel different? After. She couldn't bring herself to say after dying. Kimiko seemed to understand anyway. Yes, she said slowly, as if choosing her words carefully. I do feel different, but I'm not quite sure how to describe it. It's like something else shifted inside, but I can't put my finger on what exactly. Isabella nodded, tightening her grip on her mother. It's okay, she said, surprising herself with the fierceness in her voice. It doesn't matter. You're here. That's all I care about. Kimiko's arms tightened around her in response, and for a moment, they just stood there, holding each other. We're okay, Isabella thought, letting the relief wash over her. We're alive. We survived. Everything else we'll figure out. Chapter 160. Eyes locked Melissa. The morning sun bathed Javer's garden in a warm, golden light. Melissa sat on a stone bench, feeling about 50 times heavier just from the weight of everything. Next to her, Armia tried to lean on Melissa for support, but, well, given their size difference, it was very awkward. Off to the side, Isabella and Kimiko stood close together, the kitsune's fluffy tail occasionally brushing against her mother's leg, as if reassuring herself that Kimiko was still there. Raven lurked in the shadows, which meant she was standing around in her usual stoic, half-brooding way, her gray eyes alert and wary. Javer paced back and forth, her sunlight-colored hair catching the light with each turn. What a fucked-up situation, Melissa thought, her red eyes scanning the faces of her friends. All right, Javer said, finally coming to a stop. Now that we're all here, Melissa, can you recount everything that happened last night? Don't leave out any details. Melissa took a deep breath, feeling the weight of everyone's eyes on her. It started when Isabella showed up at my door. She began, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her gut. She was soaked to the bone and looked like she'd seen a ghost. As Melissa spoke, recounting Isabella's story of the Shadow Mage attack and Kimiko's miraculous resurrection, she watched Javer's face carefully. The woman's expression remained neutral, but Melissa could see the gears turning behind her eyes. And then, Melissa continued, her voice softening as she glanced at Armia. Just as Isabella was finishing her story, Armia showed up. She told us about the attack on her family. About Darien. Armia's jaw clenched, her eyes fixed on the ground. Melissa reached out, placing a comforting hand on the Darien's muscular arm. When Melissa finished, a heavy silence fell over the garden. Even the birds seemed to have quieted. Javer nodded slowly, her brow furrowed in thought. It's clear what the Shadow Mages were trying to do, she said finally, her voice grim. They've been attempting to deal with Melissa directly for years. But yesterday, it seems they decided on a new approach. If they can't handle Melissa herself, perhaps they can eliminate those close to her. Armia's head snapped up, her golden eyes flashing with a mix of anger and confusion. But they didn't kill me, she growled. They killed my brother. Darien barely knew Melissa. How does that fit into your theory? Javer's expression softened. You're right, Armia, and I'm sorry for your loss. But I don't think Darien was the target. I think you were. Oh fuck, Melissa thought, the implications hitting her like a punch to the gut. They weren't after Darien and Kimiko at all. They were after Armia and Isabella, Melissa whispered, the realization dawning on her. They were the real targets. Darien and Kimiko just got caught in the crossfire. Kimiko nodded slowly. Armia looked down, hunched over. Precisely, Javer confirmed. The Shadow Mages were likely hoping to eliminate Melissa's closest allies. They probably assumed that without her friends, Melissa would be more vulnerable. Those bastards, Melissa thought, anger bubbling up inside her. They went after my friends to get to me. We need to do something, Melissa said, her voice hard with determination. We can't just sit around waiting for the next attack. We need to deal with the Shadow Mages once and for all. Javer held up a hand, her expression cautious. I understand your anger, Melissa, but one be easy. We can't truly deal with them unless we know where their base is located. That's the only way to strike a decisive blow, by attacking their headquarters directly. Melissa turned to Raven, hope flaring in her chest. Raven, you're one of them. Do you know where their base is? Raven shook her head, frustration evident in her usually stoic features. They always blindfolded me when going in and out of the headquarters, she said, her voice tinged with regret. It was a security measure, specifically to prevent anyone from giving up the location if they were captured or turned. Damn it, Melissa thought, her fist clenching in frustration. Well, there has to be someone who knows. Higher-ups, maybe? Someone like... And then it hit her. Wait, she said, sitting up straighter. What about Miria? Or the Queen? They were both involved with the Shadow Mages, weren't they? Melissa, they're both dead. Armia pointed out, her voice flat. I know, Melissa said quickly. But maybe there's something we can find. Some clue they left behind. It's worth looking into, right? Javert nodded slowly, a spark of approval in her eyes. It's not a bad idea, she admitted. We do need to be careful, of course. Investigating a dead professor and the late queen could raise some eyebrows. But if we're discreet, Isabella snorted, her tail swishing with amusement. Oh yeah, because we're all known for our subtlety. Speak for yourself, Raven muttered from her shadowy corner. Melissa rolled her eyes. Guys, focus. This could be our best shot at finding the Shadow Mage's base. And then what? Armia asked, her voice tight with barely controlled anger. Melissa's eyes flashed with determination. Then we end this. Once and for all. A heavy silence fell over the group. Melissa could practically hear the gears turning in everyone's heads as they considered the implications of what she was suggesting. It's crazy, Melissa thought. But what choice do we have? Javert opened her mouth to speak, but before she could get a word out, a commotion from outside the manor cut through their discussion. The sound of hooves on cobblestone and the murmur of a crowd drew everyone's attention. What now? Isabella muttered, her ears swiveling towards the noise. Melissa stood up, curiosity overriding her caution. Let's check it out. The group followed, emerging onto the street just in time to see a magnificent royal caravan making its way through. Guards on horseback flanked ornate carriages, their armor clanking with each step. And then Melissa saw her, riding in an open carriage, her white hair cascading over her shoulders like freshly fallen snow. It was a girl who made Melissa's heart skip a beat. Her gray eyes scanned the crowd, sharp and intelligent, before locking onto Melissa's red ones. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still. Melissa felt her breath catch in her throat, her heart pounding in her chest. Holy shit, she thought, unable to tear her gaze away. Who is that? That, Javert said, her voice low and tinged with something Melissa couldn't quite identify, is Princess Arya of Saïx. Princess Arya's eyes locked onto a figure in the crowd, and for a moment, the world seemed to slow down. The Nim girl stood out like a beacon, her red eyes piercing through the sea of faces. Arya felt her breath catch in her throat. Goodness. But as quickly as the moment came, it passed. The carriage rolled on, and Arya forced herself to look away, her heart pounding in her chest. Get it together, Arya. You're not here to ogle the locals, no matter how blessed they might be. She took a deep breath, composing herself before turning to Lord Selim. The portly advisor sat across from her, his mustache twitching nervously as it always did when he was about to deliver bad news. Lord Selim, Arya said, her voice steady despite the lingering effect of those red eyes. I need a summary of recent events in Saïx. Bring me up to speed. Lord Selim cleared his throat, fumbling with a stack of papers on his lap. Of course, Your Highness. Where to begin? Ah, yes. There have been some disturbances in the city. Reports of Shadow Mage activity have increased. And there was an incident at the Royal Gala. Shadow Mages? Arya interrupted, her brow furrowing. I thought we had that situation under control. Yes, well, Lord Selim coughed. It seems they've become more bold in recent weeks. There was also the matter of the quarantine. Arya's head snapped up, her gray eyes narrowing. Quarantine? What quarantine? Lord Selim blinked, clearly caught off guard by her sharp tone. The Nim quarantine, Your Highness. There was a strange disease that passed from one Nim family to another for about a week or two. The court deemed it necessary to isolate the Nim population until the threat had passed. Arya leaned back in her seat, her mind racing. A disease that only affected Nim? That's convenient. Too convenient. And this disease, she said slowly, it's gone now. Lord Selim nodded, relief evident in his expression. Yes, Your Highness. The quarantine was lifted just recently. It seems the threat has passed. Arya hummed thoughtfully, her gaze drifting back to the crowded streets of Saïx. The city looked both familiar and foreign to her eyes, changed in subtle ways during her long absence. I've been gone too long, she thought. a pang of guilt twisting in her gut. So much has happened, and I wasn't here to see it. I'll need to familiarize myself with the city again, she said aloud, more to herself than to Lord Selim. Things have changed more than I expected. Lord Selim nodded eagerly. Of course, Your Highness. I can arrange for a tour of the city, if you'd like. Or perhaps a meeting with the court to discuss recent events in more detail. Arya shook her head, her white hair catching the sunlight. No, I think I'd prefer to explore on my own. Sometimes the best way to understand a situation is to see it with your own eyes. And to talk to people without the filter of court politics, she added silently. As the carriage rolled on, Arya's mind wandered back to the Nim girl with the striking red eyes. There was something about her, something that tugged at Arya's curiosity. I wonder who she is, Arya mused. And why do I have the feeling she is somehow connected to all of this? Chapter 161. More than meets the eye. Arya Princess Arya's carriage rumbled to a stop in front of the palace gates. The journey from Raya had been long and arduous, but nothing could have prepared her for the sight that greeted her upon her return. The palace, once a beacon of strength and stability, almost felt like it was sagging in a way. Black banners hung from every window. The knights standing by, spears in their hands, somehow looked even more stoic than normal. And, although there were no crowds here, the air almost felt harder to breathe and denser. Arya took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. She thought back to the lessons she'd learned during her time in Raya. The techniques for maintaining composure in the face of adversity. The art of reading people's intentions beneath their words. She'd need all of that now. Your Highness, Lord Selim whispered, are you ready to disembark? Arya nodded, her face reflecting the regal composure she wanted to portray. As ready as one can be. As she stepped out of the carriage, her advisors fluttering around her like nervous birds, Arya's eyes were drawn to a strange shimmer in the air near the palace entrance. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized what it was. There, suspended in a cocoon of glistening ice, was the body of the queen, the body of her mother. Arya's steps faltered for a moment, but she forced herself to keep moving. She was a small woman, with a petite figure and a somewhat frail frame. Just by stature alone, most people probably wouldn't assume she was 19, which she was. Maybe they'd think her a few years younger. But right now, she needed to look like a giant. The ice magic preserving her mother's body was a masterful piece of spell work, keeping her perfectly intact for the funeral to come. The funeral had likely been delayed so that Arya could be there for it. It was a kindness, Arya supposed, to be able to say goodbye to her mother as she remembered her, and not as decayed corpse. Still, the sight of her mother's face, peaceful in eternal slumber, sent a jolt of pain through Arya's heart. She pushed it down, locking it away in that quiet place inside her where she kept all her inconvenient emotions. She could let them out later. Right now, they were nothing but a bother. Your Highness, one of her advisors murmured, the king awaits you in the throne room. Arya nodded, her white hair catching the sunlight. Very well. Let's not keep him waiting. Arya didn't remember the throne room feeling like this. Last she'd been here. Today, it felt empty and hollow, the grandeur around her almost mocking the tragedy that had befallen the royal family. King Aldrich sat upon his throne, looking a little older and more careworn than Arya had last seen him. Father, Arya said, dropping into a curtsy before him. Arya. The king's voice was rough with emotion. My daughter, welcome home. As Arya rose, she studied her father's face. There was grief there, yes, but something else too. A wariness, a guardedness that she hadn't seen before. Is it aimed at me? Or, I came as soon as I heard, Arya said. Father, what happened? How did Mother? She let the question trail off, unable to bring herself to say the words. King Aldrich's face darkened. It was unexpected. Your mother retired to her chambers after an evening walk. By morning, he swallowed hard. She was gone. Arya's mind raced as she slowly nodded. It felt like there was something he wasn't telling her. She thought back to the rumors she'd heard on her journey home. Whispers of a Nim girl who'd been seen entering the Queen's chambers on the night of her death. And what of the investigation? Adia Prest. Surely there must be some clue as to what happened. The king shifted uncomfortably on his throne. We found nothing conclusive. The court's sorceress, Lady Zephyra, was briefly under suspicion, but he waved a hand dismissively. That line of inquiry has been abandoned. Arya's eyebrow arched. Abandoned? On whose authority? Mine, the king said firmly, and that of others who vouch for her innocence. There was again that hesitation, that hint of something left unsaid. Arya's instincts, honed by months of diplomatic maneuvering in Raya, were screaming at her. Others? She echoed. Who else would have the authority to influence such a decision? The king's eyes darted away for a moment before meeting hers again. Authority has nothing to do with it. But it's a complicated matter, Arya. There have been developments in your absence. Arya's mind whirled. She decided now was the time to ask about one such development. Father, she said slowly, I've heard rumors of a Nim girl. One who can use magic. Is this true? The king's surprise was evident, if only for a moment before he schooled his features. Ah, yes. Melissa Blackflame. A unique individual, to be sure. Tell me about her, Arya said, her tone making it clear this was not a request. King Aldrich sighed, looking suddenly weary. She's a student at Syx Academy, a scholarship recipient of all things. And yes, she can use magic, and is quite proficient with it. Arya's eyes widened. A Nim at Syx Academy? With magic? It was unheard of. How is that possible? Arya asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. I thought Nim were incapable of wielding magic. The king shrugged, a gesture that seemed out of place on his regal frame. We all thought so too. But Melissa, she's different. She's found a way to channel essence, and has been making waves at the academy since. Arya's mind raced with the implications. A Nim with magical abilities? I have a feeling there's more to the story, Arya said. Anything else I missed? Melissa, she saved my life, the king admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Arya nodded again. Right? So, the reports were completely true. At the last royal gala, King Aldrich continued. There was an assassination attempt, a poison that would have killed me in minutes. Melissa used her magic to neutralize it. Without her, I wouldn't be sitting here now. It wouldn't have made any sense to her if someone told her it would happen some years ago. A Nim saving the king's life? Using magic? It was too fantastical to be believed. And yet, I see, Arya said, her mind racing. And this Melissa Blackflame, where is she now? The king waved a hand vaguely. Back home. Imagine. Or, she could be heading to the palace today as well. Why? Well, she's been granted certain privileges in light of her service to the crown. What kind of privileges? King Aldrich shifted uncomfortably. Lady Zephyra has been assigned to her as a tutor. The court sorceress? Arya pulled back, stunned. Indeed, the king replied. I considered it a fitting reward, given that had it not been for her, you'd have come for a different funeral instead. Arya nodded slowly, processing this information. A magical Nim with free run of the palace. A mysterious death. She didn't like any of this. Sure, she was thankful that the girl saved her father, but is it really just a coincidence that she's been running around here, completely free, and suddenly my mother died? Father, she said carefully, you do realize how this looks, don't you? Mother dies under mysterious circumstances, and just before that, suddenly there was a magically gifted Nim with unprecedented access to the palace? The king's face clouded with anger. Are you suggesting that Melissa had something to do with your mother's death? After she saved my life? Arya held up a placating hand. I'm not suggesting anything, Father. I'm merely pointing out that the timing is suspicious. Surely you can see that? King Aldrich deflated, the anger leaving him as quickly as it had come. I understand your concerns, Arya, but I assure you, Melissa had nothing to do with your mother's passing. I'm sure of it. Arya studied her father's face. noting the conflict in his eyes. There was more to this story, she was certain of it. But pushing further now would only make him defensive. "Very well, father," she said at last. "If you'll excuse me, I need to rest after my journey. We can discuss this further when we're both less overwrought." The king nodded, looking relieved to end the conversation. "Of course, my dear. We'll speak more later." As Arya left the throne room, her mind was awhirl with questions and suspicions. She gestured for Lord Selim to follow her. Once they were alone in a quiet corridor, Arya turned to him, her gray eyes flashing with determination. "We need to conduct our own investigation," she said in a low voice. "There is more going on here than meets the eye, and I intend to get to the bottom of it." Selim nodded. "Of course, Your Highness. Where shall we begin?" Arya's gaze turned toward the window, where she could see the shimmering ice cocoon containing her mother's body. "We start with Melissa Blackflame," she said, her voice hard as steel. "I want to know everything about her. Her background, her abilities, her connections within the palace. And most importantly, I want to know where she was the night my mother died." He bowed slightly. "It shall be done, Your Highness. But, if I may ask, what are your suspicions?" Arya sighed, running a hand through her white hair. "I'm not sure yet, but something doesn't add up. Do you think this Melissa could have killed the queen?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," Arya admitted, "but I intend to find out. We need to tread carefully, though. If Melissa is as powerful as my father suggests, we can't afford to underestimate her." Selim nodded, his expression serious. "I understand, Your Highness. I'll begin gathering information discreetly. Is there anything else you need?" Arya's lips curved into a determined smile. "Yes. Arrange a chance encounter between myself and Melissa Blackflame. I want to meet this magical nymph for myself." "As you wish, Your Highness," he said, bowing before hurrying off to carry out her orders. Left alone in the corridor, Arya stood lost in thought, her mind racing with possibilities and plans. She left Syux as a princess on a diplomatic mission. She returned to find her mother dead, her father hiding secrets, and a magical nymph at the center of it all. Well, Melissa Blackflame, Arya murmured to herself, her gray eyes glinting with determination. "Let us see just how magical you really are, and whether that magic of yours was enough to kill a queen." Chapter 162. First impressions. Melissa lay in bed, feeling like a particularly squishy purple pancake. Next to her, Armia's muscular form threatened to turn her into Nim jelly with each slight movement. When Melissa had extended the offer for Armia to stay over earlier that day, she and T quite considered what being her little spoon would entail. Armia's arms constricted around Melissa further. "Note to self, I need a bigger bed." "Melissa?" Armia's voice was soft, barely above a whisper. "You awake?" "Yeah," Melissa replied, trying not to sound as breathless as she felt. "What's up?" Silence fell between them again, broken only by the distant sounds of the city and Melissa's increasingly labored breathing. Armia spoke again. "Darien was such an annoying little shit," she said. "Okay, was T expecting that?" Melissa thought, blinking in surprise. Armia continued, seemingly oblivious to Melissa's confusion. "This one time, when we were kids, he replaced all my training weights with painted sponges. I didn't notice until I was halfway through my routine, wondering why everything felt so light. Despite the heaviness in the air, Melissa couldn't help but snort. "Seriously?" "Oh yeah," Armia said, a hint of a chuckle in her voice. "And then there was the time he convinced half the neighborhood that as a female Darien, I had this uncontrollable condition that made me lay eggs randomly. Had kids following me around for weeks, throwing seeds at me, telling me to hurry up and lay them so they could see it happen." Melissa found herself grinning, picturing a younger Armia being pelted with birdseed. But the smile faded as Armia's voice cracked. I never even dreamed something like this could happen. He was such a pain in the ass, but I don't know. I guess he was my pain in the ass, you know?" The guilt hit Melissa like a ton of bricks. She knew, deep down, that the only reason this was happening was because Armia was friends with her. The Shadow Mages had targeted Armia to get to Melissa and Darien had paid the price. Fuck, what do I even say to that? Melissa thought, her mind racing. All this time in this new world, and what have I focused on? Magic and, well, recently, fucking. She sighed. When I was making my wishes, I don't remember asking to be put in situations where I had to help people deal with grief. I mean, when was the last time I dealt with anything like that? In my past life, nobody in my family liked me. So if anyone had died, I would have just gone, damn, that is crazy, and moved on. It's something I have no experience with. Melissa turned towards Armia, wanting to offer some kind of comfort, but the words stuck in her throat. What could she possibly say that wouldn't sound hollow? As if sensing Melissa's inner turmoil, Armia tightened her grip, pulling Melissa closer. Melissa let her, hoping that sometimes just being there was enough. I might not know what to say, but I can damn well be here for her, Melissa thought, relaxing into Armia's embrace. They lay like that for what felt like hours. The silence no longer awkward, but comforting. Eventually, Melissa felt Armia's breathing even out as she drifted off to sleep. At least one of us is getting some rest, Melissa thought wryly, her mind still whirling with guilt and worry. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the window, Melissa finally felt her eyelids growing heavy. She drifted off to sleep, her last conscious thought a mix of determination and fear. We're going to fix this. Somehow. The next morning, Melissa stumbled down to the main room, her hair a tangled mess and her eyes still heavy with sleep. She managed to extract herself from Armia's grip without waking the Darien, a feat she considered worthy of a medal. As she entered the room, rubbing sleep from her eyes, she froze. Javert, Melistaire, and Margaret were huddled around a knight in gleaming armor. The conversation stopped abruptly as they noticed her presence. Well, this can't be good, Melissa thought, her stomach doing an impressive acrobatic routine. Morning? She offered weakly. Did I miss the memo about the Tin King convention? The knight turned to face her, his expression hidden behind his helmet. But Melissa could feel the weight of his gaze, and it made her want to turn tail and run back upstairs. Melissa Blackflame, the knight said, his voice echoing slightly in his helmet. Your presence is required at the palace. Come with me. Melissa's heart raced as she made her way through the palace corridors. Her mind whirled with recent events, the Queen's death, Armia's loss, the looming threat of the Shadow Mages. It was all happening so fast. She was technically still a student of Sayx Academy, and yet it felt like ages since she last sat through a class. Fuck, Melissa thought, her tail twitching nervously behind her. I haven't even had time to process half of this shit. And now, what? Another royal summons? Can a girl catch a break? She was familiar with most of the palace by now, thanks to her lessons with Zephyra and that fateful night of the gala. But today, the marble floors and gilded walls almost seemed to stretch on forever, each step bringing her closer to, what? Another crisis? As she approached the throne room, Melissa took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever lay ahead. The guards at the door nodded to her, a far cry from the suspicious glares she'd received on her first visits. Amazing how saving the king's life could change people's attitudes. The massive doors swung open, and Melissa stepped into the cavernous throne room. King Aldrich sat upon his golden throne, looking as regal and imposing as ever. But it wasn't he the king who caught Melissa's attention. Beside him, perched on a slightly smaller throne, sat a girl Melissa had never met before. And holy shit, was she a sight to behold. Arya, Princess of Sayx. The girl's appearance was unique, to say the least. Melissa couldn't quite pin down her age. Her body was petite and delicate, almost fragile looking. Just by that, Melissa would have guessed she was a couple years younger than her. But her aura, fucking hell, her aura was something else entirely. It radiated power and authority, an almost palpable force that filled the room. Her hair was like freshly fallen snow. Her lips were painted a deep, dark black. Honestly, on other people, that lipstick would make her look like a goth teen that was trying too hard. On her, it looked intimidating, but it was her eyes that really got Melissa. Gray as storm clouds like Raveness, but brighter. They burned with an intensity that Melissa could feel even from across the room. Those eyes were fixed on Melissa now, studying her with a mixture of curiosity and, was that suspicion? Well, fuck me, Melissa thought, fighting the urge to squirm under that bravado gaze. And here I was thinking the queen was scary looking. Gathering her courage, Melissa approached the thrones and bowed low. "Your Majesty," she said to King Aldrich, then, because she figured it was better to be safe than sorry, added, "My lady." A knight stepped forward, his armor clanking with each movement. "Miss Melissa Blackflame," he announced, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "May I present Her Royal Highness, Princess Arya of Syux." The princess, Melissa sighed. She has been gone for a while on some diplomatic missions through Raya. Now, she is back. Great timing, huh? Princess Arya rose from her throne with a grace that made Melissa feel like a clumsy oaf in comparison. Despite her small stature, she seemed to tower over everyone in the room through sheer force of presence. "Melissa Blackflame," Arya said, her voice cool and melodious. "I've heard so much about you." Melissa swallowed hard. "All good things, I hope, Your Highness." A small smile played at the corners of Arya's black lips, but it didn't reach her eyes. Those storm gray orbs remained intense, calculating. "Oh, the stories have been interesting to say the least. A Nym with magical abilities, saving the king's life, becoming the student of our court sorceress. You've been quite busy, haven't you?" There was something in Arya's tone that set Melissa on edge. A hint of, what? Accusation? Jealousy? Or was she just paranoid after everything that had happened? "I've only tried to serve the kingdom to the best of my abilities, Your Highness," Melissa replied, choosing her words carefully. Arya's smile widened slightly. "Of course you have, and we're all so grateful for your service." She paused, her eyes never leaving Melissa's face. "I wonder if you might do me the honor of accompanying me on a walk through the gardens? I'd love to hear more about your adventures in the palace." It wasn't a request, despite the polite phrasing. Melissa could feel the weight of command behind those words. Shit, Melissa thought. What the fuck is this about? But outwardly, she smiled and bowed her head. "It would be my pleasure, Your Highness." Chapter 163. Talks on the Garden. Melissa followed Princess Arya through the palace gardens, her purple skin prickling with unease. The princess moved with natural grace. Light, feathery steps, back so straight it almost looked arched, face completely neutral. Is this what it's like to feel poor? I haven't felt like this since before I got my office job back on Earth. Wow. Behind them, two knights clanked along in their armor, their presence about as subtle as a pair of walking trash cans. Melissa could practically feel their eyes burning into the back of her skull. Melissa's tail curled around one of her legs on its own. I half expect my head to roll off any second now. Maybe they're just waiting for the signal from her royal iciness up there. The mental image of her head popping off and rolling away like a purple bowling ball almost made Melissa snort. She managed to hold it in, though. Somehow, she didn't think Princess Arya would appreciate the giggles. "So, Miss Blackflame, may I call you Melissa?" Sure." Melissa shrugged. "Melissa," Arya's cool voice slipped out as she nodded. "Tell me, how did you come to learn magic? It's quite unusual for a Nym. I assent it." There it was. The first strike in what Melissa was sure would be a long and painful game of verbal fencing. "It is unusual, Your Highness," Melissa replied carefully. "I discovered my ability quite by accident several years ago. Then Professor Folden recognized my potential and took me under her wing." Arya hummed thoughtfully, plucking a rose from a nearby bush. "How fortunate for you. And where exactly are you from?" "I don't recall hearing of any particularly talented Nym being born here in our dear city. I'm from a small village called Lesmark, Your Highness. It's quite far from here." "Lesmark?" Arya repeated, her storm gray eyes narrowing slightly. "I don't believe I'm familiar with it. With all due respect, you probably wouldn't be, Your Highness. It's in Yalmer." "How quaint." The princess smiled. Somehow, though it didn't reach her eyes, it still made Melissa feel warmer. You are correct. Unfortunately, I've yet to explore Yalmer as much as I have, say, Raya. Speaking of the Darians, you took a Darian woman as your +1 to the gala, did you not? I did, Your Highness. Interesting. The conversation continued in this vein, with Arya asking seemingly innocent questions that Melissa felt were somehow designed to trip her up. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife, each answer potentially leading to a fatal misstep. Fuck, I feel like I'm in one of those period dramas, Melissa thought, desperately trying to keep her cool. All we need now is some asshole in a powdered wig to pop out and challenge me to a duel. Just as Melissa was starting to think she might be getting the hang of this verbal sparring match, Arya dropped a bomb that nearly made Melissa's heart stop. You know, Melissa, the princess said, her voice light and casual, I find something rather amusing. Isn't it funny that a blood mage saved the king, and then sometime later, my mother died? I find that absolutely hilarious. Melissa's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. Shit. Your Highness, I'm not a blood mage, Melissa stammered, her usual eloquence deserting her. That's a misunderstanding. Arya turned to face her, one delicate eyebrow arched. Then perhaps you can explain why Professor Folden, who you've been seen with many times, was seen taking a blood magic tome from the archives shortly before the gala, and then, after multiple healers failed to save my father. You miraculously succeeded? Fuck me sideways with a cactus, Melissa thought, panic rising in her chest. She just got here. How much research has she done already? Your Highness, I can explain, but Arya wasn't finished. She circled Melissa like a predator sizing up its prey. It's quite the coincidence, don't you think? A Nym with unprecedented magical abilities, using forbidden magic to save the king, gaining his trust and favor. And then, so tragically, the queen passes away under mysterious circumstances. Ha, she giggled. One would almost be forgiven for mistakenly thinking you were out to replace her or something. Melissa felt like she was drowning, each of Arya's words another weight dragging her down. This feels bad. This feels really fucking bad. Still, Melissa calmed down and said, Your Highness, historically, blood magic has been known for two things. Melissa opened. Firstly, blood magic exclusively hurts. Using blood magic to heal is unheard of. Second, blood magic requires sacrifices, does it not? And yet, I was able to heal the king without anyone around me dying, right? How can you conclude I used blood magic to make it happen? The girl tilted her head. Melissa subtly pushed her pheromones forward. Just a little push, just enough to make the princess doubt her suspicions. Suddenly, Arya turned away abruptly, her black lips curving into a smile. Well, this has been a most illuminating conversation, Melissa Blackflame, she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. I do hope we'll have the chance to learn more about each other in the future. With that, the princess pretty much glided away, leaving Melissa standing alone in the garden. Feeling like she just survived a battle she didn't even know she was fighting. Goodness gracious, Melissa thought, letting out a long, shaky breath. I'm going to have my hands full with this one. As she watched Arya's retreating form, Melissa's mind raced. The princess clearly suspected her of, what? Killing the queen? Using forbidden magic? Being some kind of magical assassin? It was absurd, but Arya seemed convinced. Great. Just fucking great. As if I didn't have enough on my plate with the shadow mages and the whole Nym actually used to keep humans as their slaves revelation. Now I've got a paranoid princess gunning for me. And, with good reason. Melissa ran a hand through her hair, her horns catching on her fingers. She needed to think to plan. Arya was clearly intelligent and well-informed. She'd be a dangerous enemy, but potentially a powerful ally. If Melissa could somehow win her over. But how the fuck am I supposed to do that when she already thinks I'm some kind of murderous blood mage? I absolutely am becoming a blood mage, but not a murderous one. So stressful. Zephyra lounged behind her desk. Her feet were propped up on the polished wood, hands tucked behind her head, the very picture of relaxation. Or at least, that's what she was going for. If I look casual enough, maybe the universe will forget my presence and I'll be left alone during all these damn conflicts, she thought, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. Of course, with the queen deciding to up and die on them, Zephyr's plans for a swift exit from Syux had gone up in smoke faster than a fireball in a hay barn. A knock at the door interrupted her brooding. Zephyr sighed, not bothering to move from her reclined position. "Come in," she called out. "Unless you're here to tell me the city's on fire. In which case, please, give me 5 more minutes." The door creaked open, and in walked Melissa, looking like she'd just gone 10 rounds with a particularly grumpy dragon. Without a word, the Nim girl dramatically draped herself across Zephyr's desk, narrowly missing knocking over an inkwell. Zephyr raised an eyebrow at the purple puddle of misery now occupying her workspace. "Rough day," Melissa groaned, her voice muffled by the desk. "You have no idea. It's like the universe decided to use my life as its personal comedy routine, except nobody else laughing." Zephyr lowered her feet, leaning forward. "All right, spill it. What has got you turning my desk into a fainting couch? I mean, aside from what we've gone over." Melissa rolled over, staring at the ceiling. "Oh, the usual. Shadow mages attacking my friends' homes. People nearly dying. Just another Tuesday for yours truly." Zephyr's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, what? Attacks? On who?" "Armia and Isabella," Melissa said, her voice heavy with guilt. "Their homes were hit. Armia's brother. He didn't make it." "Shit," Zephyr breathed. "And Kimiko? Is she?" Melissa shook her head. "She survived. Barely. But she's alive." Zephyr let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Thank the gods for small mercies, she thought. If my actual dream woman had died just days after I met her, I'd probably burn the city down. I don't know what to do," Melissa continued, her red eyes meeting Zephyr's. "It feels like everything is spiraling out of control, and I'm just standing here watching it happen." Zephyr studied the young Nim. She looks quite charming when she is falling apart." "Well," Zephyr said, leaning back in her chair, "we do the only thing we can do. We study, we train, and we enjoy ourselves when we can." Melissa sat up, her brow furrowed. "But the shadow mages are still out there. They're plotting, planning their next move. How can we just go on like normal?" Zephyr stood up, moving around the desk to place a hand on Melissa's shoulder. "Who said anything about normal? We prepare. We get stronger. And when those bastards show their faces again, we'll be ready to kick their asses back to whatever dark basement they crawled out of." A small smile tugged at Melissa's lips. "You make it sound so simple." "Oh, at 1 TB, Zephyr grinned. "But that has half the fun. Isn't it? Besides, you got me helping now. Between your raw talent and my devastatingly good looks and vast knowledge, those shadow mages won't know what hit them." Melissa laughed, the sound brightening the room. "Your modesty is truly inspiring. You know that?" "I try," Zephyr winked. "Now off you go. I'm sure you've got some studying to do, or friends to console, or whatever it is you do in your spare time." As Melissa headed for the door, Zephyr called out, "And don't worry too much. We've got this." The door closed behind Melissa, and Zephyr's smile faded. She walked to the window, looking out over the city she'd hoped to leave behind. Well then, time to earn my keep, she thought, her mind already racing with plans. Let us see what dirt I can dig up on these shadow mages. Chapter 164. Information. Princess Arya sat in her study, the soft scratch of quill on parchment, the only sound breaking the silence. Her brow furrowed as she jotted down her thoughts, trying to materialize her impressions of the enigma that was Melissa Blackflame. Those eyes, Arya thought, her own gray ones narrowing. Big, blood-red eyes. So mortem, so trusting. She sighed. It doesn't add up. She tapped the quill against her chin, leaving a small ink spot she'd probably regret later. To Arya, Melissa seemed about as suited for courtly intrigue as a puppy in a pit of vipers. The poisoning of the king during the gala. Her mother's murder in the dead of night. None of it fit with the image of the girl she'd spoken to. Melissa was so open, so unshielded, it was almost painful to watch. It's like she never had to hide a thing in her life, Arya mused. Or she's the best damn actress I've ever seen. Arya sighed. How could she walk beside the daughter of the woman she maybe murdered so casually? Arya shook her head, her white hair catching the lamplight. She couldn't let herself be swayed by a charming exterior. That girl could very well be some evil genius masquerading as an innocent nymph. Until Arya gained more information, she needed to treat her as such. Trust no one, suspect everyone, she reminded herself. A knock at the door interrupted her mental scolding. Before she could respond, the door creaked open, revealing her father, King Aldric. He looked older than Arya remembered, the weight of recent events etched into the lines of his face. Father, Arya said, standing. I wasn't expecting you. The king offered a tired smile. Can a father visit his daughter without an appointment? He made his way to Arya's bed, sitting down heavily. Sensing this was going to be their first real talk since her arrival, Arya joined him, perching on the edge of the mattress. For a moment, they sat in awkward silence. Arya could almost see her father fumbling for words, trying to bridge the gap years of separation had created. So, he finally said, "How was your journey? No trouble on the roads, I hope?" Arya raised an eyebrow. "Really, father? Small talk?" "Oh, the usual," she replied dryly. "A few bandits, a Darien skirmisher or 2 or 20. Nothing the royal guard couldn't handle." Her father chuckled, but it sounded forced. "Selim told me you spent more time watching the fights from the edge of the carriage than you did hiding from it. You need to get out of that habit. I need to study how they fight. Do it safer. A stray arrow could find you one of these days. If the gods will it. A stray arrow will find me regardless of where I place myself." He chuckled again. "I guess I can't argue with that. You win again." As per usual, another silence fell, heavier this time. Arya waited, knowing what was coming. Finally, her father sighed. "Arya, about your mother? About Melara's murder. I don't believe for a second you did it." Arya cut in, her voice firm. "You don't need to say it. And I'm currently in the process of gathering evidence that it was Melissa Blackflame." The king's eyes widened. "Melissa? But I don't think, if it wasn't her, who could it be?" Arya pressed, preparing herself to go over the facts once again. Mother perished in the dead of night. She was there earlier that day, wasn't she? And that Nym has been at the center of every strange occurrence in this city lately. Her father shook his head. "I doubt it was her, Arya. You haven't met her, but she's not the type." Arya's nodded. "Anyone can be the type," Arya muttered, "so long as their desires are strong enough." The king sighed again, looking even more exhausted. "The only other option would be Zephyra," Arya continued. "Not because I think she has any particular reason to do it, but because she's competent enough. Other than that, it was either a suicide or an assassin managed to kill Melara without ever being seen near her." Arya's mind raced. "Suicide? That doesn't sound like Mother at all. And an unseen assassin. In the royal chambers? Impossible. Whatever the case, I intend to find out the truth," Arya said, her voice hard with determination. "No matter what it takes." Her father nodded, then coughed, a rough, hacking sound that made Arya's concern spike. "Father? Are you all right?" He waved off her worry. "I'm fine, just a tickle in my throat." "You should rest, Arya. You look tense." Arya wanted to argue, to press for more information, but she could see the fatigue in her father's eyes. This conversation had taken a lot out of him. "All right," she conceded, "but this isn't over. We'll talk more tomorrow. I would like more details." "Of course," the king laughed. "When did you start bossing me around? Seems like everyone in this city could use some bossing around these days." As her father left, closing the door behind him, Arya turned back to her notes. Her eyes fell on the name she'd written and underlined, Melissa Blackflame. "I'll get to the bottom of this," she thought. Her jaw set. "No matter how charming or innocent you seem, Melissa, I'll uncover the truth. And if you are responsible for my mother's death, May the gods have mercy on you, because I won tea. Zephyra strode into the royal archives like she owned the place, her heels clicking against the polished marble floor. The room was a bibliophile-esque wet dream. Ceiling-high shelves crammed with ancient tomes, scrolls that probably hadn't seen the light of day since before Zephyra was born, and enough dust to make a neat freak have a conniption. Well, hello there, sexy, Zephyra thought, eyeing a particularly old and mysterious-looking book. You and I are about to get very well acquainted. She cracked her knuckles and got to work, pulling out every book and scroll that even hinted at Shadow Mage activity. Hours ticked by as she pored over the texts, piecing together a patchwork history of Sayux's most notorious magical menaces. The Shadow Mages, it seemed, had been a thorn in Sayux's side for centuries. There were accounts of them disrupting trade routes with dark illusions, assassinating key political figures, always with plausible deniability, of course, and generally being a pain in the royal backside. One particular incident caught Zephyra's. The Great Blackout of 732, where the Shadow Mages had apparently plunged the entire city into darkness for a week, and, somehow, various Nim ended up missing the following day. Reading these sorts of things, knowing what I know now, feels like I've been asleep all my life and only just now woke up. The official story claimed it was a magical experiment gone wrong, but the archival notes hinted at a more sinister plot. Clever bastards, Zephyra mused, a grudging respect coloring her thoughts. They've been playing the long game all this time. But as she dug deeper, something started to nag at her. The information was comprehensive, yes, but too neat, too tidy. It was like someone had carefully curated every bit of knowledge about the Shadow Mages, presenting just enough to satisfy curiosity without offering anything truly useful. Zephyra's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. There was no mention of headquarters, no names of known Shadow Mages to interrogate, no concrete leads of any kind. It was all smoke and mirrors, designed to look informative while revealing absolutely nothing of importance. Well, isn't that convenient, Zephyra thought, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. If the queen herself was in bed with the Shadow Mages, figuratively or literally, who knows with that woman? It stands to reason she'd have her little court puppets dancing to her tune. She leaned back in her chair, stretching out the kinks in her back. The pieces were starting to fall into place, and Zephyra didn't like the picture they were forming. Well, the archives weren't of any use. Should have seen that coming, I guess. But Zephyra wasn't one to give up easily. If the official channels were compromised, she'd just have to get creative. Time to think outside the box, she mused, a mischievous glint in her eye. Or in this case, outside the stupidly well-stocked but ultimately useless library. As Zephyra made her way back to her study, she passed by various people. Knights, nobles, maids, butlers, particularly haughty couriers. Any of these people could be connected to the Shadow Mages. From what I learned about the gala, I believe it was a servant that actually initiated the plot to kill the king. Again, that feeling returned. The feeling of having woken up in a way. Sure does make walking around this place more exciting than it's ever been, though, She smirked. I kind of like it. Chapter 165. Grateful Isabella's tail swished with anticipation as she carefully arranged golden brown pastries on a silver tray. The aroma of cinnamon and cloves wafted through the air. Today, she felt like eating something Yalmer style. She wasn't sure why, but here she was, with a full-course meal in her hands before the small hand on the clock on the wall had even reached the center. She hummed softly, lifting the tray and making her way through the summer household. As she approached the garden doors, Isabella paused, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The events of the past few days weighed heavily on her mind. The image of her mother, bloodied and broken after the Shadow Mage attack, refused to fade. Isabella shook her head, forcing a smile as she pushed open the ornate glass doors. The color and fragrance of the garden assaulted Isabella's senses. Like she'd forgotten the world could be colorful after spending so much time wallowing in dreary wastes. Exotic flowers from across Eldora bloomed in carefully tended beds, all of them flowers that Isabella and Kimiko had planted together. At the center of this floral paradise, Kimiko moved, her body flowing through a series of stretches and poses. Isabella's breath caught in her throat. Even after all these years, perhaps even more so now, the sight of her mother never failed to stir something primal within her. Her kitsune instincts never failed to be set aflame by the mere sight of this woman. And Isabella had almost lost her. What a terrible thing to contemplate. Kimiko's plump form gleamed with a light sheen of sweat, her curves accentuated by the tight exercise outfit she wore. "Mom," Isabella called out, her voice a touch higher than usual. "I got some treats for you." Kimiko turned, a radiant smile lighting up her face. "Oh, darling, what a lovely surprise." She sauntered over, her hips swaying hypnotically. "Oh, pastries." Isabella nodded, holding out the tray. "Cinnamon and clove, just the way you like them. I thought you might need to pick me up after your workout." Kimiko's eyes sparkled as she plucked a pastry from the tray. She took a delicate bite, closing her eyes in bliss. "Perfect. You've really mastered these, sweetheart." "Well, I had a great teacher," Isabella replied, her cheeks flushing at the praise. Kimiko finished the pastry in 2 more bites, licking her fingers clean with obvious satisfaction. "They're absolutely delicious, darling. But shouldn't you be focusing on your studies? The academy won't wait forever, you know. I don't want you getting in the habit of skipping class." Isabella's ears drooped slightly. "I know, Mom. It's just, I can't stop thinking about what happened. What if the shadow mages come back while I'm gone? What if Kimiko soothed, setting the tray aside on a bench and pulling Isabella into a warm embrace. "I'll be fine, my love. The shadow mages just got lucky last time. It won't happen again." Isabella buried her face in her mother's neck, inhaling the intoxicating mix of sweat and floral perfume. "But what if it does? I couldn't bear to lose you, Mom." Kimiko pulled back slightly, cupping Isabella's face in her hands. "You won't lose me, darling. I promise." Isabella leaned in. Kimiko met her, pushing their lips together softly. "Now, then," Kimiko purred, her eyes dark with desire. "Why don't we find a more productive way to ease your worries?" Isabella felt a sudden rush of anticipation. "This is more like it," Isabella sighed with relief. "Mom looked different yesterday. Seems like it passed, though. What did you have in mind, Mom?" Kimiko's grin was mischievous as she lowered herself, her gaze meeting Isabella's. "Oh, I think you know exactly what I have in mind, darling." "Oh, gods," Isabella whispered, her voice unsteady. Kimiko didn't hesitate, pushing Isabella's skirt up and helping her out. She licked her lips at the sight, a low sound escaping her throat. "So beautiful," she murmured, before embracing Isabella warmly. Isabella gasped, her hands instinctively tangling in her mother's silky hair. "You taste amazing," Kimiko hummed softly. Isabella closed her eyes and leaned into the gentle moment between them. Kimiko adjusted her position and continued, taking her time. Isabella's hand moved instinctively, her breath catching slightly. Kimiko didn't flinch. No self-respecting kitsune would. "That's it, Mom," Isabella panted, her tail curling in pleasure. "Take all of me." Kimiko's hands weren't idle, one reaching up to caress Isabella while the other pressed against the front of her tight, black pants. She looked up at Isabella, her eyes filled with a mixture of longing and maternal affection. The sight was almost too much for Isabella. "Mom, I'm feeling a lot right now," Isabella warned, her voice strained. Kimiko pulled back just enough to speak, her lips close to Isabella's. "Let go, darling. I've got you." With a cry that echoed through the garden, Isabella reached her peak. As the intense moment faded, Isabella helped her mother to her feet, both of them flushed and breathless from the shared experience. Kimiko's lips were slightly swollen as she gently pulled away from Isabella. "Feel better now, sweetheart?" Kimiko asked, her voice softly hoarse. Isabella nodded, pulling her mother in for another warm embrace, resting her head against Kimiko's shoulder. Much better, Isabella replied when they finally parted. But what about you, Mom? Kimiko's eyes glinted with mischief. Oh, I'm sure we can figure something out, darling, she added, gesturing to the forgotten tray of pastries. We have all afternoon, and I'm still quite hungry. Raven stood in Javer's office, hands behind her back, waiting for her orders. In her mind, she went over that talk they all had at the garden. Isabella's home, attacked. Armia's home, attacked. To be totally honest, it was mainly seeing Melissa's reaction to those attacks had made Raven's heart sting. The more she stood without anything to do, the more that the room seemed to close in on her, memories of her time with the shadow mages pressing against her skull. Javer's piercing gaze didn't help matters. Are you absolutely certain you can't remember where their headquarters are? Javer asked, her voice tinged with a bit of frustration. Even the smallest detail could help. Raven shook her head, her long black hair swaying with emotion. I've told you, they blindfolded me every time. It could be under the city, above it, or in another realm for all I know. Javer leaned back in her chair, her brow furrowed in thought. There has to be some way you can find out. Think, Raven. How did you receive your orders? Who gave them to you? Is there any way we can reach that person? Raven closed her eyes, trying to recall the details of her former life. It felt like peering through a fog, everything just slightly out of focus. My orders, they were always dropped off at my dorm room, she said slowly. Shaded figures, never the same one twice. Never saw their faces. She paused, a memory surfacing. The only superior I ever actually interacted with was Professor Linner. Javer clicked her tongue, the sound sharp in the quiet office. Miria, she stood up, pacing behind her desk. It seems the only way we're going to find this hideout is by investigating Miria and possibly her family. Raven nodded, relief washing over her. Finally, a lead that didn't revolve around her faulty memory. You're right, she said. Miria was always careful, but her family might not be as guarded. Javer stopped pacing, a determined glint in her eye. Then that's where we'll start. She grabbed her cloak from a nearby hook. Come on, Raven. We're making a stop at Miria's house. Raven blinked, surprised by the sudden action. She tilted her head. Now, no time like the present, Javer said with a grim smile. Besides, who knows how long before the shadow mages realize we're about to go on the offensive. The moment they do, this little mission of ours will become all the more difficult. As they left the office, Raven felt a mix of excitement and dread bubbling in her stomach. This was it, a real chance to strike back at the organization that had used her, molded her into a weapon. But at the same time, it was also going to be an attack on the closest thing she ever had to a family. She was sure she was ready for it. Javer seemed to sense her unease. She paused, turning to face Raven. You okay? Raven swallowed hard, forcing herself to meet Javer's gaze. Me fine. It still feels strange, going from being one of them to actively working against them. Javer's expression softened. She reached out, placing a comforting hand on Raven's shoulder. Well, you're not one of them anymore, Raven. You're one of us now. Remember that. She nodded, straightening her shoulders. You're right. Let us do this. Chapter 166. Off the record, Arya sat at a table laden with delicacies, surrounded by the tinkling laughter and idle chatter of her noblewoman friends. The sun streaming through the stained glass windows painted the room in a kaleidoscope of colors, matching the vibrant dresses of the ladies present. Right? This is what normal people do all the time, Arya noted, taking a sip of her wine. Just existing, without having to worry about a single word out of turn potentially resulting in a massacre. What a novel concept. And then, Lady Amelia was saying, her cheeks flushed with wine and mirth. He had the audacity to suggest I couldn't master elemental magic. Me? Can you believe it? The table erupted in giggles. Arya forced a smile, trying to look appropriately scandalized. Lady Cordelia gasped dramatically, nearly spilling her wine. No, surely he didn't Oh, but he did, Amelia continued, waving her hand emphatically. He looked me straight in the eye and said, My lady, perhaps you should stick to simpler magics. Elemental manipulation is best left to those with sturdier constitutions. Surely you didn't let such an insult stand, Lady Amelia. Whatever did you do to this misguided individual? Arya asked, eyes half-lidded and smiling. Lady Amelia grinned, a mischievous glint in her eye. Oh, I showed him, all right. Let us just say he won TB sitting comfortably for a week. More laughter. Arya found herself genuinely chuckling this time. It was nice. A reprieve from the constant worry about Darien skirmishes and mysterious Nym girls with eyes like pools of blood. I can't allow myself to get used to this. But it's nice every once in a while. What about you, Your Highness? Lady Cordelia asked, leaning in conspiratorially. Surely you must have some juicy gossip from your travels. Any handsome Darien warriors catch your eye? Arya felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. Ladies, please. My travels were purely diplomatic in nature. I assure you, there were no dalliances with Darien warriors, handsome or otherwise. Oh, come now. Your Highness, Lady Amelia cajoled. Surely there must have been something exciting. A moonlit rendezvous? A stolen kiss under the stars? We want tea, tell us soul. Will we, ladies? A chorus of agreement went up around the table, all eyes fixed on Arya with eager anticipation. She opened her mouth to reply, searching for a diplomatic way to satisfy their curiosity without revealing anything of real substance. But before she could utter a word, a familiar voice cut through the chatter. Your Highness, Lord Selim said, his mustache twitching nervously as he approached the table. He bowed low, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. I apologize most profusely for the interruption, but there's a matter that requires your immediate attention. Arya felt her guard go up instantly. What is it, Lord Selim? He leaned in closer, his voice barely above a whisper. There's someone here to see you, Your Highness. Hey! Tall woman in black robes. She is quite insistent, and, well, if I'm being honest, there's something about her that's rather unsettling. The noble women around the table oohed and awed, clearly intrigued by this mysterious visitor. Arya, however, felt her guard immediately go up. A tall woman in black robes? That doesn't sound ominous at all. Thank you, Lord Selim, Arya said, her voice carefully neutral. I'll see her at once. As Arya stood, Lady Amelia grabbed her hand. Oh, do tell us all about it later, Your Highness. It sounds so deliciously mysterious. Arya nodded, already moving away from the table. She could feel the eyes of her friends on her back as she followed Lord Selim out of the dining hall and into a small antechamber. The woman waiting for her was striking, to say the least. Tall and slender, with short, dark emerald hair. Her skin was sun-kissed, and although her body was near fully clothed, Arya could still see the outlines of her muscles. Clearly, she didn't miss many days of exercise. Well, if she was going for intimidating, she certainly nailed it, Arya thought, straightening her spine. Your Highness, the woman said, her voice smooth as silk. Thank you for agreeing to see me on such short notice. I am Lady Belstadt. Arya inclined her head slightly. Lady Belstadt, to what do I owe the pleasure? Lady Belstadt smiled, a gesture that didn't quite reach her eyes. Perhaps we could walk and talk? I find movement helps stimulate the mind. It makes it harder for others to eavesdrop, Arya thought, but she nodded her agreement. As they strolled through the palace corridors, the click of Lady Belstadt's heels echoed off the marble floors. There was a certain eeriness to it. My, what exquisite tapestries, Lady Belstadt mused, her violet eyes lingering on a particularly ornate wall hanging. Is that the Battle of Crimson Fields? The artistry is remarkable. Arya nodded, her own gaze flicking between the tapestry and her mysterious companion. Yes, it was commissioned by my great-grandfather. Some say the artist spent 3 years weaving it, though I think that's an exaggeration. Fascinating, Lady Belstadt purred. You know, I've heard the most intriguing rumors about a new style of weaving from the Eastern provinces. They say the threads shimmer like starlight when viewed from certain angles. Perhaps we should consider updating some of the palace decor? I'll be sure to mention it to the royal artisans, she replied, forcing a smile. Though I must admit, I have a certain fondness for these older pieces. They carry so much history. Lady Belstat's laugh was like silk sliding over steel. Oh, of course. History is so important. I assenti. Speaking of which, have you noticed how the weather has been unusually warm for this time of year? Some say it's reminiscent of the great heat wave during King Aldrich II's reign. Now there was a fascinating period in Saïx's history. As they turned a corner, a gust of wind from an open window sent a chill down Arya's spine. Or perhaps it was the way Lady Belstat's eyes seemed to glow in the shadowed corridor. Yes, the weather has been unpredictable lately, Arya said carefully. Much like other aspects of life in Saïx, I suppose. Indeed, Lady Belstadt agreed, her smile sharp enough to cut. Change is in the air, Your Highness. Can you feel it? Arya's heart pounded in her chest, but she kept her voice steady. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Lady Belstadt. Saïx has always been a bastion of stability. Of course, the woman nodded, her eyes never leaving Arya's face. But even the strongest foundations can shift, given the right circumstances. Finally, as they reached a secluded balcony overlooking the royal gardens, Lady Belstadt turned to face her. Tell me, Your Highness, she said, her violet eyes intense. What are your thoughts on the Nym of the city? Arya blinked, caught off guard by the abrupt change in topic. She considered her words carefully before responding. I understand that my views may differ from some, she began. While I don't harbor the same hostility that some other humans might, I recognize that allowing the Nym to remain in Saïx is, in itself, an act of kindness on humanity's part. She sighed. If these Nym were living in Raya, with no magic and no strength to fight back, well, Arya trailed off, realizing halfway through her statement that this was no mere hypothetical on her own part. Many Nym did live in Raya, and they were about as valuable over there as broodmares. Lady Belstat's smile widened, showing teeth that seemed just a touch too sharp. Very diplomatic, Your Highness, and refreshingly honest. I quite agree with you. She turned, gazing out over the gardens. You know, there is a great deal that happens in this city that the average person is not privy to. Even at the highest levels of society, people of power can go their entire lives without truly understanding what's really happening beneath the surface. Arya raised an eyebrow. That's interesting, Lady Belstadt. But I fail to see what this has to do with me. Lady Belstadt chuckled, a sound that sent a shiver down Arya's spine. Oh, it has everything to do with you, Your Highness. You see, your mother, the late queen, she was instrumental in maintaining order in Saïx. Arya felt her heart skip a beat. What? What do you mean by that? Lady Belstadt turned back to her, those unsettling violet eyes seeming to glow in the afternoon light. Perhaps it would be easier if I showed you. Would you care to accompany me on a little excursion? Arya hesitated, but quickly her curiosity, that burning need to understand what had really happened to her mother, won out. Maybe she could find some answers. Lead the way, Lady Belstadt, Arya said, her voice steadier than she felt. As they left the balcony, Arya couldn't shake the feeling that she was stepping off a cliff into the unknown. But whether she'd fly or fall, well, that remained to be seen. Mother, she thought, her hand unconsciously reaching for the locket she wore around her neck. What secrets are you keeping? And am I ready to learn them? The corridors of the palace seemed to stretch on endlessly as they walked, each turn leading them deeper into parts of the castle Arya had never seen before. The opulent decorations gradually gave way to bare stone walls, the air growing cooler and damper. Where exactly are we going, Lady Belstadt? Arya asked, unable to keep the edge out of her voice. The woman's laugh echoed off the stone walls. Patience, Your Highness. All will be revealed in due time. Chapter 167. The real history of Saïx. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a sight that made Arya's breath catch in her throat. Rows upon rows of bookshelves stretched out before her, disappearing into the shadows of the cavernous room. The air was thick with the musty scent of old parchment and leather bindings, a smell that spoke of secrets long buried. Lady Belstadt swept into the room, her black robes billowing behind her like wings of darkness. "Welcome, Your Highness, to the true heart of Syux's history." Arya stepped inside, her heels clicking against the stone floor. The sound echoed in the vast space, making her feel small and insignificant. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The lady's violet eyes gleamed in the flickering candlelight. "This, my dear, is where we keep the real history of our city. The truth's too dangerous to be left in the hands of the masses." She ran a pale finger along the spine of a nearby book. Even kings of the past were unaware of its existence. Arya's mind raced, trying to process what she was seeing. A secret library? Hidden truths? What in the seven hells is going on here? "I don't understand," Arya said, her brow furrowing. "Why keep all of this hidden? Surely the people have a right to know their own history." Lady Belstadt's laugh was like ice cracking. "Oh, you sweet summer child. If only it were that simple." She plucked a heavy tome from a nearby shelf, its cover worn and faded with age. "Tell me, Your Highness, what do you know about the early days of Syux? About the relationship between humans and Nim?" Arya frowned, recalling her lessons. "The Nim have always been under our control. Humans have ruled Syux since its founding, with the Nim living as second-class citizens." "Wrong," Lady Belstadt said, her voice sharp enough to cut. She opened the book, revealing pages filled with script Arya didn't recognize. "That, my dear, is the sanitized version of history fed to the masses. The truth is far more complicated." She began to read, her voice taking on a hypnotic quality that sent shivers down Arya's spine. "In the beginning, it was not humans who ruled, but the Nim. Their pheromones clouded the minds of all around them, bending humans, Darians, and Kitsune alike to their will." Arya's eyes widened. "What? But that's impossible. The Nim can't use magic?" Lady Belstadt interrupted, arching an eyebrow. "Can't influence others with their very presence?" "Oh, Your Highness, those are lies carefully crafted over centuries. Melissa Blackflame is not an anomaly. She is merely the first in a little while to break free of the constraints we placed upon her kind." Arya's head spun. She gripped the edge of a nearby table for support, the wood smooth and cool beneath her fingers. This can't be true. If the Nim were so powerful, how did humans ever come to power?" Lady Belstadt's smile was a thing of razors and shadows. "Ah, now that is where our story truly begins." She turned a page, the parchment crackling beneath her touch. Over time, humans, Darians, and Kitsune began to realize the extent of the Nim's influence. They formed secret organizations dedicated to breaking free from the Nim's control and reclaiming their autonomy. As Lady Belstadt spoke, Arya could almost see the scenes playing out before her. Clandestine meetings in dark alleys, whispered plans passed from ear to ear, the slow buildup of resistance against an unseen oppressor. These groups worked tirelessly, Lady Belstadt continued, her voice rising and falling like waves on a stormy sea. They hunted the most powerful of Nim down before they could use their pheromones and their magic. Arya found herself leaning in, captivated despite her disbelief. "What happened then?" Lady Belstadt's eyes glittered with an almost feverish light. "A revolution, Your Highness. Slowly, a war fought not with swords and spells, but with secrets and subterfuge. The Nim's power was broken, their ability to use magic suppressed through law first, and then through lies and deceit after." She snapped the book shut, the sound echoing like a thunderclap in the quiet library. "And so, the world as we know it came to be. Humans ascended to power, with the Nim relegated to the fringes of society. A necessary evil to prevent them from ever regaining their former strength." Arya's mind world tried to reconcile this new information with everything she'd ever known. But if this is true, why keep it secret? Why not tell everyone the truth? Lady Belstad's laugh was bitter and cold. Can you imagine the chaos that would ensue if this knowledge became public? The panic, the witch hunts, the potential for the Nim to use that fear to their advantage? She shook her head. No, it's far safer to keep the masses ignorant, to let them believe in a simpler, sanitized version of history. Arya paced the length of a bookshelf, her fingers trailing along the spines of ancient tomes. Each one, she realized, probably contained more hidden truths, more revelations that could shake the very foundations of their society. You said these organizations persisted, Arya said slowly, a dawning realization making her blood run cold. Are you saying they still exist today? Lady Belstad's smile was a thing of terrible beauty. Very good, Your Highness. Yes, some of these groups continue their work even now, ever vigilant against the Nim threat. Arya's heart pounded in her chest, a rhythmic drumbeat of fear and anticipation. Like who? Oh, I think you can guess, Lady Belstad purred. A group that works from the shadows, dedicated to maintaining the delicate balance of power in Syux. A group often misunderstood, painted as villains by those who don't know the truth. The realization hit Arya like a physical blow. The Shadow Mages, she whispered, the words tasting like ash on her tongue. Lady Belstad nodded, her violet eyes blazing with triumph. Precisely. The Shadow Mages aren't the evil organization you've been led to believe, Your Highness. They exist to handle an existential threat, to protect humanity from a danger most don't even know exists. Arya felt as though the floor was tilting beneath her feet. Everything she thought she knew, every certainty she held dear, was crumbling around her. This is insane. I can't believe— Oh, but you must, Lady Belstad interrupted. Because, my dear Arya, there's one more truth you need to know. She leaned in close, her breath ghosting across Arya's ear as she whispered. Your mother, Queen Melara, was one of us. Armia the garden basked in the warm glow of the setting sun. Armia sat hunched on a bench, her golden scales glinting in the fading light. Her clawed hands clenched and unclenched rhythmically. Darien, you idiot, she thought, a lump forming in her throat. Why do you have to go and die on me? She was conflicted. On one hand, she wanted nothing more than to find the nearest Shadow Mage and wring their neck. On the other, what would a lady do in this situation? Immediately, her mind told her sit down and wait for others to handle it. And that didn't sit right with her at all. Soft footsteps pulled Armia from her brooding. She looked up to see Margaret approaching, a steaming cup of tea in each hand. The Nim woman's purple skin contrasted beautifully with the lush greenery around them. Mind if I join you? Margaret asked, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. Armia shrugged, shifting over to make room on the bench. It's your garden. Margaret giggled. Technically, it's Our Lady Javer's garden, don't forget. You might need to remind Javer of that. Again, Margaret chuckled before offering Armia one of those cups. The tea's heat seeped through the porcelain, warming Armia's palms. She inhaled deeply, the aromatic steam filling her nostrils. How are you holding up, dear? Margaret asked, blowing gently on her own tea. Armia grunted, her massive tail twitching irritably. Fine. Margaret hummed, one eyebrow arching skeptically. And I'm a queen of Syux. The corner of Armia's mouth twitched upward, almost against her will. You'd make a better queen than the last one, that's for sure. Margaret's laughter rang out, clear and bright in the quiet garden. Oh, I don't know about that. I think the crown would clash horribly with my horns. Arnya snickered. For a moment, they sat in companionable silence, sipping their tea and watching the play of light and shadow across the garden. A cool breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the sweet scent of roses and freshly cut grass. You know, Margaret said finally, her voice soft but firm, those responsible will face justice. It may not be today or tomorrow, but it will happen. Armia sighed. Will they? Because from where I'm sitting, it seems like our little group are the only ones actually doing anything. She set her empty cup down, the porcelain clinking against the stone bench. Everyone else in the entire city is just going about their lives like nothing is wrong. Like they're ISNT, some shadowy organization out there picking people off one by one. And I was one of them before I met Melissa. Margaret reached out, her hand warm and comforting on Armia's arm. I know it feels that way now, dear, but you're not alone in this. We're all here for you. Melissa, Javer Raven, Isabella, even me, though I'm not much use in a fight. Armia snorted. Don't sell yourself short. If a fight broke down right now, you'd for sure make for a good distraction. Really? Margaret smiled. I guess I could just flash him. Margaret pushed her chest out, making her massive boobs bounce. These babies have their uses, you know. Jigle Armia kaket. You could, Armia replied with a smile, looking away. The gods know you Black Flame sure are distracting enough. Margaret's eyes lit up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Oh, speaking of fighting, did you know Melissa promised to start teaching me magic? Armia blinked, caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. She did? Margaret nodded enthusiastically, standing up and waving her hands in what was probably meant to be a mystical gesture. Oh yes, but, well, she trailed off, her ears drooping slightly. She's been so busy lately, well, with all the recent events and her training with Zephyra. So I was thinking, gravity tried its hardest to pull Armia's eyes downward, but she tried not to let it happen. Is it just me, or is Margaret hunching over a bit? Armia raised an eyebrow, already seeing where this was going. Let me guess. You want me to start your magical lessons instead? Margaret's eyes widened, her tail swishing hopefully behind her. Would you? Oh, Armia, that would be wonderful. The earnestness in Margaret's voice tugged at something in Armia's chest, melting away a bit of the ice that had formed around her heart. For the first time in days, she felt a genuine smile spread across her face. All right, she said, pushing herself to her feet. I suppose I could show you a thing or two, but don't expect any miracles. Okay, I'm not even half the mage Isabella and Melissa are. Margaret clapped her hands together with bright enthusiasm. Oh, thank you, thank you. When can we start? Now. Is now good? Armia chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. Now works, but let us start with something simple. Okay, nothing too crazy. Margaret grinned in a way that made her look decades younger. Sure, let us do it. She hopped with joy, and her boobs bounced and jiggled again. Distracting. Chapter 168. Further information. Aria's footsteps echoed through the empty corridor as she and Lady Belstadt approached her royal bedchamber. The weight of the revelations pressed down on her, making each step feel like a monumental effort. Lady Belstadt's emerald eyes gleamed in the flickering torchlight. Remember, Your Highness, she said, her voice low and urgent. Discretion is paramount. The fate of our kingdom may well rest on your shoulders now. Aria nodded, her throat too tight for words. As they reached her chamber door, she paused, her hand on the ornate handle. Lady Belstadt, she managed finally, thank you for trusting me with this. The older woman's lips curled into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Oh, my dear, the pleasure was all mine. With a final nod, Aria pushed open the door and stepped inside. The soft click of the latch behind her sounded like the closing of a tomb. Aria's chambers were a sanctuary of luxury, with silk drapes and plush carpets. But tonight, the familiar comforts felt hollow, like props in a stage play where she'd forgotten her lines. She sank on her bed, the mattress dipping beneath her weight, her eyes fixed on the intricate patterns of the ceiling, tracing the swirls and whirls. I want to lie, a lot has suddenly started to make sense, she thought, her mind racing. The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. Melissa Blackflame has sudden magical abilities, the rising tensions between humans and Nim, the Shadow Mage's actions over the years. Of course the Nim can all use magic. They always could. We just, convinced them they couldn't. Mental trickery on such a large scale. The magnitude of the deception was staggering. Generations of Nim, their true potential locked away by nothing more than carefully crafted lies, societal pressure, and probably quite a few assassinations. Arya's thoughts turned to Melissa, the purple-skinned girl who burst onto the scene like a comet, appending everything in her wake. She discovered her magic outside Syux, beyond the reach of the shadow mages and their suppression. No wonder she's so powerful. She never knew she wasn't supposed to be. A chill ran down Arya's spine as her mind landed on the most pressing mystery, her mother's death. Queen Melara, found lifeless in her bed, no signs of struggle or foul play. No traces of poison in her system, either. At the time, it had been baffling, incomprehensible. Now, it had to be Black Flame, Arya thought, her hands clenching into fists. Who else could have done it? Not Zephyra, and certainly not Father. Of course not. But how? How could a Nym girl, even one as exceptional as Melissa, have barrado the castle's defenses, slipped past the guards, and killed the queen without leaving a trace? Unless a new, horrifying possibility bloomed in Arya's mind. What if the Nym's abilities went beyond mere magic? What if she too could influence minds, control bodies, bend wills to their desire? Could that be how she managed to make it past all the nights? Could she have simply slipped in without a single problem? Is that how they ruled before? Is that what we're truly being protected from? Arya sat up abruptly, her head spinning. She needed proof, hard evidence to support these wild theories. But where to start? Who could she trust? I'll go through every document, she decided, a spark of determination igniting in her chest. Every report, every letter, every scrap of paper in this castle if I have to. There have to be clues, patterns I missed before. She stood, smoothing down her gown with trembling hands. The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders like a heavy cloak. The fate of the kingdom, perhaps of all humanity, might rest on her actions in the coming days. I won't let you down, Mother, Arya vowed silently. I'll find the truth, and I'll make it right, whatever it takes. Raven a lock clicked open under Raven's expert touch. She pushed the door, wincing at the creak that echoed through the empty street. Javert followed close behind, her eyes darting nervously from shadow to shadow. Javert's fingers twitched, or rather, she drew a spell sign so quickly it looked like her fingers twitched, a small flame dancing to life above her palm. The warm light revealed a home frozen in time. Books left open on tables, a half-empty cup of tea on a side table. Everything waiting for an owner who would never return. I'm shocked the shadow mages didn't just burn this place to the ground, Javert said. Raven's eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail. Too much attention. A mysterious fire, especially at the home of an outed shadow mage, would get people talking. They moved deeper into the house, the floorboards creaking beneath their feet. Raven's trained gaze searched for anything out of place, any hint of hidden compartments or secret messages. As they entered what appeared to be a study, Raven noticed Javert had stopped moving. The older woman stood transfixed, staring at a framed painting on the wall. Raven moved closer, curious. The painting depicted two women, their arms around each other, laughing at some shared joke. One was clearly Miria, younger and carefree. The other, me? Javert whispered. Raven shifted uncomfortably, unsure how to respond. This was her area of expertise. We should keep looking, Raven said finally, breaking the heavy silence. Javert nodded, tearing her eyes away from the painting. They continued their search, methodically going through drawers and checking behind books for hidden compartments. After an hour of fruitless searching, Raven sighed in frustration. Nothing. It's like she never even— Wait, Javert interrupted, holding up a crumpled piece of paper. I found something. Raven moved closer, peering over Javert's shoulder. It was a letter, unfinished and unsent. Dear Vira, Javert read aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. I know it's been a while since I last visited you, but once I finish my mission, I should have a week or two off. I don't particularly like Yalmer, but, oh well, I'll bear it if it means I get to see you soon, sis. Javver nodded, a spark of hope lighting her eyes. I doubt Miria would have told this girl the Shadow Mage headquarters, but she might know something. She may even be a Shadow Mage herself, Raven pointed out. In which case, we might be walking into a fight. It's a risk we'll have to take, Javver said, folding the letter and tucking it into her robe. We should go have a talk with this girl. Raven nodded, her mind already planning their next move. As they made their way out of the house, she cast one last glance at the painting of Javver and Miria. The door closed behind them with a soft click, leaving the house once again to its silent vigil. As they walked away, blending into the shadows of the night, Raven couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The following day, Melissa shifted in her seat, trying to find a comfortable position with Isabella's voluptuous ass planted firmly in her lap. Not that she was complaining, mind you. Having a lap full of warm, a curvaceous kitsune was hardly the worst way to start the day. Still, there was something keeping Melissa's eyes off Isabella's curvy body. As she absent-mindedly adjusted the fabric of Isabella's outfit, smoothing the material along her milky thighs, Melissa looked ahead. Her gaze landed on Armia, and Melissa's heart clenched. The Darien girl sat hunched over her desk, an air of grief hanging around her. Her notebook lay open before her, but her eyes were vacant, staring through the pages rather than at them. Fuck, Melissa thought, a wave of sympathy washing over her. I wish I could do something, anything, to make this better for her. The classroom door swung open with a dramatic creak, making Melissa jump. The professor strode in, robes billowing behind him. "Good morning, class," he announced. "Before we begin, I have an announcement that might actually keep you awake today." Melissa's eyebrows shot up. "Ooh," Isabella said quietly, wiggling her ass a bit in Melissa's lap. Melissa had to bite her lip to keep from moaning. "We have a special guest joining us. Someone who has expressed interest in reconnecting with the magical arts." He gestured to the door, and Melissa's jaw dropped. "No fucking way." In walked Arya of Syux, the princess herself, looking like she de-stepped out of Royal's monthly magazine cover. Her white hair practically glowed, and her gaze alone felt like it could probably cut glass. "Hello, everyone," Arya said, her voice clear and commanding. "I hope you don't mind my intrusion. Unfortunately, my travels made keeping up with my magic studies difficult. I decided to use your course for a refresher." Her eyes scanned the room, and when they met Melissa's, it felt like being hit by lightning. Arya's stare was intense, almost predatory, and didn't waver for a second. "Okay, what the actual fuck is going on here?" Melissa blinked. Is this about her mother? Does she suspect something? The professor cleared his throat, clearly thrown off his game. "Yes, well, we're honored to have you, Your Highness. Feel free to observe or participate as you see fit." Arya nodded graciously, but her eyes never left Melissa, and, naturally, she went to take a seat at the window side of Melissa's row. Melissa could have sworn she saw the princess's lips curl into the barest hint of a smirk. Great, Melissa thought, her tail twitching nervously. Just great, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. She glanced at Armia, noting how the Darien girl had barely reacted to the princess's arrival. Then back to Arya, who was now primly seated but still staring at Melissa with unnerving intensity. "Well, this is going to be fun," she thought, sighing. Chapter 169. Change of pace. The classroom door swung open, releasing a flood of students into the hallway. Melissa stepped out, mixing into the sea of human faces. She felt it immediately, a gaze so intense it nearly burned a hole through the back of her head. Ugh. Melissa's shoulders tensed. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Sure enough, there she was, in all her glory. Princess Arya's gaze bored into her, hot as branding irons on her forehead now. Melissa's tail wrapped around her left thigh as she crossed her arms, pouting. What the hell does she want? She stopped abruptly, causing a minor traffic jam in the hallway. Students grumbled as they flowed around her, like a stream parting around a stubborn rock. "Mel?" Isabella's voice floated back to her. "You coming?" Melissa glanced ahead. Isabella, Armia, and Raven had paused, looking back with varying degrees of concern. She waved them off. Go on, I'll catch up. As her friends reluctantly continued on, Melissa squared her shoulders and turned to face the princess. Arya stood there, white hair glowing in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows, a small smirk playing on her black-painted lips. "Can I help you with something, Your Highness?" Melissa asked, injecting as much sweetness into her voice as she could muster. Or, Melissa smirked, "Do you just enjoy staring at my ass?" Arya's brows shot up to the sky. Even in complete confusion, she looked regal. But, clearly, whatever she'd been expecting to hear, it hadn't been that. "Caught you off guard, did I?" She took in a small victory. "Well, I just hope she doesn't order my decapitation because of that." "Hopefully not." Surprisingly, as Arya's surprise faded, a smirk fell on her face. "My, awfully defensive, aren't we? I was merely taking my time with my walk. No need to rush, after all." "Uh-huh," Melissa said, crossing her arms. Arya stepped closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Surely my presence isn't cause for concern, is it? I understand being a bit anxious around royalty, but I assure you as I walk through these halls, I will be nothing more than just another student. You can calm down around me." Melissa narrowed her eyes. "Oh, you sneaky little royal pain in the ass," Melissa thought. She has access to all the best magical tutors in the city. If she wanted a magical refresher, she could get it at the palace. She's here to investigate. Isn't she? Melissa didn't like it, but there wasn't much she could do. Arya walked forward. "You know, I've always found them to be such fascinating creatures. One with your unique abilities, well, I could be forgiven for glancing your way once or twice, right?" Melissa's heart rate kicked up a notch. Not wanting to concede, she leaned in. "Sure, Your Highness. If you need to know anything about my abilities, do let me know." "Gladly." Arya chuckled, the sound low and dangerous. "I'm sure you have many talents, Melissa Blackflame. I look forward to discovering them all." For a moment, they stood there. Crimson and gray irises remained fixed against one another. Then, the princess turned and sauntered away. Melissa watched her go, a mix of anxiety and the weirdest arousal churning in her gut. "Well, fuck me gently with a chainsaw," Melissa thought, running a hand through her hair. "These next few weeks are going to be fun. And by fun, I mean stressful as all hell." She sighed, her tail swishing behind her in agitation. The hallway had emptied, leaving her alone with her thoughts, and they weren't great company at the moment. "I need to figure out what she knows, and fast, before this little game of hers turns into something a lot more dangerous." Armia's quill scratched across the parchment, leaving behind a trail of ink that might as well have been gibberish. The words of the professor washed over her without a reaction from the Darien. Her eyes drifted to her brother. Naturally, the ache in her chest throbbed anew, a fresh wave of grief threatening to pull her under. "It's not fair," she thought, her grip on the quill tightening until she heard the wood creak in protest. "He was just a kid. He didn't deserve this." At the front of the class, Princess Arya of Syux posed a question to the professor, her voice clear and confident. Once upon a time, not so long ago, Armia would have been hanging on her every word, dissecting her mannerisms, trying to glean some secret to nobility. Now, Armia couldn't have cared less if the princess had stripped naked and started dancing on the desk. Becoming a noblewoman, Armia thought, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. What a joke. As if that would have protected Darien. As if it matters at all now. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor jolted Armia from her thoughts. Class was over. She blinked, realizing she hadn't absorbed a single word of the lesson. Not that it matters, she thought, gathering her things. None of this matters anymore. As she stood to leave, a hand on her arm stopped her. She turned, finding herself face to face with Professor Javer. "Armia," Javer said, her voice low and urgent. "A moment, please." Armia nodded, too tired to argue. She watched as Javer, gestured to Isabella and Raven, who had been lingering by the door. Girls, you too. This concerns all of you. As the others approached, Armia felt a flicker of curiosity break through her fog of grief. What could Javert want with all of them? I'll cut to the chase, Javert said, her eyes darting to the doorway where the last of the students were filtering out. In light of recent events, I think it would be best if you all came to stay in my manor for a while. Armia blinked, caught off guard. What? But my father can come too, Javert interrupted. In fact, I insist on it. The same goes for your mother, Isabella. Isabella's eyes widened. Why the sudden offer? Well, as you can probably guess, it's because we're being targeted. Raven cut in, her voice sharp. The shadow mages aren't playing around anymore. They're escalating. Even now, they could be planning other attacks. Armia didn't miss the way Isabella twitched, as though those words nearly had her running out to go back home. Armia almost wanted to do the same. On Isabella's end, somehow, Kimiko had managed to survive what Isabella had called an absolute swarm of shadow mages. On Armia's end, she didn't want to lose more family than she already had. I have several unused rooms in the manor, Javert continued, her voice softening a bit. And if we run short on space, we'll make do. Squeeze in where we have to. The important thing is keeping everyone safe and together. For now, anyway. Armia's mind raced. It wasn't a bad offer. Not at all. Maybe a change of scenery would help. A small voice in the back of her mind whispered, cutting through any hesitation she was feeling. Maybe being somewhere else. Somewhere without his ghost around every corner. Armia started, then paused, swallowing hard. I'll have to talk to my father about it. Javert nodded. Of course. But please, consider it carefully. We're stronger together, after all. Oh, but, she gave a wry smile. Do let them know in advance that people, and by people I mean Margaret and Melistaire, can get active at times. Most of the time, actually, some headphones might help. Melissa said. Somewhat. Nothing. Just. Hee. They might want to bring some stuff to cover their ears with. Kimiko and your dad, I mean. I'm in, Raven said quietly. Not like I have anywhere else to go anyway. I suppose I can ask my mother. I'll let you know, Isabella said. All right, Armia said, her voice stronger than it had been in days. I'll talk to my father tonight. But I think it's a good idea. Javert's shoulders relaxed, relief evident in her eyes. All right, we'll work out the details, assign some rooms, once everyone's on board. As they filed out of the classroom, all four girls walking side by side, Armia felt a warmth by her right. Isabella. The two of them glanced at each other. Losing Darien had certainly wounded Armia's libido, but she did feel a twitch as the kitsune smirked at her. As they walked down the hallway, Armia's mind drifted to the future. Tonight spent in Javert's manor, planning and training. To the day when they finally face the shadow mages and make them pay for what they done. It wasn't the near future she imagined for herself. No, this future wasn't exactly filled with balls and curtsies and the trappings of nobility she wanted. The lifestyle others called troubling that she was actively yearning for. But she could get to that later. Maybe. Chapter 170. Staying the nights, Melissa leaned against the doorframe, watching as Isabella and Kimiko hauled their belongings into Javert's manor. Behind them, Armia and her father followed, both towering over the foxes, their steps heavier, more deliberate. Great, Melissa thought. Does this world have an equivalent to Viagra? I'm starting to think we'll need it. She caught Armia's gaze for a moment. Armia's eyes looked vacant, and her movements seemed stiffer than Melissa's nipples on a cold day. Is it possible to be physically intimate with someone to help ease their sadness? I mean, that's how this would go in my favorite visual novels. Hey, I'm really sorry you went through that, and then, boom, intimate romantic scene. IRL, though, I don't know what to do. Just as Melissa was beginning to wonder about how well Eroge logic translated to real life, she heard some footsteps beside her. Well, Javert said, I thought things were lively before, but now? We might need to reinforce the walls. Melissa snorted. And invest in some industrial-strength soundproofing, she added. This might keep the shadow mages from attacking us again, Melissa said, her voice low and tight, but it's not enough. We need to go on the offensive. Javver nodded, her expression hardening. We will. In fact, Raven and I will be heading out soon to interrogate Miria Linareth's sister. She might know something about where those bastards are hiding. Once we find their headquarters, as soon as we can, we'll launch our own attack. Melissa's ears perked up like a dog. She'd been waiting for this. I should go with you, she said. I could help. Convince her if you need it. But Javver shook her head. No, it's better if Raven and I travel alone. Less attention that way. Besides, she added, her gaze softening, Armia and Isabella need you right now. Ah, seat? She's right. Suddenly, a high-pitched giggle echoed through the manor. Melissa turned to see Hazel, her little sister, running circles around a very bewildered-looking Raven. The former assassin stood stock still, her eyes wide, clearly out of her element, clearly wondering what she was supposed to do. Typical Raven, Melissa thought, a warmth spreading through her chest. You can face down deadly shadow mages, but put you in front of an 8-year-old, and you have no idea what to do. She made a mental note to talk to Raven more once things settled down. She hadn't gotten too many chances to. To be honest, we don't even need to talk, really. Even if it's just being close with her. I'd like to Melissa? Javver's voice cut through her increasingly steamy thoughts like a cold shower. You okay there? I'm fine, Melissa said quickly, her tail unwrapping from her thigh and moving side to side nervously behind her. Just thinking about all the work we have ahead of us. Javver raised an eyebrow. Clearly not buying it, but she let slide. Well, why don't you help everyone get settled in? I need to go over some plans with Raven before we head out. Melissa nodded, grateful for the distraction. As Javver walked away, Melissa's gaze drifted back to Isabella and Kimiko. The two kids soon were whispering to each other, giggling like schoolgirls. As Melissa watched, Kimiko's hand drifted down to squeeze Isabella's behind. Melissa smirked. The pair clearly couldn't keep their hands off each other. No prizes for guessing what they'll be doing as soon as the doors are closed. Huh. With a deep breath, Melissa pushed off from the doorframe and made her way into the manor. As she passed Isabella and Kimiko, she couldn't resist throwing a wink their way. Armia stood in the hallway, her tail twitching with irritation. She'd been ready to claim the biggest room in Javver's manor, figuring her size alone warranted the extra space. But apparently, Javver had other ideas. All right, listen up, you bunch of misfits, Javver called out, wielding a clipboard like a weapon of mass organization. I'm assigning rooms, and no, this isn't a democracy. You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit. Or a fireball. Armia's eyes narrowed. Great. I bet I end up in a broom closet. Do they even make broom closets big enough for Darians? She assigned Kimiko and Armia's father, separately, to 2 rooms at the very end of the West Hall. Probably, if what Melissa warned Armia about was any indication, to keep them from having to share quarters with Melistaire and Margaret every night. Then Javver said, Armia and Isabella, Javver announced, you two get the cozy little nook on the East End. Isabella raised a brow. You mean together? HM? Javver looked up from her notes. Yep, together. Armia's jaw dropped. She glanced at Isabella, who looked equally shocked, her fluffy ears standing straight up like exclamation points. What? Seriously? Armia was partly distraught. Sure, lately, Isabella had gone from complete and utter detriment to Armia's day and perpetual tester of Armia's patience to nice piece of ass to look at on occasion, but this was more than she signed up for. Javver walked away, though, having made her mind up. Isabella looked up at Armia. Armia looked down at her. Then, Isabella started moving. Armia followed. As they trudged down the hall, Isabella's tail brushed against Armia's thigh, sending an unwelcome shiver up her spine. Memories of their last encounter flashed through her mind, unbidden and decidedly unhelpful. Armia groaned. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, each step bringing Armia closer to what she was sure would be a month-long exercise in patience and frustration. She could practically feel the smugness radiating off Isabella in waves. I wonder if Javver would notice if I just accidentally misplaced Isabella. Maybe in a nice, comfy closet. Far, far away from me. But even as the thought crossed her mind, Armia couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment as memories of Isabella threatened to surface. No, stop it. Bad Armia. Focus on literally anything else. As they stepped into their assigned room, any hope of escape evaporated. When she actually saw what was inside, whatever hope was left transmuted into despair. The room was tiny, barely big enough for a dresser and a bed. Armia sighed, the sound heavy enough to make the floorboards creak. Of course, she grumbled, a human manner with human-sized everything. I bet the shower is too small for me to even turn around in. Isabella giggled, the sound grating on Armia's last nerve. Ah, don't worry, Scales, she purred, her voice dripping with faux sympathy. I'm sure we can find creative ways to fit. Armia's response was quick. Bold of you to assume I want to fit anywhere near you, pint size, she growled. Isabella's grin only widened, showing off canines. Curious. I wasn't hearing anything like that when you were all over me, you that. Armia interrupted, covering Isabella's mouth with one clawed, Darien hand. We were drunk and horny. It was Ack. Isabella licked her palm, and Armia promptly let go, feeling defeated. They unpacked in silence from there. Armia tried to focus on arranging her meager possessions, but her eyes kept drifting to Isabella. Unfortunately, the fox really did have an amazing ass. Not that big, but perfectly shaped. It didn't help that Armia knew what it felt like to be with her that way, too. This is going to be a long month, Armia thought, already plotting ways to soundproof the room. By the gods, I hope she doesn't snore. As Isabella finished unpacking, she sauntered towards the door, brushing past Armia with deliberate slowness. Just as Armia thought she was in the clear, she felt a sharp smack on her ass. The sound echoed in the small room, followed immediately by Armia's growl of annoyance. She whirled around, ready to give Isabella a piece of her mind, and maybe a taste of her fist. But the kitsune was already halfway out the door, her laughter trailing behind her. Armia's response was to slam the door hard enough to make the hinges whimper. She leaned against it, sliding down to sit on the floor, her tail curling around her legs. Yep, she thought, her head thunking back against the wood. A flush of unwanted heat rose through her. This is too much. She closed her eyes, trying to will away the unwelcome feeling. But instead of darkness, all she saw was Isabella's smirking face, those mischievous eyes that seemed to promise trouble and pleasure in equal measure. Get together, Armia, she sighed. You're a warrior, a future noblewoman. You can't let some foxy little minx get under your scales like this. But even as she thought it, Armia knew it was a losing battle. With a groan, Armia hauled herself to her feet. She eyed the tiny bed skeptically, wondering how in the world she was supposed to fit her large frame on it without hanging off both ends. Maybe I'll just sleep on the floor, she thought. It's probably more comfortable anyway. And at least down there, I won't have to worry about rolling over in my sleep and crushing Isabella. Though, maybe the fox would welcome that. Chapter 171. Roommates. Once again, Melissa trudged into her room, her tail dragging behind her like a dejected puppy. After a day of helping everyone settle in, her body felt about as energetic as a sloth on sedatives. All she wanted was to faceplant in her bed and maybe not move for perhaps the next century or two. Please, for the love of all that is holy and unholy, let there be no surprises waiting for me, she thought, pushing open the door. The universe, in its infinite wisdom and questionable sense of humor, promptly handed her a surprise wrapped in black hair and pale skin. Raven stood by the dresser, methodically unpacking her belongings. Melissa froze. She turned as Melissa entered, her face as expressive as a particularly stoic statue. Javer assigned me to your room, Raven said. She hoped you wouldn't mind. You know, since we're roommates at the academy already. Melissa blinked, her brain taking a moment to process this new development. Then, a grin spread across her face faster than she imagined Isabella's legs would at a brothel. Mind? Are you kidding? This is great. Melissa exclaimed, her tail perking up. I mean, I'm more so wondering how you feel about it. Sure you Haven T had enough of me already? Melissa asked, tilting her head. Raven's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. On anyone else, it would have been imperceptible. On Raven, it was enough to prompt a Broadway musical in Melissa's mind. She's so adorable. She's so adorable. I'm very okay with it, Raven said, turning back to her unpacking. Javert had proposed I stay with Hazel. She is cute enough, sure, but it'll be nice to have some more quiet company like yours. Melissa snorted, flopping onto her bed with all the grace of a drunken elephant. Quiet? Me? I'll have you know Zephyr's been training me so intensely. I've taken a sleep casting. Raven paused, a shirt dangling from her hand. Sounds interesting. Clearing her throat, Melissa asked, So, when are you and Javert heading out for your super-secret spy mission? First thing tomorrow, Raven replied, her movements never faltering. With any luck, we'll come back with a plan. Javert and I banging our heads against this wall has gotten a bit old. Ooh, kinky, Melissa teased, unable to help herself. I didn't know you were into that kind of thing. Should I be jealous of this wall? Raven shot her a look that could have frozen lava. You're incorrigible. Melissa shrugged, batting her eyelashes innocently. As if you'd prefer me any other way. Admit it, you'd be lost without my sparkling wit and immense charm. Raven flashed that signature, tiny smile of hers. I suppose it's not the worst thing in the world. From there, they lapsed into a comfortable silence, the kind that only develops between people who've seen each other at their best and worst, and in various states of undress. Melissa found herself watching Raven, admiring the fluid grace of her movements. There was always something mesmerizing about the way Raven's hands moved, precise and controlled. It brought back memories of those same hands, how intimate they had felt. The longer the silence stretched, the more Melissa felt an itch under her skin, a need to do something, say something. These days, it felt like she could hardly stay still for long, and Raven was doing nothing to help with that. Before she could think better of it, Melissa was on her feet, drawn to Raven like a moth to a particularly sexy flame. In one fluid motion, she leaned in and ran her tongue along the shell of Raven's ear. Raven went stock still, a shiver running through her body. For a moment, Melissa thought she might have misread things. Then, slowly, deliberately, Raven turned to face her. Was that really necessary? Raven asked, her voice low and husky. Melissa grinned, her tail curling with delight. Absolutely. How else was I supposed to welcome my favorite roommate? Your only roommate. Raven's eyes darkened, a predatory glint entering them. And I can think of a few other ways, she murmured, her hands coming to rest on Melissa's hips. Oh boy, Melissa thought, her heart racing. Looks like I'm in for one hell of a send-off. Melissa's breath caught in her throat as Raven's hands tightened on her hips. The air between them crackled with tension, thick enough to cut with a knife or maybe a well-placed claw. Other ways, huh? Melissa purred, her tail curling around Raven's leg. Care to demonstrate? Raven's response was swift and decisive. In one fluid motion, she spun them around, pinning Melissa against the dresser. The wood dug into Melissa's back, but she couldn't bring herself to care, not with Raven's body pressed flush against hers. Sure you should play with fire this early? The night's just started, Raven murmured, her lips ghosting over Melissa's neck. Melissa grinned, her fangs glinting in the dim light. I'm already on fire. I could use a bit of cooling down, actually. My pleasure. Oh gods, her body should be illegal, Melissa thought, her hands sliding up Raven's arms. Actually, scratch that. If it were illegal, I'd be in jail for life by now. Raven's lips crashed against Melissa's, hungry and demanding. Melissa melted into the kiss, opening her mouth for her. She could feel her essence reserves already starting to replenish, the familiar warmth spreading through her veins. I really needed this, Melissa thought, her hands gently tangling in Raven's hair. They drew closer together, neither of them willing to break the moment for longer than absolutely necessary. Melissa's tail wrapped loosely around Raven's leg, pulling her closer. Bed. Now, Raven growled, her voice low and intense. They stumbled towards the bed, a tangle of arms and shared urgency. Melissa fell back on a mattress, pulling Raven down on top of her. God, you're beautiful, Melissa breathed, taking in the sight of Raven in the soft lamplight, her eyes lingering on the former assassin's abs in particular. Melissa arched into the touch, a soft breath escaping her lips as the moment between them deepened. Melissa shifted closer, her breath quickening. Impatient, aren't we? Raven teased, her touch light against Melissa's skin. I can't help it, Melissa whispered. I wish you knew how much I want you right now. Raven's eyes darkened. Without warning, she pulled Melissa closer and kissed her deeply, drawing out a breathless sigh. Is this what you mean? Raven murmured, leaning in closer. Yes, Melissa whispered, pulling her nearer. Don't you dare stop. The room filled with the sounds of their closeness, quiet gasps, and soft murmurs shared between them. Melissa's tail wrapped around Raven's wrist, almost trying to help out, trying to make her speed those movements up further. The smile on Raven's face right now, equal parts intense and triumphant, made Melissa's pulse race even faster. Oh wow, I'm gonna... Suddenly, without much warning, Melissa reached her limit with Raven nearby, and Raven kept going steadily. Melissa let out a long breath and curled up on the bed as she steadied herself. All the while, Raven watched on with a smile. Soon, Melissa was settling back down and catching her breath, landing on the bed with a satisfied sigh. Raven leaned in close. Gorgeous, she whispered on Melissa's lips before pressing a kiss against her. Then, she pulled back, looking down at Melissa like she was considering whether to say this next part or not. You've been ignoring me lately. Melissa's eyes widened. What? No. You just. Raven, still smiling a little, still gently touching Melissa, pulled back. Maybe you didn't intend to, but it sure feels like you have been. She tilted her head. I know I'm not carrying the same equipment as Isabella and Armia, but I think I can still make you rather happy. Why you do? Melissa reached over and took Raven's wrist. Raven sat back, raising a brow. I swear, Melissa continued, slightly softer now. You're more than enough for me. The raven-haired, storm-eyed girl looked away for a moment. Then, as she fixed her eyes on Melissa once more, she leaned in and pressed a soft kiss against her. Good to know, she said. But, since I'll be going on the road for a couple of days, I suppose I should make sure what you're saying stays true. Eek. She pushed Melissa back down, leaning close over her. Raven moved in closer to her. Melissa took a deep breath. Chills ran down her hands, forming a trail that followed Raven's fingertips. I guess I kind of have been, she thought, reflecting on what Raven had just said. It's not fair to her. Though, I guess I don't really know what we even are. But it doesn't feel fair to her. As soon as Raven leaned in close to Melissa, her train of thought stopped, and that closeness was all she could focus on. Chapter 172. New roommates Armia sat in the garden behind Jabbers Manor. The night air was cool against her skin. Armia was bathed in violet moonlight. The chill of the air was pleasant, and yet none of this managed to quiet her thoughts. Great. I'm turning into one of those brooding characters from Darian's trashy action novels, Armia thought, her tail thumping against the grass in irritation. What was that latest one he'd been reading? How I ascended and became the strongest of all Darians. She'd been out here for how long? An hour? 2. Time had a funny way of slipping by when you were busy wallowing in self-pity and staring at the stars like they held the answers to life's great questions. Spoiler alert, they don't, Armia mused bitterly. Unless the answer to how do I stop feeling like crap about my dead brother is written in constellation form, and I'm just too stupid to see it. With a sigh that could have knocked over a sand castle, Armia hauled herself to her feet. She'd sulked enough for one night. Time to head back inside and face the music, or in this case, face the annoying kitsune she was forced to share a room with. Maybe if I'm lucky, she'll be asleep, Armia thought as she trudged back to the manor. I'd like it if I could just meld into the bed in peace. As she pushed open the door to their shared room, Armia's hopes were promptly dashed against the rocks of reality. Isabella was very much awake, sprawled across the bed in a pose that was probably meant to be seductive, but just looked ridiculous to Armia's eyes. The kitsune was fiddling with one of her magical wands, twirling it between her fingers. She looked up as Armia entered, a grin spreading across her face that made Armia's scales itch with irritation. Well, look what the dragon dragged in, Isabella purred, her tail flicking back and forth. I was beginning to think you'd decided to make the garden your new bedroom. Though I suppose even the grass out there is too soft for your scaly hide. Huh? Armia's eyes narrowed. Careful, fox. I'm not in the mood for your yapping tonight. For a moment, Isabella narrowed her eyes. She looked away, almost like she was thinking of something. Then, Isabella grinned, showing off those sharp canines. Oh, what's wrong? She sat up, crawling closer. Did the big, bad Darien have a sad time stargazing? Need a shoulder to cry on? Armia sighed. I don't get it. It's like since whatever happened between me and Isabella, she's gotten more antagonistic toward me, or something. The only thing I need, Armia growled, stalking towards the bed, is for you to shut your mouth before I shut it for you. Isabella's brows shot up. Even to Armia herself, that sounded uncharacteristically aggressive. Then, her eyes lit up with a challenge. Oh, and how exactly do you plan to do that? Scales? Go to stuff something in my mouth to keep me quiet? Instantly, the tension in the room shifted. Despite Armia trying to will herself not to react, she could feel her pulse quicken under Isabella's taunts. A flush of heat rose in her chest. Darien instincts that Armia had only recently begun getting acquainted with began to flare up. Damn it, not now, Armia thought, but it was too late. A flush of unwanted heat rose through her body, undeniable and growing. Isabella's gaze dropped, her grin turning knowing. Well, looks like someone's happy to see me after all. Before Armia could retort, Isabella had closed the distance between them. Come on, Scales. Don't you want me to keep quiet? Armia stopped to think, and, in one fluid motion, Isabella grabbed the front of Armia's shirt and yanked her down into a fierce kiss. It was a clash of teeth and tongues, a quick battle for dominance that had Armia's head spinning. Isabella bit down on Armia's bottom lip and tugged on it, pulling so far she almost drew blood before letting it go. Somehow, it was one of the most erotic things Armia had experienced. Armia growled low in her throat, her hands coming up to tangle in Isabella's hair, pulling her back in. After two more lip smacks, she tugged sharply, wrenching Isabella's head back to expose the column of her throat. Talk to me, Scales, Isabella said, head tilted back. What? Tell me what is going through that thick skull of yours. Is that how this is normally supposed to go? You want to play rough? Arnya rambled. Oh, very much so. Yes, fine, she answered, her voice thick with lust. Let's play. She attacked Isabella's neck with teeth and tongue, leaving a trail of marks that would be visible for days. Isabella whimpered, her hips pressing against Armia's thigh. Wow, Isabella gasped, her fingers grasping at Armia's clothes. You know what? Scratch that. Less talking, more action. Now, Armia didn't need to be told twice. She quickly pulled Isabella's clothes off, tossing the pieces aside. Isabella returned the favor, her claws leaving light scratches on the scales running down Armia's back that the Darien got chills. Armia spun Isabella around and pressed her gently against the edge of the bed. Gods! The sight of Isabella from behind, her fluffy tail raised high, made Armia's pulse quicken. Like what you see, Isabella taunted, wiggling her hips enticingly. She stood between Armia's legs, anticipation building between them. Armia's response was to bring her hand down hard on Isabella's behind, the sharp crack echoing in the room. Isabella yelped, more in surprise than pain. Armia growled at the impact. Shut up, she said, rubbing the reddened flesh of Isabella's behind. Without warning, she dropped to her knees behind Isabella. She leaned in close, and Isabella made a small sound. The atmosphere was electric between them. Armia leaned in closely, focused and intent, drawing soft, contented sounds from a kitsune. "Please," Isabella whispered, leaning into Armia's touch. "Don't stop. Please don't stop." Armia had no intention of stopping. She pressed closer, deepening the moment. Armia and Isabella shared an intense moment in a preview of what was to come. When Armia finally pulled back, Isabella was a whimpering mess, her thighs trembling. Armia stood, positioning herself with Isabella. "Ready?" Armia asked, leaning close to Isabella. Isabella looked over her shoulder, eyes dark with desire. She almost looked drunk. "Do your worst, lizard." Armia closed the distance between them in one powerful motion, pressing close to Isabella. Isabella gasped. Armia almost did the same. The blazing heat, the intense pressure was almost enough to make her lose control on the spot. She paused, gritting her teeth against the overwhelming sensation. Isabella, impatient as always, pressed back against her. "Move, damn it." Armia didn't need to be told twice. Quickly, she set a demanding pace. Her hips moved forward with enough force to make the bed creak in protest. In an instant, their soft sounds began to fill the air. The room was filled with a passionate rhythm. The creaking of the bed and the shifting of the mattress filled the space as Armia and Isabella held each other close. Armia reached forward, grabbing a fistful of Isabella's pink hair and yanking her head back. The new angle let her gain the upper hand, overwhelming Isabella as the kitsune saw stars. "Yes," Isabella mewled, her tail thrashing with excitement. "Harder, come on. I know you can do better than that." Armia silenced her with another sharp spank, the sting making Isabella gasp. "I told you," Armia growled to shut up. In one fluid motion, Armia wrapped an arm around Isabella's waist and hauled her upright. The change in position drove Armia forward even further, making Isabella cry out in surprise. To be fair, Armia wanted to do the same. Armia's other hand came up to grip Isabella's throat. Not squeezing, just holding. She used the leverage to arch Isabella's back, bending her nearly in half. Like this, Armia and Isabella were locked in a passionate embrace, their bodies close together as their lips met. Their tongues intertwined in a heated kiss, and Isabella gently bit Armia's lip, drawing a small sting. Armia responded by placing a hand at Isabella's throat for a brief, playful moment. Just enough to make the kitsune sigh with deep satisfaction. Almost there, Isabella breathed against Armia's mouth as Armia pulled her face back. "Keep going," and almost there Armia could feel her own tension building. It was like a tight coil of emotion ready to release. She increased her pace, her movements becoming erratic as she chased her moment of triumph. "Let go from me," Armia demanded, her voice rough with exertion. "Now, Isabella, give in like the unrefined creature you are." This was decidedly unladylike talk, and yet Armia felt it was appropriate for the moment. Those words, combined with a particularly powerful surge, sent Isabella over the edge. She cried out, overcome, collapsing onto the bed. The sight, sound, and intensity of Isabella's reaction triggered Armia's own. With a roar that probably woke half the manor, Armia threw herself into the moment completely. Armia and Isabella shared an intense, passionate encounter that left them both spent and breathless. After the act, Armia finally pulled away, and Isabella lay in the aftermath, her body flushed and satisfied. They collapsed onto the bed, a sweaty, panting tangle of limbs and tails. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was their heavy breathing. Finally, Isabella broke the silence. "Well," she said, her voice hoarse. "That was nice." Armia snorted, moving only to wrap an arm around Isabella and pull her ass closer. "Shut up." Chapter 173. Normalcy. Armia sat in the back of the classroom, her white hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall of moonlight. There was, undeniably, a certain novelty to these classes. Beyond, of course, her investigation of Melissa Blackflame. Is this what it feels like to be normal? Arya mused, her gray eyes scanning the room, being one more body in a sea of pleated skirts and collared shirts. No wonder commoners are always so peppy. The classroom buzzed with the low hum of conversation, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter or groan of frustration as students practiced their spells. Naturally, they all spent that first day gawking at her, but today they largely ignored her. It was all so wonderfully ordinary. The professor cleared his throat at the front of the room. "All right, settle down, you magical miscreants," he called out without any real reproach in his tone. "Today, we're going to be working on a particularly tricky bit of water magic." Arya perked up, her interest piqued. Water magic was her specialty, after all. Sometimes, when Arya woke up in the morning, she swore she'd been practicing water-based spell signs in her sleep. "The aqueous serpent summoning," the professor continued, drawing an intricate spell sign in the air. Bit of a flashy name, but it's a complex spell sign that requires precise control and visualization. As its name may suggest, it summons a snake made of water that you can use to restrain or attack an enemy. Would you like to give it a try? The room fell silent. Students suddenly found their shoes, the ceiling, or the lint on their robes fascinating. Anything to avoid making eye contact with the professor. Amateurs, Arya thought, a smirk tugging at her lips. This could be fun. Before she could think better of it, Arya's hand shot into the air. All eyes turned to her. Surprise, curiosity, and great interest arose in equal measure. Melissa Blackflame, sitting a few rows ahead, twisted in her seat to stare at Arya with narrowed eyes. "I'll do it," she called out, her voice carrying across the room. She locked eyes with Melissa, having to look over the shoulder of that kitsune sitting on her lap. "What's the matter, little Nim?" Arya thought, her smirk widening as she stood and made her way to the front of the class. Her calling anyone little was, to be fair, quite rich, but oh well. "Nervous as to what I can do?" "Ah, Princess Arya," the professor said, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. "Are you sure? This is quite an advanced spell, and I know you're here to refresh your skills." Arya's smile was sweet enough to rot teeth. "Oh, I'm sure I can manage, Professor. After all, practice makes perfect, doesn't it? Very well. Here, I'll show you the spell sign." A moment later, Arya took her place at the front of the room, feeling the weight of every gaze upon her. It was a familiar sensation, one that sent a thrill of excitement through her. Time to show these peasants what real magic looks like, Arya thought, rolling up her sleeves slowly. She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath. She traced the spell sign she just saw flawlessly. Aqua serpent, sur Géobe, Arya Antoned. Then the spell kicked off. Water began to drip from Arya's right palm. A snake materialized, its body made of liquid, and the snake fell to the ground and moved toward the person Arya was looking at. Melissa. There was a small amount of tension. Melissa was staring at Arya with suspicion. Arya narrowed her eyes. Before the snake could reach her, the professor cast a barrier spell, stopping Arya's snake from moving forward. Well done, Your Highness. What a wonderful demonstration." He began applauding, and everyone soon followed suit. Arya inclined her head graciously, as if she expected nothing less. "Thank you, Professor. It was adequate, I suppose." As she made her way back to her seat, Arya caught Melissa's eye again. The Nim was watching her with an intensity that sent an unexpected shiver down Arya's spine. She wasn't used to getting that kind of look. The rest of the class passed in a blur of admiring glances and whispered conversations. When the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the lesson, Arya lingered, packing her bag with deliberate slowness. She didn't have to wait long. As the last of the other students filed out, Melissa approached, her crimson eyes fixed on Arya with laser-like focus. Arya glanced over Melissa's shoulder, catching sight of her knights lurking behind a nearby pillar. With a subtle gesture, she signaled them to stay back. She doubted Melissa was about to do anything stupid. "Can I help you with something, Blackflame?" Arya asked, her voice dripping with false innocence. Melissa's tail twitched, a clear sign of agitation. Was that really necessary? She demanded. All that showing off? I thought you were here to get accustomed to magic again, not to put on a one-woman circus act. What is a circus? Arya's lips curved into a slow, predatory smile. Oh, it wasn't necessary at all, she said, taking a step closer to Melissa. Close enough to smell the faint scent of lavender that clung to the Nim's skin. But it was certainly fun, don't you think? Melissa's eyes narrowed. One would think a princess in classroom filled with commoners would want to keep a lower profile, Melissa said, her voice low. She took a step forward. Arya wasn't sure what it was, but something made the air more pleasant. Arya couldn't help it. She reached out to trail a finger along Melissa's jawline. Are you, perhaps, just upset that you're not the biggest magical prodigy in the room anymore? Of course not. Sure feels like it. For a moment, they stood there, tension crackling between them. Arya could feel her heart racing, a mix of adrenaline and something else, something unfamiliar. Finally, Melissa took a step back, breaking the spell. I just think you should be cautious, Your Highness, she said, her voice rough. You might find more than you bargained for. With that, she turned and stalked away, her tail lashing behind her like an angry whip. Arya watched her go, a mixture of triumph and anticipation swirling in her gut. Oh, I'm counting on it, little Nim, she murmured to herself. I'm counting on it. Melissa trudged up the path to Javer's manor, her feet heavy with the weight of the day's events. As she approached the front door, a flurry of activity caught her eye. Javer and Raven were loading bags into Javer's usual magical carriage, its ethereal horses pawing at the ground impatiently. Melissa's brow furrowed as she drew closer. Oh, you're going? Javer looked up, her sunlight-colored hair catching the last rays of daylight. Mudiza. Yeah, we're following that lead. Melissa nodded. How long will you be gone? Not too long, Raven chimed in softly. Just a few days, probably. Javer finished securing a bag and turned to Melissa. We should be back before you know it. Try not to burn the place down while we're gone. Okay? No promises, Melissa replied, and Javer grinned. Professor Fulden leaned in, likely intending to give Melissa a friendly pat on the shoulder. Instead, her lips brushed Melissa's cheek in a quick kiss. Both of their eyes widened. Melissa's mind went blank. It looked like the same was happening with Javer. Javer cleared her throat, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Right? Well, take care of yourself, Melissa. What the fuck was that? Melissa thought, her heart racing. Before she could process the moment, Raven stepped forward. Melissa, Igriga. Without warning, Raven cupped Melissa's face in her hands and pressed their lips together. Melissa's brain short-circuited. When Raven pulled away, Melissa stood there, stunned into silence. Her lips tingled, and her mind reeled. Javer, who just watched that, cleared her throat. We'll be back in a few days, she repeated, her voice strained. See you soon, Mel. Raven, by the gods, gave Melissa an actual smirk. Not just that, but the bitch wink too. Somehow, that combination on her face was one of the hottest things Melissa had ever seen. Her heart was about to break out of her chest. But soon, the carriage lifted off the ground. And, in moments, it was gone, leaving Melissa alone with her whirling thoughts. When the actual fuck just happened. Shaking her head, Melissa made her way inside, her feet carrying her on autopilot to her room. She collapsed onto her bed, sprawling out like a starfish. The ceiling above her offered no answers to the questions swirling in her mind. I can't wait to have her all to myself when she gets back. As the sensation of Raven's kiss faded from her lips, Melissa's thoughts drifted to another face, one with piercing gray eyes and hair white as snow. Arya, Melissa thought, a frown tugging at her lips. What is her game? The princess's sudden appearance in class, her intense stares, the way she depositioned herself so close to Melissa, it all obviously reeked of suspicion. Melissa's frown deepened as she remembered the predatory gleam in Arya's eyes. There's no way this is just about reconnecting with magic, Melissa mused. She is up to something. But what? Her mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle. Was Arya investigating her mother's death? Did she suspect Melissa's involvement somehow? Or was there something else at play? Some political angle Melissa couldn't see? Suddenly, a thought struck her like a bolt of lightning. Melissa sat up so quickly her head spun. The charm spell. A slow smile spread across Melissa's face as she remembered the spell she created. It had worked on the captured Shadow Mage, even on the Queen herself. Could it work on Arya? It's risky, Melissa thought, chewing her lower lip. If I get caught using magic on the princess, but if it works, I'd have the princess herself under my thumb. She flopped back onto the bed, her mind buzzing. It was a dangerous game she was considering. But these are dangerous times. Tomorrow, Melissa decided, a determined glint in her eye. Tomorrow, I'll make my move. Let us see how the princess likes playing cat and mouse when she is not the cat. Chapter 174. Charming Melissa prepared for class. Thigh eyes. Check. Skirt. Check. Everything else? Hopefully check. She looked at herself in the mirror in the bathroom. A smile naturally tugged at her lips as she admired her own visage. Damn, I'm hot. She couldn't remember ever having said such a thing in her past life. No, if she even pondered allowing those words to slip from her lips as Alice, the world itself may have pulled her lips closed and whispered no. Now, though, Melissa knew most people drooled at the sight of her, and she loved it. But she quickly added, feels like I'm being put to the test now. A test that came in the form of a petite girl with storm gray eyes and cape-like white hair. Just you wait, Your Highness. I'll have you completely wrapped around my finger in no time. As she exited the bathroom, she found Isabella about to head out. They locked eyes, and the cute kitsune smiled. Ack, my heart. Hey, ready to leave? Isabella asked as Melissa came into the room. Hey, Melissa walked up and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Not just yet. I want to check in on Army. Scales? Go ahead. Spoiler alert, though, she is not coming. Wanted to see for herself. Melissa walked toward the room Armia and Isabella were sharing. Sure enough, as she peeked inside, Melissa saw Armia lying on the bed, sprawled out, half naked, with just her underwear on. Fuck. Melissa bit down on her bottom lip before walking forward and sitting on the bed's edge. Hi, she called out and watched as Armia's eyes opened. Good morning. Morning, Armia sighed. Okay, yeah, she is not coming. But Melissa wanted to be here for her friend. So she settled in a bit, kicking her shoes off and putting her feet up on the bed. How are you feeling? Melissa asked. Armia blushed, eyes going half-lidded. Bad. Understandable. And, my boat is sore. Melissa blinked. Okay, so Izzy's been trying to cheer her up. Good on her. Melissa tried to put on her best smile. Obviously, after losing her brother, she wasn't expecting Armia to magically be all right anytime soon. But she hoped her presence could warm her heart just a little. She wasn't too sure what you were supposed to do in situations like these. So she settled for just being honest. Take your time, Melissa muttered. Once you're ready to come back, we'll all be there. You know me, Izzy and Raven. She still looks sad, but Armia did pop half a smile. Thanks. Suddenly, she snaked a strong arm around Melissa's back. Melissa raised a brow. I have to get going. Do you? Arnya mumbled, bringing Melissa closer. Just don't. Melissa rolled her eyes but scooted closer. Given that all Armia was wearing was a bra and some very lacy panties, Melissa felt Armia press against her thigh, but she didn't mind at all. Isabella's waiting for me. Forget her, Armia replied, her lips brushing over Melissa's head. Don't you do that a lot nowadays? Armia blushed. It was just a couple of times. Uh-huh. Melissa grinned. Melissa glanced up at Armia's flushed face, her lips curled into a soft smile. All right, let's take care of you, she whispered, her voice low and gentle. And Mel. Arnya breathed. Melissa leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to her cheek. What? She asked softly. Too sore? Armia opened her mouth to say something, but then looked away. And no. So, Melissa kept going, gently and slowly at first, drawing soft sound from Armia as the tension in her body melted away, her head sinking back into the pillow. She leaned close, savoring the way Armia's breath caught, her chest rising and falling. Her hand rested gently along Armia's strong thigh, steadying her. Armia let out a soft sound, her fingers gripping the sheets. "Emel," she whispered, her voice trembling, but Melissa just smiled against her skin. Before she leaned in close to Armia, she lost track of time, focused entirely on the moment. All she could hear was the quiet rhythm of their closeness and Armia's soft sounds of pleasure. 10 seconds slowly became some unknown number of minutes, and Melissa was determined to keep this short. Armia's body trembled as Melissa's pace quickened, her motion soft but firm. Armia's hands eventually found their way to Melissa's hair, tugging just enough to make her heart race. Armia panted as the moment intensified, her hips shifting at the sensation. Melissa pulled back briefly, catching her breath. Before she could finish, a deep, shuddering breath escaped Armia, her body tensing as she finally reached the peak. Lifting her hips, Armia moved down toward Melissa. Melissa swallowed. What other choice did she have? Really? Armia repeated the process again and again, feeding Melissa carefully. 1, 2, 3. Melissa, hands wrapped around Armia's, felt them working steadily. Once she was done, slowly, deliberately, Melissa pulled back. More and more of Armia was revealed until, finally, Melissa fully pulled back with a soft pop. What had been hidden was now fully visible. Melissa wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, removing excess saliva, her eyes flicking up to Armia's blissed-out expression. "Better?" she asked, sitting up and straightening her clothes, her voice as nonchalant as ever. Armia's eyes fluttered open, still dazed. "Yeah, thanks," she mumbled, her hand still lazily resting on Melissa's thigh. Melissa leaned down and kissed her cheek. "Anytime," she whispered, then slipped off the bed, putting her shoes back on. With a final glance, she grinned. "Now get some rest." When Melissa stepped outside, the sunlight greeted her along with Isabella, who was waiting near the door with her arms crossed, raising an eyebrow the moment she saw her. "Took you long enough," Isabella said, huffing and pouting. "What the hell were you doing in there?" Melissa gave her a smug grin, wiping her lips with her thumb as she sauntered past. "Nothing much," she replied, her tone dripping with satisfaction. Isabella's eyes widened slightly before she chuckled and shook her head. "You owe me one," she muttered, walking alongside Melissa as they headed off to class. "I'm okay with that." Melissa sat in class. Everything the professor said pretty much went in one ear and out the other. Melissa had more pressing matters at hand, namely, the petite white-haired girl sitting a few rows to the side who looked like the average protagonist of the visual novels Melissa used to play, her storm-gray eyes fixed resolutely on the lecturer. As if sensing Melissa's gaze, Arya glanced back. Their eyes locked for a brief, electric moment before the princess turned away. Just you wait. Just you wait." Isabella, perched comfortably on Melissa's lap, as usual, shifted slightly, drawing Melissa's attention. "You're thinking about her again, aren't you?" the kitsune whispered, her tone more amused than anything else. Melissa smirked, running a hand along Isabella's thigh beneath the desk. "Jealous?" Isabella leaned back, her fluffy ears tickling Melissa's cheek. "Hardly. I just don't want you getting in over your head, that's all. I mean, I love you, but that SA princess we're talking about." Melissa briefly paused. That was a very casual, very heavy 3 words Isabella just said. But Melissa chuckled, regaining her composure, her breath warm against Isabella's neck. "Babe, trust me. I'm not going to do anything stupid. But, she obviously suspects me. I want to clear my name." "Sure." Isabella snuggled against Melissa's front. "Just make sure you don't end up making her more suspicious inadvertently." The class dragged on, but Melissa's focus remained on Arya. Every so often, their gazes would meet, the air between them crackling. As the lecture finally ended, Melissa gently shifted Isabella off her lap, pressing a quick kiss to her cheek before standing. "Catch you later," she murmured, before making her way towards Arya, who was gathering her things, black robe and all. "I'm going to go try something out. Good luck." Melissa felt the first tendrils of her pheromones slipping out, a subtle scent designed to entice and enthrall. She pictured them winding around Arya, drawing the princess to her like a moth to a flame. "Princess Arya," Melissa called out, her voice low and alluring. "Might I have a word?" Arya straightened, her eyes narrowing as she turned to face Melissa. Immediately, Melissa heard metallic footsteps behind her. Two knights just casually popped up. Arya dismissed them. "Miss Blackflame," she replied coolly, her gaze flicking briefly to the now empty classroom. "I suppose you may." Melissa stepped closer, her lips curving into a confident smile. "I was hoping we could discuss, well, us," she began, letting her pheromones thicken, swirling around Arya in an invisible cloud. "I just wanted to let you know, if you need to know anything about the ongoing investigation, I'd love to talk to you about where I've been and all that." For a moment, Arya's eyes seemed to glaze over, her lips parting slightly as if to reply. But then, she blinked, shaking her head as if to clear it. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," the princess said, her voice tight. She took a step back, putting distance between them. "I'm not suspicious of you, Miss Blackflame. Or at least I wasn't until you used those pheromones of yours just now." Melissa's eyes widened. "What? I'm not going to be listening to what you have to say, Miss Blackflame. I don't think you'll tell me anything truthful anyway. Good day." With that, she turned on her heel and strode out of the classroom. Melissa watched her go. What has happened? Chapter 175. Trust Arya. The carriage rattled along the cobblestone streets, the steady clop of hooves and the creaking of wooden wheels filling the air. Inside, Princess Arya sat rigid, her storm-gray eyes fixed on the window, watching the city pass by in a blur of color and motion. Lady Belstadt was right, she thought, her fingers curling around the small, innocuous rune resting in her palm. It had been cool to the touch when the noblewoman had pressed it into her hand that morning, her voice low and urgent. "Keep this with you, Your Highness," she had said, her eyes darting around as if afraid of being overheard. "It will warm if that Nim girl, Melissa, tries to use her pheromones on you." Arya had been skeptical at first, but she had taken the rune nonetheless, slipping it into her pocket with a nod of thanks. And sure enough, during her confrontation with Melissa after class, the rune had grown hot against her skin, a silent warning of the Nim's attempted manipulation. The nerve of her! Arya fumed silently, her free hand clenching into a fist at her side. To think she could sway me with unnatural charms, like some common harlot. But even as anger surged through her veins, a small part of Arya couldn't help but wonder. What had Melissa hoped to gain from her little seduction attempt? Was it merely the thrill of charming a princess, or was there something more sinister at play? Her thoughts turned to her mother, the late Queen Melara, found cold and lifeless in her bed. Arya had the same question in her mind all this time. Could Melissa be involved somehow? The timing of her arrival at the academy, so soon after the Queen's passing, seemed too convenient to be mere coincidence. And this did nothing to help Melissa's case. Arya's gaze drifted back to the window, her eyes narrowing as she took in the sight of the city's Nim population, going about their daily lives. Some were slaves, their purple skin marred by the marks of their servitude, while others walked free, mingling with the human and kitsune residents of Syux. Look at them, Arya mused, her lip curling in distaste, scurrying in the shadows, probably always plotting and scheming. Lady Belstadt's words echoed in her mind, insidious and persuasive. The Nim are a dangerous breed, Your Highness, she had warned, her voice dripping with disdain. They cannot be trusted, not with their unnatural abilities and their tendency towards deception. As much as Arya wanted to believe in the inherent goodness of all beings, she couldn't deny the evidence mounting before her. Melissa's brazen attempt at manipulation, the whispers of Nim uprisings in the slums, the way they seemed to move through the city like a virus, infecting all they touched. Maybe Belstad is right, she thought, her heart heavy with the weight of her realization. Maybe the Nim need to be kept in check for the good of the kingdom. And if Melissa Blackflame was indeed involved in her mother's death, then Arya would see to it personally that the Nim girl faced the full force of Syux's justice. Though maybe not, she added. The fact that even in Syux, the heart of human civilization, the shadow mages have the reputation that they do, it's not a good indicator. And yet, there was one fact Arya simply could not push away. But Mother herself was one of them. That alone, if it was true of course, was enough to at least give the shadow mages a chance. I will uncover the truth, she vowed silently, her eyes hardening with resolve. No matter the cost. Isabella strutted into the room, a wicked grin on her face as she took in the sight of Armia sprawled across the bed, her massive form dwarfing the mattress beneath her. The Darien girl lay on her stomach, her broad back and muscular shoulders rising and falling with each breath. "Well, hello there," Isabella purred, kicking off her shoes and padding over to the bed. "Still here? Have you moved at all?" Armia groaned, turning her head to fix Isabella with a bleary-eyed stare. "Fuck off, Tiny," she grumbled, her deep voice rumbling through the room. "Not all of us can be pocket-sized sex fiends like you. I can barely walk." Isabella laughed, the sound bright and melodic in contrast to Armia's gravelly tones. "Ah, is the big, strong dragon feeling a little worn out?" she cooed, clambering onto the bed and straddling Armia's hips. "Poor baby. Armia glared. You're annoying. It's part of my charm, I do like to think." "Charm? Yeah, right?" Isabella's grin turned predatory, her hands roaming over the vast expanse of Armia's back, her fingers tracing the ridges of her scales. "Isabella, I really can't keep going." "Oh, come on, I think you've got a little more in you," she purred, her voice low and seductive. "And if you don't, well, I'm sure I can find someone else to play with. Maybe Melissa's up for a challenge." Armia stiffened beneath her. Isabella tilted her head. "Oh." Isabella's heart raced, a thrill of excitement coursing through her at the possessive edge in Armia's voice. She was too sure why, but she liked it. "Or," she purred, pressing her hips against Armia from behind, her growing arousal slipping between the Darien's massive cheeks. "You could keep me here instead?" Slightly embarrassed, Armia looked away. "Yeah," she rumbled, "but if I have to be with you again or anything more, I might actually cry. So, I'm not sure what to do." Isabella tilted her head. That was indeed a predicament. She thought about it for a moment. Then she got an idea. "Okay, how about..." Isabella lifted her skirt slightly, adjusting her clothing as she stepped closer to Armia. Armia perked up, her draconic ears twitching. What do you think?" Isabella asked sweetly. "I mean, if yours doesn't work, we could just use mine." It was new territory for both of them. Isabella was far more used to being dominated when dealing with other hermaphrodites, which she liked. This was not the usual way to go. But neither she nor Armia pulled away. Slowly, Armia shifted and adjusted her stance, the motion causing Isabella to nearly lose her balance atop the Darien's expansive form. I guess we could do that." Isabella's mouth went dry, her eyes widening as she took in the sheer size of Armia's frame. Not just striking, but powerful, firm, and defined. She swallowed. "Wow, scales," she breathed, her hands trembling slightly as she reached for the bottle on the nightstand that Shed brought. "I don't even know if I can. I mean, you're really something," she chuckled. Armia, however, was quiet, but suddenly looking determined. "What?" she asked, looking over her shoulder. She adjusted her stance, and Isabella smiled softly. "Think you can keep up?" Isabella's eyes narrowed, a spark of determination igniting in their emerald depths. "Oh, I can handle it," she growled, smirking with confidence. "The question is, can you handle me?" With a deep breath, Isabella positioned herself behind Armia, the head of her shaft looking almost laughably small against the vast expanse of the Darien's form. "Relax for me," Scales, she murmured, one hand gripping Armia's hip, the other guiding herself forward, the tip moving closer. Let me in. Arnya hissed, her body tensing as Isabella pushed forward, the kitsune pressing close to her. Slowly, the moment deepened. Fuck, Armia gasped, her voice strained with a mix of tension and feeling. You feel a lot bigger than you look. Isabella grinned, sweat beading on her brow as she continued to press onward, her body trembling with the effort. Well, mine might not be as impressive as yours, she panted, her words punctuated by a particularly forceful push, causing Armia to cry out beneath her. But it looks like it's enough. Bit by grueling bit, Isabella pressed deeply against Armia, the Darien holding firm, threatening to push her back with each powerful squeeze of her muscles. But Isabella was nothing if not determined, and with a final, massive effort, she pushed fully forward, her hips meeting Armia's massive frame. Holy shit, Armia whimpered, her voice high and breathy, so unlike her usual gruff tone. It feels so intense, like the pressure is overwhelming. Isabella groaned, her eyes nearly crossing from the sheer, overwhelming sensation of being pressed against Armia's titanic form. Oh, this is different. This is... Her hands roamed over Armia's back, her nails dragging along the Darien scales. Slowly, carefully, Isabella leaned in close to Armia, holding her tenderly as the Darien trembled and let out a soft, breathless sound beneath her. Oh, Armia groaned, her hands gripping the sheets, her knuckles turning white. Please, harder. Isabella grinned, a fierce gleam in her eyes as she tightened her hold on Armia's arm, her tiny hands nearly disappearing in the larger figure's grip. With pleasure, she said before drawing back and pushing forward, her hips moving against Armia with a resounding clap. Armia gasped, her back arching like a bow, her voice echoing off the walls. Isabella set a slow pace at first, pressing into her with all the strength her relatively pint-sized body could muster. The bed creaked and groaned beneath them, the frame straining under the combined weight of their passion. Armia chanted, her words devolving into incoherent moans as Isabella moved against her with desperate intensity. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop. Isabella growled, her teeth bared in a feral grin as she moved fiercely, sweat flying from her brow with each brutal motion. Gods, you're incredible, she panted, one hand gripping Armia tightly, the tension surging between them. It's so good. Armia keened, her body trembling as Isabella held her close, the intensity of the moment overwhelming her senses. Isabella, she whispered, her voice breaking. I'm close. I'm right here with you. Me too, Isabella murmured, a wave of emotion building, her whole body drawing up tight. Stay with me, Scales. Stay with me. With a final, earth-shattering move, Isabella held nothing back, clinging to Armia as the overwhelming rush crashed over them both. Armia borderline screamed, her own release overtaking her as she trembled beneath them, her body tightening around Isabella. For a long, blissful moment, they remained locked together, their bodies shuddering with the aftershocks of their shared peak. Then, with a grunt of effort, Isabella pulled away, drawing back from Armia with a soft sound of separation. Wow, Armia panted, her massive form going limp against the mattress, her chest heaving with exertion. That was intense. Isabella slumped on the bed. Intense, but not bad, right? Isabella asked. Armia looked away. No, Armia sighed. Not really. Chapter 176. Magic Armia sat at the garden, still lingering in Javarez' house. Her golden scales caught the afternoon sunlight as she stretched her legs out in front of her, eyes fixed on the sky above. The Darien girl shifted, wincing slightly. Her body still ached from Isabella's overwhelming encounter earlier. She was both stirred up and embarrassed just thinking about it. Damn, she really did a number on me, Armia thought, her hand unconsciously rubbing her lower back. Honestly, what even was that? Armia scoffed. It was strange. The grief for her brother still sat heavy in her chest, a dull, constant ache. But Isabella's unexpected visit had not erased it exactly, but pushed it to the background for a while. Not just Isabella S., but Melissa S. as well. I guess it's hard to think about reality when you're overwhelmed by that kind of company. Armia snorted at the thought. So that's it? That's my coping mechanism now? Losing myself like that? The sound of footsteps pulled her from her musings. Armia looked up to see Margaret Blackflame approaching, her purple skin practically glowing in the sunlight, hips swaying rhythmically. Their eyes met, and Armia found herself smiling despite her melancholy. There was something naturally comforting about Margaret. Not her natural pheromones, no. Armia spent so much time around Melissa that she could tell the difference. Mind if I join you? Margaret asked, gesturing to the space beside Armia. Armia shifted, making room on the bench. Not at all. Please. As Margaret settled beside her, Armia couldn't help but notice the way the older woman's tits strained against her blouse. She quickly averted her gaze, heat rising to her cheeks. Fox sake, Armia. Get it together. You just had a wild night with Isabella, and now you're ogling Melissa's mom? She felt a sudden rush of heat rise in her as she looked at the older woman. So, Margaret began, her voice low and melodious. How's your day been, dear? Armia shrugged, her massive shoulders rising and falling like mountains. I haven't really done anything, she admitted. Just sitting here, I guess. Margaret hummed thoughtfully, her red eyes studying Armia's face. Sometimes doing nothing is exactly what we need, she said softly. Especially after, well, you know. Armia nodded, a lump forming in her throat. She swallowed hard, pushing back the tears that threatened to fall. Yeah, she managed, her voice rough. I don't know what to do with myself, you know. Margaret reached out, placing a comforting hand on Armia's thigh. The touch sent a jolt through the Darien, and she had to resist the urge to lean into it. Try not to take too long in going back to class, Margaret said gently. Sometimes a routine can help. Give us a sense of normalcy, you know? Before Armia could respond, a blur of purple shot past them. Hazel, Melissa's younger sister, darted around the garden, her tiny hands reaching out to catch the butterflies that fluttered just beyond her grasp. Armia watched the young Nim girl, a small smile tugging at her lips. Not yet, she said, turning back to Margaret. I don't think I want to go back yet, but I'll come back in a few days. Margaret nodded, understanding in her eyes. Wonderful. Take all the time you need in the meantime. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching Hazel's antics. The young girl's laughter echoed through the garden. Suddenly, Margaret straightened, a gleam in her eye that made Armia's heart skip a beat. I have an idea, the older woman said, standing up and placing her hands on her hips. She struck a pose that wouldn't have looked out of place on the cover of an adventure novel, her chest thrust forward, her chin raised high. How about you show me some more magic? Armia blinked, taken aback by the sudden change in Margaret's demeanor. Then, she felt a grin spreading across her face. Oh, you're not going to yelp every time fire comes out of your hand again, are you? She teased, raising an eyebrow. Margaret huffed, her cheeks darkening with a blush. That was one time, she protested. And in my defense, I wasn't expecting magic to be so flashy. Armia chuckled, the sound rumbling deep in her chest. All right then, Mrs. Blackflame. Show me what you've got. Jalen trudged up the path to Javer's manor, her shoes scuffing against the gravel. The afternoon sun beat down on her back, making her uniform stick to her skin. She'd half expected the place to be in chaos, well, with all the newcomers crashing there, but instead, it was almost eerily quiet. As she walked inside, she caught sight of something that made her stop dead in her tracks. That muscle-bound Darien chick, Armia, was out in the garden with Margaret, and they weren't just chatting. No, Armia was showing off, conjuring up little wisps of flame that danced around her fingers. What the fuck? Jalen thought, her eyes narrowing. Since when does Margaret give a shit about magic? She watched as Margaret clapped her hands in delight, her massive tits bouncing with the movement. Jalen's throat went dry, and she swallowed hard, trying to ignore the heat rising in her cheeks. A memory bubbled up. Margaret padding softly into the garden, a steaming cup of tea in her hands. "You're working too hard, dear," she'd say, her voice warm and full of concern. "Take a break. Drink this." Jalen's jaw clenched. It was fine. Just fine. Nothing special. So what if Margaret cared enough to check on her? So what if the tea was always perfectly brewed, with just the right amount of honey? It doesn't tea mean anything, she told herself fiercely. She was just being nice. That's all. But watching Margaret laugh at something Armia said, a little too loudly, a little too freely, made something twist in Jalen's gut. She tore her gaze away, stomping into the hall to the right. The interior was cool and dark, a welcome relief from the oppressive heat outside. Jalen made her way up the stairs, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. She paused outside her mother's room, her hand hovering over the doorknob. Do I even want to bother? She wondered, but habit won out, and she pushed the door open. The stale air hit her like a slap to the face. The curtains were drawn, casting the room in a perpetual twilight. And there, in the center of it all, was her mother, Javer's sister, the woman who was supposed to raise her. She lay sprawled across the bed, her nightgown riding up to reveal pale, skinny legs. An empty wine bottle sat on the nightstand, a silent testament to another day wasted. "Oh, Jalen," her mother slurred, pushing herself up on her elbows. Her hair was a rat's nest, her eyes unfocused. "You're home. How was school?" Jalen's lips pressed into a thin line. "Fine," she bit out. "Just fine." Her mother nodded, as if this was the most fascinating news she'd ever heard. That's good. I was thinking maybe tomorrow we could," but Jalen had already tuned her out, her attention drawn back to the window. They never really did anything Jalen's mom suggested. Over these last 8 years, she'd become, by all intents and purposes, a deadbeat that Jalen refused to kick out. Plus, from here, she had a perfect view of the garden, of Margaret and Armia. She watched as Armia attempted to guide Margaret's hands through some clumsy approximation of a spell. Fire sputtered and died between their fingers, and they both burst into laughter. Pathetic, Jalen thought, her lip curling in disgust. That overgrown lizard couldn't teach her way out of paper bag. "Jalen, are you listening?" She blinked, turning back to her mother. "Sorry, what?" Her mother sighed, flopping back onto the pillows. "Never mind. It wasn't too important. It never is," Jalen thought bitterly. She mumbled some excuse and backed out of the room. Back in the hallway, Jalen leaned against the wall, her heart pounding. She could still hear Margaret's laughter floating up from the garden, light and carefree. Fuck this, she decided, pushing off the wall. If Margaret wants to learn magic, I'll show her how it's really done. She stormed down the stairs, a determined set to her jaw. As she stepped out into the garden, she saw Margaret turn, surprise written across her face. "Oh, Jalen," Margaret called out, waving. "You're home. Come join us, dear. Armia has been showing me the most fascinating things." Jalen plastered on a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Actually, Mrs. Blackflame, I was wondering if I could show you a few tricks of my own. If you're interested, that is." Margaret's eyes lit up, and Jalen felt a rush of something. Pride? Satisfaction? She was sure, but it made her stand a little straighter. "I love that, dear." Chapter 177. Bait the Drunken Darien, Kimiko's favorite dive, was in full swing, the air thick with the smell of ale and sweat and other miscellaneous scents. Isabella leaned back in her chair, one hand wrapped around a tankard, the other resting on her mother's thigh. Kimiko sat beside her, long pink hair cascading over her shoulders, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. Isabella said, her words slightly slurred. "I'm just fucking glad you're still here, Mom." Kimiko raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "Oh, getting sentimental on me? So soon?" Isabella snorted, taking another swig of her drink. "Fuck off. I'm serious. when those shadow mage assholes attacked. I thought I was going to lose you. For a moment, Kimiko's expression softened. She reached out, cupping Isabella's cheek in her hand. It'll take more than a few wannabe assassins to take me down, baby girl. No, Isabella thought. They succeeded. It took me casting Melissa's blood magic to bring you back. She still didn't know why that spell worked, or what other effect it may have had, but she didn't care. Their eyes met, and for a heartbeat, the noise of the tavern faded away. Then Isabella grinned, turning her head to plant a kiss on her mother's palm. She tried to shove that thought into the back of her mind. Damn straight. You're too much of a badass to die on me. Kimiko cackled. And don't you forget it. She leaned in, her lips brushing against Isabella's ear. Now, why don't you tell me what is really on your mind? You got that look. Isabella's grin turned wicked. What look? The one that says you're plotting something. Come on, out with it. Isabella chuckled, her hand sliding higher up Kimiko's thigh. You know me too well, Mommy. I've been thinking about how to get to those shadow mage fuckers. Kimiko's eyes narrowed, her own hand coming to rest on Isabella's. I'm listening. We need to lure them out, Isabella said, her voice low and intense. Draw them into the open where we can take them down. And how do you propose we do that? Isabella's smirk widened. What else? The wand. Kimiko blinked, then let out a bark of laughter. Of course, your little invention. But how? An official showcase, Isabella interrupted, her eyes gleaming with excitement. We put on a big show, invite all the bigwigs. Make it impossible for the shadow mages to resist. Kimiko hummed thoughtfully, her fingers tracing lazy circles on the back of Isabella's hand. It's risky. What they do attack. We'd be putting a lot of innocent people in danger. Isabella leaned in closer, her breath hot against Kimiko's neck. That's the point, Mom. We set the stage, control the battlefield. And when they show up, she made a slashing motion across her throat. For a long moment, Kimiko was silent, studying her daughter's face. Then, slowly, a grin spread across her features. You crafty little minx. I love it. Isabella beamed, pride swelling in her chest. Learn from the best, didn't I? Soon, they stumbled out of the tavern, the cool night air a shock after the stuffy interior. Isabella flagged down a carriage, practically dragging Kimiko inside. As the carriage lurched into motion, Isabella found herself sprawled across her mother's lap. Kimiko fumbled with the laces of her bodice. Come on, Mommy, Isabella whispered, eyes dark. Kimiko tugged her shirt closed, exposing herself to the cool night air. She cried out as Kimiko latched on, holding tight enough that Isabella knew it was going to leave a mark. She scrambled up, sitting across Kimiko's lap as Kimiko shifted her clothing aside. As usual, the difference between them was enough to make Isabella smile. With a single, smooth motion, Isabella moved closer, drawing herself in alongside Kimiko. Unlike with Armia, this felt entirely different. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow, Isabella whispered, her head thrown back in delight. Kimiko reached for her hips. Isabella moved with intense, forceful motion against her partner. Her own arousal, firm and glistening, pressed against Kimiko's stomach with each movement. Kimiko reached down, stroking in time with their frantic rhythm. That's it, baby girl, Kimiko purred, her voice husky with desire. Show Mommy how much you love me. Isabella leaned forward, crashing her lips against Kimiko's. Their tongues tangled together, exploring each other's mouths. They broke apart, giggling like schoolgirls as their tongues continued to dance, licking at each other's lips and chins. Gosh, Mom, Isabella gasped, leaning forward intently. I can't hold back anymore. Kimiko's grip tightened, her movements becoming quicker. Go ahead, dear. It's okay. With a sharp exhale, Isabella let out a burst of anxious energy. Her drink splashed out, spilling across Kimiko's shirt and chin. Kimiko wasn't far behind. With a guttural growl, she slammed Isabella down one last time, her breathing ragged as she held on tight. For a long moment, they stayed like that, panting and trembling in the aftermath. Then, slowly, Isabella lifted herself off Kimiko, both of them still catching their breath. She caught her breath, still trembling. Holy shit, Isabella breathed, collapsing against her mother's chest. That was incredible, right? Kimiko smiled. Isabella laughed. But again, she saw it. It was hard to describe, but it was there. Something in Kimiko's eyes changed. They didn't have the same light to them as before. Isabella sighed and placed her head down on Kimiko's chest. It didn't matter. What mattered was that Kimiko was there. Melissa trudged into the classroom, her body on autopilot while her mind wandered to places far more interesting than the stuffy academic halls of Syx Academy. Like, for instance, the warm embrace of her bed, or better yet, Raven's arms. Ugh, I already missed that brooding wonder, she thought, a small sigh escaping her lips. When was the last time we actually talked? Actually? Like, really talked? You okay there, babe? Isabella's chipper voice cut through Melissa's melancholy like a knife through butter. You look like someone stole your favorite thing. Armia snorted. You don't even read the room. Melissa explained them to me, Isabella replied smugly. Honestly, I'm thinking of making some myself. Melissa rolled her eyes, but couldn't help the small smile that crept onto her face. Isabella Summer, sex toy inventor extraordinaire. Actually, yeah, I can see it. I was just thinking about Raven. Don't you guys miss her? Isabella and Armia exchanged a look that screamed, oh shit. Were we supposed to notice? Of course we do, Isabella said, her voice a pitch too high to be convincing. It's been so rough without her. Armia nodded sadly. Indeed, her absence is noticeable. Melissa held back a laugh. Even now, my friend still haven't gotten that close, huh? Maybe I need to change that. As they entered the classroom, Melissa's eyes locked with Arya's. Naturally, the princess sat perched at her desk like it was a throne. One perfectly manicured eyebrow arched in what could only be described as royal disdain. And in her hand, a delicate teacup because, of course. Really? Melissa thought, barely suppressing a snort. There, in class. That's the most stereotypical rich girl thing I've ever seen. Melissa made her way to her seat, hyper-aware of Arya's eyes following her every move. As she sat down, Isabella plopped herself unceremoniously onto Melissa's lap, wiggling her hips in a way that was definitely not necessary for finding a comfortable position. Comfy? Melissa asked, amused. Very, Isabella purred innocently. She leaned back, her back flush against Melissa's chest. Careful, she whispered, I woke up in a good mood today. You say the wrong thing, and I might just forget where we are. Melissa glanced over at Arya, noting the way the princess's nose wrinkled in disgust at their public display of affection. Oh, you want a show? Your Highness? I'll give you a fucking show. With a devilish smirk, Melissa adjusted her and Isabella's position. She slipped down the chair a little, spreading Isabella's legs and putting her hands on the kitsune's hips. Arya's eyes widened in shock. Isabella looked back at Melissa with a raised brow and a smirk. It looked like Isabella was sitting on Melissa in an unusual position. Take that, little Miss Proper, Melissa thought, her smirk widening as Arya's cheeks flushed an interesting shade of pink. What's the matter? Never seen a Nim act so boldly in public before? But before Melissa could push the envelope any further, the classroom door swung open with a bang that could wake the dead, or at the very least, startle a few dozing students into alertness. The professor strode in, his robes billowing behind him in a way that screamed, I practiced this entrance in the mirror. Melissa gave it about a 7 out of 10. He came to a stop at the front of the class, his eyes sweeping over the students like a general surveying his troops before battle. Good morning, class, he boomed, his voice carrying to every corner of the room. I hope you're all well-rested and ready for a challenge, because today, we begin our final project of the semester. A collective groan rose from some of the students. Understandably, of course. It had basically been one project after another for months now. But Melissa leaned forward, her interest peaked. Bring it on, she thought, a fierce grin spreading across her face. Come on, give me a chance to show off to this rich girl. I'll blow your mind so hard, you'll think you've been hit by a freight train of awesome. She was glad she didn't say that in public. Now, the professor scolded, waving his hands to quiet the class. I know you're all thrilled beyond words, but please, contain your excitement. Melissa couldn't help but snort at that. For this project, he continued, pacing back and forth at the front of the room, you'll be working in pairs. Another wave of noise swept through the class. Excited whispers, groans of despair, and the unmistakable sound of students already trying to catch their desired partner SI, which I will be assigning, he added, somehow making it even worse. All right, hopefully I luck out and I get assigned to someone I know again. Though, come to think of it, getting paired up with Jalen probably can't be described as lucky. She could tell the feeling was mutual, given that the moment the professor said he'd de-assign people to their partners, instantly, Jalen started glaring at Melissa from across the room. Melissa didn't really mind at all. It didn't matter who she got. As long as they did their work, she'd have fun. A hand shot up. The professor's brows shot up with it. Why, Your Highness? Instantly, Melissa got a bad idea. Professor, Arya began. I don't mean to be a bother, but can I get in on this? The professor looked confused for a moment, but managed to roll with it. Sure, I could. If it's not too much, I already have a partner in mind. Melissa could tell at a glance that if it was anyone else saying this, the professor would go, no, and just move on. But this was the literal princess of Syux, so he swallowed and went, W who? And, sure enough, Arya looked over and grinned. Melissa Blackflame. Chapter 178. Lure the midday sun beat down on Syux Academy like an overzealous taskmaster, but Melissa couldn't feel the heat. No, she was too busy fuming. Her internal temperature was probably hot enough to fry an egg on her forehead. Really? Really? Melissa paced back and forth in the gazebo. Armia and Isabella watched her from nearby, their heads moving back and forth like they were at a particularly aggressive tennis match. Did you see that smug bitch's face? Melissa exploded. Oh, I want to have Melissa as my partner. You're right. As if it isn't obvious that she's just trying to make my life more annoying. Isabella, sprawled across a bench like a cat, with one hand lifting up her head, raised a brow. You know, most people would kill to have a literal princess give them that kind of attention. Melissa whirled on her, eyes blazing. Yeah, well, most people aren't under investigation for regicide. It's not exactly a turn-on when your study partner thinks you off her mom. Although, Melissa's inner voice piped up. No, 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 no. That's not happening. Stop it. She shook her head violently, trying to dislodge that particular thought before it could take root. Now is not the time for her libido to start calling the shots. She needed to think clearly. Yeah, as long as she doesn't spend half the day accusing you of stuff, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Armia asked. She will. Melissa groaned. Every other conversation we have is going to be her trying to not so subtly imply that I'm guilty of a crime I didn't commit. And I bet you she isn't going to do any of the actual work for the project. Maybe, but at least you'll have a nice face to look at. Isabella, smirking, followed that up with, but perhaps we should focus on more pressing matters? Like, I don't know, our dear friends, the Shadow Mages. Melissa opened her mouth to retort, but Isabella cut her off with a grin that said she wasn't done. And actually, she purred, sitting up with a flourish. I might have a plan for that. Melissa and Armia turned to her, eyebrows raised in perfect synchronization. Oh, Melissa prodded. And when exactly did you come up with this master plan? Isabella's grin widened, showing off canines that looked just a tad too sharp. While I was otherwise indisposed, of course. Nothing gets the creative juices flowing like a good old-fashioned head bonk. That was the most flowery, most elegant head bonk Melissa had ever heard. Armia made a choking sound that was probably supposed to be a cough. Melissa just sighed, long-suffering and fond. All right, let's hear it. Isabella's eyes lit up. Picture this, a grand event. A special showcase, if you will. We invite merchants from all over to come see my latest invention, the wand. And who better to promote it than our very own purple-skinned magical prodigy? Melissa blinked, her brow furrowing. Okay, but how exactly does this help with our shadow mage problem? Isabella's grin turned predatory. Think about it, babe. Those shadowy bastards know exactly how big a threat we are. There's no way in hell they'd pass up an opportunity to take us all out at once. The gears in Melissa's head started turning, picking up speed like a runaway freight train. So, we're basically setting ourselves up as bait? Bingo, Isabella chirped, looking far too pleased with herself. We lure them out, kick their asses, and promote my invention all in one go. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Except the birds are assassins, and the stone is your sexy purple fist. Armia nodded slowly, a smile spreading across her face. That's actually not a bad plan. Risky as all hell, but not bad. Melissa felt a grin tugging at her own lips, the earlier frustration melting away like ice cream on a hot sidewalk. All right, Melissa said, clapping her hands together. Let us do this. But if I end up dead because of this harebrained scheme, I'm coming back to haunt your sexy asses for eternity. Isabella's grin turned sultry. Promise? Armia groaned, rubbing her temples. I'm surrounded by horny idiots. As the three of them began to hash out the details of their plan, Melissa couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. Sure, they were basically painting giant targets on their backs, but hey, at least it wasn't boring. And who knew? Maybe by the end of all this, she'd have cleared her name and taken these guys down once and for all. Now that, Melissa thought, a wicked grin spreading across her face, would be one hell of a happy ending. Melissa burst through the front door of her home like a purple whirlwind, her horns nearly catching on the doorframe. Isabella and Armia trailed behind her, looking like they'd just survived a particularly rowdy carnival ride. Home sweet home, Melissa announced to no one in particular, her voice a mix of relief and lingering frustration from their earlier planning session. Isabella sidled up next to her, a mischievous glint in her eye that could make a saint sweat. You know, all that talk earlier gave me a few ideas. Melissa turned to her, eyebrow raised so high it threatened to escape her forehead entirely. Yeah, like what? Isabella's grin widened, showing off canines that looked just a tad too sharp. That strap-on you mentioned way back, when I really should try making one of those, I think. Really? Melissa raised her brows. You're already packing, though. Melissa, come on, Isabella rolled her eyes. It's obviously not for me. It's for you. Melissa rolled her eyes. You really want to find a way to spend more time with me? Huh? Absolutely, Isabella sauntered over, arms wrapped around Melissa's shoulders. You don't know how many times I've dreamed of you surprising me. Well, if it's just that, I could just do that right now. Suddenly, as Armia pulled back, blushing and brows raised, Melissa pushed Isabella onto the couch and bent her over. Boom, boom, boom. Melissa yelled as she tried her hardest not to laugh. Isabella played along, arching her back and moving her hips back to meet Melissa's. As Melissa pretend-fucked Isabella's ass, a familiar voice caught her attention. She turned, her eyes widening at the scene before her. There, in the back of the room, was Jalen, and next to her, looking like a student hanging on her teacher's every word, was Margaret. They were doing magic? Oh, Melissa thought, her inner voice a mix of surprise and something that felt suspiciously like guilt. When did this little study session start happening? She watched as Jalen guided Margaret's hand through a simple spell motion, her usual scowl replaced by an expression of intense concentration. Margaret's face was lit up with childlike wonder, her red eyes sparkling as a small flame danced above her palm. I promised I'd teach her, Melissa realized with a start. Fuck me sideways. I completely forgot with all this bullshit going on. The guilt hit her like a ton of bricks. Here she was, acting like she was clapping her kitsune girlfriend's cheeks, while her own mother was learning magic from Jalen? Of all people. Talk about an unlikely duo, Melissa mused, her head tilting to the side as she observed them. It's like watching a grumpy cat teach an excited puppy how to meow. Well, Isabella's voice cut through Melissa's thoughts like a hot knife through butter. She was still leaning close, hovering near Melissa with a teasing look. Looks like Annie found herself a new playmate. Jealous, Melissa? Melissa pushed her back firmly. Shut it, you. That's my mom. So? Isabella asked, one brow arched high. She kind of has a point there, Melissa thought, recalling her intimate moment with Margaret. Before Melissa could respond, Margaret looked up, finally noticing their presence. Her face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Melissa, honey, she called out, waving enthusiastically. The flame in her hand flickered dangerously close to Jalen's eyebrows. Look what I can do. Jalen, for her part, looked like she was seriously reconsidering her life choices. Well, Melissa thought, a grin spreading across her face despite the lingering guilt, this ought to be interesting. She strode forward, ready to praise her mother's newfound skills and maybe, just maybe, figure out what the hell was going on between her and Jalen. And hey, her inner voice chimed in, if things get too awkward, I can always use Isabella as a distraction. One mention of mommy's junk, and we'll all be too stunned to remember why we were uncomfortable in the first place. Chapter 179. Developing the plan. Melissa, Isabella, and Armia strolled down the cobblestone street, their laughter echoing off the buildings. So Armia drawled, her eyebrow raised so high it threatened to escape her forehead entirely. You two just happened to get lost for half the day again? Isabella grinned, her canines glinting in the fading light. What can I say? The layout of Syx Academy is very complicated. Melissa snorted, trying and failing to keep a straight face. It was obvious they'd been hooking up the whole time, but hey, why not have some fun with it? Oh yeah, super complicated. All those winding corridors and mysterious rooms. Why? We could have ended up anywhere. Armia said, her tone drier than a desert in the middle of a drought. And I suppose that anywhere just happened to be a conveniently private spot where you could, Now, Isabella replied, her eyes twinkling. A lady doesn't kiss and tell. Since when are you a lady? Isabella gasped in mock offense. I'll have you know, I'm the very picture of refinement and grace. To demonstrate, Isabella suddenly struck a pose in the middle of the street. One hand on her hip, the other dramatically thrown across her forehead, she affected an exaggerated high-class accent. Oh, darling Melissa, your purple visage fills my heart with overwhelming admiration. Please come to me at once. Melissa, playing along, dropped to one knee before Isabella. My dearest Isabella, your beauty outshines the stars themselves. I shall praise you endlessly and dedicate my every waking moment to your radiance for heaven's sake, Armia groaned, though she was clearly trying not to laugh. Can you two keep it in your pants for 5 minutes? Isabella turned to Armia with a predatory grin. Why? Armia dear, are you feeling left out? There's plenty of us to go around, as they approached Javer's manor. Melissa's ears perked up at the sound of voices drifting through an open window. She recognized one immediately as Kimiko's, but the other was unfamiliar. A man's voice, deep but not unkind. Looks like we've got company, Melissa murmured, nodding towards the window. The trio exchanged curious glances before pushing open the heavy oak door and stepping into the manor's lavish entryway. They followed the voices to the sitting room, where they found Kimiko lounging on a plush couch, engaged in conversation with a well-dressed man. Kimiko's eyes lit up as she spotted them. Girls. Perfect timing. Come in. The man turned, revealing a face that looked like it had seen its fair share of both laughter and worry. His eyes twinkled with curiosity as he took in the newcomers. Lord Malachim, Kimiko said, gesturing gracefully, allow me to introduce my daughter, Isabella, and her friends Melissa and Armia. Lord Malachim stood, offering a slight bow. A pleasure to meet you all. I've heard interesting things about you three. Isabella grinned. All good things, I hope? That depends on your definition of good, I suppose, he replied with a chuckle. Kimiko rose from the couch, her movements fluid and graceful. Lord Malachim has just agreed to let us host our little presentation in one of the city's Raven's most prestigious markets. Melissa blinked, feeling like she just walked into the middle of a play without knowing her lines. Presentation? Oh, the one you and Izzy were talking about? Lord Malakim's eyebrows rose. This is that Black Flame girl. Isn't she? The very one. Ah, she looks intriguing to be sure. Indeed she does, Kimiko purred, winking at the man. Now, let me tell her about what we decided. Why don't you run along? And I'll handle things from here? Lord Malakim nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Very well. I look forward to seeing what you and your enterprising young ladies have cooked up. With a final bow, he took his leave. As soon as the door closed behind him, Isabella went and sat on Kimiko's lap. All right. Melissa put her hands on her own hips. What did you guys decide? Kimiko absently stroked her daughter's hair as she began to explain. Well, same as you already know. This was more so just deciding the details. We're going to host a presentation of Isabella's wand. Kimiko continued. We'll tout it as a revolutionary magical tool, something that could change the face of magic as we know it. And knowing our shadowy friends, they won't be able to resist attacking. And then we spring the trap, Army has said, concluding what they previously decided on. Kimiko nodded. Precisely. We'll be ready for them, and with any luck, we'll be able to deal with a significant portion of their forces in one fell swoop. Isabella, still sprawled across Kimiko's lap, piped up. Oh, and did I mention? These sorts of events have a way of catching the royal family's attention. She smirked at Melissa, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Who knows? Maybe a certain princess will grace us with her presence. Seeing us being attacked would no doubt sway her opinion on a certain case, I imagine. Oh, Melissa paused. I had thought of that. It made sense, though. The girl who saved the king and possibly killed the queen having some sort of merch sale? No doubt the princess would want to see it. Melissa felt her cheeks heat up just thinking about that girl, annoying as she was. As Isabella and Kimiko began to playfully bicker, their words taking on an increasingly flirtatious tone, Melissa found her thoughts drifting. The plan was audacious, borderline insane even. But then again, when had anything in her new life been simple? This could honestly work, she thought, a spark of excitement igniting in her chest. We could finally put an end to this shadow mage nonsense. And if Arya shows up, it doesn't mean that I didn't kill her mom, but it sure would show that there are people out there who would love to frame me for that crime. Raven the magical carriage lurched to a stop, nearly sending Raven face first into Javer's impressive cleavage. She caught herself, face impassive as ever. This can't be right, Javer muttered, peering out the window at the dilapidated farmhouse before them. Miria's sister lives here? Raven shrugged, her expression unchanging. Javer shot her a look that could curdled milk. I get that, as the sister of an assassin, you might want a rustic place away from prying eyes. But this isn't rustic, it's practically abandoned. Are you sure we have a right place? Raven nodded once, a little impatient. She was already reaching for the door handle. With a sigh, Javer followed Raven out of the carriage. The grass crunched under their feet, brittle and yellow. As they approached the farmhouse, Raven's hand instinctively reached for the dagger strapped to her thigh. Something doesn't feel right, Raven muttered. Javer, clearly with her guard up, pushed open the front door, which creaked ominously. Hello, she called out. Vira, are you home? Silence greeted them, broken only by the scurrying of what were likely rats. Javer moved further into the house. Yeah, no one has been here for a long while. This doesn't make any sense. Why would Miria's sister live in a place like this? And where is she? Raven's mind raced, pieces falling into place. Quickly, she pulled out the letter that had led them here, holding it up wordlessly. Javer turned, her brow furrowed. What are you talking about? This letter, it's a coded message. Raven said simply, with a sigh of her own. I didn't realize it first. It's Miria talking directly to the shadow mages, not to any sister. Understanding dawned on Javer's face, quickly followed by a mix of anger and grudging admiration. Clever bitch, she muttered. So this place? This was going to be where she went after killing Melissa? To be picked up here and head back to the Shadow Mage headquarters? Maybe. Or she could have meant it was where I would come. She wouldn't mention me directly in any letters. Maybe she meant I would travel here after I took out Mel. In another life, maybe I'd come here alone with her blood on my hands. Javver nodded slowly. Then, her eyes scanned the room with new purpose. All right, let us split up and search the place. Be careful, and shout if you find anything, or if anything finds you. As Javver headed upstairs, Raven began methodically searching the ground floor. She moved from room to room, checking for hidden compartments, false walls, anything that might conceal Shadow Mage secrets. In what might have once been a kitchen, Raven found herself face to face with a particularly bold rat. She stared at it impassively until it scurried away. As she moved into what appeared to be a study, a floorboard creaked under her foot. Raven paused, then deliberately stepped on it again. The sound was different from the others, just slightly off. Kneeling down, she ran her fingers along the edges of the board. There was a small catch, almost invisible unless you knew what to look for. With a soft click, the board lifted, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Inside was a stack of papers, covered in a script Raven didn't recognize. But the symbol at the top of each page was unmistakable, the mark of the Shadow Mages. Javver, Raven called out, her voice barely raised. Footsteps thundered down the stairs, and Javver appeared in the doorway, slightly out of breath. What is it? She asked, her eyes landing on the papers in Raven's hands. Raven held up the papers wordlessly, pointing to the Shadow Mage symbol. Javver took the papers, her eyes scanning them quickly. Ah, dame, j'avais un muteur contenté de lui. This is... Raven nodded. Instructions for me. For after I killed Melissa, Raven said with a sigh. They were this certain I'd complete my mission, and this certain that if I failed, I at least wouldn't turn on them. Chapter 180. Nimkind Melistaire. It was morning, and Melistaire was sitting in Javver's garden, nursing a cup of coffee that was strong enough to wake the dead, which was, of course, exactly how he liked it. He watched as Jalen, who looked very concentrated, guided Margaret through a simple spell. His wife's face was lit up with childlike wonder, her red eyes sparkling as a small flame danced above her palm. Damn, Melistaire thought, a fond smile tugging at his lips. She looks just like Melissa did when she first started learning magic. Goo. Unprompted, the memory of the attack on Javver's manor flashed through his mind. Kimiko's voice pulled him from his reverie. She's quite the natural, isn't she? The kitsune purred, settling beside him on the bench. Must run in the family. Melistaire chuckled, shaking his head at his sister-in-law. I think it's more nurture than nature in this case. This place is full of good teachers. Surprisingly, Jalen's one of them. They watched in comfortable silence as Margaret then successfully conjured a small whirlwind, and her delighted laugh carried across the garden. Jalen's usual scowl softened just a fraction, a hint of pride peeking through her gruff exterior. You know, Kimiko mused, her eyes never leaving the impromptu magic lesson. Margaret doesn't seem to be running low on essence. At all Melistaire couldn't help the laugh that escaped him. Oh, I'd say she's got quite a bit stored up. Kimiko's eyebrow arched, a mischievous glint in her eye. Oh my, Mr. Blackflame, do tell me more. A good nim doesn't kiss and tell, Melistaire replied, though the grin on his face said plenty. Well, Kimiko said, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper, if you ever find yourself in need of more essence, I'd be more than happy to help you. Recharge. Melistaire nearly choked on his coffee. Even now, so many years after he first met Kimiko, she still managed to catch him off guard every now and then. I appreciate the offer, he managed, his purple skin flushing a deeper shade. But for now, I should probably get ready for work. As he stood, throwing on a shirt that had been draped over the bench, Kimiko's laughter followed him. The offer stands, darling. Anytime. I will take it into consideration, sis. The workday passed in a blur of paperwork and meetings this time around. He liked the normalcy of it, given how hectic things had been. As the sun began to set, Melistaire found himself following his co-worker, Rax, to the same nim-only bar they visited every other day. The memory of the human he spotted there last time flashed at the back of his mind, but he pushed it aside. After the day he had, he needed a drink. As they stepped into the dimly lit bar, a hush fell over the crowd. Melistaire felt the weight of dozens of eyes on him, a mix of awe, curiosity, and something else he couldn't quite place. "Boy, it's Black Flame," someone called out, and suddenly Melistaire found himself surrounded by eager faces and outstretched hands. "Is it true your daughter can do magic? Can I buy you a drink, mate?" The questions and offers came rapid fire, leaving Melistaire feeling a bit like he'd been caught in a verbal whirlwind. He answered as best he could, accepting a drink here, deflecting a too personal question there. All right. Rax finally intervened, steering Melistaire towards a quieter corner of the bar. "Give the man some breathing room, yeah?" As they settled into their seats, Melistaire couldn't help but notice the sidelong glances and whispered conversations still happening around them. Most seemed friendly enough, but there was an undercurrent of something. Hostility? Resentment? "Hey, Rax," Melistaire said, keeping his voice low. "What else with the odd looks? I thought people would be happy about Melissa's success." Rax sighed, taking a long pull from his drink before answering. "It's complicated, mate. Some folks, well, they think you and your family are getting a bit too cozy with the humans." Melistaire blinked, taken aback. "What? That's ridiculous. We're just trying to make a better life for ourselves. Associating with humans here, and there is a requirement for that." "I know that," Rax said, holding up a placating hand. "But not everyone sees it that way. There's talk of, well, some are calling it traitorous." "Traitorous?" Melistaire repeated, his voice rising in disbelief. "How is it traitorous to want the best for you and yours?" Rax shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "Look, I'm not saying I agree with them, but you've got to understand, a lot of Nim have suffered at the hands of humans for generations. Seeing your family rise up so quickly, get so close to human nobility, it rubs some people the wrong way. That's all I'm saying." Melistaire shook his head, frustration bubbling up inside him. "That's bullshit, and you know it. We're not cozying up to anyone. My daughter's fighting for her future. If they can't see that," he trailed off, noticing the wary glances from nearby tables. Lowering his voice, he continued, "If they can't see that, then they're no better than the humans who want to keep us down, as far as I'm concerned." Rax nodded slowly, though Melistaire could see the conflict in his friend's eyes. "I get it, mate. I do. But just be careful, yeah? Not everyone's as understanding as me." As they lapsed into silence, Melistaire's mind raced. He thought of Margaret's joy as she learned magic, of Melissa's determination to reach the top of the world. Is this what it's going to be like? He wondered, fighting battles on all sides, even from our own people. But then he remembered the look of pride on Jalen's face as Margaret mastered spell, the fact that it had been 3 very powerful humans who had rallied around Melissa during the attack. Maybe it wasn't perfect. Maybe there would always be those who resisted change. But they were making progress, one spell, one friendship at a time. Melistaire drained his glass, a new resolve settling over him. Let them whisper, let them doubt. He and his family would keep fighting, keep pushing forward. Because in the end, that's what it meant to be a Black Flame. "Another round?" he asked Rax, a challenging glint in his eye. Rax grinned, some of the tension easing from his shoulders. "Now you're talking, mate." Jalen stood in Javer's garden, arms crossed, watching as Margaret attempted yet another spell. The sun beat down mercilessly, making Jalen's robes stick to her skin in ways that were decidedly uncomfortable. But that wasn't the only thing making her uncomfortable. Damn it all, Jalen thought, gritting her teeth. She is actually not terrible at this. Margaret's face scrunched up in concentration as she traced the spell sign in the air, her lips moving silently as she recited the incantation. A moment later, a small whirlwind appeared, swirling leaves and grass around their feet. "I did it," Margaret exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile that could probably power half of Sayak's. Jalen hated to admit it, but Margaret was making decent progress for a complete beginner. Good memory seemed to run in the Black Flame family, given how quickly Margaret was memorizing the spell signs and incantations Jalen taught her. Must be where Melissa gets it from, Jalen mused, remembering how quickly her rival had picked up new spells at the academy. Not bad, Jalen grudgingly admitted. Your form could use some work, but the results are acceptable. Margaret beamed at her, apparently taking Jalen's lukewarm praise as a ringing endorsement. Thank you. I've been practicing in my head whenever I have a spare moment. Even when I'm in the bath, I go over the spell signs. The unbidden image of Margaret in the bath, tracing magical symbols in the steam, flashed through Jalen's mind. She felt her face heat up and quickly shoved the thought aside. Focus, damn it, she chided herself. You're here to teach, not whatever this is. Right, Jalen said, clearing her throat. Let us try something a bit more challenging. How about a simple light spell? For the next hour, Jalen guided Margaret through progressively more complex spells. To her surprise and mild annoyance, Margaret handled each new challenge with enthusiasm and a fair bit of skill. Obviously, that wasn't enough to declare her a genius then and there. Casting a spell was nothing, especially these simple ones Jalen was teaching her. No, what really separated the great from the decent was memorization, muscle memory, and consistency. But still, she was doing fine. After Margaret successfully conjured a small flame and made it dance between her fingertips, Jalen decided they'd be done enough for one day. All right, that's enough, she announced. We can take a break. Margaret extinguished the flame with a flick of her wrist, looking both exhausted and exhilarated. That was amazing. I never thought I'd be able to do magic like this. Thank you, Jalen. Before Jalen could respond, Margaret plopped down on the bench beside her, close enough that their thighs were almost touching. Jalen stiffened, suddenly very aware of the other woman's presence. You know, Margaret said, a hint of pride in her voice, I think I'm getting pretty good at this. Maybe soon I'll be giving Melissa a run for her money. Jalen snorted, unable to help herself. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You got a long way to go before you're anywhere near Melissa's level. But even as she said it, Jalen couldn't help but notice how quickly Margaret was progressing. It was impressive, if she was being honest with herself. Margaret laughed, the sound rich and warm. Oh, I know, but a girl can dream, can't she? As Margaret leaned back, stretching her arms above her head, Jalen's eyes were drawn almost against her will to the other woman's chest. Margaret's shirt, damp with sweat from their practice, clung to her curves in a way that left little to the imagination. By all that's holy, Jalen thought, her mouth suddenly dry. How does she manage to look like that after an hour of spellcasting? She was so distracted that she almost missed it when Margaret placed a hand on hers. The touch was light, almost casual, but it sent a jolt through Jalen like she'd just been hit with a lightning spell. Really, though, Margaret said, her voice softer now. Thank you for teaching me. It means a lot. Jalen stood up abruptly, her face feeling like it was on fire. It's nothing, she stammered. Just, whatever. She turned away, needing to put some distance between herself and the infuriatingly attractive Nim woman. We'll continue tomorrow. Same time. As Jalen strode away, her heart pounding in her chest, she could feel Margaret's eyes on her back. What a frustrating woman. Jalen fumed internally. Why does she have to be so? She couldn't even finish the thought. Chapter 181. Playing along the morning sun filtered through Melissa's bedroom window. She stood in the center of her room, already sweating despite the early hour. All right, she thought, centering herself, wiping away some of the sweat gathering at the base of her horns. Let us start with the charm. Quickly, she drew the spell sign and incantation. With a hand up, Melissa said, Pheromono Desiderium Proicera. As soon as she spoke the words, the magic flowed through her veins like liquid fire, making her skin tingle. And Melissa took that magic and directed it at a small potted plant on her windowsill. Nothing really happened, but Melissa imagined that if this plant could talk, it'd be the most love-struck plant ever seen. Uff, Melissa looked down at her own hands. The software developer in me is itching to optimize this. Maybe if I tweak the incantation, if I took some lines from another spell sign, but Isabella's words echoed in her mind. You need to stop making new spells and master the ones you already have, you horny purple genius. And Zephyra had agreed, in her own stuck-up way. Innovation without foundation is like building a castle on quicksand, Miss Blackflame. She never said that, but it was something Melissa could picture her saying, and that was what mattered. They're right, Melissa admitted grudgingly. Even if it kills me not to tinker, I need to make sure I can cast all this stuff automatically by sheer muscle memory before I start trying to invent things. And so, reluctantly, she moved on to her healing spell, the one that had saved the king's life. Lumi sanguine, vita crescere. The spell sign for this one was a bit trickier, and even though she hadn't used it to heal anything, she could still feel the way the magic pulled at her own life force. After the spell launched and dissipated upon hitting the wall in front of her, Melissa sighed, again looking down at her own hand. Isabella used this spell to save Kimiko. No, save doesn't quite cut it. The way Isabella told the story, Kimiko was straight up resurrected. Just how strong is this spell really? She had no answer to that. It was a strange thing, having created multiple spells now and not knowing how strong they all really were. And so, Melissa used up all the essence shed generated from her intimate time with Izzy to keep practicing. After a while, she figured she was done. And she didn't want to get so sweaty to the point she actually started to smell. So, she walked through the manor's halls. Voices drifted up from the garden below. Curious, she peered out one of the large windows and found what could only be described as an impromptu magic school. Jalen stood in the center, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else, as Margaret attempted a simple fire spell. Armia hovered nearby, ready to step in if anything went wrong, Melissa guessed. On a bench to the left, Kimiko and Hazel watched the show. Go, Mommy. Hazel cheered as Margaret successfully conjured a tiny flame. You're the best ever. Margaret beamed, the flame growing slightly larger. Jalen quickly stepped in and told her to let the flame go before it could get too big. So, this is just a regular thing now, huh? Melissa watched on, expressionless. I mean, as much as I wanted to help Mom learn magic, I am kind of busy nowadays with everything happening. In that sense, yeah, I'm thankful to Jalen for this. She remembered how Jalen had eventually come to help during the Shadow Mage attack. Sure, she'd taken her sweet time about it, but she'd shown up in the end. Maybe it was time to extend an olive branch. Melissa made her way downstairs and out to the garden. But the moment Jalen spotted her, the older girl turned on her heel and practically sprinted back into the house. Well, Melissa thought, watching Jalen's retreating back, that went about as well as expected. Don't take it personally, Armia said, appearing at her side. She has been extra twitchy lately, for some reason. Melissa snorted. To be fair, with this many people watching my every move, I'd probably be twitchy too. I guess. They watched as Margaret attempted another spell, this time producing a small whirlwind that immediately got away from her and shot out at Kimiko. Hazel clapped and cheered while Kimiko laughed, her dress flying up and tangling around her legs in an undignified heap. Oh, well, Melissa thought, turning back toward the house. She had more practice to do anyway. Even if every fiber of her being wanted to start experimenting with new spells, she knew she needed to focus on mastering what she already had. One day, she promised herself as she headed back inside. Once I've mastered these, I'll let my inner inventor come out in full force. For now, though, time to go cast those spells a couple hundred more times each. She meant to walk away then, but she remembered she had very little essence left. Instead, she went, "Hey, Army, can you come help me with something?" And Armia, bless her heart, looking completely oblivious, went, "Huh? Yeah, sure." Arya the Palace Gardens always made Arya feel small. Maybe it was the towering hedges, or the way the fountains seemed to reach endlessly toward the sky. Or maybe it was just the company she kept these days. Lady Belstadt sat across from her. emerald hair cascading over one shoulder, looking for all the world like she owned the place. Something about the woman's presence made Arya's skin prickle, even if everything she said so far had proven true. Get it together, Arya thought, forcing her hands to remain steady as she lifted her teacup. You are the crown princess, for heaven's sake. Act like it. So, Lady Belstat's voice cut through the garden's tranquility like a knife through silk. How has our little gift been serving you? Arya's hand instinctively went to the rune hanging from her neck, the one that supposedly lit up whenever a Nym tried to use their pheromones on her. It's been illuminating, Arya admitted, unable to keep the hint of bitterness from her voice. Every time I've spoken with Black Flame, it's lit up like a winter solstice tree. Lady Belstat's lips curved into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. As expected, Nym are tricky creatures, dear. They cannot help but try to manipulate those around them. It's in their very nature. Admittedly, and I know this may sound strange given that I've faced evidence of this myself now, I find that hard to believe, Arya said, surprising herself with her own boldness, that an entire race of people cannot be trusted not to abuse their power. Lady Belstat's expression hardened slightly. Oh, but you said it yourself just now. You've gotten evidence firsthand. Black Flame, has she not tried to cloud your judgment, manipulate your thoughts? She has, Arya conceded, but she also saved my father's life at the gala. When no other healer could help him, she managed to purge the poison from his system. Something flickered across Lady Belstat's face, so quick Arya almost missed it. Her lips twitched just slightly before smoothing back into that practiced smile. One good deed does not erase a nature of deception, Lady Belstadt said smoothly, rising from her seat. But I can see you need more convincing evidence. She reached into her robes and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper, setting it delicately on the table between them. Perhaps this will help illuminate matters further, she said, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Should you wish to see our operations firsthand? With that, she turned and glided away, leaving Arya alone with her thoughts and a note that suddenly felt heavier than lead. What game are you playing? Arya wondered, watching Lady Belstat's retreating form. And more importantly, whose side are you really on? She picked up the note, turning it over in her hands but not opening it yet. The whole situation felt off somehow. Then again, Arya thought, remembering how the rune had glowed during every interaction with Melissa, she hasn't been wrong yet. The sound of guards changing shifts in the distance brought Arya back to the present. She tucked the note into her sleeve, mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was time to see exactly what the Shadow Mages were up to. After all, knowledge was power, and Arya needed all the power she could get if she wanted to uncover the truth about her mother's death. And if that meant playing along with Lady Belstat's games for now, well, two could play at being manipulative. As she made her way back into the palace, Arya couldn't help but think about Melissa, about the way the Nym girl's eyes lit up when she cast a spell in class, about how she'd allegedly thrown herself into healing the king without a thought for her own safety. Could someone like that really be purely manipulative? Arya wondered. Or is Lady Belstadt the one trying to manipulate me? Chapter 182. The Mission Melissa lounged on the couch, one leg thrown over the armrest. She was thinking about anything in particular. Her mind was completely and utterly blank. And it stayed that way for several minutes, until, click, the sound of the front door opening made her perk up. Finally, I've been going crazy waiting. This was why she'd been waiting. Today was the day Raven and Javert were set to come back from their little excursion. Javert walked in like she was a guest in her own home. Raven trailed behind her, and her eyes instantly found Melissa the moment the Nym came into view. They both looked tired, like they'd been up all night. Welcome back. Melissa jumped up from the couch, grinning. How did the search go? Did you find anything important? Please tell me you found something good, because I've been dying here just thinking about. Let us sit down first, Javert said, though her lips twitched like she was holding back a smirk. Some of us have been up all night. Unlike certain students who seemingly apparently been busy dirtying my furniture. Melissa felt her face heat up. See, can she smell it? All she could do was hope that the completely miscellaneous activities she and a certain Kitsune had been up to on this very same piece of furniture were not evident. But they probably were. Without further ado, they settled into the living room, Javer taking her usual armchair, while Raven perched on the edge of another couch like she was ready to bolt at any second. So, Javer began, crossing her legs. Before we get into our findings, how is everyone settling in? Isabella and Kimiko? Armia and her father? Have they struggled at all? I imagine it can't be easy having so many people in the house. Melissa waved her hand dismissively. Deire fine. Izzy and Kimiko are probably off together somewhere, and Armia is still processing. Her dad barely been here, though. If I had to guess, he's been having to reach out to people after... we're not the only ones who want to take down the Shadow Mages. Javer nodded sagely. Melissa leaned forward, eyes bright with anticipation. Now, can we please get to the good stuff? What did you guys find? I've been waiting for days. Raven reached into her pocket and produced a folded piece of paper. It looked ordinary enough, but something about the way Raven handled it made Melissa's skin prickle. What is that? Some kind of super secret Shadow Mage document? Instructions, Raven said simply, her gray eyes meeting Melissa's. For me, after I killed you. Well, that's not ominous at all. Oh, Melissa blinked, trying to lighten the suddenly heavy atmosphere. You mean from back when you were supposed to? She made a slicing motion across her throat. Before we became besties and all? Raven arched a brow. Best ties? Yeah. Anyway, what does it say? Shaking her head, Raven unfolded the paper carefully, smoothing out the creases with practiced precision. The note highlights a location, she continued, her voice steady. A bar called the Queen's Rest in one of the fancier sections of the city. That's where I was supposed to go after the mission. Damn. Melissa frowned. So, they've been operating in plain sight? Honestly, I'm beginning to wonder what the Shadow Mage's reputation actually is. I mean, if I go up to some random human, what will they tell me about them? Impossible to know, Javer shrugged. But, yes, sometimes the best hiding place is right in plain sight, and it seems it's been working for them. Either that, or the local law enforcement has been turning a blind eye to them. Kind of like they've been doing for every single one of my assassination attempts. But oh well. Melissa sat back, processing this. Anyway, what is the plan? I mean, we could just walk in, pick out the most Shadow, mage-looking kind of guy, knock him out, tie him up, and go from there. Javer gave a soundless chuckle at the thought of that. Well, regardless of whether that's what we go with or not, I'll need you to sit this one out too. She crossed her arms. What? Why? It's a human bar, Mel, Javer replied. As in, literally human only. Trust me, I'd love to have you with us, but yeah. Melissa blinked. Oh, right. Anyway, the good thing about this is that it probably takes several days for us to get this little investigation done. We'll do it first thing tomorrow morning. For now, Javer stretched, I need a nap. See you later, she said to both Melissa and Raven and walked off. That left the would-be assassin and Melissa alone in that main room. As soon as they were, Melissa narrowed her eyes a little and smiled. Well, Melissa began, how about I give you a proper welcome? The faintest hint of a smile popped up on Raven's face. In a bit, she replied quietly. I need a bath. Arya sat in her study, surrounded by stacks of papers documenting recent events in Syux. The rune Lady Belstadt had given her hung heavy around her neck. She decided to keep it as a necklace for now. After hours of reading the same reports over and over, the words began to blur together. Arya rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Perhaps some fresh air would help clear my head before I have to meet with that woman again. Admittedly, Lady Belstadt didn't have the best of auras. But if it meant getting more answers, Arya was still willing to entertain her. So, Arya stood, smoothing down her white dress, and walked out her chambers. Her feet carried her to the palace balcony, a favorite spot of hers since childhood. The evening air was cool against her skin, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers from the garden below. The sound of voices made her pause. Her father's distinctive tone carried clearly in the still air, coming from the smaller balcony just around the corner. Deteriorating condition. Aria Froze. What? She pressed herself against the wall, years of court training making her movements silent as she edged closer to listen. It seems to be magical in nature, Your Majesty, came the measured voice of Lord Selim. Your very life energy seems to be weakening. Could it be residual effects from the poison? Her father's voice sounded tired, more tired than Arya had ever heard him. No, that's impossible. Melissa healed him, according to the reports. The royal healers have a different theory, Lord Selim replied carefully. They believe whatever Miss Blackflame did at the gala, it wasn't permanent. Arya's eyes widened, her heart hammering against her ribs. Her father only nodded. I suspected as much, King Aldrich sighed. I didn't talk about it, as I didn't want to alarm anyone. But that night, I remember falling asleep. This was news to both Selim and Arya. Both their eyes widened at the same time. I was poisoned, choked, went to sleep, and then I woke up with that Nim's crimson eyes looking back at me. I brushed it off, a miracle from an already miraculous individual, but about a week after the gala, I began noticing signs, small things at first. It's hard to explain it, but it's a type of fatigue. I can only compare it to the feeling of coffee wearing off. Your Majesty, how long, Selim? Her father's voice was steady, but Arya could hear the underlying tension. Assuming that once this effect Miss Blackflame blessed me with runs out, how long do I have? Without knowing the specifics of Miss Blackflame's spell, Lord Selim hesitated. It's impossible to say for certain. Arya pressed a hand to her mouth, suppressing the urge to burst around the corner and demand answers. This can't be happening. First mother, and now? I see, her father said, and Arya could picture his expression, the same calm mask he wore during all crises. Well, we'll just have to make the most of whatever time remains. One Tiwi, perhaps if we could convince Miss Blackflame to, maybe, reapply the spell, perhaps it would refresh its effect. The king took a moment to respond. Maybe. That was all he said. As he walked away, Arya felt like her legs were about to give out. Absent-mindedly, her legs took her to a nearby table where she sat down and put her hands on her lap. Suddenly, things had changed. According to what her father said just now, he had most likely actually died that night during the gala. But that girl, that Nim, Melissa Blackflame, used a strange healing spell to pull him back from the depths. Suddenly, Arya's goals had changed. I need to talk to her about this, Arya whispered to herself. I need to hear about that spell of hers for myself. She didn't know what she'd get out of this. An explanation, an excuse, a conspiracy. But she knew she needed to know. Chapter 183. Showcase. Part 1. Raven in another timeline. This was where Raven would go after having Melissa's blood on her hands. Just being her sent chills down her spine. The Queen's Rest looked exactly like what a human-only bar should look like. All polished wood and brass fixtures, trying desperately to appear more upscale than it actually was. The kind of place where merchants and minor nobles could pretend they were better than they were. Raven moved through the scattered afternoon crowd, her steps measured and deliberate. Every patron here was human, of course. Some glanced her way, but most kept to their drinks and conversations. Follow the instructions. Act like you just killed her, like you just killed Melissa. The thought made her stomach turn. She approached the bar where a man stood polishing glasses. He looked unremarkable in every way. Average height, average build, brown hair starting to thin at the temples. The kind of face you'd forget the moment you looked away. Perfect for a shadow mage hiding in plain sight. Henry, Raven said quietly, using the name from her instructions. I've completed my task. The man's hands stilled on the glass he was cleaning. When he looked up, his previously bland features had hardened into something far more dangerous. Well, he said, his voice carrying an edge that made several nearby patrons suddenly remember they had somewhere else to be. You've got some nerve showing up here, Raven. Not going as planned. Already not going as planned. I know, Raven replied, letting a note of desperation creep in her voice. I know I've strayed from the path, but I've seen the error of my ways. Recently, I've come to understand recently. Henry cut her off, setting down the glass with deliberate care. You mean like at the gala? Or perhaps during your nighttime excursions with that professor, hunting down our brothers and sisters? They've been watching. Of course they've been watching. Raven leaned forward, pitching her voice low and urgent. I was confused, lost, but I understand now. The Nim girl. The Nim girl you were supposed to kill months ago? His smile didn't reach his eyes. The same one you've been seen cozying up to, along with that Kitsune slut? Raven's fingers twitched, wanting to reach for the knife she kept hidden. But she forced herself to remain still. It was necessary, she said, to get close, to understand. But now I see clearly. I need to come back. He studied her for a long moment, his ordinary features making his predatory gaze all the more unsettling. Come with me, he finally said, gesturing toward a door behind the bar. Let us discuss your rehabilitation. Shit. Raven knew she should find some excuse to step outside, to alert Javer. But any hesitation now would give her away completely. Sorry. Looks like we might just end up doing this the hard way. She followed Henry through the door and down a narrow hallway. The sound from the bar grew muffled, then distant. They passed several closed doors before stopping at one that looked exactly like all the others. After you, Henry said, gesturing to the door. It's a trap. Obviously, it's a trap. But Raven had no choice. She stepped through the doorway into a small storage room, bottles of liquor lining the shelves. She heard the door close behind her. You know, Henry said, his voice dropping all pretense of civility. Miria always said you were her greatest success. Her perfect little weapon. Raven turned, already moving into a defensive stance. She also said you were too soft, he continued, drawing a blade that gleamed with an unnatural purple light. Too human. Looks like she was right about that, too. Here we go. You can still join us, Raven. For real this time. All you have to do is kill that purple-skinned bitch. For real this time. Raven's hand found her knife. No, she said simply. I don't think I will. Henry's ordinary features twisted into something ugly. Then I guess we do this the hard way. He lunged forward, the enchanted blade singing through the air where Raven's head had been a moment before. Javer, Raven thought as she spun away from the attack. I really hope you can hear this fight from outside. Melissa, and Isabella strolled through Lord Malakim's marketplace, the afternoon sun casting long shadows between the colorful stalls. Isabella was practically bouncing with each step, her pink tail swishing behind her as she pointed out various trinkets and baubles. Her perky, medium-sized tits bounced with every movement, drawing appreciative stares from passers-by. Not that the shameless Kitsune minded. Oh, look at that crystal ball, Isabella squealed, pressing her face against a vendor's display. Think we could use it for the presentation? Show off some fancy light tricks? But Melissa's mind was elsewhere. I hope Raven's okay, she thought, her tail twitching nervously. That human-only bar could be dangerous. I mean, she's a human, but still. What if they figure out she's working with an M? What if, hey? Isabella's voice cut through her spiral of worry. The Kitsune grabbed Melissa's hand, intertwining their fingers. Raven's gonna be fine. She was literally trained as an assassin. Remember? Pretty sure she can handle a few drunk anti-Nim assholes if they end up recognizing her, or whatever. Melissa squeezed Isabella's hand. I know. It's just, she sighed, her red eyes scanning the crowd. Everything's so fucked up right now, The queen's dead, the princess wants my head. And now Raven's infiltrating some shady bar. And you're still standing, Isabella reminded her, giving Melissa a playful squeeze. Plus, you've got the hottest social circle in Syux to help you through it. Bella. Melissa yelped, though she didn't pull away. We're in public, and you think that's going to stop me? Isabella winked, wriggling her brows. She is so lucky she's a cute fox girl. But then her expression turned uncharacteristically serious. She pulled them both into a quiet corner between stalls. Speaking of helping, Isabella began, her green eyes intense. There is something I've been meaning to ask you. About that healing spell you made. The one I used on Mom. Melissa's brow furrowed. What about it? Isabella bit her lip, her ears twitching nervously. Do you know all of its effects? Like, what actually does to someone? Well, that's a mood shift, Melissa thought, studying her friend's worried expression. Honestly? Melissa shrugged, offering a wry smile. Not really. I kind of just threw it together. Mix some different kind of magic together. I just kinda got a healing spell out of it. I'm not too sure what it does exactly. Isabella's eyes widened. Seriously? You don't know what your own spell does? Pretty much. Melissa scratched the base of one of her horns sheepishly. I mean, it worked, right? Kimiko's alive and well. Actually, she seemed pretty energetic when I saw her yesterday. Really energetic. Like, tearing through every task at full speed while Margaret watched energetic. But Isabella didn't take the bait for their usual banter, though, and that really had Melissa concerned. Mel, she said softly, that's kind of terrifying. You're creating these incredible spells, but you don't know their full effects? What they might do to someone long-term. Melissa felt a chill run down her spine despite the warm afternoon sun. Had T really thought about it that way, she admitted. I just get these ideas, and they work, so I keep using them. With a sigh, Isabella wrapped an arm around Melissa and pulled her into a one-arm hug. Don't get me wrong, the kitsune murmured, I'm grateful. You saved my mom, but maybe we should start being more careful, study the effects more? Before Melissa could respond, Isabella pulled back with her usual mischievous grin. Besides, she purred, her hand sliding back to Melissa's behind. I'd hate for anything to happen to you because of some spell gone wrong. Who else would let me have my way with them in Javers Garden? Melissa rolled her eyes as the tension shattered. You're impossible, she said fondly, giving Isabella a quick squeeze through her skirt. But as they continued through the market, discussing their presentation plans and dodging Isabella's increasingly handsy attempts at public affection, Melissa couldn't shake the uneasy feeling her friend's words had stirred. What do my spells actually do? She wondered, watching Isabella haggle with a crystal merchant while not so subtly showing off her cleavage. Maybe I should start paying more attention to that. Then again, that's what she had Isabella for, to remind her when she was being too reckless. Even if the reminder came between attempts to fuck in public. At least my life's never boring, Melissa thought with a smile as Isabella bounced back to her side, proudly displaying her discounted crystals and the flustered merchant. And, I mean, come on, can't a girl share a moment with her kitsune GF in the middle of the street every once in a while? I think it's objectively the correct thing. Chapter 184, Showcase. Part 2. Raven Henry's enchanted blade whistled through the air where Raven's head had been just moments before. Raven ducked under the wild swing. The cramped storage room didn't give her much room to maneuver. Bottles clinked ominously on their shelves as Raven rolled to avoid Henry's next strike. The purple-tinged blade leaving an arc of dark energy in its wake. An enchanted weapon, Raven noted. I didn't want to find out what that thing does. You've gone soft, Henry spat, pressing his advantage. The report said so much about you. Spending so much time with that Nimhor has made you weak. Raven's response was a swift kick to his knee, followed by a slash with her own knife that barely missed his throat. Quietly, Raven parried his next blow and spun away from his blade. She feinted left, then struck right,